up, everybody? Happy Friday. Junkies back with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long. We are celebrating 30 years of the Junkies. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Friday morning, May 8th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Good morning.
What's going on? And Jason Bishop.
What up?
Running the three-man show. Happy Friday to you.
Friday.
Payday Friday, too.
Payday. Put some money in savings, Bickle. You need to save some money.
Might have to pay off some bills, too.
Pay off some bills.
That's the way it works.
Yeah.
That's the way it works, Jason.
Yeah,
Bishop.
I know. I got to write some checks for some bills. Yeah, write checks. That's what I do sometimes.
Yeah, but at
Right,
least you're actually finally getting your check sent to you electronically. You're not having to go pick it up.
It's been a while, but
Some of my favorite Jason Bishop stories is he would go on vacation to Ocean City, and he would have to drive back to pick up his paycheck. So he was so desperate to have that paycheck.
In
He
his hand.
legitimately would drive back and then go back to the beach.
Well, yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. Well, I remember one time I just drove from my house in Ashburn here to D.C. and because Colette was working, and I would pick up the check from Colette, and then I'd go back to Ashburn and deposit it.
Is it you just didn't trust the electronic system that everybody else trusted?
Everybody else trusted. I was just late to the party.
He just, I
was late to the party.
What are you gonna do?
But that was like 10 years ago. I mean, come on.
Been a while. He's had automatic deposit for a bit.
Yeah.
Should mention on the show today, we got Ben Valin, national NFL writer for the Boston Globe. He's going to jump on at 6:45. Can fill us in kind of on the Mike Vrabel perspective there. Drip, drip, drip. More stories come out. We mentioned the story yesterday about the boat ride. Then video came out later in the day.
I mean, they honestly, they're never gonna let it. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. We get it.
Yeah.
Like, whatever.
That's the way it is,
We
bro.
get it. Just let it go.
You're upset about it.
I feel bad about it.
Yeah. Just because it's Diana.
Yeah. It's
If it was Lauren Rutledge,
honestly,
you wouldn't care.
Yeah. I don't know who that is.
All right. So it's another ESPN girl. If it was just another
Hannah Storm.
Yeah, you wouldn't care.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, of course.
Anyway, Ben Valin will join us. He can give us the perspective on what the fans in New England are thinking about it, as there are more and more stories coming out about the whole Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel situation. We'll talk a little Commanders later in the program. Ben Standig is going to join us. He covers the Commanders. Lastmanstandig.com is where you can get his work. He'll jump on at 8:45. I know we're going to get into this during the sports page, but I actually was thinking about this as I was driving in. All right, we're almost 40 games into the Major League Baseball season. Are the Nationals kind of good?
Well, I mean,
I don't
know if they're good. They're better than we expected.
Somebody sent a tweet, and at first I was like, well, it's way too early to think about it. But he was like, next time you have Taboni on, ask him if he'd consider being a buyer this year.
At the trade deadline.
Who said to ask him that?
It was just somebody tweeting us.
Yeah, no.
And it made me think about it. It's like, well, if they're around 500, they got a legit wild card shot.
Yeah, but you're not going to give up anything.
It's a long way.
I understand it's super early, but they continue to hit very well.
Yeah.
Now they can't pitch. I understand that.
They scored 22 runs in the two games that they won in the series. Won the series.
I mean,
are they kind of good?
No. But
they don't suck.
Average. They're average, but they're
the last several years they've sucked.
But hold on.
Solid.
They're better than we expected, no doubt.
They're solid.
100%.
Yeah. Wouldn't say they're kind of
Sometimes
good.
that's good enough to get into the playoffs.
Well, I mean, they're not going to have. You got to have a better than 500 record. They're not going to be better than 500.
But they're hovering right around 500.
Okay, they play. There's 130 games left.
I think it's going to be hard to maintain this pace.
Yeah. Look,
But
I'm happy they're
might
playing
be
well.
able to, hitting wise.
18 and 20. No one expected that out of 38 games. I didn't.
No.
But after 75 games, 80, 90, 100, 120, they're not going to be 2 games under 500.
I don't
hope I'm wrong, but
I don't think so. But I've said it, and I said it at the beginning of the season. And I always say it. when you get off to a hot start, sometimes that kind of just propels you.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it'll keep them in the mix.
Right now, there'd only be 3 games behind the last wild card spot. Just saying, something to kind of pay attention to because they keep hovering.
Well, I just like it because it makes them interesting.
Yes.
You know, they're going to win 55, 60 games or whatever. It's just not interesting. So this keeps them interesting.
But they're certainly better than we all expected, even though they've only played not quite 40 games. I did not expect them to be hovering around 500, around 40 games. No.
So I sent you guys an email yesterday because the Washingtonian magazine is going to do a piece on us, and the writer asked us to come up with our 4 favorite moments during the show. And this will not make... So during the history of the show, during the 30 years, were the 4 favorite sports moments.
See, I would have immediately thought of when we beat the Divas. But they're talking about other moments, not Junkies moments.
You could maybe throw that in there.
There's been about 3 total in the 30 years.
Yes.
You mean sports moments?
Yes.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say is this one won't make the Final 4, but that little Taylor Hineki run, the city was on fire. And Taylor Hineki retired yesterday from the sport of football.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the moment that everybody's going to remember.
3rd and 5. Hineki in trouble again. He's able to escape. Keeps the play alive. Runs for the first down. Dives to the pylon. Is he in? Is he in? Yes! Touchdown! What a run! What a play by Hineki!
What a play.
Wow! And Chase Young is down there
The
to
first
let us
guy
know
down
who
there to greet
scored.
him, yes. But this, I thought for sure this was a sack. And I'm saying this is the one time he took too long, but he keeps his eyes upfield, squirts around in there, and then he's got some speed that they didn't know he had. Runs away from everybody trying to hit that pylon. And does he hit the pylon with the football? Yes, he does. That's a touchdown.
Unbelievable moment for him.
Tony Dungy's
sure.
such a bore
Yeah, he
on
was.
TV.
Unbelievable moment, though. Iconic moment for him that will never be forgotten here in this area. I truly believe that.
That was and obviously there was no crowd noise because that was the COVID year. That was against Tampa.
So,
Yeah,
And
but I remember when that happened and just kind of that, it was, a couple weeks and he came on the show.
Yep.
He was so likable.
yeah.
The
He's a
town
very
got
likable guy.
behind him.
Very likable
Been
guy.
starving. Now we've got Jaden Daniels, but starving for somebody to take over as a quarterback, a franchise quarterback. And somebody sent us a tweet. I didn't verify it. It said during the 30-year history of the show, we've been doing this thing for 3 decades,
Yeah.
that there have been 31 different starting quarterbacks for the Washington Redskins, now Commanders.
Yeah.
And so just for that brief moment, the town was on fire. The Hineki hive was real.
It's super likable. Like the undrafted guy or whatever, you get him out of the Arena League or whatever the hell that league was. Yeah, incredible. Ended up making $19 million.
Wow.
In his
Isn't that
career.
crazy?
That's it's so awesome.
I know.
So happy for
And the
him.
story of
he's
him
set.
sleeping on the couch.
Yeah, it's just great.
What was he going to grad school? Was
I
he
think
going to
was
grad
just kind
school?
of trying to ponder life. Sister told him
I thought he was. Yeah.
get off the
something like
couch
that.
or something. I don't
Get
know.
off the couch. Go do something.
Yeah, but just an incredible story, for sure. I got annoyed eventually, with some of the YOLO throws.
Yeah, you flipped on him. You went from, because we had his college coach on who said he went through all the reads and the progressions.
Yeah, I love that.
You went from loving the savant-like nature of his
Yeah.
quarterback knowledge to hating his pop gun arm.
I think that's the most important quality, be able to read and have composure and go through all that. But eventually, he was just chucking the ball up, and I was over it. But how could you not root for the guy at the end of the day? Incredible story. So I guess he milked all he felt like he could out of it. He's still only 32 years old, 33 years old. Mm-hmm. I'm a little bit surprised, but maybe just wasn't any interest in him
you
being
could
a
see
backup.
you could see him joining a club or whatever NFL team would hire him as a coach, maybe quarterback coach.
If he wants to.
Yeah,
But
I could see that.
I might just go play golf for a few years.
Yeah, well, you might do that too.
What a run. And
No, very impressive. But that was that was
of all the
a
teams
very
he
cool
played
time.
for, all the teams he played for too. I like how in his statement at the end he said "Go Skins." So that's kind of the team that resonated with him the most, which is great. Played for the Chargers, the Falcons, Washingtons, the Panthers, the Patriots.
How many starts did he have in his career? I mean, the bulk of it is in Washington,
Didn't
right?
have a lot. What's funny is his record wasn't horrible. It was 13-15 as a starter. He had more touchdowns than interceptions.
Yep.
Not a lot of guys could say that.
No, man, he had a huge following. It was a fun time. And going back to that thing with the Washingtonian, because EB was saying there's only like 3 moments. You're talking about championship moments in our 30 years. So you have the Terps winning the championship. You got the Capitals finally breaking through, and then the Nats. But for the most part, we haven't had a lot of success from the local sports teams in the big major sports.
Yeah.
In the 3 decades we've been doing this thing.
Yeah, I feel like we're probably missing a couple, but I mean,
they're minor.
30
they're
years.
blips. They're
I understand
they're
that.
like Hineki lunges.
Right.
I mean,
that's what they are.
Nats and Caps are obviously the top.
I would say, the George Mason run was fun. When George Mason made the Final Four.
See, that's another great run that we kind of forgot about.
Yeah, I mean,
even though we weren't huge George Mason fans, we were
for that run.
For that run, we were, but none of us went to Mason, but we were that close to Coach L, and we were that close to the campus. And
I mean, we did a show live from like their student union.
Yeah, it was really cool.
The run was amazing.
The Gibbs comeback is right up there.
I mean, it's a massive story.
Yeah, massive story.
Yeah.
And nothing came of it. But
it was just such a dud.
Well, yeah, but when it first happened.
Yeah, I mean, everyone was excited.
I know, but it's just so many dud things have happened during our career. Like the longevity of this career, despite nothing happening here, is unbelievable.
I mean, generally
Nothing
after a World
here.
Series, you would think your team would at least have another winning season.
See,
they haven't had a winning season since they won the World Series.
Yeah. I know.
Think about that.
It's been awful.
How does that happen?
Michael Jordan coming back. Yeah. That was a
that was a big deal.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing happened. They went.
No.
I don't even know if they went.
But
500.
like Matt's saying, I mean, that day was a huge day in Washington.
Oh, yeah. I can remember. I always bring it up, but I can remember us doing a remote and you like ardently arguing how great of a talent evaluator Michael Jordan was going to be.
I know.
And then he drafted Kwame Brown.
He was terrible. That's fine. I was wrong on that, but it was a huge moment. And everyone was jacked, and all the fans were jacked, and expected big things. Didn't get it, but that day was a huge day in sports here.
All right. As I mentioned, Ben Valin's going to join us. He's a national NFL writer for the Boston Globe. He's going to jump on early, coming out right around 6:45. But next, we'll go around the world of sports with the Junkies sports page, NBA playoffs last night, the Nationals, and more here on the Junkies. Ben Valin, national NFL writer for the Boston Globe, will jump on in about 25 minutes. We'll get the latest on the Rossini-Vrabel scandal. Go around the NFL with Ben. But right now, let's open up the Junkies sports page.
Brought to you by Open Road Distilling. Whiskeys are now available at ABC stores in Northern Virginia. Choose from their smooth, flavorful Eagle Eye Rye, the rich and complex Maple Old Fashioned, or the bold and robust Independence Bourbon. Whether you're enjoying sipping neat or mixed in a cocktail, Open Road Distilling has the perfect spirit for you. All right, Mr. Bickle. I was, the biggest event here in town this weekend is the LIV Golf tournament at Trump. And I went over there yesterday with my wife and my daughter, and it was very cool atmosphere. I will say that our boy Chris Heck, he got us suite tickets at Club 54, which is a huge suite complex on the 18th green.
I think we were in that last time.
Yeah, it's
Club
really
54.
It's really big. Full buffet, wine, beer, cocktails, whatever you want, all comped. Now, the VIP parking, when they sent the email, it said VIP parking. All right, VIP parking, it's not necessarily VIP. We had to park in the Dulles Town Center, which is about 12 to 14 minutes away from Trump. They didn't even check the phone or scan the phone for the ticket. You just get on the bus.
Yeah.
So you get on the bus.
Yeah.
Full bus. 12 to 14 minutes. They drop you off over at the championship course, and then that's where you get your ticket scanned, walk in, and you basically walk in right to the 18th tee box of the golf course that they're playing on. There's two golf courses there.
Yeah. Which is up high, right? Is that the 18th tee box?
No, 18th. That's the one tee box.
Oh, that's one.
18's low, but it goes up to the waterfall.
Gotcha.
That has Trump.
Okay, I'm reversing it.
Yep. I wanted to get up to the first tee box because Bryson, Gooch, our boy Taylor Gooch, and Dustin Johnston were all playing together. And
did they have the guys parachuting in? And
they had they had those guys parachute.
That's a mega trio
onto the number one fairway. It was pretty cool.
That's where we met Shark. The last time they were in town, Greg was around, and they made a point of introducing Greg to us. And for me, that was a highlight. I was a huge Greg Norman guy.
Who has more aura, Bryson or Dustin Johnson? Because Dustin Johnson kind of has that swagger walk.
Yeah, it's Bryson.
Dustin's old news.
It's
Dustin's
Bryson.
Just old news.
Yeah, Bryson on the first tee box pulled it left and hit a patron, hit a fan. So I think he bogeyed one. He was complaining about his shoulder after the round. He said he's having some shoulder problems. But it was just very cool. I can't imagine how long it took to set up some of the scaffolding and the stands.
It's always
and
amazing.
The huge speakers they have on the
how
on
they
the fairway.
carve it right into sort of the architecture of the ground. It's just amazing the way they do that. And they do it, week after week, certainly on the
If
PGA
you go
Tour.
again, or maybe EB could take it up.
I'm not going again.
I've got
He's
a
going.
guy who we all know who actually sent me a text and said, "Are you going to LIV this weekend?" And I'm not. And he said his backyard is basically right there, and he said you could park in my backyard or park his driveway, I guess.
Well, that would be huge. You might want to talk to him on Saturday.
I'm coming with, there's two of us, two families.
Two cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, ask your boy if he's got room for two cars.
He said, I don't know if you know this, but I live right there at the golf course.
Right.
Is that
I wouldn't share this with anybody else, but you've always been cool with me. You can park in my driveway.
Is that someone I know too?
Yeah, you actually saw him when we did the appearance for the draft night.
Oh, okay.
He came out to Honor Brewing.
I wish I would have known that yesterday, but it was fine. You get in the bus. It's it's like I said, you got to deal with all the people, and and then once they drop you off and you get inside the gates and you're on the golf course, it's fine.
VIP parking, but
that's not VIP parking.
I'll let it slide.
But when I looked,
I'll let it slide.
When I looked at the app on the email, it said VIP park, one VIP parking.
Yeah.
And then you look down, you scroll down, and it says Dulles Town Center.
Right.
It doesn't say parking lot at Trump or a certain parking space and a number. It just says Dulles Town Center.
I'm going to let it slide.
You didn't do the broadcast when me and EB and Valdez did the broadcast. We parked right there.
I know. That's what I was telling him. Right on the course.
Yeah. I don't know if it's because there's more people or if they had something going on in the
maybe
actual
because we
parking
went
lot.
so early.
No, we just got hooked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just got hooked.
I don't know.
And actually, that was a Saturday show anyway. I feel like we did it on a Saturday.
Right.
Well,
but
you got
I mean,
hooked because we were doing a broadcast.
Yeah.
Nobody
Yeah.
else could get those spots. That was like outside the clubhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but that's VIP parking.
That is VIP parking.
Dulles Town Center's not VIP
No,
parking.
no.
That's general public parking.
That's general public, correct.
It's fine.
Well, it was parking, and they
That was
just
the only
wanted to-
bad part of it.
It was parking. They just wanted to call Jason a VIP. So-
Yeah.
So when we walked in, and we walked up the stairs to the Club 54, very cool. Tress Way is hanging out there.
Yeah, somebody sent a picture, took a picture with you, and he said that Tressway was hanging out there, and there was another celeb, and I'm forgetting the name.
Vernon
Well,
Davis.
Yeah, Vernon Davis.
Yeah. So when I walked in, I saw Tress Way talking to Vernon Davis. It was very cool.
Former teammates.
Yep. And Tress was with his wife Bree, who played softball at Oklahoma.
I think she played 2 sports.
I think she did. What was the other sport? You
Might have
remember?
been soccer.
Maybe. Yeah.
I
and of
can't
course, her
remember.
brother plays second base for the Milwaukee Brewers.
Pretty sick athletic genes.
Yes.
Watch out for those kids.
I know. Anyway, Tress is the coolest dude. Anyway, I did not go up to Vernon Davis. I thought about it, but
What's the point?
I don't know what was the point.
Yeah.
He apparently is very approachable, though.
I'm sure he is, but
I know.
Who cares?
I know.
He's pretty charismatic when we've had him on the
he is.
show.
I think he is. Yeah.
yeah, but whatever.
But I mean, Bickle wouldn't do it.
Now, I forget
I
what he's
thought
up
about
to.
doing
Vernon
it.
Davis has some venture going on that's he
Doesn't
kind
Vernon
of dips his
Davis?
toes in a bunch of different
I
businesses.
thought Vernon Davis owned or is co-owner of a restaurant or a bar in Arlington. I thought.
You're probably right.
Yeah. But Club 54 was great. Had a couple drinks there, had some food, and then we went down, crossed the 18th fairway, and we went and followed Bryson, Gooch, and DJ. And then Rom was playing with who was Rom? No, I'm sorry. Rom was playing with DJ. Bryson was playing with Gooch, and can't remember who else. I have to look at the groups. But on the third tee box, it's a long par 3, 240 yards. He's probably playing more like 250 because the wind was coming at him. Bryson yanked it left. He was in the trap. But I'm literally from me to the wall from all these players.
Yeah, no, you get right up there.
You get right up there. I was taking great
Did you
photos.
mind the music in the background?
I didn't mind it at all.
I tell you, it's a great atmosphere.
It's a cool atmosphere.
It's different. It's not as stuffy. It's just a cool atmosphere.
And it was cool. If that was a PGA Tour event, I'm guessing, maybe if it was in another city, I couldn't get that close to the golfers.
You can get close at times.
Yeah,
you can.
But like I was saying last week when I was at RTJ last year with all those big names, I got up right close. I was 5 feet from these players when they were teeing off. That was the cool part. And so I followed them for a couple holes and then jetted back. And then Chris Heck met us at the Club 54.
Nice.
We were just kind of talking business.
Nice.
I'm not sure where you're going to be because Club 54 apparently was sold out for the weekend.
No, I'm in a different one. I'm in like one under.
You're in the
club,
one under
so
club.
I think it's
Yeah.
not as nice as the Club 54.
It's not as nice, no.
but it's fine.
But
whatever.
you have 9 people, right?
I have 8 people. We're
Yeah.
walking around. Like I'm not just going to sit in the club.
No, you're going to walk
Like,
around
I'll
and follow
go in there,
golfers.
and then my daughters, they want to go see Bailey Zimmerman afterwards.
And then Bailey Zimmerman, and that's going to be.
it's
it's going to be crowded on Saturday.
yeah. No, it'll be a lot of fun.
It'll
I
be
look
fun though
forward to
because
it.
the weather's supposed to be nice. You'll be fine.
And I'm excited. Anthony Kim was great yesterday.
no, he balled out.
So here's what Vernon Davis is up to. You could have, if you wanted small talk. Here's the story. Former NFL tight end Vernon Davis takes his competitive edge to a whole new world on HGTV's Rock the Block.
Rock
Which
the
is-
block.
He said, a lot of people don't know, but I started out renovating and flipping homes and renting homes out back in 2014.
All right.
So he has an HGTV show.
Very cool.
Looks like it's a design series, pairs up with stars and other celebrities.
That's cool. I just wouldn't go up to someone I don't really know and just talk to them about I don't know what.
I mean,
just wouldn't do it.
From what I saw, most people left him alone.
Yeah, I would just mind my own business.
Yeah.
I give him a head nod, but that'd be about it.
But Tress is just cool. He was very approachable,
Yeah,
and I think he'll be there
he's gonna be there
All
all week,
weekend.
hanging out. Yeah,
hanging
why
out,
not?
watching Gucci.
Yeah.
Gucci Gooch. In terms of the scores from the first round, the older guys played really well. Hatton played well. He shot 6 under. Mark Leishman shot 6 under.
Hatton's younger than you think.
That's true. I guess I'm just considering him a veteran.
Which team's
Serge-
on top?
I don't have the team.
That changes like from hole to hole. That
Okay.
changes.
Yeah, I don't have the team rankings. Just have the individual. So Leishman shot 66. Sergio shot 66. Graham McDowell shot 67. Anthony Kim, like you mentioned, shot 68. Bryson shot a 69, even with that shoulder issue. And Rahm also shot a 69. I thought it was a very cool atmosphere.
Yep.
Bubba shot 70. I didn't get to see Bubba, though.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you'll have a good time, Mr. Bickle.
No, I know he will.
Yeah. But definitely, if you can get that parking of his boy, do that.
I also, that's another thing. Like, I don't know if I really want to park in some dude's driveway. I might just feel uncomfortable.
Well, and also
I don't even know the person.
But you also
You do know him.
You have to figure out how far away the main gate is from his parking.
Yeah.
His garage,
There's
because
so much walking.
That might be a lot of walking. Correct. I mean, the bus just drops you off right there at the gate.
Right. I've been to a lot of golf events. I've been, lucky. I've been to like several Ryder Cups and stuff. It's just when you go out, it's a long day.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tiring day. But I'm looking.
Make sure you got your lotion, your sunblock.
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be plenty of that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring like a jacket because we'd be there
Saturday's
till early evening, and there might be some sprinkles.
Yeah.
I think it's only gonna be high 69.
Yeah. It was perfect weather yesterday.
Yeah.
Highs around that.
Right.
And but it was a good time. So but you'll see, you're going to have so many people come up to you that just are going to recognize you.
Yeah.
I probably had 10 or 12 people come up to me.
Yeah, that happened the last
It's a
time.
wheelhouse.
They came up to
Northern
me.
Virginia.
What's going on? Big fan. Been listening forever. Can I get a pic with you?
Very nice.
Of course.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Of course you can. I thought about saying something to Taylor Gooch because I was so close to him on the tee box, but I didn't want to mess
Don't
with him.
bother him. The guy's working.
I was going to say, Gucci Gooch, what's up? and you think you would have remembered me?
No.
Who would have remembered
for
you?
a second.
Yeah.
We just saw you 2 days ago.
I
Better
know.
remember you.
I know. I thought, and I told him I was going to do that, but I didn't. All right. So you had that at Trump, and the other golf tournament, obviously the big one with the PGA Tour and the signature event at Quail Hollow, the Truist Championships. Matt McCarty shot 8 under. He rolled in 220 feet of putts, which I believe is a record, a one-round record.
I'm not sure I've done that in all of 2026.
I think he hit 3 50-footers.
Oh, man, it's crazy.
Isn't that nuts?
No, it's crazy.
Round one was suspended because they started late for bad weather, so they'll finish round one this morning, get round two underway. We talked about Taylor Hineki. He announced his retirement yesterday. Of course, the huge story was when he came here in 2020, played in one regular season game, and then, of course, played in the playoff game against Tampa during
Went toe-to-toe with Tom Brady.
Had some pretty good numbers.
Yeah.
He threw 44 passes in that game. And he ran for 50 yards, and, of course, he scored that rushing touchdown.
Iconic moment, for sure.
Yeah. And then the next year, he was a starter in 2021 and threw 20 touchdowns and 15 picks. I don't know what the record was, but
Wasn't great.
Wasn't great.
Well, he was a backup, but Ryan Fitzpatrick went to the water park.
Yeah. Fitzpatrick got hurt in the first year, our first game, right?
What a letdown that was.
Yeah. But he was a starter for 16 games.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember who started the last game?
Sanchez?
Nope.
Haskins? No.
Garrett Gilbert.
Oh, Garrett
I
Gilbert.
vaguely remember it. Yeah. We've had so many.
Yeah.
So many, like, just
And then he
weirdos.
played 9 games in 2022, threw 12 touchdowns, 6 picks. So in the 2 years that he started 25 games, he threw 32 touchdowns.
I mean, his best moments were here, for sure.
Yeah. Then he went to Atlanta and then the Chargers
Kind of everywhere else, kind of
2
as a
years
backup.
ago. And then, of course, he was a backup.
I'm surprised he doesn't want to hang on longer and just try to keep getting, like, number 2 and number 3 jobs. But
Yeah. What'd you say he made?
According to Spot Track, he made $19 million.
$19 million. Man,
I'm sure he made some in endorsements and appearances.
it's pretty damn good.
He's
man.
done pretty well.
And he was trending towards a regular Joe job,
Totally.
and he got a last kind of shot.
Yeah.
He made the most of it.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable story.
All right, so NBA last night, there were 2 games. I'm sure Mr. Flame watched at least one of them.
I stayed up and watched the Lakers Oklahoma City Thunder game, which was close. That's why I stayed up late in the third quarter. And then Oklahoma City. What's crazy about it is I think the Lakers played pretty good. Mm-hmm. They lost by almost 20 points.
Yeah, they lost by
And that happened
18.
in game 1, too.
So they've
Oklahoma
lost by
City's
18, I believe, both games.
Defense is just overwhelming. There were 20 turnovers by the Lakers. I think if you're going to beat Oklahoma City, you got to play almost a perfect game. And without Luka there as their point guard, Austin Reeves is bringing the ball up the court a lot. He had 5 turnovers. Wasn't a huge LeBron game. He finished with 23 points, but it's just not enough, man. They overwhelm you. They bring 5 guys off the bench and they all contribute.
Now, J.J. Redick said, look, they play good defense, but they foul all the time. And so he was bitching at the refs. He said, I sarcastically said the other day, they're the most disruptive team without fouling. I mean, they have a few guys that foul on every possession.
He got a technical, I think it was during a timeout where he pulled Jackson Hayes, and he was basically displaying what Oklahoma City does, which was like hitting guy. He got teed up for that. Yeah, so there's a lot of business. Look, they did a pretty good job on Shea. Shea, who averaged over 30 this year, went for under 20 in game 1, only had 22 points in this game because they're taking the ball out of his hands, doubling him a lot. But then, guys like Jalen Williams hit threes. Cason Wallace hit a couple threes. Jared McCain off the bench hit 4 3-pointers.
Yep. He was also bitching about the fact that LeBron doesn't ever get calls as he's the biggest superstar, biggest name in the sport, and he never gets called. Not sure about that, but he was bitching about that too.
So OKC up 2-0, Detroit up 2-0 as they beat Cleveland. It was another terrible playoff game for James Harden. They brought it up on Inside the NBA when Draymond Green was there. There was the Draymond versus Charles Barkley controversy, but Draymond also was defending James Harden. He's had almost 30 playoff games where he's had more turnovers than field goals. For one of the all-time great scorers, that's just unacceptable.
Yeah.
And that was another game where he had more turnovers than field goals.
I would agree.
So Detroit up 2-0. They were on the brink of losing in the first round, but now they're up 2-0. Look like they're heading towards the Eastern Conference Finals.
Not over yet. Got to go to Cleveland for the next 2.
Coming up next, we will talk some NFL with insider, writes for the Boston Globe, Ben Valin, here on the Junkies. In 2 weeks, exactly 2 weeks, we're going to be broadcasting live from the Starboard in Dewey Beach. Memorial Day weekend. It starts at 6 a.m. Gets going early, doesn't slow down. We hope you can join us. B. Mitch and Finley are taking over at 10, presented by Main Street Bank. I think it's going to be madness. I mean,
It's going to be crazy.
so many people are going to be there. I mean, you're talking about your friends being there. So many of our listeners I know have said that they're going to be there. It's going to be awesome. So it's in 2 weeks, Dewey Beach.
Yep.
And we're going to be there Thursday.
100%. By the way, yeah.
We'll be there Thursday, probably by 1 or 2.
I'm hoping to leave shortly after the show. Yeah, I mean, I do have. I think I'll have a daughter with a nagging thing called school that I might have to worry about. But I can yank her out. Wouldn't be the first time.
Right.
So
Is she going to join in Dewey?
Actually, I don't think she can make it. Now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I got to figure all that out.
All right, let's talk to our next guest. Joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. It's Ben Valin, national NFL writer for the Boston Globe. Hey, Ben.
What's up, guys? How we doing today?
Hey,
Ben, have you ever been to Dewey Beach?
Yeah, a lot. I mean, I grew up in Maryland, so I used to go to Rehoboth and Ocean City and Dewey and that whole area as a kid.
I
So
didn't
yeah, I
know
love
that.
it there.
Yeah, where'd you grow up? We didn't know that.
I'm from Potomac.
okay.
Yeah, you guys don't. When you guys were just starting out in the '90s, like I was a teenager in high school, and I used to listen to you guys, and I went to one of your appearances one day, and somewhere in my collection somewhere, I have a signed Sports Junkies photo of you guys.
Oh my God!
So we had no idea. We just thought you were from the
So
Northeast.
what high school did you go to, Ben?
Churchill High School, class
Churchill
of
High
2000.
All right, very cool.
Cool.
Very cool. Didn't know that.
All right. Well, now you're a Patriots guy, and we've been, obviously the big story is Vrabel and Rossini.
This won't go away.
It won't go away. Mr. Bickle across the table from me is upset. He wants it to go away.
Well, I mean, it's enough already.
What's
We
it
get
like up there?
We get it.
What's the reception been for Vrabel? Do people care? What's it like?
I mean, it's like watching a car wreck at this point. You can't help but turn and look, and every new batch of photos that's coming out, it's just more and more embarrassing for Vrabel. It's the story that just won't end, and it's kind of this really unique story because no one here is quite sure how to handle it. Is it football? Is it not football? I mean, it clearly crossed the lines when he had to miss the third day of the NFL draft. And that whole thing was weird. Why did you have to miss that day for what he called counseling? Why couldn't that have been done at any other time in the off season? Why did he have to fly out to Utah for the weekend where he and his wife have a home in Park City? So that whole thing was very awkward. But yeah, I mean, the thing about all these, the drip of these new stories and new photos is, I guess at least for his sake, it's all in the same realm of one story. It's all about his relationship with Diana Rossini. It hasn't gone off the rails yet where other women are chiming in
or
or
a Tiger thing. Right. Like Perkins.
Right.
Waitresses.
It hasn't gone so crazy yet. So, he's just going to have to withstand this barrage for a while, and it just happens to come at a really quiet time in the NFL calendar, and there's nothing else to distract us from this story. So he's just going to have to bite his lip and kind of grin and bear it for a while.
It puts the players in an awkward spot, right? Hasn't Drake May been criticized a little bit for some of his comments about his coach?
All he did was support him. Just said he supported him.
Yeah. He's got to.
Yeah, I'm sure Drake is getting criticized because people will find any reason to criticize. From the few comments that I've seen from him, it's been very vanilla. We love our coach. We stand by our coach. And at the end of the day, this story still is mostly just a personal matter between him and his wife and his family. Diana Rossini is the one who violated the, a core tenet of her job, with her journalism ethics. Mike Vrabel, as far as we know, all he really did is cheat on his wife, which is more of a personal matter. It doesn't really affect football. Now, if it starts to affect his leadership, if he, told Robert Kraft some screwy things and it comes back to bite him, like, then it's a different story. But right now I still think, it's more of a personal matter for him. And, so yeah, it's a mess right now, but, it's a good lesson for him. What's amazing to me is just like how brazen he and Diana were about the whole thing. Like, there's pictures of them in the casino, at the hotel, like renting a boat, at a bar. Like, they were just so like public with everything. And Mike Vrabel has to be one of the most identifiable men in the country, a 6'4", massive human being who was a Super Bowl winner, and now he's coaching, coach of the year and in the Super Bowls. Like, he didn't like put on a fake mustache or something, dude. Like, he was just, they were just so brazen about the whole thing.
Yeah.
And that's probably, to me, that's probably the biggest takeaway, is how just sloppy and arrogant they were about it.
Yeah, they didn't care. Right.
So, Ben, here in Washington, we spent a little portion of the show wondering if Washington should go after Stephon Diggs after he was cleared in this latest trial. And I'm wondering what your experience was with Stephon. He had 85 catches last year, over 1,000 yards with the Patriots. He's bounced around kind of from team to team here the last couple of years. What's he been like? What was he like? Was he liked as a teammate? Give us the skinny on Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, I give any team an enthusiastic thumbs up to go get Stephon Diggs. I think the Patriots may have made a mistake by cutting him loose, and I don't think they've completely closed the door on it. If for some reason the A.J. Brown trade gets screwy, I don't think the Patriots would mind, pivoting back to Stephon Diggs. I just don't think they ultimately wanted to pay him, $22 million this year or whatever it was. I think it was mostly financial, but it started off a little wacky last year. He had that video in Miami with the pink bag of whatever, and he wasn't at OTAs at the time. So once that happened, like, he was an angel the rest of the season. And I know he had this latest legal incident, but it wasn't just the charges were dismissed. He was found not guilty. So I don't even consider that like an off-field issue anymore. And yeah, it was his first, it was his first year coming back from ACL. He didn't have to start the season on PUP. He was ready to go first day of training camp. He's their hardest worker, certainly in the wide receiver room. He was a really good mentor for a lot of the younger guys, Kayshon Boutte, Pop Douglas. He was productive. He had 85 catches, over 1,000 yards. He wasn't dominant, but he was a good player. And now he's going to be second year removed from ACL. I thought he was learning a new offense last year. He came in and produced right away. So I thought, he would have been better in his second year with the Patriots. And I think that whichever team signs him is mostly going to be like pretty happy with Stephon Diggs. He's a hard worker, trains his butt off. He comes in great shape. And even though he's 32, like, he's now 2 years removed from ACL, he's been productive. So I think he'd be a really good addition for the Commanders, for the Ravens, for any team that needs a veteran receiver.
Beyond the offseason, the pink stuff or whatever, was he ever considered a distraction?
Not after that. That was, a distraction, and that happened in May.
Right.
So that's the time to do it, I guess, which Mike Vrabel is learning right now. But no, I mean, he really wasn't. I mean, I guess a little bit towards the end of the season when him and Christian Barmore both had legal issues at the same time. But, the NFL let Diggs play, and after like the initial day or two of like the initial shock of the story kind of wore off, there wasn't even that much protest about Diggs still playing while his legal issue, wound its way through the courts. And then, like I said, he was found not guilty. So,
right.
So like he was a good leader and, did like in Buffalo, he was a guy who rarely did media and he skipped out on that stuff. Mm-hmm. He did a lot more of it for us. He wasn't like perfect attendance, but he did a good amount of media, was pretty accountable, talked after games. And the guys all liked him. The guys in the locker room all seemed to like Stephon Diggs. He was one of their emotional leaders. They adopted one of his slogans last year. We all we got, we all we need. Like that was all Stephon Diggs. So the guys in the locker room really liked him. He was one of their leaders, and it was a leadership that helped them get to the Super Bowl. I thought it would have been, not the worst idea to bring Stephon Diggs back.
Right.
And, the Patriots, like they're looking at, they already added Romeo Doubs, and they're probably going to add A.J. Brown. but they subtracted Stephon Diggs, and there's talk that Kayshon Boutte might be on the way out too. So, that to me doesn't seem like a lot of progress if you're adding Brown and Dobbs, but you're subtracting Diggs and Boutte. And so I think Stephon Diggs is a good player, and I think the Commanders, if they're looking to win now, I think he'll be a good weapon for Jaden Daniels.
Ben, we got to run. Always great catching up with you. That's Ben Valin from the Boston Globe. Thanks, pal.
Thanks, bud.
See you, man.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Interesting. So he is not down on Diggs.
No, I didn't hear anything about distraction. Obviously, that pink stuff, that can be a distraction. Hopefully, you don't have any more of that stuff in the offseason come to light. But on the field, the guy produces.
Well, he didn't get to it in the sports page, but there's one guy they can't go after anymore when we've talked about the wide receivers they could add, and that's Juwan Jennings. He signed a $13 million deal.
I don't think they care. They didn't seem particularly interested.
One
But
year.
Diggs is still out there. Debo's still out there. Of course, Brandon Ayuk's still out there.
Well, we're going to have Ben Standig on, and I think a lot of people still, and Ben's one of them, thinks ultimately they're just waiting on Ben or on Ayuk.
Yep. Ben will join us coming up at 8:45 here on the Junkies. Don't go anywhere.
Keibert Ruiz homered, doubled twice, and drove in 4 runs to lift the Nationals to a 7-5 victory over the Minnesota Twins. With the win, the Nationals secured their first series win at home this season. And quarterback Taylor Hineki, who became a fan favorite during his 2+ seasons with the Commanders, announced his retirement yesterday. Hineki posted a message to Instagram thanking those who supported him throughout his 7-year NFL career, in which he spent time with 7 franchises, appearing in games for 5 of them. But of course, we will remember him most for his time here in Washington. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond, where, of course, you can listen to our guy AWOD later in the day. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local. Bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. You started off the show mentioning that the Washingtonian is going to be doing a piece on us, and they asked us to kind of come up with our favorite moments during the history of the show in terms of DC sports history. Well, we've had no success with the Washington Wizards. No success. Like, I was scanning my brain. The best I could say is that they beat the Raptors in that one series to advance to the Celtics and make it to Game 7. And then Isaiah Thomas worked them. The little Isaiah Thomas worked them in Game 7. So little success. But they did have success in the lottery a couple times. And they've had the number 1 pick. John Wall is going to represent the Washington Wizards at the lottery. He, of course, was the number 1 pick. Was it 2011? I can't remember the exact year.
Doesn't matter.
What's your vibe? Do you have a vibe at all? A tingle?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully I'm just being negative, but I'm protecting myself. I assume we'll pick 5th. We got like a 48% chance to pick 5th. Basically 50%. I think we're going to pick 5th.
What's the odds of picking 3rd? That's my guess. 3rd.
I don't know. I think the odds, if you add it up to get a top 3, would maybe be in a 30% range or something.
That's
like
my
that.
prediction. 3rd.
That would be good. I do feel like
I don't think they'll get 1.
I mean, that would be amazing. I do feel like 5th is right at the sort of the cutoff of where I'd feel comfortable about getting a great player.
Mm-hmm.
After 5, I think it starts to get dicey. In other words, after Devonta Peterson, I guess Boozer, Caleb Wilson, Acuff. I don't know who else would they be considering. You think with that?
I think that's the strongest 5.
That's the strongest 5. I think, right?
And I don't know, man. Boozer to me,
Boozer
super productive college player.
Yeah,
super productive college player.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's got the bloodlines.
Can he be a star though?
I don't know.
I think he's going to be a lot like his dad. His dad wasn't a star, but his dad was a double-double
super
machine.
productive.
His dad, though, made all-star teams, I believe.
I mean, Boozer can make all-star teams. I don't know if you build a team around him. I'm not calling him a role player. I mean, he's going to be a starter, but he's going to be an 18-10 guy. Those other guys, Devonta and maybe Peterson, could be 25.
If you had one,
Carlos Boozer made the all-star team twice.
Yeah.
If his son makes the all-star team twice, I'd say that was a successful pick. I don't know. For some reason, and it's different body type, maybe different style, but I just see Carlos Boozer. I think of Corliss Williamson. And Corliss Williamson was an amazing college basketball player at Arkansas.
Bigger than
Yeah, I said different body type.
Yeah.
And Corliss Williamson was a very good pro.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not a difference maker.
The one thing Boozer has to be pretty good at, and I think he's pretty good now, is stepping out and hitting the 3. Mm-hmm. And he was pretty good at that at Duke. Mm-hmm. He didn't take a ton of threes. I mean, he was a back to the basket guy, but in the NBA, he's going to have to be able to stretch those guys out.
I think that would be the least exciting pick. Is he as
dynamic as fellow Dookie, who was a number 1 pick, Paolo Banchero?
No, Banchero's. I mean, he's pretty freaking good. He's pretty freaking good.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I don't feel like he's as good as Banchero, and Banchero's very good pro.
Okay, well, Banchero was the top pick.
Well, they're actually comped very closely to each other.
Are they?
In their play styles, yeah. Anytime you look up Boozer's NBA comp, it says Banchero.
Okay.
He seems more athletic to me. But
yeah.
That would be the one I'd be least excited
Everyone's
about.
hating on Boozer. The guy, he was by far the number 1 recruit in high school coming out. He played very well. He won the Player of the Year. Like, what else do people want from this guy?
Well, why is Devanza rated above him?
I mean, these guys they're just very athletic. So
yeah,
I like
what it is.
I like a little more athletic. That's just what I like.
So would Boozer be your number 1 pick?
I'm not saying he's going to suck.
If Drab had the number 1 pick, you're an NBA GM. You let's say you're Dawkins. You get the number 1 pick. The Wizards land the number 1 pick. You're taking Carlos Boozer?
No, it's Cam Boozer.
I mean Cam Boozer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he's not going to take him.
No, probably not. But if they did take him, I wouldn't be upset about it.
He's just the one to be least excited
if they have
about.
the 3rd pick and Devonsa and Peterson are gone, they get Boozer. It's a really good pick. I'm not saying they'll take him. They could take somebody else, but
I think Boozer's has a like a higher floor than those other guys. Those Peterson and AJ could bomb out.
That might be true.
I just think Boozer, like,
I think he's more of a sure thing.
Yeah,
but
you're going to get a long career for him.
You're going to get a Carlos Boozer type career.
But I'm not sure the upside is as big as the others.
Maybe better.
I think Caleb Wilson, he could be a boomer bust big time, but the athleticism is crazy.
I think Cam is so smart on the floor. He's so fun to watch. He's a great passer.
He'll be a great teammate, great in the locker room.
I mean, those are guys that win championships. I'm not hating on Cam Boozer if he ends up in DC at all.
Look what his dad averaged getting into year 3 of his career. 18, 18, 21, 21, 16, 20, 18. I mean, that's a solid NBA career. He was probably in the league 12 years.
Oh, a very solid career. Of course, people would kill for that career.
If you could get Cam Boozer to be in that range.
If you could get his dad's career, it would be a good pick.
Correct.
Yeah. I just am not as in. It's just
and
not sexy.
His dad was a 2nd round pick.
It's just not sexy. That's all.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean he's gonna suck. It's not sexy.
1-800-636-1067. If they don't land the number 1 pick after all of this tanking, will you still be happy that the Wizards endured such an awful season in terms of wins and losses? 1-800-636-1067. Or will you think it wasn't worth it? Let's say, and where do you draw the line? Because I think if they land 1 or 2, I think you're pretty happy. If they land 3, you're like, eh. If they get 4 or 5, and they could be great players, I think you're going to be unsatisfied. 4 or 5 is going to feel dirty. It's going to feel like, man, that was a waste of a season.
I never wanted him to tank. I never liked the idea of it. Ever.
But if you had to say right now, is there a line right now, if you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067, which is completely disappointing and makes you regret the season if you were a pro tanker? So just put yourself in the in the thought that you were a pro tanker like Cakes, and then you end up with the 4th pick.
4th pick could be a really good player.
Of course, it could be.
Yeah. I mean, no one knows if Devonta is going to be better than Boozer or better than Caleb Wilson or better than Acuff. No one knows.
I might want Caleb Wilson over all the guys. He might be my. He might. I mean,
if they get a top 3 pick, and I'm guessing he'll be available.
Well, let's be honest about one thing. This wasn't a 1-year tank. They've tanked out for 3 or 4 straight years.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so
anytime you tank and you think you're going to get the first pick, it's just dumb. You don't understand the system. You have a 13-14% chance of getting the first pick. So I would never hang my hat on a 14% chance. I would always assume I'm not going to get the 14% chance. I would never bet I'm going to get the 14%.
Correct. It has been a multi-year tank.
So dumb.
Yeah.
When Winger and Dawkins came in
Even
here,
if they get it,
they cleared
dumb luck.
They cleared out everybody, right? And they've drafted Koulibaly, they've drafted Sarr, they've drafted Trey Johnston, but this was supposed to be the last year of tanking. right?
Yeah,
That's
I
why
think
you trade for Trae Young and you
think it
trade
is.
for Anthony Davis.
I think it is.
Yeah.
So if it's the last year of tanking and you finish with the worst record in the NBA, if you end up with the 4th or 5th pick, it just feels unacceptable. And they have no control over it.
Well,
It's
you
all
should-
luck.
Don't be surprised by it. You should expect it. You should expect the 5th pick.
When you have an 86% chance, am I doing the
Yeah,
math
the
right?
86% chance
To
of not
not
getting
getting
the
the top-
first pick.
Yeah.
I mean, to even think you're going to get the first pick is dumb.
But
Even if you get it.
I think
just got lucky.
You got lucky. I think if you get a top 3 pick, though, I think it's legit. And 4 or 5 could be really good players too. But if you get a top 3 pick, all right, let's just say you don't get the 1. If you get 2 or 3, then I think you can be excited and kind of work your way up. Start building that guy around the guys you have. Who knows about Anthony Davis? But if you get a top 3 pick and you can get a Wilson or a Boozer, solid.
I don't think he shoots as well. But I'm getting Lenny Bias vibes when I watch Caleb Wilson.
I've seen him comp to Michael Jordan.
The athleticism. I'm telling you, I'm getting Lenny
he's
Bias.
definitely an athlete. Yeah.
The Lenny Bias vibes. The way he attacks the basket and gets up there with 2 hands.
Yeah. He's just not a shooter. That's the thing.
He's not
He's not a perimeter shooter.
But I mean, I've seen him hit some like mid-range. He's got a nice stroke. It's fine. I don't know why he can't get better at it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very intrigued by him.
I mean, if you want a shooter, you're going after Acuff.
Yeah.
Now,
I'm just
Acuff's
intrigued
going
by
to
the
be
package.
6'2", but he's not 6'10". But Acuff, I think, is
What
going to
do
be
they
really
list Wilson at? 6'8"?
No, he's bigger than that.
Bigger than that?
6'10", I'm guessing.
6'10"?
He's super skinny.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, he's skinny.
That's my guy. I'm a Caleb Wilson guy.
He's got long arms too.
If you had the number 1 pick, you'd take Caleb Wilson?
I don't know, maybe. He's just intriguing.
I'm
Maybe
intrigued.
I'd probably take the
I'm
Bonzo,
intrigued by
but
Acuff. I feel like he could be Derrick Rose like in the NBA. Maybe it's the Calipari connection.
I like
just-
Acuff too. I like Acuff. Though I'm telling you, the one I'd be the least excited about, and he might be the best one of all of them, is
Boozer. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just not sexy. That's all.
Just solid. Really, really good.
Yeah, I think he'd be a solid pro. Probably a 15-year career. Probably make $250 million.
Yep.
Probably make $500.
But if he's comped to Banchero, and I mean, Banchero's a very good player.
He's really good.
I mean, the
I
team
know.
blew a 3-1 series lead, but he put up 45 in one of those games.
Right.
Yeah, I think again, my prediction is 3, and I think you should be very happy with 3 or better.
I feel like the town though is not going to get really fired up unless they land the number 1 pick.
I think they'd be fired up for 2. Because at 2, you getting either DeBonce or Peterson in all likelihood, and both those guys have been projected to go 1 overall.
Yeah,
It's like 1A, 1B at this point. I think if you got 2, fans would be excited. And who knows? It could be a situation like it was the SAR year when the Hawks drafted what's his name?
Reece Shea.
Yeah, Reece Shea, and then Will Dawkins just laughing
yeah.
because he was never going to take him.
Reece Shea is not even. In the playoffs, he wasn't even playing.
I know.
Right.
Think about that.
Well, I'm going
A couple years in,
hopefully in a couple
a
weeks.
guy who drafted number 1 overall is sitting on the bench during a playoff series.
Yeah.
Not just on the bench as a contributor, like sitting on the bench,
No, I know.
stuck to the bench.
I know.
Yeah.
If Bronny James get more play.
Wasn't good enough. Wasn't good enough.
I mean, honestly, we don't
It was
know
a whiff of a top pick.
We don't know who Will leans towards. Like if he had the 1 overall, and I think that they're so close that they could pick who he doesn't like, and
So
he could
you
still
want
get
them-
his guy at 2.
You want them to keep Anthony Davis. If you had a front line,
Yeah,
Anthony
if you want
Davis.
to trade him at the deadline because it doesn't work and he's unhappy, sure, fine.
All right. If you have working with the guys they have,
Yeah.
if you have a front court that has Anthony Davis and Sarr, I don't know who you dub the center.
Doesn't
who,
matter.
Who you dub the power forward,
Who
right?
cares?
DeBanza fits in as a 3. Can he play the 3?
Yeah.
I think he can. Sure.
He could definitely play the 3.
Is he a 3-4?
Yeah, probably, but he's an athletic player.
Yeah.
I think
It'd be a tall
That'd-
front line.
be a great front line. I don't know what they list him at. I'm guessing he's 6'8", 6'9".
What
And then your backcourt would be Trey, if you're going with the future.
Maybe Trey and Trey.
And then Trey Young.
Maybe Trey and Trey.
Got to find minutes for Will Riley.
Yeah, they would.
He is a baller.
Comes off the bench.
Yeah.
Or he starts over Devanza.
Yeah.
No, but I don't know if Wizards fans will be upset if they don't get the number one.
I think
I think it'll be an eye roll.
Even though they tanked, but Wizards fans have to understand it's a 14% chance.
Yeah, I think that. I'm telling you, if they get the 2 pick, Wizards fans will be excited. If they get the number 2 pick of the draft,
yeah,
that's a home run.
Just like they were.
That's like
2 years ago.
That's not a grand slam. That's a 3-run homer. That's a 3-run homer.
Mm-hmm.
If they get the 3rd pick, honestly, it's a solo shot.
Yeah, if they get the
4th pick, it's a double. If they get the 5th pick, it's a single.
Yeah.
I think anything below 3, it's going to be we're cursed.
If they get
the whole Wizards curse, that's how people are going to feel. They're not looking at the math of it, EB. I get it. The math of it says they're more likely to get the 5th pick than any of the picks ahead of it.
Right.
It's the most likely landing spot.
Right. So that's what I would bet on.
I know, but Wizards fans are going to feel the old curse of the Boule has extended, and they just can't catch a break.
If they get the 4th pick and they're able to draft Caleb Wilson, they should.
Yeah, you'd be excited about that.
Yeah, you're going to get a good player in the top 5. I think you laid it out perfectly. There are 5 guys who are sexy.
Yeah.
What'll be a joke is
but there's one that's least sexy, which I agree with you, I think is Boozer.
Yeah.
What'll be a joke is if a team
and he might be the best.
Mavs come up and get the top pick again.
Yeah, I assume there will
or
be.
Or the Bucks.
I assume there will be one outlier that jumps ahead of us.
Imagine if the Thunder get it.
Or the Thunder.
Well, they should redo it. They should cheat.
They have the Clippers pick.
They have the Clippers pick, correct.
Yeah.
They're so deep right now watching that game last night. It's just absurd how good their 9th and 10th players are.
Mm-hmm. No, but we'll find out Sunday, 3:00. Hopefully John Wall brings some luck.
And then our guy, Ben Strober, he and Linnell are doing a big preview show, right? I know he tweeted about that. Are they doing that on Saturday? Or
no, it's a Sunday show right after the lottery.
Right after the lottery, they kind of talk about where they stand and
lottery reaction.
That'd be great.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they get the 5th pick. That's the lowest they can go, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's fine. I think they're going to get a good player for sure. So you can't be too disappointed.
Right, but look at this year. The 5th pick is that what Trey Johnson was drafted? Was he the 5th?
5th or 6th, maybe 6. I'd have to go back and look.
Stop pop quizzing me. I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean, check, Google,
or don't ask.
But he certainly didn't play like a top 6 pick.
He had moments.
Yeah, but
I think there's promise there. Like I don't think he's a dud.
He was under. I don't think so either. But he was underwhelming for a top 6 pick.
I mean, he shot. What did he shoot from threes? He averaged 12 a game.
He was the 6th pick. What I would say is, look, Cooper Flagg ended up winning Rookie of the Year over Con Knippel, right? Cooper, transcendent star. Dylan Harper, number 2. He's in the playoffs right now. He's a contributor, big time. Edgecombe, baller.
Yep.
Number 3. Watch the Sixers series. He's showing how good he can be. Knippel set record in 3-pointers. Ace Bailey at 5. Utah.
He had flashes.
I think so. There was a drop off from those top 4.
Yes.
So that's
top
where
4
number 5.
Stars.
It's just more of a reach, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every pick you go down doesn't mean that you can't become a star if you're a lower pick. Of course, Joker was a 2nd round pick, and he's arguably the best player in the NBA. But every pick down, the likelihood of finding like a superstar, it's less.
Of course. But they're going to be okay. They're going to have somebody that I think that we could get behind, be excited about. Even Akon.
I think you should be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, if you ended up having the 7th pick, now I know they can't go down below 5, but if you had the 6th or 7th or 8th pick, okay, that was a doomed season.
Right. Well, that's why
it was a doomer.
That's why they won 17 games.
That's why they won.
Ensured that wasn't going to happen.
That's why they won the 17.
Right.
But fans go, all right, well, we tanked. We have the worst record. We should have the top pick. Well, you got 14%
They're
chance.
fortunate because it appears it's not like a Kwame Brown year.
No, this is the whole reason that this was supposed to be the year.
Yeah.
This is the year of the sillies.
Right.
So they got to get one of them.
Well, I guarantee you Will Dawkins feels the same way.
They're going to get a good player. They're going to get a good player.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can always tweet us at Junks Radio. Coming up next, we talked to Ben Valin about Stephon Diggs. Let's take a look at what's left in terms of wide receivers.
He
because
gave a ringing endorsement. By the way.
Juwan Jennings out. He signed a deal, $13 million. He's not coming to Washington. Should Washington address that number 2 receiver position, and who's out there? We'll tackle that next here on the Junkies. Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. You know, the World Cup's coming up.
Yeah, when's that start?
About a month. I don't have the exact start date. I probably should know that.
It's gonna be a big deal. We're gonna have to draft countries through our little World Cup pool that we do.
All right, we'll do
every
that.
few years.
I see June 11th.
Okay.
All right.
I see games on June 11th, so it's a month away.
Yep.
And you're seeing more and more kind of advertising campaign. And yesterday, I don't know if you guys saw the Backyard Legends short film. Neither of you guys clicked on it?
No.
So I just was perusing on social media, and I clicked on it. It's a short film featuring Timothée Chalamet, Bad Bunny's in it, Trinity Rodman, and then a bunch of soccer stars, including Lamine Yamal, Messi's in it, Zidane, Beckham. Now, I'll be honest, the Zinedine Zidane and Beckham, I don't know if they did, like, what was that movie where they brought back, Scorsese brought back De Niro and Pacino, and they de-aged them? Remember that one?
Yeah.
So I don't know what they did, because Beckham looks young.
I didn't see
Zidane looks young, but it's got
I saw
all these
this.
stars.
This is what Mike did, right?
Yes, so I sent a text to my buddy Mike Bachman, guy who EB and I grew up with, played soccer with. I just saw him in LA a few weeks ago, and I said, "Hey, is this your deal?" And it is. It's almost has 1 million hits. I just tweeted it at Junks at Glass Joe JP. I'll put it on Junks Radio too. But just shout out to Mike. He's doing amazing work, and he had told me that he's been working with people like Yamal and Messi and all these people. But it's just pretty awesome to see, because I didn't know. I clicked on it, I watched it, and then I sent him a text. He was like, "Yeah, that's what I do."
Wow.
Yeah.
Where does he
Crazy.
live?
He lives in L.A.
Does he live in LA? Wow.
Yeah,
That is very cool.
Yeah, so check it out. I'll retweet
What's it called again?
It's called Backyard Legends.
Backyard Legends.
Where there's a pitch, there's a legend. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of it's not like a regular 60-second commercial. It's a short film. Mm-hmm. And apparently Chalamet is a huge football fan. He says, "I'm not a fan of soccer. I'm a football fan." Mm-hmm.
He's a huge basketball fan too.
But yeah, it's got, mega stars. Chalamet, Bad Bunny, Rodman, Yamal, Messi. I'm missing a couple others. But pretty cool to see his work. So check it out at Junks Radio. I'll retweet it.
Superstar in the advertising world.
Yep.
So
I know he's won a bunch of awards. So shout out to Mike B. And when I was texting him, he's like, "Give it a mention."
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah.
There's the mention, right?
Very
Good
All
job.
right, so
Good job, Mike.
when we had Ben Valin on, we asked him what he thought of Stephon Diggs, because Ben Valin's a guy who writes for the Boston Globe, and he covers the New England Patriots. And of course, Diggs was with the Patriots last year, and kind of curiously, they've decided not to bring him back, although he said maybe they would bring him back, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. He is a free agent. And we've been talking about what the Commanders would do at wide receiver, because we feel like there's a need. Now, they did draft Antonio Williams in the third round, but we still feel like they could upgrade at wide receiver and get a more proven number 2 wide receiver. And there are names that are still out there. Now, Juwan Jennings is not out there anymore. The Vikings signed him to a $13 million deal. He had 9 touchdowns last year, so you can scratch him off the list. What do you want the Commanders to do? Are you a Diggs guy? Do you want them to wait for Brandon Ayuk? Do you want them to bring back Deebo Samuel? Or are you good?
I think the most intriguing option for me at this point is Diggs, but it doesn't seem like there's any rumors of it, any hints that they're into it.
Yeah,
It seems like there's zero momentum other than fans.
Right.
Fans are excited about it, but it doesn't seem like there's any momentum from the team.
Yeah, I would probably be in the Diggs club too, because of production last year.
Like in a perfect world, I'd rather.
I would like Deebo too, but because if Jaden's healthy, Jaden and Deebo on the field would be, for a full season would be very interesting. But I would like Diggs as well. I definitely don't want Ayuk. Keenan Allen.
I'll take Ayuk, but I would rather have Diggs.
Correct. Yeah.
I'll take Ayuk. Would I rather have Ayuk or Deebo?
I mean, if you're going to give Ayuk a 1-year deal for $5 million, all right, prove it.
I don't know.
Prove
if it'll
that you
be
can
$5 million.
play.
You might have to give him more.
All right, whatever it is, it's
But
not a lot of money.
Not a lot.
It's not a lot in the NFL world.
Or it might be a 2 or 3 year deal, but it's like a fake 2 or 3 year deal. Like it's really only 1 year for
1 year
X.
guaranteed.
Yeah.
I would like Diggs. No doubt.
Diggs is to me the sexiest. I'm not. The Tyreek Hill is too much of a question mark. He's got. You want to talk about off the field baggage?
Yeah.
Guy's in court right now, I believe. He's still got off the field stuff and just coming back from a devastating injury. It's not just an ACL. ACL is like a sprain in an ankle compared to what he's got. So I'm not on Hill. Keenan Allen just seems. I mean,
He's
he would
older.
help.
He's
Like,
older.
You want to talk about at the very, very, very end.
I mean, he's true, but he'd be a good possession guy. And if you throw it to him, he's going to catch it, but he's not going to beat you down the field.
1-800-636-1067.
Diggs is
What
the most
should the
intriguing
Commanders
guy.
do at wide receiver? You mentioned Keenan Allen. This is from Pro Football Focus. He tallied a 76.1 PFF receiving grade with 1.62 yards per run or route run. His contested catches are really high. He boasted a 50.5% catch rate on such tries during his career. Now, he is 33, but Diggs is no spring chicken either if you're just looking at the age.
Nope.
No, but what Diggs
I think
has,
he plays younger than his age.
Now, his
That
PFF
makes
grade
any
was
sense.
higher. You know whose PFF grade was even higher?
Who?
Debo Samuel.
Yeah. I'd be fine bringing Debo back.
I would be fine bringing Debo back, but it's not.
I don't think
sexy
they will
at this point.
I don't think they will.
Now,
didn't-
what they point out is he does appear to be slowing down, and they now measure the speed of the way that they run routes. His average max speed in 2025 was 19.7 per PFF game athleticism score. His slowest
talking about?
year, Debo Samuel,
Yeah.
his slowest year since an injury-impacted 2020 season.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he was injured last year.
He was.
He
was
averaged
injured.
a career low 6.5 yards after the catch per reception because he's supposed to be, big yak guy.
Yeah, that's
But he
why
did bring in 52.6% of his contested targets.
That's why I'm less excited about Debo because that explosiveness wasn't there, and I think it was because of injury. But I mean, certainly he could help us. But the one I feel like has still big play potential ish is Diggs. Ish. And he's going to catch everything. He's super competitive. They say he works super hard. Right after that trial, he was photographed at the gym, like right away, knocking out a workout.
Well, look, he's a free agent. He needs a job. So of
his
course.
his PFF grade, for what it's worth, is actually higher than Debo's at 86.7. Although PFF, when they rated their free agent wide receivers, this is before free agency, they had George Pickens 1, franchise tag. Alec Pierce 2, stayed in Indianapolis. The Commanders, of course, targeted him. Mike Evans was 3. They had Debo 4. They had Juwan Jennings 5. Diggs was number 7, maybe for other reasons. The thing about Diggs, super consistent. Like per their grades, he's never been below 77.5. He had an 82.6, which ranked 10th amongst qualified receivers. So, look, I think Diggs is an upgrade. I mean, really, all those guys, if they're essentially rentals, guys that are going to be here a year or two, like you don't expect any of these guys to be with the team in 5 years.
No, they're complementary pieces, but they're kind of important. It's still kind of an important
for
piece.
a 1 year, contract. Any of those guys, I think, would be fine.
Like Juwan Jennings would have
Besides
been somebody
Ayuk.
that would have been maybe with them for 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, he signs a 1 year deal.
I don't see Diggs.
I mean, Jennings had 9 touchdowns, and he gets a 1 year deal. What's up with that? It's not worth 2 years to get 9 scores.
Sometimes touchdowns are fluky. You can have 9 1 year and 3 the next.
Yeah, but he was pretty darn good.
I told you, I'm still intrigued by
But
Tyreek Hill.
every time you look at a list of roster needs, even after the draft, Washington comes up as wide receiver. Any chance that Peters and Quinn just go, you know what, we're fine.
Yes.
McLaurin, we drafted Williams. We got Luke. Luke's going to be better. We got Burks. We went out and signed 2 guys. Diami's going to work for us. He's going to be our deep threat. Maybe they just don't need one or don't feel like they need one, like the media thinks.
I think the
fans.
receiving core right now is very similar to the receiving core from 2 years ago. A lot of the same parts. Diami Brown's here.
Possibly.
Terry McLaurin's here. Luke McCaffrey's here. So what's different? You got Antonio Williams,
Well, you got
Jalen Lane.
you got a third-round pick.
and you got Alec. You got Burks. You got Jefferson. But that year they had Zacchaeus. They had Noah Brown. I think it's on par with that.
I think it's a little deeper.
So
I think it's a little deeper now.
maybe.
But
So there's definitely a chance they say that we have
maybe
enough.
they think they have enough in that room.
Definitely a chance.
I don't think so.
So you think they're still going to go after one of these guys?
Yes.
Yep.
I think they. I think
Who do you
also
think's
that-
the most likely target? You still think it's Ayuk?
Yeah, I think Ayuk. They're just going to take him when he falls off the truck. I think
see.
that's what they're going to do. They're going to
Could be after June 1st.
Basically, get a free wide receiver. That's what they're hoping to do. Get him on the cheap. Get him for free. He loves Jaden. They have a special relationship. He's a special talent when he's healthy and in shape. And if not, I think they think they can line up, like you say. I think they can line up Williams, Terry, and like a Diami, and then filter in the other guys.
You're probably right. They probably feel like they need another guy, and maybe they'll just wait until another month.
I think they've been waiting this long. They're just going to keep waiting for IU.
But it'll be interesting to see who it is if they think they
put
need
it this
another
way:
guy.
if they sign a Diggs, Ayuk's off the table.
Of course,
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they sign Diggs, all those guys are off the table.
But there seems to be zero momentum to sign Diggs.
Well,
Zero.
look, the trial just ended a day ago, so let's just see.
But is there really any momentum to sign any of the guys?
Well, there
Well,
seems
not
to
that we
be a
know
lot
of.
of smoke around Ayuk. All the guys that cover the team, and they're not into going on limbs and just speculating.
Yeah.
All the guys that cover the team are like, they're waiting on Ayuk.
So they're hearing something.
Somebody's telling them something.
We'll talk to Ben Standig about that coming up at 8:45. Coming up next, we have our Junkies weekend parlay. We're going to make it very fadeable if you want to go the other way on our picks. Hey, Red Wing is the legacy footwear brand that has set the global standard for purpose-built boots since 1905. They are expanding beyond shoes for the first time. Known for its unmatched quality, fit, and durability on the job site, Red Wing is now taking that same craftsmanship with the new work apparel line. Our friends at Red Wing hooked up the junks with hoodies, long sleeve shirts, and graphic tees. I love my black hoodie. I've got the brand new boots. Great for when I mow the lawn. Great also in studio. Or just when you're out and about. Visit redwing.com/apparel today to see the new collection. Hey, a reminder, 2 weeks from today, we are broadcasting live from the Starbird in Dewey Beach. Join us Memorial Day weekend. We're kicking off the show at 6 a.m., as always. But it's not going to slow down. B. Mitch and Finley are going to be there. They take over at 10. That's all presented by Main Street Bank. So 2 weeks from today, we'll be partying Dewey as we celebrate our 30th anniversary. Right now, though, time for our Junkies Weekend Parlay, which we are tweaking. Drab, can you explain the tweak? And the reason for the tweak is we've been terribly unsuccessful. And the tweak is we're making all of our picks fadeable. What does that mean for those at home?
Having fadeable picks means if you like the Pistons to win tonight, one of us does, or tomorrow, you would fade that by picking the Cavs.
Mm-hmm.
So you do the opposite.
You do the opposite. And everyone always says that we're horrible at this, which we are, and it's not any fun because we lose all the bets. Well, now we're giving you an opportunity to pick the exact opposite of us on every single bet.
Right. Because sometimes we make plays where you can't go with the opposite. Like if you picked a Kentucky Derby winner,
Yeah.
you can't pick the opposite. It's not fadeable.
If you pick a guy to hit a home run
right
in a game, you can't fade that.
Right. But if you pick a winner in a game, you just go the other way. It's kind of like always bet against cakes.
The people that kill us, okay, it's obviously horrible if we go 0-6 or 0-7 and nobody wins. But we're these parlays are $10 to win $3,000. It's almost impossible to hit those.
But it's uncanny when we week after week only hit one pick.
That's true.
Like
so when
you're
going
0 for 3 so far in the reboot.
All right, but how bad was my luck?
I understand
that the Magic lose a 24-point lead in the third quarter.
Oh, that was looking. I think somebody even tweeted us. Jason picked the winner, and then Orlando missed 23 straight shots.
I mean,
that's unheard of.
Yeah, he doomed me
to miss 23 straight shots.
Yes.
So anyway, it's our fadeable Junkies Weekend Parlay. Do you have the sound effect for the wheel?
No, let's just go.
All right. Why don't you start?
All right, I'll lead off. You know what? I'm an NBA guy. There's game 3 tonight, Timberwolves against the Spurs. If you watch game 2, you would think I'm crazy here because the Spurs just dismantled and demolished the Minnesota Timberwolves. But remember, the T-Wolves stole game 1 in San Antonio. That was their mission. Get game 1, now you got home court advantage, right? Mm-hmm. They now go back to Minnesota. I think they're going to win this game straight up against the Spurs. Anthony Edwards has been back. Came off the bench, and he really hasn't had a vintage game. The role players tend to play better at home. I think Minnesota, they have had a lot of success in the playoffs. They haven't made it to the NBA Finals, but the last couple of years they've had success. They've made a run at the Western Conference Finals. I think they handle their business at home. The emotion of game 3, the home crowd leads them to a win. They're catching points. I'm just going to say they're going to win, so I'm going to take the T-Wolves on the money line.
All right.
Okay. Mr. Bickle, who you like?
You want me to go?
I mean, I can go if you're not ready.
No, I'm fine.
All right.
So, again, we're kind of limiting ourselves here a little bit because we're trying to find things where you guys can fade us.
Mm-hmm.
And the Nats are playing pretty well. I don't know if I buy that they're going to be able to continue to do this time in, time out.
So you like the Marlins?
Foster Griffin is pitching, right? I believe tonight.
Yes, he is.
The over-under is 4.5 strikeouts. So in his last 3 of his last 4 outings, he's gone under. He's had 3 strikeouts in 3 of his last 4 outings. So I'll go under the 4.5 strikeouts. So you guys can fade it if you think he's gonna, just want to fade him. Go over. You can go over.
So you're going under 4.5 strikeouts. Foster Griffin
minus
tonight in Miami.
Yeah.
Okay.
Minus 118.
Okay. All right. I'm just writing it down.
You're a Nats fan, so let's say he opens up the game and strikes out the side.
Well, I mean, I would rather see them win.
Right.
I would rather see them win.
But you'd be bitter if he strikes out the side to lead off the game.
But my guess is, I don't know.
Probably not going to happen.
I don't know.
I don't hate your play.
Yeah.
I don't hate it at all.
All right, so Foster Griffin under.
Although he's never had an outing where he's just gone like 1 inning or whatever. He's basically he'll give you 5 or 6 innings. At least he's solid.
Mm-hmm. And the Nats are a much better road team than they are at Nats Park. 12-7 away from Nats Park.
Yeah.
All right, you're in. All right, I'll go next. Sticking in baseball as well. The Phillies, who have been pretty hot since they fired Robbie Thompson and Don Mattingly took over. Now they got blown out last night by the Athletics 12-1, but before that they had won a bunch of games. They're playing the Colorado Rockies at home tonight, and total 7.5. Now the Rockies have a really bad team ERA. So does Philadelphia, but they're getting better. And Jesus Luzardo is pitching tonight for the Phillies. In his last 3 starts, he's only allowed 3 earned runs in about 17 and a third inning. So he dropped his ERA from 7.94 to just around 5 flat. So he's pitching a lot better. Beat the Marlins a few days ago down in Miami, where he pitched really well, struck out 10 in 6 and a third. The game before that, he struck out 8 against San Francisco. They won 7-0. So he's pitching a lot better. And I like the Phillies to beat the Rockies tonight, and I'm going to lay the run and a half. I believe it's plus 105. I thought about playing just the regular money line, but they're minus 200, and just to make the payoff a little bit better, I'll go Philly laying the run and a half plus 105 against the Rockies. So if you want to fade it, you play the Rockies plus the 1.5.
So we go behind the glass. I don't know. Does Chris have a pick?
Chris, you want to get in? You don't have to.
I don't know if he's prepared.
He's not a.
Okay.
He's not prepared.
I mean, I haven't even looked at the odds for what.
All right, so
what
you're
we're
out.
picking.
You're out. All right, let's go to Drabby. Then we'll leave the final pick to Mar.
All right. Let's go to the first NBA game tonight. Knicks at the arena formerly known as the Wells Fargo Center. Knicks have been just super impressive in game 2. Blew them out. Embiid was out for game 2. Questionable for game 3. I don't think it even really matters that much. I think the Sixers can win without Embiid. Sometimes they play a lot better without him.
They were close to doing it in game 2.
And Maxey has to play a lot better, and I think he'll have a bounce-back game. I just don't see the Knicks winning 6 playoff games in a row. They got to have an off night here, and I like them.
Philly's a slight favorite.
They are favorites. The Sixers are a slight favorite tonight at minus 120. So we'll take the Sixers to win game 3 against the Knicks to end their streak and to make that series 2-1. So I'll take the Sixers minus 120. If you want to fade Drab, go for it. Knicks plus 102.
All right. And that leaves Mike Marr.
Now, every listener out there, I dare you to take the opposite of this play. And if you take the opposite, you must not like money. Tomorrow night, Avalanche against the Wild, game 3. Give me the Avalanche money line, minus 125. They've dominated the first 2 games of this series. They scored 9 goals and 5 goals, and they're 6-0 in the playoffs so far. They're favorites to win the Stanley Cup.
Do you even watch hockey?
I know a little bit about everything.
You do?
A little bit.
He's been watching.
Yeah, I've been watching a little bit. I know they're undefeated in the playoffs. They're favorites to win the Stanley Cup. Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, the 2 best players on the Avalanche. There's some savages. And also, Black Diamond Mike, I calls avalanches. So I know a thing or two about those Avs. So, yeah, if you like money, take the Avs. If you don't like money, fade me. I dare everyone to fade me.
Take the Wild. Okay.
It's the lock.
Did we all take favorites?
No.
I did not.
You did not. Okay, so the payout can't be that
favorite
good.
in the actual money line, yeah, but plus money on the actual bet.
So what's the payout's got to be nubs for this one.
It is a Nubs payout.
All right, recap
We
real
just got to
quick.
get on the board. All right. Jason and I, we're doing the Philly special. I like the Sixers money line. Jason likes the Phillies run line.
Yep.
Mar, as you just heard, loves the Avalanche tonight. He is the Avalanche. Foster Griffin under 4.5 strikeouts for Bickle. And JP likes the T-Wolves to go up 2-1 against the Spurs.
All right.
No, hold on. You and Jason, what are you guys doing again?
They're just Philadelphia, city of Philadelphia.
Don't worry, we picked Philly.
Yeah, we just like the
Phillies and Sixers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're big Philly fans.
All right. Okay.
Right. Hope you weren't a Flyers fan.
So what does
Last
the $10 bet pay?
Yeah, what's $10 pay on that? Five teamer.
5-team, $10 parlay pays out
$400.
$323. Hey, we need to get on the board.
Yes, we need a dub.
Maybe
it's
We
like
got 2 games tonight in the NBA.
It's like when Ted Turner became the manager after 16 straight losses. You just got to do something to shake it up.
All right.
All right, let's get on the board.
What if we all hit, like 4 games are today, right?
Mm-hmm.
If all 4 of us hit and everything's on Colorado.
I love that. I want that. I hope that happens.
Well, Mike will be down at the beach watching that game.
Yeah, I'll be at the Starbird with Monty. I was actually shot him a text yesterday, get some orange crushes, and we'll be celebrating the Avs win.
Are you actually in touch with Monty?
Yeah, Cakes gave me his number.
That's hilarious. He's like, who's this kid? That's so great. I love it.
I got to do the recon work for us.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know when the last time you guys were there, so I'll come back. I'll
Send
explain.
us a couple pics.
I got you.
Will you?
Yeah, the Airbnb I got, it's like half a mile away from the Starbird.
You're perfect. I mean, everything's right there.
The stars are aligning.
All right, so our weekend parlays in. I'll put it up on social media. Follow us on Instagram, Sports Junkies Radio. I'll put it up on Twitter as well, at Junks
There you go.
Radio.
You can fade us.
Remember, we've got Ben Standig, Talk Some Commanders coming up at 8:45 here on the Junkies.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore? Why should you? Keibert Ruiz went 3 for 4 with 2 doubles, a homer, and a career-high 5 RBI to lead the Nats not only to a 7-5 win over the Twins, but their first series win at home this season. Over in the NBA, OKC is up 2-0 on the Lakers with a 125-107 win last night. The Pistons beat the Cavaliers 107-97, going up 2-0 in that series as well. And in the NHL, the Flyers are on the brink of elimination, dropping last night's matchup 4-1 to the Hurricanes. Carolina up 3-0 in the best-of-7 series. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long. We are celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Jason Bishop and Eric Bickle. Cake's out today. He'll be back on Monday. So one of the raps on the Commanders the last couple of seasons has been they're an old team.
Mm-hmm.
Part of it was intentional. When Quinn took over and Peters took over, they wanted to install veteran leadership. That's why they brought in initially Bobby Wagner, Zach Ertz, Austin Eckler. They were all veterans.
Well, it wasn't also just veteran leadership. They had huge holes, and they had to fill them.
Yes, but they brought in vets. They knew they were older guys. I mentioned Wagner, Ertz, Eckler's another one. And then last year, they brought in Von Miller, 36. Mm-hmm. The Tunsil deal. Tunsil's not young. He's
Tunsil's
31.
Yeah.
So it turned out that they had
we
last
say that,
season.
But he's young. He's very young. For an NFL player, right.
Last season, turns out that they had the oldest roster in the NFL. And some people want to attribute their lack of success to age. So one of their missions, supposedly, was to get younger and faster. And in free agency, they mostly went with younger guys who do add speed to the lineup, whether it's Owe or Chanel. They supposedly did that. But interestingly, Ian Harditz, who used to be with PFF, has data on the current rosters in the NFL.
Okay.
The youngest team in the league is the Dolphins. The Chiefs are the second youngest. Titans, Browns, Packers. That's your 5 youngest teams in the NFL. Who is the oldest team in the NFL?
I guess you're bringing it up because it's the Commanders.
Once again, it is the Washington Commanders.
But the
is
average
this
age,
an area
hold on.
of concern?
Hold on. The average age is younger than it was last year.
Okay.
They may still be the oldest team, but the average age is younger.
Yeah, and their old pieces, their oldest pieces, are like special teams guys, like Tress.
Tress weighs
like
36.
Long snapper Tyler Ott.
How old is he?
He's 34.
Right.
Like Nate Ballore.
Right.
Who's the special teamer.
Right.
The reason why the season went sour last year was because Jaden got hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, they lost Eckler and, but Von Miller came in and, had 9.5 sacks or whatever the hell he had.
Yeah, but he's 36, so that's going to bring that number up.
Right. And Bobby, was old. I'm ready to move on from him, but he had, 170 tackles or whatever the hell he had.
Yeah. But look at how much younger they got just in free agency. They signed some young guys in free agency.
Okay, but you're bringing up special teamers. This actually breaks it down by offense and defense. Now, I don't know where they threw in the special teamers, but their average age on offense is 26.27. That is 23rd in the NFL. Their average player on defense is 26.96. That's dead last in the NFL.
Okay, but they were
and that includes guys like Dietrich Wise, 31. I'm not saying that's ancient.
They're probably including Nick Ballore.
Yeah.
Who's listed as a linebacker, but he's a special
So
teamer.
you don't think this is an area of concern? If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. Should we be worried that the Commanders' defense and team overall is still old? According to Ian Hartitz, the NFL average roster age is dead last in the NFL.
But their age got younger from last year.
Yeah.
It did.
Right.
By at least a full year, if not a year and a half, close to 2. Right. And all the guys who are going to be playing are younger.
Right, like Andrew Wiley's up there. He's a backup.
Right. Von Miller and Bobby Wagner aren't going to be on the field. Their combined age is like 75 or maybe older.
But they shouldn't have been included in this roster breakdown.
I'm saying last year.
Yeah.
So, of course, they're going to be older. You got younger guys this year that are going to be playing every day, every down.
Yeah.
No, it's not a concern.
I don't think it's a concern. I don't think it's in the top 7 or 8 concerns.
1-800-636-1067. I'm trying to see if there's a correlation, though, between age and the best teams, and I'm not really seeing it. I mean, the youngest team in the NFL, Dolphins, not a good team. Chiefs missed the playoffs last year. Titans missed the playoffs. They stunk. Browns, terrible. Packers. So they're 5th. That's the first, good team. Raiders. I mean, some of the best teams, Rams are 26th. The 49ers are 31st.
Where was Seattle?
The Broncos were 28th.
Seattle, New England.
Seahawks are in the middle of the pack, 17th.
And what about New England?
Patriots,
I thought they
19th.
were pretty young.
Both of them are middle of the pack.
Okay, so you'll take
that. So a mix.
And what is the difference between, let's say, the 19th and last? Like, what are we talking about? A year?
Probably.
Less than a year.
Half a year.
You're talking, yeah.
Less than a year.
I just don't think
Seahawks are
it's a big concern.
26.08. Commanders 26.79.
I just think that last year's roster was roughly around 28, average age of 28. This year it's roughly 26, so it's come down a couple years. I think that's a big deal. I wouldn't be concerned about it.
1-800-636-1067.
Now, if they go out and sign re-sign Debo or Diggs, all right, you get a little slightly older, but you want that.
Of what's available, yeah.
I will say the older guys, look, Jaden was the biggest reason the team faltered last season.
Mm-hmm.
Young. But the older guys did have issues in that Ertz didn't finish the season.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was the very end, right?
Terry missed a bunch of games.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about key contributors.
Right.
So it does make you, it makes me a little nervous. I don't think there's some super direct correlation to the age and injuries, but there might be a little.
I don't think it's a big deal.
It's 7 or 8 for me. I don't. In fact, I don't even think it would register for me.
I mean, most of the guys that they added to the roster are in that 20. I'm including the draft picks are in that 22 to 26 years old.
The one that they made a big deal about, and this is why the holdout lasted, and is Terry. Yeah. Now, were they right in that he's on the wrong side of 30? And, last year you're chalking it up to, on the positive side, you're chalking it up to, well, I didn't get the proper, training. The holdout screwed everything up. The timing was wrong. Everything just went wrong last year. But if he backs it up with another injury-riddled season, then you could start to say that's probably because of his age. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to say he got hurt last year because of his age.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it was just bad, the way the holdout all worked out. It was one of those years.
Right.
But if he gets hurt again this year, then I'll say, you know what? You're on to something there. Age factored in the decline of Terry McLaurin. But who of the other guys I'm not expecting Laremy Tunsil's 31, 32, whatever he
31,
is.
Yep.
And on the offensive line, you can play a long time. I'm not expecting Laremy Tunsil to drop off because he's 31. I'm not.
No, I agree. I totally agree.
Yeah, our punter's old. That's fine. He could punt till he's 40.
Yeah, he's 36, and he's one of the best. He's one of the top 5 punters.
Yeah, our long snapper's old.
And to Jason's point, if you go through kind of their signings, I do think it was all about speed and youth, right? So Odafe Owe, he's 27. prime. Nick Cross, 24. Calebon Chason,
25.
26.
All right.
Leo Chanel, 25.
25. Owe, 27. Chig, 26. 27. All the guys that they're going to be playing every down are 23 to 27 that they added. It's not a big deal.
All right, 800-636-1067. If you want to chime in, are you concerned about the age? I think it's an easy thing you can point to.
Rashad White, 27.
But honestly, I'm not really concerned. Let's go to Will. Now, if McLaurin falls apart, then I'll say, you know what? It's probably age-related. It just age is caught up to him, the wear and tear of the league.
Mm-hmm. If he falls, then that would be a
that happens to receivers.
I would say that's a concession to age.
Because one guy that we haven't brought up at all in terms of free agent receiver is a guy who just smashed into the wall. I don't know exactly when it was, but DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah.
I mean, he was he was
had
arguably the best receiver in football for a while, and then he just smashed into a wall.
Yeah.
Let's go to Will in Springfield, 800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. Are you concerned that Washington, while they got younger, is still the oldest team in the league, at least at this point?
Hey, Will.
John, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate you. What's up? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm kind of concerned. I'm concerned because last year we were resting the old guys during halfway through the season, resting them halfway through the week, and then getting them in there on Friday to get the playbook. We can't keep going through the same thing as we were going through last year. We got to get those guys in there. We got to get them guys practicing and getting them ready to go on Sunday.
Yeah, Quinn was given a lot of veteran days.
He does. He is big on that.
Yeah, but he's not going to have to.
That's why the players like him.
You know, we can't keep doing that, fellas.
But Will, all right. We just talked about all the guys they added. They're all in their mid-20s.
Yeah, they shouldn't be getting veteran days.
I mean, if you're going to factor in Marcus Mariota, okay, he's 32. That's going to keep that average age up. We talked about Tress Way.
Yeah, but
Tress is going to be on the field 5 plays a game.
Yeah.
Right?
But
Mariota's not going to be on, hopefully.
Is McLaurin going to be barely practicing because he's a vet and he's
probably
he's on the
he'll
wrong
get some
side
veteran
of 30.
days, and he had injuries last year.
So McLaurin will be.
They'll probably give him maintenance days, whatever they call it. He's going to get them.
Yeah.
I mean, Van Jefferson. You don't want Van Jefferson on the field too much. That guy's in his 30s. The guys who you want on the field who are on the roster are all young. It's a younger team. Okay, maybe it ranks last or because of some of the other guys.
The
They're a younger
difference
team.
between middle of the pack and them is like 6 months.
I know.
It's a marginal difference.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah. I'm not super concerned about it. The thing I'm most concerned about is keeping Jaden healthy. But
and actually, the difference between the youngest team in the league and the oldest team in the league is 1.5 years.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, the oldest guy. The 2 oldest guys are probably going to be playing most of the games are going to be McLaurin and Tunsil.
Right.
You got a problem with that?
No.
That's on the offensive side.
It's on the offense. All the defenses, they're all young.
Well, I think Wise will get some playing time. Will Harris is 30.
Yeah, but okay. But most of those guys are going to be in their mid-20s.
How's John Payne
the
now?
starters.
Payne's still 28.
Yeah. Kinlaw's young. Settles, what, 20?
Kinlaw's 28.
I don't know if Settles going to start.
28.
28. Payne young. 27. Chenal, 26. Styles, 22.
Yeah,
I mean, they're all young.
I don't feel like they're too old.
They're not.
Let's go to Nick.
Last year, you had a stronger argument because you had, guys hanging on like Zach Ertz, but he contributed.
They were big contributors.
And then you had Von Miller. He contributed too. He was a leading sack guy.
Lulu's 29. Nick, what's up?
I'll tell you, when you said it, I was shocked. I was like, wait a minute, all the guys we just signed, I was a little thrown off, but I'm thinking depending on what position they're playing, how old are they? Depending what position
I'm telling you, they're being way down because the long snapper and the punter in particular, and then their other special teams, Ace, Belor, are really raising the age.
And Mariota.
Take those 3 out of the equation.
Okay.
Mariota.
I was going to say it does bother me, but it really doesn't.
Terrible cell phone. Sorry.
A lot of times it's a mix together. It's it helps a lot. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks, Nick. Nick's calling from Welcome, Maryland. Where's that?
Never heard of it.
That's in Maryland, right? Welcome.
Is that what it said? Welcome?
Yeah. He's the guy that sounds like Drunk Mike when he calls in. I always think it's Drunk Mike. Is that like near La Plata or something?
Let's see.
I think it's
Welcome, Maryland's in Charles County.
Charles
Yeah,
County,
yeah.
Never heard of Welcome, Maryland.
Yeah.
And I'm from the state.
Yeah. Well, I see it when Nick calls in.
we have a few people call from there.
From Welcome.
I mean, that's way down there.
Drab, do you think it should be a concern for Commanders fans?
Well, I
You,
mean,
of course,
he
are a
thinks
Super Bowl
everything should be
champion
a
right now.
concern.
You're a Super
why are
Bowl
you saying that
champion.
for me?
I just feel like you're looking for drama.
Well, I don't think
I
you
think
ever
you're always
really
looking
want
for
the oldest team in the league.
He can have a less biased, though, opinion because he's a Seahawks fan.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not overly concerned about it right now because they're moving in the right direction, and I'm not expecting the Commanders to compete for a Super Bowl this year. So I think it's fine. Get the younger guys in here and get playing time. But yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to be the oldest team in the league. I don't care if it's Nick Bellore and Tress Way are up there too. Other teams all have their own Tress Ways and Nick Bellores that add to it as well.
Not necessarily, but they don't necessarily like their punter is not their oldest.
There's a lot of old kickers in the league. There's a lot of old punters.
For sure. But
and also, special teams is a big part of the game, and Tressway, I don't think was very good last year. But nobody likes to talk about that, but his numbers were not very good.
I'd have to look at it.
Really?
I'd have to look at it to say that.
I don't think so. I think PFF, he was one of the worst-ranked punters in the league.
Depends on the metric. And what metric?
Don't
And
kill
net-
me. I'm just...
No, I don't give a-
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me. I just
I'm not
remember him.
invested in it. I don't care. I like Tress, but
Yeah,
I don't
like
care.
him too.
I'd have to go back and look at that. I
don't
thought
know
he had
what
a good
metric
year.
you're referring to.
Now, they don't have an old codger, though. I know Bellore's 36.
He's an old codger.
Okay.
But
But
he's a special teams guy.
there are guys in the league still that are older, like Joe Flacco. They're in their 40s.
Right.
Tressway earned a PFF score of 44, 32nd among 32 qualified punters.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I know. And I think his average was way down.
Yeah, but where was he
Is
in
that
net
net?
average?
I don't
in
have
terms
all the
of
numbers.
how
I'm
many
just telling you,
touchbacks he had?
The PFF punters graded him horribly. I don't know what to do.
All right,
But
well,
then it-
I'll
again,
tell
it
you where he
depends on the
was.
metric.
On
Where
net,
was he?
net,
Yeah.
he was 5th in the league.
So there you go. Net, he was 5th in the league.
All right,
Where was he in touchbacks? I don't know.
Touchbacks?
Or inside 20 type. I shouldn't say touchbacks. Where was he in
touchbacks? He was 12.
Right. Where was he in punts inside the 20? That's always a big deal.
Yeah, inside the 20. Here you go. Inside the 20, Tress Way. 5th in the league.
Well, he probably punted a billion times.
Right.
What does that mean?
He had a good year. I don't care what PFF said. They're wrong. He had a good year.
Yeah.
What do you know about punting?
I'm just looking at the numbers.
I just told
punted
you
10,000 times last year. Of course he's going to be.
Two important stats.
I'm looking at the numbers. He finished top 5 in the league in two
what's
important
most
stats.
important is net.
Yeah.
The net punting average. That's most important. He was 5th.
Oh, we had good coverage. Maybe.
Right?
I don't
That's
know.
part of it. If you
I don't
boom
know.
one, hold on, you understand, Drab? When you
I understand
boom
what net
one,
punting is, yes.
Yeah. No, I know you know what it is. But when you just boom one, you don't necessarily get the coverage.
And Drab's wrong again. He didn't punt 1,000 times. He finished 17th in the league in punts. 17th.
Right. So middle of the pack.
He's not even close to top.
I'll book the punter, and they can tell you why Tressway was horrible last year.
All right, well then book a guy who thinks that Tressway's a good punter. He's gonna book the analyst.
I'm sorry, I don't want to ruin Jason's cocktail hour with Tressway or whatever.
Well, I mean, I just think you're wrong on some of these.
I'm reading.
He was top 5 in the league in 2 important stats, and he was 17.
You're doing a JP. You're cherry picking stats. I don't know anything. He asked me what I thought of Tressway. I said, didn't he have a bad year last year? And then I read you a stat that said he had a bad year, or a report that ranked him poorly.
Okay,
I don't know anything.
But I cherry picked the stat too, though. Yeah. That's the point.
I'm cherry picking the 2 stats that intuitively to me appear important. Your net average and like inside 20.
Mm-hmm.
How good are you pinning them inside the 20? Those appear to me to be important.
I don't even know if Tressway's part of this. It says that he did average age of offense and average age of defense. He's a special teamer. To me, that's to the side.
Well, they list Bellore as on the defense.
Yeah.
Because he's obviously not, they don't have a spot for like special teams ace.
Right.
Right.
But they don't have Tressway there.
Okay.
So I don't know that he's part of the equation. We'd have to have Ian Harditson to ask him if he used Trust Way as a defensive player or as an offensive player.
They didn't include the special teamers. Well,
don't know.
Overall, the number has come down. They're still maybe the oldest, but that's because of guys like Mariota.
It reminds me of the argument that Ruben Bain can't play because he's got a half-inch shorter arms than the next guy or something. It's trivial. We're talking about 6 months between middle of the pack and last. The difference is not.
I tend to agree with you.
It just
does make me a little nervous. Significant. I think you made a good point about Terry McLaurin specifically.
He would be one now if he has 2 back-to-back injury,
or if he's just
years,
slower.
Yeah, or let's just say
like Debo's become
then
slower.
You'll say, oh, you know what? He's hit the wall.
Yes.
It's over.
1-800-636-1067. You want to chime in? We're the Junkies on the Fan. Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Coming up at 8:45, Ben Standig will join us, Commanders insider. We can ask him if he believes the Commanders are too old. I think Jason won me over. I was kind of on the fence, but when you really look at it, Nick Cross 24, Oweh 27, Chase on 26, Chanel 25. Like the guys they brought back on defense, because in particular, we thought that the defense needed to get faster and younger.
Yeah. Well,
all those guys are faster and younger than they had before.
No, they definitely did that. And also, again, I think that it's not a significant difference between last place and like the middle of the pack.
Oh, and by the way, Sonny Styles is fast.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Sonny Styles, in theory, should become the star of this defense.
Mm-hmm.
He should be the best defensive player on the team. Maybe not this year because it's a rookie season, but for years to come, he should be the star of the defense.
I'll give you another guy that you can keep an eye out for, that if he has a down year, then you could say maybe he hit the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Frankie Louvu.
He's 29.
I think he might hit the wall last year.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So if he backs it up, I think a lot of people are expecting Frankie to have a bounce back year.
Okay.
But if he doesn't, then you could say, yeah, probably hit the wall.
He won't.
But the wear and tear, caught up with him.
He was on the field 99% of the time.
Yeah, but I think they asked him to do some different things. I think he was taking on some bigger guys.
Yeah.
So if they find a more appropriate role for him, based on his size and what he can handle, I expect him to have a bounce back year. I think he can have a great year at 29.
I agree.
So we'll see. We'll see where that all stands. Today's a big day. Just so you know, today's a big day because my guy Shane's going to be at my house at noon.
Oh,
the Nub Zero is going to get fixed.
So the old sub is going to take it apart. It's
a lot of pressure on Shane because Shane called in, and like you said, you canceled it with the other guy who said good luck.
I canceled. I had the other Sub-Zero guy who was going to come in and Band-Aid it for like $400.
Your guy who doesn't believe in Shane.
And we said, yeah, we got another guy. He's been in the business for like 30 years. He says he's done it a million times. He's going to take it apart. He's going to take it apart and put it all back together for $1,000. And he said, good luck with that.
Yeah.
But
he comes today.
He comes today. He had to order the parts. They come from Philly. Presumably the parts came in.
Right.
And if he comes in and he could solve it all for $1,000, it'd be the best $1,000 I ever spent.
Right.
Because even
it would be
a used one.
Because you thought you were going to pay like almost $6
for like a used one.
Yeah.
Right. To replace it. Because again, I have that situation where everything's got to be. Although I will say, we have a friend of the show, John DePompa, who does like repairing and custom cabinetry or whatever. He said he could probably finagle something. If I got something, he could make the cabinetry work. If I had to get a replacement that was a different size.
Right.
But this will be the best case scenario.
Owning
the pressure's
house
on. At noon, the pressure's on.
Owning a house is so stressful. I told you, our tax guy told me several years ago when I was looking to buy a house, he's like, well, why would you do that? And he whipped out like the calculator and there's arguments on both sides. It's not like you should rent, you should buy.
I think most
but at
people
that point,
agree over the long haul, it's the right move.
Right. But
maybe in a short term.
Sometimes, no, he was doing a long-term vision. There are arguments to be made for renting long-term, whatever. I just know when you buy an older house, which I bought, my house is not as old as yours, but I bought a house that was, I think, built in the 90s. Maybe it was like early 2000s. There's just so many things that we bought a house that the deck was banged up. So eventually I got to replace the deck. And now I never really looked at it on my radar, but now that we have a dog and we have a fence in the backyard to keep the dog in there.
You need a new fence?
I need a fence guy. I'm going to need a new fence because it's
too big.
Wood. No, it's an old picket fence.
Yeah.
It's not a white picket fence. It's brown. They painted it like chocolate brown, whatever. But the wood is rotten, and so a couple of the rails are out, and he snuck through one of the rails.
Oh, you got to patch that up, dude.
And so I did the low bit where I bought not chicken wire, but I bought something like chicken wire, and I put that so he can't dig to get underneath. But yesterday I was nailing. But I'm nailing into like rotten wood.
And you don't know what you're doing. You're a clown. You need to get a
that's fine, but I need a whole new fence. Like that's a down the road. So when I get I'm going to in the next year probably either get a new deck or do a screened-in porch. Going to do something like a big project, and then hopefully they can just do the fence.
So you mentioned the porch.
And my wife wants to put
first of all, here's what you should
turf in the backyard in a certain spot.
First of all, this is what you should do. You should go right to the sales staff. They're never here on, but you should go next week.
I know.
And you should say, I'm looking for a fence.
Yeah.
Find me a fence
company.
guy. Let's make the magic happen.
Correct.
That's what you should do. That's the first thing you should
for
do.
anything you need.
I know. I look. He's no longer with the company, but I shot like a video for a potential. Like it was going to be a humongous buy. This is like a year ago. You know how that goes. And it was like step 1, step 2, step 3. Then step 4 was like I sent like a thank you. Like I really video. I shot like a little selfie video, and the guy who's no longer with the company was like, "That's fantastic," because I was like, "Can't wait to work with you guys." Blah 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 blah, and then it never happened. You know how that works.
Well, that happens.
But yes, you are right. At some point, but I don't think I'm at that stage yet where I'm. But I will ultimately, in the next probably 24 months, have to get a fence.
You mentioned your deck. Mm-hmm. We have friends. Vinny and his wife are going to come stay with us. We're going to the Mets game next week. Was it next week? When the hell?
Maybe 2.
When 2 weeks.
May,
2 weeks.
May 17th or 18th or something.
So 2 weeks. No, not next week. The week after. And then they're going to go to Dewey, and I've got friends. Anyway, we're going to be having people over at the house.
Yeah.
My wife is now hammering me on. She wants me to power wash the deck.
Mm-hmm. Do you have some
because we're going to have guests?
Of course. Want to make it look good. They're gonna be hanging.
I just want to blow the leaves off it.
Nah,
they probably won't even go out on the deck.
Too many. Yeah, you will. Too much. You know what? You probably got pollen all over the deck.
Yeah, there's pollen on the deck.
Just power wash it. It'll take you a half hour.
It'll take more than that, and it's just so messy. I just hate doing it.
I know it's a pain.
I just think the net value on it. It's like I can think of a million things I'd rather do.
Well, you can hire someone to do it.
No, I'll do it.
I need to do it. I have my stone.
It's not important to me.
My wife will come.
My stone entrance has like the green. I don't know if you'd call it mold, whatever, coming in algae. I guess
you got
on the edges of a couple stone. I got to blast that.
Come on in, Roger. I saw Roger, by the way.
It's Roger, the Dodger.
And I will say this: I did knock out something. Sit down, Roger. I thought,
Hey, it's Roger.
Roger and I were talking about how great it was Friday.
It's Friday,
and that,
Roger. Friday.
There's only an hour and a half left of the show. Can get out of here. You put your headphones on, bud.
Okay.
So you can hear yourself. But it's Mother's Day, and Roger's a father, right? I assume is your mother still alive? No, but your wife. Yeah, right, you got to get a gift for your wife, right?
Yeah.
I thought maybe we could get
but
some Mother's Day suggestions.
It is more of the kid's job to take care of the mom.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I believe that. I mean, it's up to them to do something for sure. But I mean, you got to pay respect to the mother of your children. I think.
Yeah.
I think for sure. So I mean, I would never go on Mother's Day and not get the mother of my children, my wife, a gift. It's not possible. So I assume you're getting a gift for your wife.
Yeah.
Do you have any Mother's Day tips? Any last minute Mother's Day shopping tips?
Just trying to think of what the other suggested things are. The restaurant thing.
Well, you said maybe go out to dinner, maybe a little gift card or something for a restaurant.
For starters, yeah.
Okay. Like what's some of your restaurants you might hit up?
Well, probably like a seafood restaurant.
Seafood?
Yeah.
Now you live up in the Frederick area, right?
Yeah.
Do you have do you go to those Voltagios? Don't the Voltagio brothers have a restaurant up there in Frederick?
I haven't been to that one.
You haven't.
Do you like going to the downtown area? This kind of they built it up over the years.
Yeah.
Lots of stuff
it's supposed
to do.
to be really nice up there.
Yeah, it is.
Right?
It is.
I haven't been there in a long time.
Yeah.
So so
Market Street is where
Market Street.
All right. So your number one tip is, at least right now, is like a gift certificate to a restaurant.
Right.
What other past gifts have you given your wife or your mom for Mother's Day? Because guys are going to be scrambling. I went to the mall yesterday. I went to some stores. There were lines. There were a lot of people in there, like in the women's section.
Yeah.
Looking at girl stuff. A lot of dudes.
Like a Macy's gift card or something.
Macy's gift card? You think that would be good? Wouldn't it be better if you just took a stab? I took a stab at a gift.
Yep.
And I think there's a 50% chance that my wife's not going to like it, but I thought it's better than getting a gift card.
Yeah.
I took a stab at it.
Oh, okay. Well, that kind of works too.
Yeah.
Like a necklace or something.
Yeah, like jewelry.
Yeah.
That's what I said yesterday.
Yeah.
Roger, can you fill us in on what happened the other day when we
He has
lost
no idea.
power.
He has no idea.
And then it took out every station here except for PGC.
Yes, I can kind of sum it all up in an easy way. A problem started in PGC, but we didn't know it till later, and it caused like I don't know if you're going to call it a corruption in the system, where it fed through all the studios, and then there's a card in the master unit that sends the information to all the stations. So the error was being propagated to all the stations, and it was
So nobody could hear themselves in their headphones.
right. It was starting to disconnect router items that were all the programming for all the stations are preset with a predetermined program, right? So this
You really want to know the details?
Yeah, right.
Now I'm out.
well, there's
That's job
You
security
guys gotta
for him.
apologize to Wes. You blamed Wes the other day.
We
for
did.
screwing
I
up
didn't
the
blame
board.
him.
No, I didn't blame
Well,
him
I
at
mean-
all.
It's just-
I never blamed
It
him at all. I
happened.
just said,
Wes
Yeah,
got
he
blamed. I
got
don't remember
blamed
the-
because it was
No,
right
all
when he
the
potted down the
voices in
music.
that room were blaming Wes.
No. Breaking balls for 1 second. I never once blamed him. I'm just saying
It happened at the same time.
It happened at the same time. In other words, when he hit that button, I'm not saying he hit a wrong button.
Yeah.
When he hit the normal button that he normally
It was
should,
just a coincidence.
It all just, I'm sure it was linked. It all just poof.
Yeah.
It went out.
Yeah.
It was a big data. It was a perfect data storm, and it kept growing and growing until everything started to fail, and it was caught before everything went down.
Are you a silly numbers guy?
Yeah.
Are you good with that kind of stuff?
What do you mean with figuring?
Are you
things
good with
out?
like stocks? Are you
Figuring
good with
out
like the
numbers.
market and stuff?
Yeah, a little
are you a
bit of
big
that.
are you a big trader?
Not a big trader. No.
You're not.
I was kind of pay attention to it a little bit.
You do
but,
pay attention.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you have any stocks that you've hit on that have been big winners for you through the years?
Well, just the videos and stuff like that. You know.
You have it, Nvidia?
Yeah.
Did you get in on that early on?
Earlier, yeah.
Yeah, is that a home run for you?
Yeah, it's great.
Have you seen what NVIDIA's
No,
done
I know
to us?
Nvidia's like $1 million. Yeah, I know.
When did you buy NVIDIA, Roger?
It was a few years, right?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
So you had, so I mean, home run for you.
Yeah, it's a good thing. It's a nice thing. You know?
That is a good thing.
Sitting on a pile of money.
I know.
How many properties do you manage?
Like 4 or 5.
4 or 5 properties.
That he owns or manages?
Yeah. No, he owns them.
Yeah.
Owning,
Are
Owns
they-
them and rents them out, and they earn money
Yeah.
and everything. Right? Are they all on the right side? Are you all are you on the right side of all of them?
Yeah,
You are. Yeah.
yeah.
Not underwater.
Yeah, they're all good.
Yeah,
You know,
they're all good.
everything's
I'm telling
clean.
Dude, he's
Roger.
a mogul.
I know he is. He's
probably-
brilliant.
He's probably a math
brilliant.
genius or something.
Look at Roger. Look
Yeah,
at him.
he's a
I
genius.
love Roger.
Roger, NVIDIA stock in the last 5 years has gone up 1,328%.
Did you invest a good chunk?
Yeah. How many shares did you buy?
I can't remember if it was 1,000 or what it was.
1,000 shares?
Yeah, I think so. Well, not that much. I don't think it was quite that much. But a few hundred, maybe.
Look at him. Look at him.
I think it's split once.
Right. No, look, I'm sure he's
Scrooge
dude, he-
McDuck over here,
He's got
bro.
He has
so
no
much.
idea.
I can't remember now because it split and everything.
Right.
So you got extra later. You know,
Yeah.
So that's what it was.
So, all right. So, just for Mother's Day, sum it up. Maybe a nice gift, maybe a nice necklace, maybe a little gift certificate to a restaurant. Is there any other last minute advice? Maybe flowers? Are you the flower guy? Do you like to
Yeah,
shower
that's
your
fine.
wife with flowers?
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
Do you
I
do
think
that?
I'll go straight to the flower thing for sure.
You're going to do that for sure.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's a starter.
Nice.
Right?
All right.
How
Well,
about-
have a happy
How
Mother's
about
Day to your
Roger?
wife.
Do you ever buy lingerie?
No, no.
You stay away from that.
No, never really dealt with that.
You've never gone in and looked in the undies.
Look
kinda
at him.
fun.
Look at Roger. Hey, Roger, what do I say to you every time I see you?
It's Friday.
It's no, because on Mondays I just say, when is Friday? I say, come on, Friday.
Right, exactly.
Even on Monday, you say
Even
that.
on Monday.
All
All
right,
right,
we're way
Roger.
back
Thanks.
up.
All right, Ben Standig joins us next as we talk Commanders.
Thank
here on
you,
the Fan.
Roger.
Yep, yep.
All right, guys, EB here. The show is brought to you by FanDuel. Right now, new customers can bet $5. You get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. That's right. You can turn $5 into $150 in bonus bets just for getting started. FanDuel makes it easy to get closer to the action, from player props on your favorite stars to all the tools you need to back them up. It's everything you need all in one app. So don't miss your shot. Just head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, official partner of the NBA. Play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call. Text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is Ben on?
No.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Heavy Metal Chris influencing the ditties leading up to each segment. I like it. Who's this, Chris?
This is High on Fire, man. Love that guitar riff, though. So sick.
All right,
They're a
we're gonna
Grammy-winning band, you know.
I did not know, but now I know. Say it again.
High on Fire.
High on Fire.
And they sell shirts with Richard Pryor on them, yes.
Oh, very cool. All right, we're going to talk some Commanders here. Join us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV is our pal Ben Standig. Of course, you can check out his work at lastmanstandig.com. What's going on, Ben?
Fellas, not too much. Thanks for having me, and congrats on number 30. Well struck. You guys rock. Thanks for having me on.
No, thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, real quick, we were kind of debating whether the Commanders are too old. I'm sure you saw the Ian Hartitz tweet, the information that they have the oldest roster in the NFL. Is that a big deal or not?
I need to fully understand that. I did see it, but I don't know what exactly we're basing this on, right? It's a 90-player roster right now as opposed to the 53. They clearly got a lot younger defensively. Are they really still the oldest defense? I mean, I'm not.
At this point, they are, apparently. But it's one of those deals where it's like 6 months difference between last in the league and like middle of the pack. Like, is that really? So they have gotten younger, and you could see it, but they still happen to be the oldest at this point.
Right, and I know some of the argument last year, people would say, well, look, it's like Tress Way and Nick Ballore and some of those kinds of guys that are, we're not really,
the long snapper.
Not the offense defense. Yeah. Right. But then, of course, we know Bobby Wagner's not here, Von Miller's not here. They brought, some of the other vets are gone, yet they brought in, all these 20-somethings who are younger, faster. So I don't think it is a big deal relative to what it was a year ago. I mean, we'll see. But, I mean, to me, they got certainly more athletic and faster defensively, and that's, kind of all that matters to me at this point.
Right, I'm with you on that. All right, so
Diggs.
Stephon Diggs is kind of in the news, and it's interesting because the fans are kind of gung-ho about it, but, and I just don't feel any buzz, any sense of urgency from the organization regarding Diggs. It seems like they had about as much interest in Juwan Jennings as they have in Diggs, which means like very little. Maybe I'm misreading it. I know you and John and Nikki and sort of everybody that covers the team is just kind of assuming that when Ayuk becomes available, they're going to make a play for him. That'll be the obvious sort of move. You must be getting information. You don't have to tell me what, or I'm not asking you to leak it. But you guys are all sort of on the same page on that. Why do you think Ayuk more than, say, make a play for Diggs?
Well, obviously, we understand the reasoning to even have the conversation, the Jaden Daniels and Adam Peters connection. Although, of course, Peters had the Juwan Jennings connection, and that seemed to lead to nowhere. I think, honestly, I can't speak for everybody else. I think it's just there's no other rumors about Ayuk except for this place. So it's kind of like everybody's like assuming that this is happening. I wrote the other day that it is weird that we're just all assuming this, even though Brandon Ayuk himself is not contributing to the conversation. And I've heard from people and others have reported that nobody's talking to him. And when I say nobody, or he and Jaden Daniels texting, sure, probably, but that's not getting out to the public sphere. That's not hitting the rumor mill. I'm talking about the people who are actually the decision makers. That guy seems to be MIA, and yet he still links here. The Diggs part of this, obviously he's had a lot of things going on. He just had a court issue dealt with, and he came out of that clean. So I don't know how much that has been weighed in on the fact that he's still a free agent, even though he had another 1,000-yard season. When he's been healthy, he's had every single year he's gone over 1,000 yards for 6 years in a row or something. So he's still highly productive, but he's also a guy that maybe is not the best fit if you're trying to really build your culture and your locker room and things like that based on what we've heard and, just some other things that are out there. That said, if you're going to go down the route of taking the massive risk that Brandon Ayuk, who's got his own off-the-field questions, if you're going to take that massive risk on that guy who also hasn't played since 2024, I'm not sure why I'm not looking harder at Stephon Diggs, because that guy did produce just last year for a team that went to the Super Bowl. Again, I'm not saying this is my choice or my first choice. Yeah, every year, right? So I don't quite understand it unless we are literally just saying because Adam Peters and Jaden Daniels know this guy, they believe in this guy. Okay, I'll leave it up to them to make that call because I don't know him. I mean, all I can go is by what we know publicly, and that just all things considered to me, including blowing up your $120 million contract, to me, a lot of red flags. So if I'm going to go the red flag route, what about the guy over here who's not just from this area, but gets up over 1,000 yards every year? Seems to me that I would go there, but I've heard very little about that.
Ben, kind of sticking with wide receivers. Rookie mini camp starts today. So you'll see Styles and Antonio Williams. They draft in the third down receiver. I wanted to get your take on Chris Hilton. He's one of their 9 undrafted rookies that they've brought to camp, right? He played with Jaden, so we're always talking about this Ayuk connection. Chris Hilton Jr. also played with him. He's a wide receiver. Can you fill us in?
Yeah, if don't look at stats on this one, okay? Just look at the potential, the hype. In 2021, Chris Hilton Jr. was LSU's #1 receiving recruit coming in that year. That class included Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas. So off the bat, you're like, whoa, what's going on here? There's a guy who was better coming out of high school than those guys. Yeah, he's got excellent speed, athleticism, all that stuff. Problem is, it just never led to any production. I mean, there were injuries, but even after Neighbors and Thomas went pro, and even with Garrett Nussmeier, I know he didn't have a great year this past year, but it was pretty good the year before. Hilton still never got any production. So the question, of course, is what's going on with that. I think a lot of it is, again, the injuries. I think there's there's more of, I guess, raw element when it comes to the receiving and the route running. But, there are athletic traits there that are interesting, and clearly they're deciding to take a shot on this. Again, it's only undrafted free agents. It's not the end-all, be-all. They can throw him on the practice squad if he shows enough. And so, yeah, I mean, obviously the Jaden Daniels factor is a nice cherry on top. So, this is what UDFAs and practice squads are all about. Bringing in a guy for whatever the reason you see something that is interesting, and can you mine that for gold? Can you get more out of it? And they're going to take that shot. And again, I'm always down for taking a flyer on a guy who has the traits that he has, and at one point was viewed as being as good or better possibly than Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas. Sure, well, why not take a shot?
What about the kicker, Drew Stevens? Has he got a shot?
I would think so, right? I mean, he was, obviously not a ton of kickers get drafted every year, but he was rated among like the top 2 or 3 guys coming out this season. He's showed in games for Iowa, a pretty good leg. By the way, you got to figure if you're kicking for Iowa, every kick must feel like it's the last second field goal attempt because they don't score. So he surely felt more pressure than the average kicker, I would think. But he's got a good leg. There's a video out there of him doing a private workout of his own, and he makes like a 72-yarder. And obviously, in this day and age, kickers making kicks routinely past 60 is pretty normal. Look, Jake Moody, I thought acquitted himself nicely last year. Made 10 of 11 kicks after signing with Washington, including 2 from 50 plus. But he's not known to have some monster leg. Mm-hmm. And at the end of the day, after what this team has gone through at kicker the last few years, having any kind of competition makes some sense. So yeah, I mean, as long as this kid doesn't start spraying the ball around this weekend, I would imagine we'll see him in training camp. And I think that's a good thing. Whether he wins the job for Moody or not, let's have the competition and let's play it out and see what happens.
All right, Ben. Of course, you can check out his work, lastmanstandig.com. Thanks, pal.
Have a good weekend, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
All right, thanks,
Ben Standig covers the Commanders. Again, go to lastmanstandig.com. You can do a Substack. Coming up next, the entertainment page here on the Junkies.
Hey, you're invited to Golfdom for the Mother's Day sale, which goes through May 10th. You can let them help fill mom's bag with the right clubs, and you can book a free What's in the Bag club evaluation. For all and ladies Ben Hogan apparel, 25% off, and you can purchase any single pair of ladies' shoes over $99, and you'll get a $25 gift card. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, which is trusted by golfers since 1982 and home to the legendary 90-day, 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom, get there.
After the first two games of the series were blowout victories for each team, the Nationals were able to secure a 7-5 victory over the visiting Twins and claim the series for their home squad. This was the Nationals' first series win at home this season. And Taylor Hineki is calling it a career. He announced his retirement last night on Instagram. While he represented 7 franchises and played games for 5 teams during his 7-year NFL career, his best work came in Washington. Hineki played 3 seasons for the franchise, compiling a 12-11-1 record, including 5 fourth-quarter comebacks with a 2021 campaign where he was the team's primary starter. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV, 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle and Jason Bishop. I got to tell you, I was worried about today's show, and there's still another hour to go. I think I slept less than 3 hours. And my wife grilled me because I just got on a binge. Kevin Hart has a new reality show called Funny AF. It's kind of like Last Comic Standing, because it's just comedians competing, and the winner of the show wins a 1 hour long Netflix special. But it was just one of those things where I started it late night. My wife actually, at 1 a.m, she woke up and she looked at me. She's like, what are you doing? And I was like, I just kept watching, and I kept telling myself, let me just see one more routine. And you just kind of get invested in the people. And I'm going to probably watch it through. I'm going to binge. If it's an 8-episode show, I'm going to watch all 8 episodes within 2 days, because I will finish it today. It's a lock.
Wired differently than me, bro.
I'll just listen.
Did you take a nap yesterday?
I did. So that kind of screwed me up, and everything was late.
Yeah.
My kid had practice. Actually, you called me when I was driving her to practice. Now my wife picked her up.
Yeah.
So I went to the gym late. So that meant I ate dinner late.
Yeah.
And everything was late. Then I stayed up and watched the Lakers game until it kind of got out of hand. And then I was like, I want to watch one episode.
Yeah.
And then one episode led to 2, which led to 3.
And then you went to bed at 1.
No, I went to bed at 2.
Went to bed at 2, and you got up at 5.
I got up at 4:44 or whatever. I don't know. I do weird bits with my phone, like waking up. Yeah, I think I got up at 4:42, and then I changed it to 4:47 to get an extra 5 minutes of sleep. Yeah, so I will crash out today. But so far, it hasn't been that botcherific. I figured I was going to have a million of them.
Yeah,
all right, let's get in the entertainment page with Mr. Bickle. It is brought to you by BMW of Fairfax.
That's right, driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience and your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. She'll hook you up. Of course, you could check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website at bmwoffairfax.com. All right, guys. I'm going to just put this in the entertainment world because, as far as I'm concerned, this is fiction. But who knows? The Trump administration apparently just released their first batch of UFO files with new videos and evidence fueling theories of extraterrestrial life.
There's more and more videos out there. That's one thing that's in my algorithm. I'm really looking forward to the Spielberg movie, Age of Disclosure. Is that one called? I think Age of Disclosure might have been the. There was a documentary that came out a couple months ago, but Spielberg has a movie coming out. I think it's called Age of Disclosure. I'm into that.
Well, so what are they saying about these?
So
these files.
I don't know. I'm just reading. They just released them this morning.
Okay.
You've seen a lot of the videos.
They say the most striking materials were images and transcripts linked to NASA's Apollo 12 and Apollo 17 moon missions, One taken from the lunar surface appears to show 3 unexplained dots hovering in the dark sky above the moon. It doesn't sound very extraordinary to me. An Apollo 17 mission transcript also detailed astronauts discussing mysterious objects drifting near the spacecraft during flight. This disclosure also included FBI images from New Year's 1999 that appears to show unidentified objects near U.S. military aircraft, along with photographs captured by military pilots allegedly showing fast-moving objects streaking past planes mid-flight.
All right, so Spielberg's movie is called Disclosure Day, but there was a documentary called Age of Disclosure, which came out, and a lot of people thought it had a lot of credibility because Marco Rubio, who's the Secretary of State, is part of that documentary. And there's, congressmen and like naval pilots who seem credible saying that this stuff exists.
Yeah, well, I know Obama went on the Colbert show and said it's all crap.
Yes.
So who knows?
Well, because he joked the first time and people were like, oh, that means that there are UFOs because he said something. Well, I don't remember what it was on. The first time he said it, people took it literally when he was just trying to be funny, and then he had to kind of clarify, and he's like, haven't seen anything.
Yeah. So who knows who's telling the truth, but
I'm always fascinated by...
It's always interesting when people talk about it.
I saw one online that I clicked. I was like, oh man, that looks real. And then I looked at the replies, and people said it was like something just hanging from a power line.
But I was going to say, but UFO, obviously the O stands for object.
Well, now they're calling them UAPs, I think, or something.
So it could be anything.
Yeah.
Right?
Listen, you guys can run with it. It's not my thing.
I know. I believe, the universe is just so large. I believe that there's life out there, but it doesn't mean that there's aliens in some jail that we're keeping.
It's just over my head.
If they're here, their technology is so much better than ours that we're like ants to them. That's the way I would look at it.
Well,
we're just a big zoo to them. Hey, do you want to go visit Earth because they have some amazing technology? And then,
maybe you're right.
But why aren't there more? Everything is videoed nowadays, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everything. Right. Look at the Rossini Vrabel scandal. They got him having a stupid boat ride 6 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we not seeing things in the sky? Is there technology that good?
Well, we have to get an expert from NASA to talk about all that stuff. We have no idea.
But the thing that makes it credible is there are people that have testified before Congress that seem to be credible people.
I just don't believe anybody anymore. I don't believe anybody, and I especially don't
what
believe anybody.
What do they have to gain?
I don't know.
What does
I don't know.
What does a retired naval admiral have to gain?
I don't know. I don't believe anybody associated with the government. That's anybody.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't believe anything. I am out.
You are out of here.
I think they lie about everything, all sides, everybody, everybody. So I don't believe any of it.
I'm intrigued.
Just avoid the politics. Just go to.
Oh, LIV. It doesn't matter political side. They're all
no. I'm saying
scammers.
Just
and
go to
liars.
LIV tomorrow and have fun, and don't think about
all
politics.
Scammers. and liars.
Even though you'll be at Trump, just don't think about it. Just enjoy.
Oh yeah,
it.
I don't care about that.
Just enjoy.
Stephen Colbert, another guy I don't care about.
We just talked about him,
but his late night show is ending May 21st. You want to talk about end of an era? Does anybody watch these shows
What
anymore?
was he making per episode or per year?
Made a lot of money.
He was number one for a while.
Was he like $50 million a year, $30 million a year?
I just remember when we were coming up, obviously when we were kids, and even into in our college years. Beyond Johnny Carson, you sound like you're a million when you talk about Johnny Carson. But like Leno, Letterman, Conan,
15 million.
Those guys,
15.
Those guys had an impact. They were major parts of our entertainment world.
Mm-hmm.
I think all these guys are small players, and I'm sure they get a couple million people to watch them, but they don't have any of the relevance to me and our culture that they did, 25, 30 years ago. These shows are just awful now.
Mm-hmm.
Colbert's done. May
They used
21st.
to make careers, those shows. And even watching that show that I was watching last night on Netflix with Kevin Hart, a couple, it features all these people that have been, you wouldn't know their names, that have been in comedy for like 5-10 years, and they're trying to get their big break, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I remember one of the guys saying that TikTok was like huge for his career. And nowadays, comedians can just blow up on their own with social media. They don't have to get a 5-minute hit on Letterman.
Totally. Yeah, it would be a big deal. Like Jerry Seinfeld's first time on the Tonight Show or something.
Right.
Yeah, it'd be a big deal.
It would make a career. It doesn't necessarily make a career now.
No. It's just, I don't know.
Stephen Colbert. How many brothers and sisters does Stephen Colbert have?
That's so random. 7.
10.
10 brothers and sisters.
Yeah, just like my mom.
That's
had
a lot.
10 brothers and sisters.
That's a lot. Will Smith is
Born
in
in
the
Washington,
news.
D.C., by the way.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
Will Smith is in the news. This is good for him, I guess. He scores a legal win as the sexual harassment lawsuit from the violinist that accused him of sexual harassment and wrongful termination from his tour in 2025 was thrown out of court in L.A. He said that the guy failed to prove conduct that is sufficiently severe or pervasive in his complaint against Smith, 57, and his company, Trayball Studios. So you got a victory for Will Smith in an era when Will Smith's not getting a lot of dubs.
I was going to
lately.
say, he's been pretty quiet over the last year or so.
Although I see a story from just a couple weeks ago that he has a sequel coming out. Do you know what sequel he has coming out that I think Jason was a fan of? I don't know if you saw the movie. I saw the movie. I would say it was pretty good.
What's that?
Now, based on what happened in the movie, I don't think a sequel should happen, so they got to do some creative writing. I Am Legend 2.
Ah, that's right.
Because doesn't he donk off at the end of I Am Legend?
Well, you don't see him die, but all the aliens get to him because he's trapped in that, I don't know, it's like just a little room or like a old elevator. And you don't see him actually die, but you just assume that they got to him.
The presumption is he's dead.
Yeah, you assume they got to him, but you don't see it.
So I saw this.
I thought that was a really good movie.
This clip on social media yesterday, and at the end, it just blew my mind. So you know that through the years, I have to be honest, I haven't watched it in a few years, but there has been a time there where I was a big Gold Rush mark, and when I just don't watch TV anymore. But when I used to watch TV, I'd just watch games.
Christo sent us a nice note on Twitter congratulating us.
And when
for 30
Christo
years.
was involved in it, I really watched it.
Yeah.
But they've been doing it for, 20-some years. I don't know how many seasons. So they now have the season totals for these guys. Now, there's a new guy. His name's Kevin. I don't know him. He's at the bottom. If you watch the show, in the era I watched it, there was kind of a guy that was like the assistant. He became a guy. His name was Rick. Rick, in however many seasons he's been on the show, he's generated 1,811 ounces of gold through all those seasons for a total of 7,250,000 roughly.
Mm-hmm.
Parker Schnabel, the kid that when that started, if you remember, did you ever watch Gold Rush even for a second?
I didn't.
There was a kid. I don't know if he was.
I know you were
where he was
addicted to
from.
it.
He was like 17 years old, and his grandpa got him in the Gold Rush thing and got addicted to it, and he didn't go to college and just became a boss at like 18 or 19. Through all those seasons now, he's made $42 million in gold. He's found. Now, he's got to pay for the land, and he rents the land and all that, so I'm sure he hasn't profited $42 million.
Right.
But he's found $42 million worth of gold. And Tony, this old guy that looks like I think he owns actually a lot of the land where they do all this. He's generated $44 million.
So I'm sorry, Gold Rush is no longer.
No, it's still on.
Oh, it's still on.
It's still on. I'm telling you, dude. I guess.
Where is that based? Where is it filmed?
I forget all the places.
Weren't they in Alaska for a while?
Yeah,
it's Oregon, I thought.
I forget.
Canada? Where was it? Canada?
They move around. Maybe they move around.
They move around. I think they did one thing in Oregon, but it was not very
Oh,
successful.
yeah. Here he goes. Prior seasons include mining efforts in Guyana, Oregon, and Colorado.
Yeah, but where's their number one spot? Where they're always like the number one.
It started in Alaska, but it says it's been all over the place. Dawson City, Yukon.
So they're always trying to find.
So where they pitch a new season.
They're always trying to find new spots because you once it gets mined.
How many seasons?
I don't know.
16. Oh,
yeah.
Jeez.
So think about it. That kid.
I didn't realize it was
he's
that much.
probably Parker Schnabel now is probably about 35 or something.
Mm-hmm.
He's found $42 million in gold. He's dug that out of the earth. If you ever watched it, and then you look, it's Pat. You're not going to watch it because you haven't watched it in 20 years. But there's something primal about getting in a big ass machine and digging up gold.
Well, I think it's
something very cool about
I think that there's something in us, yesterday I said that there's something in us that covets, right? That's why shows like Lifestyles of Rich and Famous and Cribs were hits and different things. There's also something that loves hitting big.
Totally.
So it's that, could you put yourself there, could you hit big?
Well, these guys they're gambling a lot too.
Right.
Like, so they're renting this land for $1.5 million. They're putting their family's house up for, whatever collateral.
Right.
And
Mortgaging
the
the
whole
home.
thing is on it. And then, you get a rainstorm or you're looking in the wrong area, and you're out, and your family's busto. I mean, and then they find $3 million worth of gold. It's just
I can see the
it's
appeal.
amazing.
I've never watched it, but I totally get the appeal. I mean, there's a lot of shows like that.
But it's also something about when they're telling you there's something masculine, and they have women on it too, and God bless them. But there's something about getting in a big ass machine and digging up the earth.
When they find stuff, when they find the gold, do they go crazy?
I don't know that they know because they dig.
You said for a while that they're flakes.
They don't.
It's not like you get a big golden
they're not
nugget.
getting really big nuggets. They're digging up all this dirt,
And they get a lot
throwing
of
it
little
through the
stuff.
machine, and then they have these little flakes, and you don't know until after they measure.
Right.
And then you see if they get a little nubs when it's all done after it's all filtered out, or do they get some big ass jar?
Right.
And
if they find the big jar, they probably go
they
crazy.
do celebrate, smoke cigars and everything, but not like you and I. You and I would go bananas. We'd run around naked. We'd be so excited. Anyway, it's just a show that's been out there for a long time. And you mentioned our boy Christo Doyle, who was involved in it from the beginning. I watched it a lot more then. They used to send me the episodes.
You used
in
to get the advance.
Yeah, and I'd sit there and watch it all day. I just only watch games now.
The guy called in, and I think he's right. I think that's what they made this season, not in their carears.
That's unbelievable.
They're having an
When I saw
insane
the season totals, I thought that was that's unbelievable. Yeah. Parker Schnabel's probably made $500 million.
It says Parker Schnabel is within 10,000 ounce aspiration on this season
that's
of Gold Rush. 10,000 ounces.
Forgive me,
worth,
I misinterpreted it.
That's all right.
I misinterpreted it.
It's a lot of money for one season.
That shows you how much more they're making than they used to.
Yep.
When I was watching, nobody was making $42 million.
That's insane.
In one season. That is insane.
Coming up at 9:45, we'll give you a chance to win 2 tickets to go see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan in concert. That's coming up at 9:45. But next, we wanted to play a portion of an interview we had earlier in the show. Ben Valin, who's been on the show a bunch, turns out he's a local guy.
Yeah, didn't know that.
And grew up listening to the Junkies. He now writes for the Boston Globe.
How did we not know that?
I think we had broached it at one point,
He's
but we
talked
just
about it,
forgot
like,
about
3
it.
times.
Yeah,
We
I think he's mentioned a couple times.
You
and we
mentioned
just,
that he went to Churchill?
I think he has before.
I don't remember that. Sorry.
But
Maybe once before.
Anyway, neither here nor there. He talked about, we had him on kind of talk about what is the New England fan base. What do they think of the Rossini-Vrabel story? But then we brought up Stefan Diggs. And it was interesting to hear his response.
I think
because
he's advocating for him.
Diggs is a possibility here as a number 2 receiver. So we'll come back, play that. If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Coming right back.
Legends aren't made overnight. The best athletes, they train, they prepare, they plan for their success. And when they hang up their cleats, their legacy lives on. What about your legacy? Trajan Wealth specializes in retirement strategies and wealth management. Their fiduciary advisors can help you develop a plan to weather the ups and downs of the market. Don't leave your future to chance. Call Trajan Wealth today at 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. That's TRAJANwealth.com, because your legacy isn't just about what you earn, it's about what you leave behind. Call Trajan Wealth today at 1-855-TRAJAN1, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
2 weeks from now, we're broadcasting live from the Starboard in Dewey Beach. You want to be there. It's all brought to you by Main Street Bank. Memorial Day weekend. We're kicking off at 6 a.m. as per usual. And then B. Mitch and Finley are taking over at 10. So it's going to be a party all day Friday at the Starbird. Hope you can join us.
When did the band start that day?
Do not know.
Probably 2,
After
3?
us? No, 10 a.m.
So while
you mean while JP and B.
Yeah, we'll be separated enough.
Oh, okay. Sweet.
No,
Bands.
it's
Opens
going
at
to be
6.
big.
Food at 6. Think you can drink at 8.
Wow.
So
Awesome. Awesome. Did we get free food today? Because I heard Chris say something he was leaving during the break to get food, or maybe that was just his own food. And then I happened to
he got
smell
his own
something.
food.
No, that's
okay.
not his own. What is
It was
Although
just
I am waiting for
What is that, pizza? What is that?
9:45. I'm gonna have my last piece of
Got
blueberry
Lito's
pie.
leftovers. He's got Lito leftovers.
I've been thinking about it since I put it back in the fridge yesterday.
What's that?
It's my last piece
Eddie's
of blueberry.
pie.
Yeah.
Oh, Eddie yeah.
gave us those pies.
I still
and-
have some of my apple pie at home.
I'm really appreciative for the chocolate pie he gave me.
Mm-hmm.
But next go around, I want back to pecan.
You need to put
I got to go to my favorite. You know, it's good to try others. I liked your blueberry because blueberry is one of my top seeds, but my number one is pecan or
I can
pecan.
kind of wrap my head around blueberry because blueberries are good for you. Just don't think about all the added sugar that he clearly is putting in there. But it's really good.
It's really good.
All right, so we had Ben Valin on earlier, and I want you guys to hear this. This is just a little clip. I think it's less than 2 minutes.
Because Diggs has been on our mind this week.
He's been on our mind, and what's interesting to me, and I think we bring this up here, maybe not, but we're not getting any buzz from Commanders Park that they're interested in Diggs. He's got his legal issues resolved, at least as far as we could tell.
At least the one with the chef.
He's super productive every time he's out on the field.
Over 1,000 yards last year.
Hard worker. And then you listen to, Valin covered him for a year. You listen to him if he doesn't downright vouch for him right here.
Yeah, I give any team an enthusiastic thumbs up to go get Stephon Diggs. I think the Patriots may have made a mistake by cutting him loose, and I don't think they've completely closed the door on it. If for some reason the A.J. Brown trade gets screwy, I don't think the Patriots would mind, pivoting back to Stephon Diggs. I just don't think they ultimately wanted to pay him, $22 million this year or whatever it was. I think it was mostly financial, but it started off a little wacky last year. He had that video in Miami with the pink bag of whatever, and he wasn't at OTAs at the time. So once that happened, he was an angel the rest of the season. And I know he had this latest legal incident, but it wasn't just the charges were dismissed. He was found not guilty. So I don't even consider that like an off-field issue anymore. And yeah, it was his first, it was his first year coming back from ACL. He didn't have to start the season on PUP. He was ready to go first day of training camp. He's their hardest worker, certainly in the wide receiver room. He was a really good mentor for a lot of the younger guys, Kayshon Boutte, Pop Douglas. He was productive. He had 85 catches, over 1,000 yards. He wasn't dominant, but he was a good player. And now he's going to be second year removed from ACL. I thought he was learning a new offense last year. He came in and produced right away. So I thought, he would have been better in his second year with the Patriots. And I think that whichever team signs him is mostly going to be pretty happy with Stephon Diggs. He's a hard worker, trains his butt off. He comes in great shape. And even though he's 32, he's now 2 years removed from ACL, he's been productive. So I think he'd be a really good addition for the Commanders, for the Ravens, for any team that needs a veteran receiver.
I mean,
it's a ringing endorsement.
The guy covered him for a year. Now, he wasn't in the locker room per se. I'm sure he was there after games, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But he was around him. Ringing endorsement. What are we doing? Doing? We're looking for another receiver to complement Terry, a proven guy.
Yep.
To help groom the young kid who, by the way, just signed. Antonio Williams and Sonny Styles signed their rookie deals.
Good.
Sonny Styles.
What's he get?
Signed his 4-year, fully guaranteed $37.2 million contract.
Wow.
Guy hasn't made one tackle
So I was
yet.
getting like 9 a year.
Unbelievable.
Somebody in this room called him a project.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see. I think he's going to
be good.
There's a big learning curve.
But as far as Diggs, I mean, I'd agree. I think Diggs would be a great asset. I think he'd be a great addition. Who knows what they're thinking over there in Ashburn?
Who would you rather have? Ayuk, who's probably cheaper.
I told you.
Or Diggs.
I told you, Diggs. I'd rather have Diggs.
Well, I'd rather have Diggs.
Yes.
Of the guys who are left, and the reason we're bringing this up too is Juwan Jennings off the board.
Yeah.
So that's a name that
They
was
weren't
being
interested
tossed
in him
around.
either.
I mean, we don't know if they were interested or
There's
not.
no interest.
We know they didn't sign him.
They
We don't know if behind the scenes they might have. Okay, there's no
just
buzz.
Like you heard
I mean, the
that they were
Vikings
interested
got
in
him for
Pierce.
dirt cheap. I'm sorry, 1 year, $13 million that's
They
dirt cheap.
didn't want him.
Especially a team that's got $50 million to spend.
If they wanted him, they would have signed him. He'd be just sitting out there. You know what? Just like they don't want Debo.
Right.
And the conventional wisdom has been that they're going to bring in Ayuk. Would you rather have Ayuk or Diggs? I'd rather have Diggs.
Diggs. Have you met a Chris? I don't even know. Do you like football?
Dude,
Yeah, man.
he's a closet like super sports fan.
My parents had season tickets to the Skins growing up, man.
Okay,
I
that's
saw
them.
them win good games with Joe Gibbs and stuff.
Who would you rather have, Diggs or Ayuk?
If money's not a factor, definitely Diggs.
It's not a factor. What do you care?
I don't think it's a factor.
I'm just
What do you care
you're
what
looking
they
at
spend?
You just don't want
issues
to.
and
You
things
just
like that.
you just
Like,
don't want to overspend for them, right?
Yeah.
But they've got a lot of money they can spend under the cap. They've got close to $50 million. Go out and get this guy. Go out and get him.
What are we doing? Just got a ringing endorsement for a guy who covered him every day.
Unless I said like earlier, and I'm totally guessing, maybe they are over in Ashburn going, we're fine at receiver. We don't need to add a 32-year-old guy.
I think they're okay at receiver.
I think they're just okay.
I think
as
they're
well.
okay,
but
but I
maybe
don't
they
think-
think they're better than we think.
I don't think they're desperate,
Yeah.
but I think they're okay and they could use an upgrade. All right, let's go.
Remember,
let's go.
it was our poll of the day a few days ago. And I'm trying to go find it.
Was it who would you rather have?
It was, would you be happy if the Commanders signed
Did you do
Stephon Diggs?
Did you do a poll today?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
61% yes,
Here's the
happy.
poll. Here's the poll.
Okay.
Who would you rather have, Stephon Diggs or Brendan Ayuk? All things being equal. All right, let's go to.
I'm putting that up right now. You can vote at Junks Radio.
Let's go to Juan in Fairfax. Juan, what's up?
How you doing, Junks?
Hey, buddy.
What's up, man?
All right,
what do you think?
The situation is the reason why they're not going after the reason why they're not really interested in Stephon Diggs is because Jane Daniels does not know him. He hasn't worked with him before. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He knows Brandon Ayuk. He knows how he works. He knows. You know what I'm saying? He knows all about him.
Right.
So therefore, they don't really want to go after him because then you're gonna have to get used to this guy. You got to go his timing and everything adds up.
Do you think he has timing with Brandon Ayuk? He last played with him 6 years ago, something like that?
Yeah, he hadn't played with
When's
Ayuk.
the last time he played with Brandon Ayuk?
That's probably a good guess.
So therefore, so if you ain't seen your friend in a long time, and y'all ain't seen each other, it don't take that long to rekindle what y'all had back in the day.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but we're talking about timing routes and things like that. I'm just saying.
And then you throw in, the fact the guy hasn't played in almost 2 years. Looks like a bloated elephant walking off the plane.
He don't look that bad. That's the same Debo slander of last year by calling him fat.
Debo's always a chunkier guy.
I get what you guys are saying. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. But you got to understand too. But you have to understand too. They are working behind the scenes. Brandon Ayuk and Jaden Daniels. Come on now. They are.
Where's the evidence? I've seen no video.
Where's the evidence? You don't need that. Come on, stop.
We don't need the evidence.
I would say,
have you
honestly,
seen one video
if they
of
worked
Jaden
out
Daniels
together-
throwing with Brandon Ayuk?
If they worked out together, there'd be
Okay,
video.
so therefore they're not.
I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm just saying, where is the evidence?
There isn't any.
And they last played together in 2019.
Okay, so if you have common sense, you got to know they are working together. Come on now.
Well, we
Why?
don't know. We just don't
We
know,
have
bro.
video of him. We have him video of throwing to De'Ami Brown.
I think he's working with De'Ami Brown more than Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Okay, they might have their own section. They might be working with the other receivers, but Brandon Ayuk and Jaden Daniels might have their own section.
If he's working out so much, why does he look chubby?
Exactly.
All right, so you're saying that he's working out with Ayuk. Okay, you may or may not be right. Do you want?
I would love that to be true.
Is he still there?
No, I hung up.
Oh, jeez. All right, go to Mark in Largo. He's always got something interesting to say.
All right, the poll is up, by the way.
I'm not sure. Interesting.
At Junks Radio, you can vote.
Damn, Eric. Damn, Eric. Oh, my brother, Eric. Oh, Eric Pickle.
Yeah.
My brother. I can't believe you said that.
Ah, he's just messing with you.
No, I will say this, though. Eric, I think you would do a much better job as general manager for the team than what we have
I would
right
be
now.
terrible.
That I will say.
I'd be
I
terrible.
think 9 years older than him, you would do a much better job than him.
I don't think I would.
I would say Diggs, and it's really
Now
not,
you think he's
I mean,
interesting.
I would say Diggs because that's really all you have. But see, here's the problem with this. If Adam Peters signs Diggs, it makes it seem like he's omitting that he didn't do his job as getting the number 2 receiver for Jaden Daniels. That's what I will say. Brandon Ayuk, I think, is something he wants to keep Jaden interest because he hasn't done his job. But that's why I say I think Garrett, y'all need to get Adam Peters on your show, man, for real. I would love to see y'all get Adam Peters on the show and have a conversation.
He's welcome.
You think we haven't tried? We've tried.
I don't know if we've really tried.
Drabby, have you tried to get Adam Peters? Yes or no?
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
He doesn't do a lot of media stuff.
He doesn't. I don't think he's
not going to tell us anything.
Right.
That's the
No,
problem.
he ain't going to tell us anything, but he's really screwed up the wide receiver position for the quarterback, man. He really has. And this is the third year in a row we're still talking about a number 2 wide receiver.
I know.
That's a fair point.
Well, Mark, maybe.
I mean, look, that's all. You look at we have the worst receiver corps in the division. There's no lie about that. Even with Ayuk and Diggs.
Do you think? Thank you, Mark. Do you think that
I'm not convinced the Giants are better. Malik Neighbors is banged up.
Okay, but if he's healthy, he's
What's
better.
their number 2 right
he's
now?
better. He's better than anybody that watched.
What's their number 2? Did they lose Wan'Dale Robinson?
I'd have to look. Let me go look real quick.
Are you allowed to talk to an agent about a player when he's under contract for another team, or is that tampering? You're not even allowed to talk to the agent. I have no idea. Chris, you're saying no.
No, I don't think you can.
So you can't call Ayuk's agent and say, "Hey, send me video of this guy. I want to see him running some routes."
Wan'Dale signed with the Titans.
Yeah, Wan'Dale's gone.
Because I'm wondering if they have that. Like they got to be talking to somebody, a third party. Maybe
Doesn't
it's not
mean
the
they
agent.
don't.
Yeah.
Sure.
They got to be talking to a third party.
Talking to a
Do
guy
you think they've
who
got
knows a
somebody,
guy
a buddy's buddy, a cousin, or something? They say,
They
"Hey,
grant you permission to seek trades.
Yeah.
That's when you'll know.
okay," but I'm just asking. Do you think they've said to somebody who knows Ayuk, "Hey, send me some video. Let me just see the kid. Let me see him run.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see his workouts. Send me a 30-second clip of him working out."
Yeah.
Do you think they've done that? Do you think they have some information that we don't have?
No.
Based on his condition.
I don't.
You
I don't
they're
think there's
just as
video out
clueless
there.
as we are.
I think, like you said, if there was a video of Brandon Ayuk catching passes from Jaden Daniels, we would have seen it.
No, I know that. But what if there's hey, dude, just go have him go over to the Lifetime and have him just run, do some ladder drills or something, and send me a video so I can see that he's in shape. Do you think they've done that on the down low?
Because the 49ers have said that they are receiving they're open to trade offers. So all you have to do is call John Lynch and say, "Hey, let's see what this guy's got." Call his agent. Send over videos. I'm sure they're working together.
JP, the Giants have Neighbors,
I tend to think
Slayton, Darnell Mooney, and they drafted Malachi Fields in the 3rd round. Those are your top 4 receivers.
Similar receiving core in my mind to
Well,
what the
Neighbors
Commanders have.
Well, no.
I know Neighbors is better when he's healthy.
Is a better number 1 than what
I'm shoving a lot of chips on Antonio Williams.
Coming up next, we'll give you a chance to win tickets to go see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan. You can call in now at 1-800-636-1067 to play the morning matchup. But let me tell you about Red Wing, the legacy footwear brand that has set the global standard for purpose-built boots since 1905. They're expanding beyond shoes for the first time. Known for its unmatched quality, fit, and durability on the job site, Red Wing is now taking that same craftsmanship with a new work apparel line. It's awesome. Our friends at Red Wing hooked us up with hoodies, with long sleeve t-shirts, graphic tees. I love my black hoodie. Got the brand new boots. Use them when I'm mowing the lawn, when I'm working around the house, or just out and about. Visit redwing.com/apparel today to see the new collection. A lot of Diggs talk this week on the show. Our latest poll, which you can vote at Junks Radio, is all things being equal, who would you rather have as a wide receiver, Stephon Diggs or Brandon Ayuk? Right now, 3/4 of our audience are leaning towards Stephon Diggs.
Not even close.
But it was all Ayuk talk a month ago.
Is it? You think it's just that Jaden's voice is so big over there? And Jaden's just telling them, hey, trust me. He's going to be good. He's going to be healthy, and he's going to be good. And they're just trusting him. Because I think if you ask almost anyone at this point, they'd rather have Diggs. I just don't even know how you can make the case for Ayuk over Diggs.
I think so, too. Real quick, we need to give some thanks. I mean, so many people chimed in on our 30th anniversary, but EB pointed this out during the break that Zach Leonsis had a really nice tweet.
Yeah.
He
Thank
tweeted
you, Zach.
30 years ago, 4 friends with a passion for sports entertainment, making people laugh, launched a radio show that would become a DC institution. Congratulations on this remarkable anniversary. He writes a little bit more, but thank you to Zach. And I was telling EB, he missed it, that Ted had a really nice, I guess it was a response to one of our tweets the other day where he called us authentic and same type of thing. So thank you to both Ted and Zach. And we are part, of course, the Monumental Sports Network. It's been great. I don't know how many years. We need one of the show historians to tell us how many years we've been now with Monumental Sports. We've been televised for a while.
Thank you. And we are humbled by everybody just saying nice things. It's kind of embarrassing. And it almost feels like we died because everyone's just kind of paying a tribute to you. But it is really, really nice and really appreciated.
And the whole year is going to be fun because we've got Dewey Beach coming up in a couple weeks, and then we have some cool stuff planned for the fall, which I think maybe we've leaked a little bit.
Yeah.
But when it becomes like more official, we'll really pump it up. But this year is going to be fun, and hopefully we don't get canned in 2027 because they're making a big deal in 2026.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about that. If they want to can us, they can. We'll find it work. Brett tweeted just a little bit ago, working in Greenville last night, random guy comes up to me and says, am I going to see you in Dewey for the 30th?
And what did he say?
Oh, he's going to be there.
Yeah.
Good. The buzz, my friends, is real.
I know.
Just want you to know that. The
I know.
buzz is real.
I hear it every day, too.
All right, we have to play this game, right? To give
Yeah, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do a Junkies trivia question. I don't think this is too hard.
So is it based on today, or is it like based on historical?
No, kind of today, yesterday. If you're we used to do Junkies trivia with the thought of we're going to reward the loyal listeners.
Right.
So not just prize pigs, you got to listen to the show.
All right.
So let's punch up the first contestant.
You know what? Let's go to the number one guy then.
Who?
Let's put it to the test. Let's go to Keith and Laurel.
Keith.
What's up?
All right, Keith.
Keith and Laurel.
Today we're running a 3-man show. It's me. It's EB. It is Bishbucks. Cakes isn't here. Why?
Why is Cakes out?
He's a total
prize
pig.
He doesn't know.
Yeah,
out.
he doesn't.
He's done.
He only listens
He's got
to prizes.
He's got a terrible self.
He doesn't. He's not a real fan.
1-800.
He's been exposed.
1-800-636-1067.
Yeah.
Huh?
But how does he always know anytime? It doesn't matter if we're at 6:45, 9:45, whenever we say, hey, call him for a prize, he's calling in.
I don't
You
know.
think he has some
But remember,
alert?
he's also said he's called into other radio shows to win prizes.
Oh, no. He
for
calls
sure
into
he
the
does.
whole country.
Yeah.
I know that. But it's he's got an uncanny ability to know when to call and not really lock in.
Yeah.
Maybe he has some alarm on his phone, like whenever we say prize, he knows to call. I don't know. It's so weird. All right, let's go to Ronald. Hey, Ronald.
How we doing?
Hey, buddy.
Same question for you. 3-man show today. Why?
Cakes is at a poker tournament.
That's a good guess.
People just don't know. They don't
It's
listen.
a good guess.
I guarantee you the next guy knows.
It's been mentioned a few times.
Mike the banker.
I don't know that we mentioned
Mike
it
the
today.
Banker,
Mike, the tallest banker in the world.
He 100% knows.
He's like 6'11".
Mike, I'm putting a lot of faith in you, buddy.
He knows.
Of course I know. He's out with the colonoscopy.
There you go. You know what? You're a deserving winner. Congratulations. You get 2 tickets to go see Jason Aldean and Luke
Mike
Bryan.
the Banker.
Double Trouble Tour 2026. That's Thursday, August 20th at Nationals Park. Tickets are on sale. Friday, May 8th at 10 a.m. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. You see Mike all the time
I see
volleyball,
Mike-
right?
yeah, Mike and his daughter-
And we met him maybe 20, 25 years ago through the show. He's a much thinner Mike the Banker,
Much
right?
thinner now. He's disappearing. But normally, he would probably be a Dewey, but he can't drink anymore. And I'm thankful because he's a groper. He gropes you when he sees you.
Oh, really?
Okay, guys,
I don't remember
like
that.
friends. Okay, you got to clear that up.
I don't
Clear
remember
that
that.
up.
Grope you and
I do remember his
He's
wife.
a groper.
Mike the Banker, you still there? Cindy, how
Yeah,
tall?
I'm here.
Cindy's like 6'3".
Yeah, she played ball at
she's
Fairfield too.
She's 6'3". She's 6'3". My daughter's the silly one going to Cincinnati that
That's
EB mentioned the other day.
That is awesome.
Yeah, Julia's
And
awesome.
I think I knew Mike. I definitely knew him before you because he worked at M&T Bank years ago. Years ago.
Yeah.
Years ago.
And Jason would walk in like 4 days a week.
I would. That's why we
Fellas, I gotta say is congrats on 30 years. I listened to you back in WFAN days with Sweeney Murdy when you guys would come on. And just,
Sweeney
Murdy.
We got to cut you off, Mike, because we're up against a hard break.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it, buddy.
Appreciate
Congrats.
the kind words. All right, we got to get out of here. Everybody
Give
have
a
a
prize.
fantastic
Have fun
weekend.
at Live tomorrow.
B. Mitch and Finley next.
The Washington Nationals beat the Twins 7-5 yesterday. With the win, the Nationals secured their first series win at home this season. Quarterback Taylor Hineki announced his retirement last night on Instagram. He started 24 games over the 2 seasons he played here in Washington, replacing an injured starter both years. The Commanders went 12-11-1 in those starts, including that epic Monday night win against the then 8-0 Philadelphia Eagles in 2022. And the Minnesota Vikings agreed to a 1-year deal with 49ers wideout Juwan Jennings. The deal worth about $8 million, but he does have a chance to make up to $13 million with incentives. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Boop, boop, boo. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We're a little bit west. We're out in Ashburn, Virginia today. Rookie minicamp will be held this afternoon. I believe the players, all the rookies are here in town. I think they may have gotten started yesterday. The media only gets to see one day, and that is today, Friday, May 8th. Brian is taking a very deserved day. There is a celebration of life for the late Monty Coleman, a true legend. And B and Monty were very close, so I'm glad he gets to be a part of that. Sitting in with me today, the one and only Toby Alberhauser.
I'm impressed you got my name correct on the first try. You didn't go Alberhauser, so I'm pretty happy with that.
It'll always be in my phone as Alberhauser. Just like
I figured as much.
Pete Haley is a dear friend of mine. He will always be Pete Intern Haley in my phone. Like that's just how it's going to be.
Of course.
Toby, let's take the folks behind the scenes a little.
In what way?
Well, I'm a very efficient person.
Very.
That's how I operate.
Yeah.
I like to leave very little cushion, very little opportunity. If something goes wrong, then we have trouble. So I got here about, call it 9:56.
Yeah.
Does that sound about right?
I think that's about right, yeah.
And we're on the air at 10:02, and we had to set everything up. But we're up and running. We're on Monumental. We're on YouTube.
Yeah.
We're on the air.
That's efficiency, baby.
See, now
no wasted motions, no wasted time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now some would argue, wow, that's a little crazy, but I would argue that peak efficiency.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the problem is you ran into a little hiccup, but we were able to adjust this morning and get everything ready, and we're on the air. So we're all good.
We're on the air. Toby's getting his mic raised. We are off and running. I told B. Mitch this yesterday. Now, he has some outrageous cable system where going from cable to streaming is not a factor for him. However, going from cable to streaming for me, I find clunky and annoying.
Yeah, very annoying.
So I told him, listen, the basketball games last night were on Amazon, so I wasn't going to watch them. I didn't feel like dealing with it. Did you watch the basketball games?
I had them on. I wasn't super dialed in, but I had them on. I mean, it is annoying.
Do you think the Lakers will win a game?
I think they'll win a game. Maybe at home.
Like game 3 or game 4?
Yeah, but I mean, it's just so tough. That Thunder team is kind of inevitable. I mean, the Lakers were playing well for a majority of that game, and then once the Thunder kind of got a death grip on them, they won that game pretty easily after they got things going. So, I mean, the Lakers
have no bench.
They were doing all they could, but I mean, at some point when you play a team as deep as the Oklahoma City Thunder, it's just once you kind of get into that spot where the Thunder are feeling it and you're not, you're in trouble.
I think the Thunder played 13 dudes last night. Like now, is it Topic? He only played like a minute and a half at the end. But they played 11 guys with real minutes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And when you have SGA and then Chet, they're just so good. Mitchell was killing it last night. It's all I want is Thunder Spurs Western Conference Finals. And I'm going to kind of lock into that. And I know the New York crowd's not going to like this because they think the Knicks are going to the finals and will have a real shot. Maybe they do, right? But I'm going to enjoy Thunder Spurs Western Conference Finals because that may be the peak of what we're going to get over the next month from the basketball playoffs.
Yeah, and it's so fun. I mean, you've got two massive superstars in that, and if that were
Damn
to
it,
happen,
tonight's games are both on Amazon. But all right, see you. See you Saturday. Pistons Cavs on NBC. And then I'll watch Saturday night Thunder Lakers on ABC.
If you get Wemby versus SGA, though, JP, I think that'd be good for the league because I think they're still trying to get that next superstar to emerge. They know who they are, but they're trying to get that next guy to bust onto the scene like a Steph Curry is a celebrity, like a LeBron is a celebrity. Who's the next guy that's going to take that? SGA seems like the obvious answer, or Wemby, and so those guys facing each other in a Western Conference Finals, what could be an epic series, I think would be really good for the league.
I don't know. Listen, none of those guys are going to touch. Wemby has a chance to be a real star.
Yeah.
Wemby has a chance because he's like an alien. I mean, he's 7'4", could dribble, could shoot. I mean, defensively, he's a powerhouse that we probably haven't seen since. I don't want to get hyperbolic, but like you think about what Dikembe was. I don't know the last dominant big man defensive presence like Wemby. Gobert's a really good defense player, and there have been others, but like a dude that can dominate like that. You know what I mean?
Without physically dominating you, by the way. It's not like he's bodying people and they come in the paint and he's moving
the reach.
You just can't shoot over the guy. Have you seen him play in person?
No, I wish I had.
I think, to me, the most must-watch guy in sports right now is Shohei, especially when he pitches.
Sure.
But then the most must-see person just to understand the size and everything is Victor Wembanyama. If you see that guy in person, it doesn't look real.
It's funny you say that about Shohei because I made a point of going, when he was on the Angels still, of going up to Baltimore to Camden Yards to see them because I wanted to see Shohei.
I think we might have been at the same game, if that were the case.
I was in a suite.
Well, we were at the same game. You were in better seats, but we were probably in the same game.
Which is remarkable because I've been circling back to that night. The legendary Danny Frank. I don't know if you know Danny, but nobody has juice like Danny. Danny set us up with a suite, and we had a good crew. Cody Betts was with me. Pete Intern Haley was there. Mitch Tischler. We had a fun night, and it was when the BMW was at Caves at the same time, and Danny had set Bryson DeChambeau when he was still on the PGA Tour, so that's how long ago this was. Danny had set Bryson up with a suite as well. Bryson came into our suite and chatted with us for a solid 10 minutes, just, shooting the breeze. And Cody was asking him about his bench press routine and stuff. Bryson was very cool. And we took this big photo of a big group of us. And I want to juxtapose that vision of the human of Bryson, who was so cool, with everything that's going on now with LIV, and they're right down the road at Trump.
Yeah.
And Bryson, admittedly, yesterday didn't have his best stuff. I think he shot 3 under, but I think the leader's at 9 under or something.
8 or 9 or something like that.
We're going to have Garrett Johnston on the program here in a little while. I think in about an hour. Garrett was at LIV yesterday, talked to Bryson, talked to all these guys, and there's just this incredibly interesting divide in golf that has existed since LIV arrived with the mission to disrupt men's professional
100%.
golf. And now the Saudis are pulling the cash, and it's there's this inevitability of whether it's the end of LIV or just a restructuring and probably a significant downsizing. We don't know what's going to happen, but now these players are speaking in a manner which they identify something's coming. We don't know what it is. There's been no communication, but we know something's coming.
Well, and something I think is interesting about that is when that league started, JP, it was kind of a matter of when is it going to fold, because you knew it was never going to be profitable. I mean, you just look at the number at which the money at which some of these guys were getting, and it was never going to be profitable because you're not going to get the TV partners. You're never going to overtake the PGA Tour. And even though I know you dislike it a little more than I do, but I just more so dislike the fact that these guys are leaving the tour and you're not getting as good a product on tour. But you've seen some changes on the PGA Tour as well as a kind of a work back from what LIV did, where you've got these signature events where there's no cut and those sorts of things. And so I'm curious, I'm seeing a lot of people on golf Twitter getting frustrated with some of these signature events, kind of leaving some of the top guys out and no cut and those sorts of things. Do they make an adjustment if LIV folds? So I think it can be interesting on both sides of it. But, I mean, when you've got some big-name guys like John Rahm, Brooks Koepka's obviously gone back, Bryson DeChambeau, they've got some big dudes. I don't blame some of the Ian Poulters and Louis Oosthuizen.
Dude, the old dudes that got a giant paycheck at the end of their
Yeah,
career, take it.
I don't blame them, but I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see when all of this, whatever happens. Is Bryson back on the PGA Tour? How does that work?
They gave him the carve-out that they gave to Brooks.
Yeah.
Brooks took it. He didn't. With Bryson, it's fascinating because his golf, when he's at his best, is among the best in the world. And he, to me, is a generational talent. Like, he's a superstar in the game. And he has turned it into his own financial machine with YouTube. And that's great. Like, I don't belittle what he's done and what he's accomplished and what he's set out to build. I think that's great. But, like, I don't think it's the best thing for his game. Yeah. And if he wants to say, I want to be where I'm wanted, and if he's wanted on YouTube and then the majors, that's cool, but I don't think he's setting himself up for major success. So in some ways, it's like, what's your goal? I'm not sure what that is for him.
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to be an all-time great and someone remembered forever, I don't know that the route he's going necessarily does that. Now, for short-term fame, there's not many more polarizing guys in the game right now than Bryson DeChambeau. I mean, he's someone that no matter what he does, he's going to be a lightning rod, and he's got a great personality and someone that seems like you could hang out with. At the same time, sometimes on the course seems like a bit of a diva at the time. You know, it's like he's an interesting guy to follow. But I think there's also just a shift in the golf world right now with a lot of things. So, you know, this kind of comes at a time where it shook things up, I think maybe in a good way in some ways. I think the PGA Tour has made some positive changes because of LIV. So I'm curious if now LIV folds, are there some more changes that they can make that are pushing the game forward as well?
In a lot of ways, Mickelson was correct. Like, I don't know if you remember this because you're a lot younger, but I remember Jose Canseco wrote this outrageous book, and everybody's like, oh, my God, the allegations in here. And while Canseco may not have been the right messenger, a lot of what he said was accurate, right? And I think you see something similar with Phil when he was like, there's so much more money there that they're not giving to the players that the players should get. He was right because all of a sudden the purses have gone up significantly, right? And the players are making more money than ever. Now, they did take on private equity money, and that's probably a big reason how you're able to grow the purses and everything. But, yeah, like I do think in some capacity – LIV was good for professional golfers. I don't know that it was good for fans.
Correct.
And I mean, if you're a professional golfer, your goal is to make as much money as you can, right?
Yeah.
So like, they don't necessarily have to serve fans, but I do think there's just this really interesting confluence of events. And Garrett Johnston, boots on the ground at LIV. We'll talk to him at 11:30. We're going to talk to Chase Hughes at noon. I want to have a bigger lottery discussion. With Chase, I want to talk NBA hoops, then I want to talk Wiz, then I want to talk the lottery. At some point, we'll open the phone lines up because how do you feel about the Wiz in this lottery, where we know how the lottery has rarely gone the Wiz's way?
Yeah.
I am choosing optimism. I feel like this is a loaded draft. Even if they get to 5, I still like what they can get. But I'm going to choose optimism. I don't know how you feel.
Yeah, I would say I'm choosing optimism because I'm kind of almost operating as they have the 5th pick and then they're going to get better. You know, understanding that that's the worst that they can draft. And you look at this draft, I mean, okay, say you end up picking 5th and you end up with Keaton Wagler. That's the best player you've added in years.
Right.
Right? Like, say you end up with
Illinois
5th
guard.
and you add Darius Acuff. Same thing. Best guards you've added in years to this team. So I'm pretty happy with where they're at. And if they end up with the first pick and you get A.J. DeBonsa, then maybe that's something where it speeds everything up. If you end up with number 2, you end up with Darren Peterson, maybe that's something that speeds everything up a little bit and you're really going in the right direction. But I think that they're in a good spot where regardless of what happens, they're going to end up with a really, really good basketball player. And that's a good spot to be in because this year's draft is loaded. They made sure to guarantee that they were keeping the pick with the record that they had. Obviously, you know, I know the Roosters been waiting for this thing to be over for years, this tank job, but I think this could be.
Look at you taking shots at the Rooster already.
I'm not taking shots. I'm just saying. I know he's always complaining about the tanking.
He's always complaining about something.
Well, that's true. So I'm very interested to see if they can get, you know, one of these guys. I think DeBonsa and Peterson are like the obvious franchise changers that you feel like is a superstar pretty quickly into their NBA career. But I don't even know if you pick 5th. If you end up with Acuff or Wagler or take your pick, Caleb Wilson, whatever it is, I still think you end up with a guy that has that type of a ceiling, maybe just not as quickly.
Speaking of the Rooster, the Hurricanes won last night convincingly again.
Gross.
They're up 3-0 now in that series.
Yeah.
We are on this major collision towards the Colorado-Carolina Stanley Cup final I called. I do hope Colorado works them in the final. I'm still rooting for Anaheim. They play tonight late, 9:30. Maybe I'll watch that. I think the Nats had a good win last night, right? Were you there? Were you at Nats Park?
Yeah, no,
Of course
they're
you were.
impressive. Their defense, that's been something I've been watching, JP, is Blake Butera, after Saturday's game where Brady house booted a ball at third base that would have been able to get him out of the inning scoreless. Instead, they end up giving up 3 unearned runs in that first inning on Saturday. I thought this was interesting that Sunday, usually, JP, a 1:35 start, you're not doing a whole lot of pregame work. You may go hit in the cage, might do a couple of things. Instead, Butera and the boys had them out there running a spring training style defensive drill, and they were yelling out times and everything, trying to make sure that they work on their defensive intensity. This series, they did have 2 errors, but they were both from pitchers. So it's not that they're excused, but at least the infielders were doing their job.
Yeah.
And they were getting stuff done. So they had a couple impressive plays yesterday, too.
Michaelis got the win the other night. That was all ground balls.
Yeah.
Right? Nothing got booted. I thought Nunez played all that really well. I was able to watch some of that. Yesterday was a really fun day. We were out with our friends from Rude and had great food, great company, great fellowship, I would say. I had to skate out of there. So everybody knows Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch & Finley. Do not melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until May 31st. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. I had to get out of there because I had to get basically Andrews Air Force Base back to like the D.C. Bethesda line, right by Westmoreland Circle, if you will. And it was because my daughter was in the egg drop. Did you ever do that in like elementary or middle school where you have to like build a container to drop an egg from a very high height that it doesn't break?
No.
So my daughter, credit to her, because I wouldn't have come up with this idea. She built this like straw pyramid of like drinking straws and then surrounded that with bubble wrap and put the egg inside of it and then built a parachute out of like a trash bag.
Sick.
It was really cool. And she and my wife did it, and I offered my help, and they both said, no, Daddy.
Probably smart.
Yeah, so I want to give credit. The fire department came. I don't know. My guess is it's the Glen Echo Volunteer Fire Department because that's right by the school. I don't know what fire department, but credit to the fire department. And so the first round, with which I missed by like 40 seconds. So I get there, and I see my daughter like putting together her like egg packaging thing, and I'm like, great, I'm here. And then I see my wife, she's like, you missed it by 30 seconds. I was like, well, damn. But the good news, that was dropped from 50 feet, and it held. So she qualified for the next round. I didn't know what this would entail, but the ladder, the fireman's ladder, goes up that much more.
Yeah.
Up to 75 feet. And there were a number of kids, so I'm not just trying to credit my daughter, there were a number of kids that achieved this goal. But for a 10-year-old to build this contraption that could drop an egg from 75 feet up, and it was beautiful. Like it gently parachuted down to the ground. I was so proud of her, and she was proud of herself, more importantly. And my wife should take some pride, too, because she was pretty instrumental in the implementation of this device. But it was just one of those cool, like, dad fun moments. Yeah. And then the weather, as gross as yesterday morning was, the afternoon was terrific. And your boy snuck out on the golf course. And my front nine, I shot a 51 on the front.
Ooh.
It was awful. On the 8th hole, I was green side in 2, but there was a bunker between where I was and the green. And I was like, all right, I got to flop this. Sculled it off the back of the green. And then I'm like, I had a lot of green to work with. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to put this tight. Like, I'm not coming up short and 2-putting. Like, I'm going to put this tight. Hit a good chip. It's a downhill green. Just ran completely off the green. And then a 3-jack from there. So it was terrible. I righted the ship on the back, which felt good. Like, it felt good to hit my driver well, hit a couple really good irons, made a couple putts. That felt good. I leave for Oregon next week, and I have no idea what kind of shape my golf game is in. The guys I'm going with, like, we have like a Ryder Cup format. I think I'm going to lose all the money, Toby. I don't know.
You're in for a world of hurts.
I don't know what the money is yet. That hasn't been disclosed to me, what the betting is going to be. but I'm prepared to lose all of it.
Is it playing your own ball for this most of the thing, or alternate shot and some of the stuff, or is it scramble where somebody can help you out a little bit?
It's real golf. It ain't fake golf.
Oh, man.
Now, I will be stroking. It's all going to be handicapped out, so I'll be getting some pops.
Okay.
Some good players. So I'll be getting, maybe 4 aside kind of thing. But no fake stuff.
Yeah.
It's not a shamble.
You can't be
captain's
skull and chips
choice,
across the
any of that
green.
stuff.
Yeah.
No. I'm trying to have the right mindset of I'm going to a beautiful place that is really remote and hard to get to, so I'm just going to enjoy it. But I'm prepared to lose every dollar I have. But, Toby, the most remarkable thing happened to me yesterday, something I've never experienced in my life. And I've lived 44 years old. I've traveled. I've seen some things. I've been some places. I got a high noon. Now, you don't drink. Are you familiar with high noons?
Yes, yeah.
Kind of that longer cylinder can. Pause if anybody just saw that on the YouTube. That was a weird hand motion. I was trying to show what a high noon looks like. And I went to open it. I've opened many a can in my life.
Yeah.
I'm capable of opening a can. And the opener just popped off. Nothing, I didn't do anything out of the ordinary. It was just off. I've never seen that in my life.
How did you remedy that? Because I saw that video.
I remedied it. Don't worry. I grabbed a divot repair tool, for those that are familiar with golf, and just blasted it open.
I was going to say, did you just shotgun it?
No. I tweeted it out. Many people suggested just shotgun it. But technically, to shotgun, you need to open the top and the side.
Yeah.
How do you know about shotgunning, Toby?
I know what happens in the world, JP.
Okay. Have you ever, shotgunned a Coke or
No,
something?
no. I've never done it, but I know what happens in the
We should
world.
get you to shotgun something, like a club soda or something.
Sure.
I think you'd find it invigorating, perhaps, but
maybe
very odd. If you're not familiar with it, it's odd.
I don't know that I'm into shotgunning a club soda, but we can try something.
Yeah. All right. Maybe that's a future social media content. Toby shotguns a club soda. We do have football to talk about. We're in Ashburn, BigBear.ai Performance Center here for Commanders Rookie Mini Camp. We get to see the guys on the field. Want to talk to Toby about what he wants to see today. A little bit of football news. Some Commanders adjacent players have made some decisions, signing places, hanging it up. There's a lot of interesting things out there. We're just getting warmed up on a Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday. We're going to celebrate responsibly, not till 11 a.m., of course. But nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, Toby Altizer sitting in.
This sports update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical. The Vikings agreed to terms with free agent receiver Juwan Jennings on a one-year deal, providing the team with a reliable number 3 receiver behind Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. The deal is worth up to $13 million. Over in the NBA, Oklahoma City is up 2-0 on the Lakers. They won last night 125-107. The Pistons beat the Cavaliers 107-97. They are also up 2-0 in that series. And over in the NHL in the playoffs, the Flyers on the brink of elimination. They lost last night 4-1 to the Hurricanes, so Carolina is up 3-0 in the best-of-7 series. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned and never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Major show news today. B. Mitch is out. Toby Alberhauser sitting in for him, and Toby was able to connect to the internet.
It's about time. Yeah. 2026, able to connect to the internet. Good thing.
That's all you have to say about that?
I'm happy. I can finally see everything that I need to, be connected on everything that I need to.
You're not going to mention how you got connected?
Okay. You did it for me.
Bang! Just saying, Toby's 25, the youngest in charge, and the old guy got it to work.
To be fair, I punched in everything correctly.
No, there's no to be fair. You couldn't get on. I made it happen.
It's true.
Just one more piece of technology I conquered in a very short period of time.
Yeah. Credit to you.
Peak efficiency. That's all I'm saying.
Once again.
Peak efficiency.
Now, if you had been here at 9:54, you could have got me connected to the internet before the show.
Well, I also left my computer charger at Rude yesterday.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jeff who grabbed it for me. So that's perhaps one strike, even though I've already hit like 8 home runs, but that is a strike. And it was colder than I expected when I got here because it always is colder in Ashburn than it is inside the Beltway. That's a very long documented series of weather-related reports I've given over the years to the point where Dan Snyder yelled at me about that once. But it's always colder here, and I am wearing the pullover that B. Mitch gave me yesterday again.
There you go.
So for astute watchers of the program, yes, I'm wearing the same pullover because it was in my car and it was cold.
Outfit repeater.
Yeah, just, whatever. Let's talk a little ball, shall we?
Let's do it.
In the break there, you asked me about Sonny Styles.
Yeah.
And I got to meet and speak with him in person draft night in Pittsburgh. Impressive young fella, both physically and conversationally. What are you most excited to see today? We're here for rookie minicamp. We're going to see the 6 draft picks. Is it 9 UDFAs?
9 UDFAs.
9 UDFAs. There will be other dudes here. Have you ever covered a rookie minicamp?
No, never.
These are very bizarre. Like, it's not practice. It's a bunch of dudes that get invites, which for a lot of these guys, like, I try not to belittle it because I think this could be like their one weekend of pro ball.
Yeah.
And they get to take their jerseys and stuff, which is very cool for them. But it's I don't even know how many guys. So we got 6 and 9 is 15. I imagine they'll have another 15 or so kind of invites here today. At some point, they'll probably give us a roster. So it's interesting to watch today because they want to be able to at least run 7-on-7 is my guess. But what are you excited to see?
I'm excited to see Sonny Styles as an athlete. I mean, that's what's so impressive about this guy is being able to move the way that he does at his size. So I'm excited to see how he moves around. And I think the thing that's funny is so many people immediately went to, the RAS score is high, he was a combine warrior, he can't be a good football player then. And that's where they're completely wrong. It just so happens that the best athlete at the combine, one of the top RAS scores of all time, is also a fantastic football player. Like, it's not because of the fact that he had a great combine that he ends up going number 7 to Washington. He was a top 15 pick already, JP, and then you throw in the fact that he's a freak athlete, and as coaches get to watch him a little bit more after their season ends and realize, This guy could be a green dot in the middle of the defense, can play absolutely everywhere, former safety, so he's somewhat natural in coverage, can come down, not afraid to hit, doesn't miss tackles. This is a guy that even though the linebacker position has been devalued over the last decade or so, is still someone that can make a massive impact for your football team because he's everything you need out of the middle linebacker position. So I'm interested to just see him as the athlete because I think as a linebacker he's going to be great. But as an athlete, Washington hasn't had someone on the defense this athletic at that position maybe ever. I mean, it's been a long, long time since someone that athletic played that position for them.
Somebody asked me, and we're certainly not knighting him at this point. We got to see it on the field for probably multiple years to qualify for this. But who was the last defensive star player they had? And to me, it's Sean Taylor.
Yeah, it would be.
Like maybe London, but real star, I think, is Taylor. I think there was hope that Chase Young would be that, and that rookie year, there were real flashes. The second half of his rookie year was fun and exciting, and you thought the world was coming, and it just didn't materialize for a number of reasons. But I think as a fan base, media group, whatever, we have to be really hesitant to ever invoke Sean Taylor's name, comparing him to other players. But two, we don't know what style is going to be. He's got all the tools, right? Yeah. But I think he has the opportunity to be that dude. And, God, it'd be fun if he is.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I just love that when you go through everything and the process is all right and you understand all that, if you swing and miss sometimes, that's going to happen. That's just the nature of the business. But when you've got a guy coming from Ohio State, which has turned out so many NFL prospects and really good NFL prospects at different positions, but think about who his defensive coordinator was. Matt Patricia, that's a guy that's had success at the NFL level. So you've got a guy that was playing in an NFL-style defense with Caleb Downs, with Arvell Reese, with those guys at Ohio State, and he was the guy that was in charge of getting everybody set. We've talked about some of these other guys and the way that they were used in that defense and how impressive they were, but Styles was kind of the leader of that defense. So you get that, and that's something that's very unique, getting a guy like that coming out of an NFL-style system, and then on top of that, a freak athlete. So I think that's why you end up with a linebacker at 7 that so many people are excited about. Is he seems like you don't want to say generational with everybody, but like that's the kind of linebacker
word gets used
prospect.
Far too often, but yes, I understand what you're saying. Now, one thing that's interesting with the NFL, like right now, the NFL is such the hegemon of professional sports that they dictate everything, right? Like, we're all on pins and needles right now to find out the date of the schedule release. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because it was long. Yeah. It was long, kind of suggested, theorized to be next week, next Wednesday, May 13th. But I've heard that could get pushed back. And then I was listening to Scott Van Pelt's podcast, and he said that he's like, "Yeah, I'm hearing it might be pushed back." So I wonder if they're going to push it back a week. And if you know the NFL calendar like I do at this point, like. Everything got crunched up a week. Like the combine seemed extra early. And the NFL season is not going to start till, I want to say it's like September, like that first weekend, just because of the way the calendar shakes out. It's going to be later because Labor Day is later, and they start the weekend after Labor Day. Like week 1 of the NFL, the first Sunday with a ton of games is September 13th.
Wow, it's late, yeah.
Yeah, so like it's just a funky calendar because September starts on a Tuesday, so Labor Day is the 7th, right? Like it just pushes everything back a bit. Like the NFL, whatever, they're opening in Australia or whatever, that's September 9th.
That's crazy.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think they have the bandwidth to push this back another week if it drops May 20th. And honestly, for the league, it's like, all right, we got rookie camp. Then we've got OTAs at the end of the month. Why not push it back a week?
Yeah.
Like, they just want to dominate the news cycle at all times, and they're going to do it anyway.
Yeah, they dominate absolutely everything. I really just
That
need
said, it could be next week, too. Who knows?
I just need the schedule so I know when I can buy tickets to London.
Did you go to Spain?
I did, yes.
Okay, so you're going to go to London.
That's the plan.
I like that. Now, will you work it, or will you just go as a fan?
Do a little bit of both.
Will you go, like, did you have a credential to the game in Spain?
No. Just went as a fan to the game.
But then you're doing some social.
Yeah, stuff in the station, yeah.
I think, and don't quote me on this, early October. I think, and don't quote me on this.
Well, by the way, I was talking with a couple of the guys around the station about this. The crazy part is,
I think October 4th.
That could be the biggest game at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium next year. Tottenham could get relegated from the Premier League.
That's awesome. Like, I'm not a Hotspur fan. I think it probably is driving some Londoners crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Arsenal is into the Champions League final, and Tottenham might get relegated.
Yeah.
Of the London teams, I tend to root for Arsenal because I certainly don't root for Chelsea. But yeah, I mean now soccer's a different beast. Like to them, Commanders Colts,
they're not
going
to care.
End up being is not going to be the biggest game.
But still, I mean, that stadium. I mean, it's such a massive story. I mean, we're not going to spend too much time on it because not many people care that much
Soccer
about Premier League.
all-timer, who knew?
But that's wild to me that they could get relegated.
Shout out to Leeds, they're staying up. But I think my boys from Middlesbrough might be coming up if Tottenham goes down. If you want to get deep into it, we can check the champions table too. But I think for me, the reality today, and Styles is a traditional linebacker, so if they run some 7-on-7, he'll be out there. But like if you want to look at Matt Goldman or Joshua Josephs, like today's not the day because there's not going to be pads, there's not going to be much line of scrimmage type stuff.
How much you think we'll see Drew Stevens kick today?
Dude, that's a real line I want to see. Like I have been loudly advocating for them to at least have another kicker. And the fact that they did, and he's got a big leg, I'm excited about that. I want to see Antonio Williams.
Yeah.
I don't know that we'll see. I don't know. I won't be surprised because the media's here today, but this is not the only time they're practicing. I won't be shocked if we don't see Stevens kick at all.
Yeah.
If they save that for when we're not here.
Sure.
Or who knows? Maybe he'll kick. But it's also whatever kicking we see today with Stevens, unless they brought in a rookie minicamp invitee long snapper, like it's not real because it's not going to be the operation, is my guess. I could be proven wrong. Maybe they have. I know the holder, the traditional holder, is unavailable today because he's golfing.
Yeah.
And I do believe, so Tress and Tyler Ott played in the Trump Pro-Am, the LIV Pro-Am on Wednesday. I know Tress is not available today, so we will not see him. Maybe Ott's coming out here to snap a little bit. I kind of doubt it.
Yeah.
But maybe. My guess is he probably already flew home to Boston. I could be wrong on all that. I don't know. But I got a deep cut for you. There are stories in the NFL that matter over the summer that by the time the season starts are proven completely irrelevant. But we got one of those brewing. I'll tell you what it is when we come back. It's B. Mitch Finley. B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Interestingly enough, we are out in Ashburn, Virginia, BigBear.ai Performance Center. Rookie minicamp for the Commanders. Sonny Styles signed his contract today. Imagine putting pen to paper and guaranteeing $37 million in your bank account.
It'd be a nice feeling. I'd like to feel it just once.
What's interesting, too, though, and these figures aren't disclosed, but how much do you think Sonny made last year at Ohio State?
A couple mil.
It was certainly 7 figures.
Yeah.
I mean, a player of that caliber.
Yeah. Maybe it doesn't hit the same as it used to.
No, but you know what else I thought of with Styles, and maybe I've made this point on air, but when he was an all-world recruit, he was a 5-star, go anywhere he wanted. Now, he's from Ohio. I imagine the ties to Ohio State are pretty damn strong. But one thing I like about him, and I haven't asked him about this, but he played his first 2 years as safety, and then the staff was like, yo, we think you might be better suited to play linebacker. You know what a lot of guys do in the age of the transfer portal?
Yeah.
They get the hell out of there. You know who would have said, Sonny, come on in? Tennessee, Iowa, USC, UCLA, Texas A&M. Like, had he chosen to be like, no, he could have gone anywhere he wanted still and been a safety. So it says something about the person, right? And I'm curious to get to know him more. But before we went to break, I said there are storylines that matter in the summer that really are irrelevant once the real season starts. But it's summer, right? Like we're getting ready to go to Dewey Beach for Memorial Day. A storyline that's going to be really interesting throughout the summer and honestly will give these second half of these preseason games that are just dogs a little bit of juice. You just asked me about it. Ethan Kaliak Manis. Like they're going to keep 3 quarterbacks on the active. Now they'll probably make space for a 4th on the practice squad because one thing that has changed dramatically is the final 53 is now really a final 70. The way they can elevate guys from the practice squad on Saturday nights basically makes it a 70-man roster in a lot of ways. So, like, everybody gets so caught up in roster cuts. We're going from 90 to 70 in reality. Like, it ain't that big of a deal. I can tell you who 18 of them are today.
Yeah.
You're cutting 20, and I can tell you who they're going to be.
Yeah.
But whatever. Let everybody have their fun and their content and their clicks. Hartman got passed over late last season when Johnston had to be the starter, and they brought in Driscoll. And the late, great Rich Chandler would always say, don't listen to what they say, watch what they do. They showed you what they thought there. Now, everybody in the building loves Sam. Sam's a great dude. Jaden loves Sam. How does that impact any of this? Should it impact any of this? And then it'll come down to the ball, right? Can Kaliak Manis look better than Hartman? On the field, it's a pretty low bar. Off the field, Hartman's a 10 out of 10. That's a handsome fella. But it is an interesting subplot to this offseason.
Well, and it's an interesting thing, too, because at some point you got to figure out, I mean, is Mariota just going to be going year after year after year staying as a backup quarterback, or at some point do you want to have maybe a cheaper backup quarterback, understanding that Jaden wasn't able to stay healthy last season, so your backup is going to get significant time. So you want to be pretty confident in your backup quarterback.
I don't think he's in that running.
Well, and
I could be proven wrong.
And so that's the thing, is like, you're probably fighting for quarterback 3, like you're saying, but he's also got the opportunity, if he shows well, that maybe you could potentially work yourself into that kind of a role. It's unlikely, but you're right. I mean, it's going to be interesting to watch, and, you know, from what it sounds like, I wasn't all that impressed watching him play at Rutgers, but sounds like a great vibes guy, kind of similar to Sam Hartman in a lot of ways, in terms of just a great dude to have in your quarterback room, and you can get away with that at that position. So it's going to be interesting to watch, and maybe it just ends up being something where Kaliak Manis is on the 53 and Sam Hartman comes back on the practice squad, and, you know, that's kind of your quarterback room. But it is going to be something that's interesting to see, because last year, you're right, they kind of showed you Sam Hartman would have gotten a chance if he had shown enough on the field. He would have gotten a chance to start one of those final couple of games, and he didn't play in any of them. So at some point, it's like, all right, well, if he's not going to be even worth playing in a throwaway game at the end of the season, then why is he here? But he can still help you out in that room because everybody does love him. He does help out in terms of the morale and the game planning and those sorts of things. So it is going to be an interesting fight, but I think that's why you end up taking a Kaliak Manis in the 7th round. Maybe you could have gone with another quarterback. That was kind of my thing. But Kaliak Manis, they really, really like the makeup of.
I think this was a terrible draft. And by the time they got to the 7th round, they're like, all right, he's on our board. I'm honest. I'm being honest, dude. Like, I had people texting and calling and tweeting me Why didn't they take a corner? They stuck to their board. It was pick 2-2-3. Let's all relax.
Yeah. I mean, for a 7th rounder, you can't get too bent out of shape for a 7th rounder.
In what is widely considered the worst draft in the decade.
Yeah. Like, you can ask a question, but it's not like a, hey, man, what the heck are you doing question. It's like, I'm just wondering.
Yeah. I think that's a fair place to be. And DQ's going to talk today. We haven't. So during the draft, Adam Peters gives pressers at the end of each night, and then the wrap-up presser goes to Lance Newmark, the assistant GM. DQ did do a side scrum when they introduced Styles here in Ashburn. I'm using like vernacular that people probably aren't that familiar with. Styles spoke at the podium, right, and did the photo ops and all the stuff. And then what traditionally happens that happened this year is Quinn will speak off to the side with reporters gathered around him. If you're listening to us, I'm sure in some capacity you saw the clips of Quinn talking. But when he spoke was Friday of the draft. They hadn't drafted Kaliak Manis yet.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's worth a bullet when we only get to talk to him 3 times over the next month. But it is kind of interesting. Hey, Dan, what was the thought process like drafting a quarterback in the 7th? He's going to say competition. But it's interesting. If you had to put your chips, because I believe they have for 2 seasons now, kept 3 on the active, right? If you had to put your chips on Kaliak Manis, Hartman, or veteran QBX to be signed later, you got 100 chips. How are you dividing those up?
Probably 70 Kaliak Manis, 30 veteran quarterback.
0 to Hartman?
Yeah, I just don't see it.
I think 70 is awfully high for Kaliak Manis.
Yeah, I mean, it probably is. But I think they're looking at that 3rd quarterback spot. I mean, they didn't want to see Josh Johnston on the field. I don't think they plan on seeing Kaliak Manis on the field. I think they look at it as, if we get to that spot where that guy's getting in there, then maybe we'll have to go make a move.
I'll go 25 Hartman, 25 Kaliak Manis, 25 Jeff Driscoll. I don't believe he's signed anywhere, and if he is, it's probably a practice squad deal. 25 veteran QBX.
Interesting. Okay.
I think it's pretty wide open, but I don't know either. Speaking of veteran quarterbacks, one hung it up. We got to talk about that. Plus, a receiver that I've gotten 8 zillion tweets about signed somewhere else. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with Vodka. Darren Peterson spent most of his freshman season at Kansas trying to solve a mysterious and sometimes debilitating cramping issue. Peterson said, though, that the use of these high doses of creatine was the cause of his condition. He told that to ESPN in an interview this week. He ranked as the number 2 prospect available in next month's NBA draft and hopes that his stock stays that way now that he has an answer to what this injury is. And Taylor Hineki is calling it a career. He announced his retirement last night on Instagram. While he represented 7 franchises and played games for 5 teams during his 7-year NFL career, we will always remember him best for his time in Washington. Baseball season is back. Celebrate with Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and your game day must-have. Made with real vodka and zero bubbles, it's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
When I walk in the club. This is Toby's song right here.
It's a vibe.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby sitting in for B today. Hope B's getting what he needs out of today. They're celebrating Monty Coleman's life. True legend in multiple senses of the word. We are here in Ashburn, BigBear.ai Performance Center, responsibly celebrating a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. I hope you're responsibly celebrating a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday as well. Scotty's Vodka is made in the DMV and tremendously smooth. All right, Toby, I do this with my fingers when there's 3 things I want to discuss because otherwise I'll just forget all 3 of them. So we're going to go by line here.
Let's do it.
Coming up in about a half hour, Garrett Johnston is going to join us from LIV Golf, Virginia at Trump. And he got to talk to Bryson yesterday. I always value boots on the ground, and I appreciate Garrett making time for us. This just came to my attention. Commander's Muse. I mean, there's 2 E's.
Oh, is it really?
But the name is Muse, but the 2 E's on the handle. I don't know much about Commander's Muse, so I don't want to besmirch this person. There's a player grid here where they break down great players, average players, bad players, who are liked by the fans, who fans are divided by. Somehow Trent Williams landed on hated by fans. I got to say categorically that's incorrect. Trent's one of the few guys that gets to leave, and I still think is widely beloved by the fans.
Yeah, I do not hate Trent at all.
Yeah, so completely incorrect. Perhaps Commander's Muse may put together a lot of great content. You're wrong on this one. I hope it's not just clickbait.
I'm sure there are some fans that do hate Trent,
Who?
but that's the
Why?
loud minority.
Who? Why?
I have no idea.
I don't even think it's a loud minority. Unfortunately, I get thrust into the loud minority of fans pretty frequently in my mentions and stuff. I don't even think that. Jeff, you're our deep state Redskins Commanders expert. Trent's beloved, right?
Yes, I don't know anyone who hates Trent. People wanting him to come back.
Yeah, okay. This dude's wrong on this one. Can we all move forward?
Yeah.
And maybe not this person is incorrect.
Yeah.
Okay. That was number 1. How should I make 2? I'll go to 2 this way. Taylor Hineki hung it up. I think Taylor Hineki, an undrafted player out of Old Dominion, to go 11 years in the NFL.
Yeah.
Just a tremendous career.
Just
tremendous dude.
Just an awesome dude, right? Just like an everyman quarterback, a guy that's out there just having fun, doing it with the guys, and regardless of how good of a quarterback he was always a blast to watch. The way he played the position was fun. A guy that tried to play like Brett Favre with minimal arm strength, which, obviously grew up a Favre fan. I was at the game at Lambeau when he scored the touchdown. They got overruled after he'd done the Lambeau leap. They didn't score on there. Those were fun times to watch him, even though the team was not very good and the hopes for seasons weren't very high with him as the quarterback. He was a fun guy to watch and easy to root for.
I believe our guy Metal Chris has what is the high point, no exaggeration here, the high point of the Washington football team era.
Yeah.
Hineki in trouble again. He's able to escape. Keeps the play alive. Runs for the first down. Dives to the pylon. Is he in? Is he in? Yes! Touchdown! What a run! What a play by Hineki!
What a play!
And Chase Young is down there
The
to
first
let us
guy
know
down
who
there to greet
scored.
him, yes. But this, I thought for sure this was a sack. And I'm saying this is the one time he took too long, but he keeps his eyes upfield, squirts around in there, and then he's got some speed that they didn't know he had. Runs away from everybody trying to hit that pylon. And does he hit the pylon with the football?
He did, Tony.
Yes, he does. That's a touchdown.
That was great.
So fun.
You know what's crazy listening to that clip is the only thing that's lacking there is the crowd going nuts.
Yeah.
I was at that game, obviously. I worked it. And having that playoff game and that moment in an empty stadium, it will always resonate at the peak of the COVID craziness. Taylor and I have a relationship. He's a fantastic dude. I just pulled this up because I couldn't remember when it was from. F1. You familiar with F1? The car racing?
Yeah, of course.
So they were in Vegas in November. And I woke up to a missed call from Hineki. And then I checked my phone. Now, obviously, we're going to edit what some of this says.
Sure.
But so Hineki called me at 12:45 a.m. on Sunday, November 23rd. So that's probably Saturday night Vegas time. And I didn't answer it because it's the middle of the night in D.C. And he then sent me a text strongly encouraging me to pick up my phone.
the phone.
Yeah. Well, there's some other words in there. And then the next morning he texted me back, I was in Vegas with some people you knew.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Like, he's just a great, great dude. And for any undrafted player to go 11 years, particularly at the quarterback position, but that's a hell of a run.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be a cult hero here for a long time.
Totally.
People are going to love him forever.
And in his retirement message, did he say, go Skins? I think he did.
He did.
Right?
He said, go Skins.
For 25 years, I had the pleasure to play this great sport of football. It has taught me a lot, not only about myself, but about life as well. Many ups and downs throughout the years, but the ups outweigh the downs tenfold. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I would have been able to live this life. Thank you to all who have supported me in this journey. Thank you to all who have believed in me. And thank you to those who gave me the opportunity to live out my childhood dream. Excited for this next chapter of my life. And as always, go Skins. Now, I already had some dude tweet me that said he has to retire as a Redskin. I don't think he ever played for the Redskins.
No, he didn't.
He played for the football team. He signed in 2020, right?
Yeah.
So I love that he embraces the Skins.
That's the best part about it, too, is the highlight that Metal Chris played is the highlight of Taylor Heineke's career. It's his first game.
I know.
Remember, like, the story of him starting that game is wild.
Wild. Now, here's what's pretty cool for Taylor. Career earnings almost $20 million.
There you go.
I mean,
there you go.
That's the stuff right there.
As Brent Musburger infamously said on a A.J. McCarron national championship game, get out in the backyard and start throwing the football around. You remember that?
Yes. Now, I've been very good. I had three things I wanted to talk about. One was this Trent thing, which is utter nonsense. Two is congratulating Taylor Hineki on a hell of a career. Number three, Juwan Jennings. Juwan Jennings. We had a lot of conversation about Juwan Jennings. San Francisco 49ers wide receiver. No more a free agent. He signs with the Minnesota Vikings for a deal up to $13 million. I do not know Juwan Jennings' representation, but credit to them for making sure all the headlines show $13 million, when the reality is this is an $8 million deal, which is exactly what I predicted. I thought he'd get 1 year around 9, so maybe not exactly, but I kind of nailed that. Juwan Jennings not coming to Washington. What are these internet streets saying? People worked up?
I don't know that people are too frustrated because they kind of feel like Brandon Ayuk is going to be here. I think the bigger discussion right now has been between Stephon Diggs and Brandon Ayuk. But for me personally, I don't fully understand why Washington wasn't in on this player a little bit more. It felt
you just said you don't like him.
I'm not a huge Juwan Jennings fan, but for that price tag, I think he'd be your second best receiver, or at least your second most dependable receiver. Hopefully Antonio Williams can pass him for the second best receiver mark, but I just think it's interesting that they didn't even, Kime was saying that they weren't really a part of the discussions. You can't count 100% on Brandon Ayuk being here because he's still on another roster. If you wanted to say that maybe you're going to go sign Stephon Diggs, I can be a little more in on that. But I just thought that fit-wise, I think he'd be fine. I thought at the beginning of free agency that he was going to get way too much. I thought he was going to get overpaid. That clearly didn't happen. And so if that was the amount that he was going to go for, I would have been very interested in bringing him in for a year.
Juwan Jennings is a seventh-rounder going into his sixth NFL season. If you are a seventh-rounder going into your sixth NFL season, this will now be his third contract. He had a rookie deal, got extended at some point. You do every little thing right. Like that's just the reality. First rounders, second rounders even get a little leeway. Seventh rounders do not. He does every little thing right. Watch San Fran tape. Watch him block. Watch when he knows the ball's not coming to him, complete his routes. He does every little thing right. Not a surprise to me he goes to a place like Minnesota with Kevin O'Connell. I hear you. 1 year, $8 million. Could Washington have afforded that? Absolutely. The bigger topic, I guess, is the receiver angst that exists among the fan base, and you're not incorrect. I was listening to Grant and Danny the other day, and Danny was just saying, we saw what happened when Terry went down and the offense was terrible. And there is understandable concern if that happens again, right? I did kind of a deep dive on the existing Commanders receiver room on my Substack, Toby. I don't know if you're on that. I've started writing again. I enjoy it. JP Finley on Substack. And I want to freeze frame the existing room because we can have a Steph Diggs conversation or an Ayuk discussion. We can do all those things. But, what matters more right now is who's here.
Yeah, who's actually on the roster.
And I think they feel more comfortable than a lot of fans. I think they also clearly, with Antonio Williams, think they've got something. And I keep circling back to, in the third round, early third, they had their pick of all those wide receivers that were on the board. And that's who AP took.
Yeah.
And the one thing that this is not a vehicle to dump on Luke McCaffrey, but people are like, man, they took Luke in the third round, and that hasn't produced. One, Williams was 71st. Luke was 100th. That's almost a full draft round in between because of the compensatory picks. Two, Luke was a project. EB, Bickle called Styles a project. I disagree with that. Luke was a project.
Yes.
He was a college quarterback turned receiver that played at a small conference for 2 years. Luke was going to take time. Antonio Williams comes in polished. He was a freshman All-American as a wide receiver, right? So they're different players. Could another move happen? Yeah. Could there be more cuts that we're not expecting? Yeah. There's there's a lot of moving parts. But if you look at the room right now, if Terry goes down, yes, it seems troubling. But they've brought the floor up of that room significantly by bringing Diami back, by adding Van Jefferson. Do you know that Chris Moore was the fifth most targeted wide receiver on this team last year?
Yeah.
That's problematic.
Well, my thing is, and my frustration and question about the wide receiver room is more so you can go through that entire depth chart behind Terry McLaurin, JP, and you can tell me, well, if this guy plays well, if this guy has what we think he can be, then he could be awesome. The problem is you're doing it with if. And, okay, I think this guy could. And you're living in hypotheticals. And we haven't necessarily seen it with all these guys before. Versus if you were to have brought in a Juwan Jennings, or if you bring in an Ayuk, which I'm still not a huge fan of doing, but it seems like they're pretty big fans and keen on doing that. Or even a Stephon Diggs, there's at least a track record that you can go on. Versus, I hope Antonio Williams can be Amon-Ra St. Brown in the slot. I hope he can be awesome. I hope he can get wide open in the NFL. We just haven't seen it yet. I hope Jalen Lane can help you out of the slot. I hope Luke McCaffrey can help you. I'm hoping Diami Brown looks like the playoff guy that we saw look really, really awesome in Detroit. I'm hoping Van Jefferson can help. But it's all hope. It's one of those things where, well, what happens if they just go back to what their career average has been, which is wide receivers down the depth chart, wide receiver 4. Well, suddenly you've got Terry McLaurin and a bunch of wide receiver 4s, which is problematic.
Agreed. I'm just not sure Juwan Jennings is much different. I think your assessment that he arrives and is immediately their second-best wide receiver, I mean, it's a dude that's never had a 1,000-yard season. 2 years ago in San Fran, he got to 975. He got close.
Yeah.
But everyone was hurt.
I mean, you're not going to sell me on the fact that Juwan Jennings is some great, because I'm not big on Juwan Jennings personally. I was not that interested in signing him until I saw what the deal was. But as someone who has now done it for multiple seasons as a reliable wide receiver, he's probably a wide receiver 3, and that's what he's going to be in Minnesota, and that works out perfect. But for this team, a reliable wide receiver 3 type could fit in at wide receiver 2, understanding if Terry McLaurin is Terry McLaurin again and goes for 1,200 yards, and Antonio Williams is able to grow into that role of being maybe the second reliable option, and Chigga is obviously a part of the passing offense as well, like then you feel a little bit better versus now I'm relying on the rookie to be good. Right. I'm relying on De'Ami Brown to be more of what we saw in the playoffs versus what we've seen for most of his career. And that's where I'm just a little bit wary, where if that's what you're having to depend on to be good, I just don't have the track record to go on to feel as confident. Could work out just fine, and that's what I'm hoping for.
It's interesting because if you look at Juwan Jennings' numbers from San Fran, his first 3 years in the league were De'Ami, Jalen Lane numbers. I mean, he averaged, call it, 300 yards a year. Then he had the big pop in 24, where he went to 975, had 77 catches. Last year, those numbers dipped back, 55 catches for 640 yards, but he did have 9 touchdowns. So, like, I am not here to dismiss, who Juwan Jennings is, but I'm also here just to show a little bit of clarity for the folks. Jeff, how are the internet streets handling Juwan Jennings signing with Minnesota?
Well, it's people who want people in different fan bases. The people who wanted Juwan Jennings, because there was one guy, I'm not going to put him out there, don't want to give him no clout. He was like, we're going to get him. Well, I don't know why y'all keep talking about Brandon Ayuk. We're going to get Juwan Jennings. He's like, why didn't we go get Juwan Jennings? I'm like, I thought you knew. I thought you knew we were going to go get him.
Well, Jeff, most people on the internet are completely full of it. So
yes,
whoever that dude is.
Not too many people are, I don't see too many people complaining about it.
Here's all I'd like to point out. 5-year career. So it's a big sample. He's averaged almost 3 catches a game, 2.8 career. He's averaged 35 yards per game. So on average, now those numbers have gone up over the last 2 years, but one of the things I always like that Mike Rizzo said, look at the back of the baseball card. It probably tells you the story, right? So like on average over 5 seasons, you're talking about a dude less than 3 catches a game, less than 40 yards per game. So I don't think this is something we need to get up in arms about. Could he have helped? Yes. Like for me, as we get closer to the season, the roster they have now is largely going to be the roster they have week 1, September 13th, right?
Yeah.
Largely this is who it's going to be. And eventually they will be evaluated on their evaluations, but they feel pretty comfortable.
So I think when I look at Juwan Jennings versus some of the other guys that they've been linked to now with Stephon Diggs and Brandon Ayuk.
Who's linking? The Ayuk, yes. Who's doing the linking?
Well, people are speculating.
Dudes on the internet are saying.
People are speculating.
Let's not saying that's the link.
Okay. So
the Ayuk, there's real reporting. There are a million reasons. Like the Diggs is like, man, he's from here and he's a free agent.
Yeah.
Like that is not
sure.
Like
so with that discussion and looking at wide receiver 2, that's a ceiling where you're raising the ceiling of the wide receiver 2 position.
Sure.
And you're having a legit wide receiver 2 potentially.
I think they've raised the floor. The ceiling looks about the same.
I just think when you bring in a guy like a Juwan Jennings, it's raising the floor a little bit higher of a wide receiver 2, where if Antonio Williams overtakes him, that wouldn't be surprising because that's what you hope happens. But just in the case that Antonio Williams takes a little bit to get going, as some rookie receivers do, especially third-round rookies, then that's fine. You just have another guy. So that's my thing, is I still think that you're probably correct that they have raised the floor. I still think the floor is a little lower than I would like, especially at that number 2 spot. I'm not even talking about the what if Terry gets hurt. I'm not worried about that. That's not something I can delve into. Football happens, guys get injured. But I just don't love the idea that now I'm relying on Antonio Williams to go for 700-800 yards as a rookie. If he does it, I think he can. I absolutely believe in him. I just don't want that to be, well, if Antonio Williams doesn't go for 700 yards, then you're screwed. Like, I don't want that to be the case.
So why I think that's flawed, I'm going to operate under the assumption that McLaurin doesn't get hurt again. Like, it didn't linger. He played the last 6 games of the season, was productive, right? If you want to concern yourself with injuries for Terry, like, that's fine. That's your prerogative.
Yeah.
I don't view it through that prism, but okay. Go back to 24 when they won 12 games, and they were really good. They only had 1,000-yard receiver in Terry. Their second leading receiver was tight end Zach Ertz. OZ went for 500. Noah Brown went for 450. Then it was Eckler. Then it was Diami at 300. Then it's Luke, and the list keeps going. But, like, you can spread it around, and your second receiver has 750 yards, and the offense can be highly productive. I am far more interested in David Blau's offense getting receivers open. You know how hard it is to get open when there's no threat of play action or the run game doesn't really merit? Like, defenses largely knew when they were passing. That makes it harder for dudes to get open. I'm far more interested in if David Blau can get guys open than do they have a guy that could go for 800 yards.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Sure. No, I think that's right. I mean, I think Jaden being healthy all season, I think David Blau running a more traditional style of offense that, like you're saying, marries the run and pass game much better, that can get guys open who you wouldn't traditionally think of as a second leading receiver on a roster, but suddenly this guy goes for 700 yards in a season, 800 yards, because they're just open more, and Jaden's able to find them, and that's a scheme thing. So I agree with you. I think they can get it done. I just would sleep a little better knowing that there was a little more of a reliable number 2 receiving option. That's kind of my whole point in this. I still think
and that's a fair point.
I think to their credit, though, there's probably 4 or 5 guys that you look at, JP, and you're like, well, maybe Luke McCaffrey takes the year 3 leap. You know, we saw some improvements last season. Maybe Jalen Lane's better year 2. Maybe Antonio Williams is awesome right away as a rookie. And by the way, I'm big on Antonio Williams, so I think that could be the case. But it's just a little bit more of uncertainty versus I'd like some certainty. And who knows, if they get Brandon Ayuk in here, maybe this whole discussion is moot. Anyways.
I don't think so. For the crowd out there that thinks Ayuk solves the wide receiver 2 issue, I'm not as sold on that as they are.
Are you so what are you questioning with
health?
That? Is it the health thing?
The
we haven't
desire
seen
to
him
play football?
Yeah.
The showing up every day? There's questions there, dude. That's
No.
scratch-off ticket.
Yeah, I'm not in on that at all. If you can get 75% of what Ayuk used to be, you still feel pretty good about it, but it's just there's so much extra that goes with it.
Nobody go anywhere. Speaking of extra, LIV Golf is in town at Trump. Is it Trump National? What is Trump?
I think it's Trump National.
Okay, we're going to call it Trump National. Our guy Garrett Johnston was there yesterday, got to talk to Bryson DeChambeau. Let's see what we learned. Nobody go anywhere.
While potential buyers for the defending Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks are starting to emerge, the franchise hasn't generated the interest that the NFL had hoped for when the estate of Paul G. Allen put the team up for sale in February. According to an owner, 2 team executives, and another executive with direct knowledge of the sale, they said that the market is soft. Quote, there isn't as much action as there was with Denver and with Washington, one executive said, referring to the past 2 franchise sales. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. It is a beautiful, as Doug Kammerer likes to say, a fantastic Friday. And I hope everybody's enjoying Scotty's Vodka Red Bull. You can get Scotty's Vodka all over the DMV, including select Virginia ABC stores. You ever played Trump, Toby?
No. I went out there for the last LIV tournament. Course looked really nice, but no, never played it.
I've played it a couple times, but never like my own ball, like in like various tournaments kind of thing. Like scramble, shamble, whatever you call that. It's a nice track right on the water. I thought LIV was at RTJ this year. I didn't realize it's back at Trump. I think LIV and Trump probably have a number of deals because I think there's like 2 or 3 other LIV tournaments going on to Trump courses. The LIV Golf situation is very bizarre. And we're lucky because we got somebody that's there. Our friend Garrett Johnston from the Beyond the Clubhouse podcast. Garrett, I mean, you got some of the biggest interviews in sports yesterday, dude. How are you?
I'm good. What, just based on this chat with Bryson and Sergio and the guys over the week? Or is that what you're referring to? Or?
Yeah, I am. I mean, you're in the center of the storm right now, and what made LIV so interesting for so long was it seemed like they had this never-ending pile of cash. Well, now it appears to be ending.
Totally.
Let's start with just what is the vibe at LIV Virginia right now?
I think the best way to put it, I remember showing up on Tuesday morning, dropped my kids off at school in Arlington, raced out there and caught some of Scott O'Neill's press conference, the LIV CEO. And I mean, if you're watching body language, I mean, there were 40 to 50 employees in the back of the room in that tennis center at the, you know what I mean, for his presser, like people with logos for their teams, logos, you know, with the LIV logo on their shirt. Like we're talking about 50 employees in the back lined up, listening intently, standing up. They want to know. I mean, their future's at stake as well. This is about the players are going to be fine, by and large, right? Like if you're talking about the vibe, I spoke with many guys, including Sergio, who was very much anti-PGA Tour, and his last tour event was actually here at TPC Potomac. Remember 4 years ago?
Oh wow!
He was very vocal. Right? In that rules infraction he had on the 10th hole, and he's like, "All right, well, don't worry, we'll be done with this in 2 weeks." So he was referring to his move to LIV. But what I'm saying is, guys like Sergio are like, you know what? If this folds, you're asking me if LIV folds. Boom, yeah, I would explore European, PGA Tour. I'd be open to different options. Same with Harold Varn III. I mean, Harold was very, in catching up with them, very empathetic towards, you know, if there are cuts, that there would be employees losing their jobs. You know what I mean? Like, however LIV continues, whatever that looks like, whether it gets to the end of the year or not, there's rumblings that may not even finish or even get to Trump Bedminster in August. But there was a lot of empathy from Harold about, you know, as players, we're fine. Like, we're going to have options. We're going to find places to play. And most guys I spoke to are open to exploring, at least looking into going back to the PGA Tour.
What about a guy like Bryson? What has stood out with the conversations you've had with him and his thought process? I mean, I know I've heard things talking about YouTube and if he would go back to the tour and those sorts of things. What about with Bryson?
It's funny, yeah. With Bryson, it's then what was the narrative on social? All this stuff came out in Mexico City, and he talked to Flushing at Golf right behind the scenes. We were wondering, what is he really thinking about this? And he said all these reports about me, the New York Times reporting that his team met with the PGA Tour. He's like, no. He told Flushing at Golf, no, all this is untrue. I haven't been talking with the tour at all. Well, on Tuesday afternoon, myself, Mark Schlabach from ESPN, and Bob Herrick from SI chatted with him by the putting green. And he's like, yeah, we've been talking with the tour about different things. Now, he did clarify it wasn't about coming back. There's no timeline exactly when these conversations have been happening, but clearly he's had an open dialogue with the tour. And so we've gone from all this is untrue, he sounded like he's waving the LIV flag, to he's going down what-if scenarios with the three reporters there on Tuesday afternoon. And then I followed up. You're talking about my interview with him Wednesday for Scratch and for my podcast. I followed up on the what-ifs. It was 4 minutes of what-ifs with the PGA Tour. And he was fine to go, yeah, okay, these are my obstacles. These are my issues. And I'm telling him, well, I just got off the phone with the PGA Tour, and they're fine with your content, with their YouTube content. And now apparently there's an update to their rules, and they're even, showing more leniency towards players. So you see what I'm saying? Like, he can say he's waving the LIV flag, but he sure is going down a lot of what-if scenarios with on the record.
Yeah, dude. Like, the PGA Tour, maybe 5 years ago or something, if they wanted to say, Bryce, you can't have this YouTube, it's all got to run through us. 5 years ago, maybe. Today, no chance. Of course he can have his YouTube. Like, are you crazy? So,
right. And I'm so glad you brought that up. I'll let you finish in a second, but he is operating. He honestly, I don't want to say he's butthurt, but he was a little bit butthurt in our interview. What came across to me was he's like, hey, it is what it is. He's like, man, you're telling me about the policy? Well, what I noticed is that they didn't let me do videos when I wanted to do video. And you could tell the tone of his voice. He was really still so pissed about it. This is 2022, though, that he's referring to. You know what I mean? So your point that you just made, JP, when he was on the tour. And then, so he said, Garrett, why don't you talk to my friends, collaborators, Grant Horvat and Garrett Clark? Garrett, if you want to get into semantics with me, talk to those collaborators, because they just got shut down to do Pro-Am content on-site at tour events. And I'm like, okay,
yeah, well it's different because they're not pros. Like Bryson would be on the tour. Those are just influencers. Right.
Absolutely. So, yeah, finish your question. I just wanted to just bring that up.
Well, no, it's just the Bryson stuff gets so granular, and you try to think about this on a bigger picture. Like, do you think LIV is playing next year?
Boy, it's going to hinge on Bryson's decision, I think.
Really? Wow.
I mean, yeah. Can a league sustain itself without a superstar like that, a clear superstar, with the YouTube following, with following younger? His audience is 24 to 34. That's
right.
Huge demographic in the golf world. A lot of us here in DC, we were 60 plus. Like that's a huge. That's the audience of golf on CBS when we watch on Sunday afternoons, and a lot of the people that play. So he has a unique iron in the fire and attraction, not just because he's won 2 majors, but because he can connect with younger people. So I don't know. Like if you put me on the spot, I would say I don't see it continuing if he doesn't get re-signed. And how is he going to get re-signed?
Right. For the money he wants, how on earth does that work?
Yeah, and the other thing for me, Garrett, on this is like, why is it now that LIV decides to pull the plug? Well, I mean, obviously the funding is there. So why did they decide to pull the funding on this? It's just something that from the beginning you could look at and say, I don't see how this is going to be profitable. So then why did they decide in 2026 that, okay, we can no longer put up with the non-profitability of this?
Yeah, I think that obviously the war that's going on in the Middle East is part of it, and it's changed their overall strategy. They've had to look around at their investments, the PIF, there in Saudi Arabia, and obviously different sports have cut back as well. Like their investment in Tom Brady's flag football league, they've had to cut back. So it's
soccer too,
right? Soccer, which they know is that's the currency in sports, and so I think in their sports world they've really had to kind of circle the wagons and cut the fat because of the issue with the war out there in the Middle East primarily, but.
or they're using it as an excuse. It's like, oh, we got this war, we're going to shut all this down.
That's possible. And Yassir's behavior, the guy who is running the league, the head of chairman of LIV, and this is his brainchild, the fact that he had been in close contact with Bryson, that's one thing that Bryson told me and the other two reporters on Tuesday this week, was that he's like, I was shocked. I did not hear from Yassir that he was gonna leave, and I had been in fairly close contact with him overall. Like, they had been speaking somewhat consistently throughout this 4 years he's been on LIV. So that you could tell it bothered him. You know what I mean? So in the interviews you do, JP, like, there are little bits of emotion you get from people's body language and the way they say things. And I think the way that he feels about the tour is very much operating from a 2022 perspective on YouTube and their strict rights in 2022. And then also you see that he's a little bit hurt. And he said he was completely shocked that they pulled funding with Yassir and the PIF as well. So, I mean, there's a lot of things out of his control as well in this situation, even if he is the best player in that league.
Yeah, man. It's like Bryson left, took his ball, went home, thought he had it made, and now it's like they pulled the rug out from under him and he's in scramble mode. Not that he doesn't have significant options. I think he needs to get back on the PGA Tour to be the best golfer he can be, to get the best competition, to win majors again. And that's what I hope happens. All the other stuff is sensational and fun to pay attention to, but in the end, I just want Bryson and Rahm back on the tour. Hatton, too. Like, give me the best players back. Let me watch them at the Heritage, whatever it is, Maybe that's just me selfishly as a golf fan.
You want to see the best together, so it's not a murky water, right? It's not diluted.
Right. But you know what? We'll get to see it next week in Philly at the PGA. Garrett, I know you're slammed. Thank you for making time for us. Great job getting all those interviews, dude. I saw it everywhere. Congratulations.
You got it, guys. Great to visit.
All right, that's our friend Garrett Johnston. Check out the Beyond the Clubhouse podcast or give him a follow at Garrett Johnston. Coming up at noon, we're talking hoops with Chase Hughes. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I've gotten a few people. I have a friend that's at LIV right now. And, Toby, see if you can look this up, because maybe they're not playing yet. I believe they do shotgun starts, so maybe it hasn't started yet.
I think they tee off in like 20 minutes.
Okay. It is empty from these videos my boy's sending me. But maybe people get there a little later. I tell you what's kind of cool, I guess, is with the shotgun starts and the much smaller fields, it doesn't have to be like an all-day affair.
No, it is.
Just go for the afternoon.
It is fun that you can kind of just. It's one wave versus multiple waves.
I don't know how I haven't addressed the elephant in the room here. If anybody's watching us on Monumental Sports Network or on the YouTube chat, Toki Altizer here has decided to put on the big hat, the Commander's giant hat. You know you're on television. Like there are people in bars right now looking at you.
That's all good.
You should wave to them.
How's it going? Good to see you. Thanks for watching.
How's the big hat feel?
It's way too heavy. I'm a hat guy. I wear one basically every day of my life. This
I don't know
is
that
way
I've
too
ever
heavy.
seen you without a hat on.
Yeah, this is way too heavy.
You know you look dumb, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. That's most of the time anyways. But.
No, I think you are generally, of the radio people at our station, B. Mitch is always the best dressed.
Yeah.
You might be number 2. You are always either in a sporting outfit, like whatever the big sporting event of the day is, you have outfits for all of them. Like
you mentioned before around the office that you judge what the biggest sporting event of the day is based on what I'm wearing.
Yeah, like during the USA Hockey, Toby had a USA Hockey jersey. Today, you're dressed professionally because you're here, as you should be.
Yeah.
Just on the 106 side, because the 980 side, let's just do 106. I don't need to fan the flames of you versus Russell anymore. I think I might be the third best dressed.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I have, since we went on television to Monumental, shout out to my friend Brett Sullivan. The first day we were on Monumental, I wore a hoodie and a hat. And Sully texted me, he's like, glad you dressed up for the TV debut. And I was like, I guess he's got a fair point.
Yeah.
So I've tried to look a little bit better. I have been wearing this quarter zip for the past 2 days because I haven't been dressing appropriately for the weather. When we return, I think it might be warm enough that I can take the quarter zip off.
Potentially.
So that's a big tease for the Monumental audience. But in general, radio people dress like schlubs. And in general, and I don't mean in real life. Like I've seen, when JP Flame combs his hair and wears like a collar every day, I would say. But like when Rouillet gets dressed up, he does it right.
Yeah.
That's a well-groomed
good look.
man. But like in general, going to the radio station is a schlubby look. And in general, sports writers, men and women, people do not get dressed up for this stuff. It's remarkable. And you do better than that.
Well, I appreciate
so good
that.
for you, buddy.
I appreciate that. Now, I'm still trying to figure out how to do the dress up a little bit without looking like I'm going to play 18 look.
That's just kind of...
But that's kind of all I got.
B is the only one that pulls off mostly golf attire but looks cool.
Yeah.
The official... who said this the other day? Somebody said it on the show, and it was hysterical. Like, the quarter zip is the official uniform for middle-aged white dudes. So, like, you might be too young to dress like a middle-aged white dude, but you do.
A little bit.
Jeff, how would you rank, what do you think of the best dressed at 106.7 rankings? B, Toki, me. That's your gold, silver, bronze.
Whatever y'all say.
Do you disagree?
I highly disagree.
Well, what are your rankings?
I would say B. Maybe you, because you have to dress up. You gotta keep. JP, if you didn't have a job where you had to be on TV, I don't even think you would care how you look.
Sure.
Then
I would wear a hat and a T-shirt every day.
Out of 106.7, I got to put myself third. I dress better than Grant, Danny, Darius, Ryan.
Ryan usually dresses fairly well.
Ryan's coming in fourth. That's what I was putting. But Toby,
what about Toki?
Toby is like 6. All he wears is sports gear.
Yeah, some days you are like a little kid going to a game.
Well, it's kind of every day.
Most days.
Yeah, you gotta mature.
You're probably a little bit.
wardrobe
You're probably a little bit thrown off by. I've been going to Nats games a lot recently, so I've dressed up a little bit better.
Okay. I have the runaway winner for best dressed at 980, and there's one, and I mean Sheehan's on his own studio, so I'm kind of not including Kevin because we don't see him every day. But Kevin dresses well. He just dresses like a golfer. But of the dudes that are in the studio every day, there's one clear best dressed at 980, and then there's a giant gap between everyone else.
Yes, I agree. I already know what you're about to say.
Haney.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was going to go with Haney.
Yeah, Ant by a mile.
Yeah.
And then Doc when he's in, but Doc doesn't come in every day. Doc is usually Doc. Have you noticed Doc generally wears all black?
Yep.
It just looks cool.
Yeah.
Doc has his own vibe. Doc looks cool.
That old
Not the
man
only one that
style.
wears all black.
Metal, you also wear all black, but you've got your own vibe too. I'll say that. Worst dressed on our show by a mile, White Brian.
Yes.
Like I'm not sure my man showers. He gets out of bed and just comes to work.
Now, I will say I like some of his Auburn gear. I like some of like the alternate logos and looks, but yeah, I agree.
I do like that White Brian, in the midst of that Mets, whatever it was, 12, 13 game losing streak, was just rocking his Mets hat every day. He will own the losses. So I applaud you for that, Dub B. Do you want to defend yourself as the worst dressed on our program?
I mean, Jeff lives in like 90-degree weather when he's not in here, so it's always 50 degrees in this studio, and I just have to wear the hoodies. I can't even wear my normal polos.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we got to the bottom of this. Next, we're going to get to the bottom of the NBA Draft Lottery. Chase Hughes, Monumental Sports, will join us.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. After Lakers guard Austin Reeves confronted the crew chief at center court following LA's 125-107 Game 2 loss to the Oklahoma City Thunder, Coach J.J. Redick tore into the officiating during his post-game remarks. Redick did get a technical foul early on in this game, and he said the officiating has been particularly poor, not only this whole series, but particularly for LeBron James. Your NBA scores from last night. Besides that game, you had the Pistons in action. They beat the Cavaliers last night 107-97. They're up 2-0 in that series as well. OKC took a 2-0 lead with their win last night. Prince George's community grads, your tuition at PGCC could be completely covered. The PGCC Promise Scholarship pays the tuition and the fees. No debt, real support. Don't let money stop you. Visit pgcc.edu/go/promise scholarship and see if you qualify. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, and it is high noon in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We're out west. BigBear.ai Performance Center. Just poked my head outside to talk to the NBC4 photogs that are here. Chris Kerwin, as always, and our friend Evan Carr helping us out today. Saw some of the rookies walking from the bubble back to the building. Practice starts in about 90 minutes. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll get to hear from Sonny Styles, Antonio Williams, the Fat Man. Should be a lot of fun. Right now, though, listen, man, fortunes will be made this weekend in the NBA. We got all the games going on, but the Wizards' NBA draft lottery will be revealed Sunday. No idea why they're doing it on Mother's Day. Great job, Adam Silver. But here we are. Helping us break it all down is our friend, Mr. Chase Hughes. Chase, what's up, bud?
I'm doing great, man. Thanks for having me on. I'm glad you mentioned the Mother's Day thing. I've been scratching my head at that for years.
Has it always been Mother's Day?
The last few years, it's with the rare exceptions, it's usually on Mother's Day, and not just Mother's Day. It's right in the middle of the afternoon on Mother's Day.
Right. How does that go over at the Hughes household? How much does your wife love that?
Not great. You know what I'm holding out hope for? I'm holding out hope. So the new draft lottery odds, obviously very controversial. A lot of people don't like them. A lot of people do like them, whatever. I think what we could all agree on is it's going to make it a much better TV event because you're going to have more teams involved, more teams with higher odds to get the number one pick. Yeah, exactly. So I'm hoping it becomes more of a TV event where we look back on it and be like, man, remember when they used to hold this thing on the afternoon on Mother's Day? That was ridiculous. Kind of like the NBA Finals used to be on tape delay. Hopefully it earns a better TV spot someday.
Okay, gotcha. So kind of going forward then, the Wiz have the best odds of getting the first pick, but there's two other teams with the same odds. And somebody that knows stuff told me this, and I find this alarming. We're excited that they have the 14% chance of getting 1. They also have a 47% chance of getting 5. I know how locked in you are in the building over there. How are their preparations going into this weekend? What are they thinking?
Well, they understand the odds. You mentioned that 47.9% chance to pick fifth, their most likely result. That's one of the most likely results of the entire lottery, right? So it's kind of stacked in the favor of that happening. But what they feel great about is the depth in this draft, particularly at the top. They feel like there's at least 5 players who could become stars. And so if they can move up at all, that would feel like a bonus. But they feel comfortable sitting there at 5. And I think you have to feel pretty good about their chances to find a really good player there because of their track record that they've built so far, this front office. You know, we all focus on the top picks that they've made, like Alex Sarr, who looks like that was a smart decision 2 years ago, and Trey Johnston last year. But what they've done later in the first round by picking Keyshawn George 2 years ago in the 20s and then Will Riley in the 20s last year, that's the type of stuff that you want to see from a front office because you need guys who can see things that other teams don't.
Yeah, Chase, I mean, you mentioned there that even if they were to pick fifth, which is the most likely outcome, but even if they do pick fifth, it feels like there's 5 guys in this draft that someone's going to fall to you that still feels like a franchise-type player. This draft especially feels like it's deeper. How much better do they feel knowing that, okay, they've set themselves up in a good position to potentially get number 1, as good a position as they could, but even if they were to end up with Wizards luck like we've seen over the last couple of years, they're pretty confident they're going to get their franchise player this year in the draft.
100%. I mean, I think it's similar to last year where if you got, or this year, if you get one of the top 2 picks, it's going to be an instant impact plug-and-play guy, but if you pick 4th or 5th, you're going to get someone who could end up being just as good or better. It just might take a little bit longer, right? Some of these prospects, like a Caleb Wilson of UNC, is a little less polished than like an A.J. DeBonsa of BYU, who might go first overall. But what I always like to do when I ponder the scenarios for the Wizards in the lottery is like look at the past and look at how many stars were still on the board at certain spots. And one thing I just found this morning that's interesting is only 2 number 1 picks this century have gone on to win the MVP award, and it hasn't happened since Derrick Rose, who was drafted in 2008, I believe, and LeBron James was the other one in 2003. The only other guy who was picked top 2 to win an MVP was Kevin Durant. So if you get the 3rd pick, for instance, you know that there's a really good likelihood that if there is a future MVP in this draft, he's still going to be on the board. And then you look at the recent MVPs in the league, 3 of the last 4 were selected outside the top 10 in the draft. SGA, Jokic, Giannis, they've all won titles with small market teams. So it remains a very unpredictable process. And that could work in the Wizards' favor if they don't get lucky. But if they do get lucky, obviously they'll take it.
Who do you like at 1 if you were making the pick?
I think it's going to be A.J. DeBonsa. I mean, it's been really close between him and Darren Peterson of Kansas, but and I would throw Cameron Boozer of Duke in there as well, but DeBonsa just checks off the most boxes of those 3 guys. He's the one guy who can say all these things. You know, he's got the positional size at 6'9", the explosive athleticism, the offensive skill set that you generally look for in a top player. He doesn't have any questions about his reliability or his durability, and the intangibles seem to be about as good as you could ask for. He seems to love the game, work really hard, be a serious, student of the game. And then when you watch him play, you can just tell that he's got a competitive fire to him that, certainly the top players in the league seem to generally have. So I think there's no such thing as a perfect prospect. And in his case, he's got some gaps in his game. He's not a great defender, but I think he's very versatile. He's a really good passer, I think, for his size and his position. So I think he's the one who makes the most sense and just passes the eye test and the production test in terms of, okay, this guy looks like a number 1 pick.
Can we get, and this may be too much to put you on the spot for, can we get the Chase Hughes 1 to 5 big board?
Ooh.
Because 5's as low as they're going, right? So DeBonza's 1. Would you go Peterson 2?
Peterson 2, yeah. I mean, if it weren't for the injury concerns and maybe, I'd like to see what he measures in at the combine because there could be a big difference. If he's 6'6" compared to 6'4", that could determine some things. But it's really a 1A, 1B. I put Peterson second. I put Boozer third. I think he's got the highest floor of any player in this draft. He's also super versatile, and he can shoot really well from 3 and rebound really well. So he's got a lot to offer. Fourth, I'm going to go Caleb Wilson of UNC. I think he is a little bit raw compared to the other guys, but has the highest ceiling defensively, and he was also really productive on the offensive end. The best dunker in the class, might be the best athlete in the class. And then fifth, I'm going to go Darius Acuff. I know he's got some big concerns about involving his size and his defense, but he's got a few things working for him. I mean, the production is incredible. What he could do as a scorer, as a shooter, well above 40% from 3, both off the catch and off the dribble. I think there's a chance that he could be a Tyrese Maxey or maybe even a Damian Lillard. And if that's the case, even though he's undersized, he can't defend, those guys usually don't make it out of the top 5.
He could fill it up, man.
One thing that's interesting, you mentioning Boozer and Wilson 3-4, is I think that's an intriguing discussion because I think you understand the floor with a Boozer, but maybe doesn't have the ceiling of a Wilson. How do you weigh that out? Because generally it feels like for NBA drafts, teams always go with the higher ceiling, maybe understanding there could be a lower floor, but maybe teams go with Boozer because they view him as not having a low ceiling, but a little bit lower than Wilson because of the athleticism, but having one of the highest floors in the draft.
Yeah, it's definitely floor versus ceiling, I think, with those two guys. They're both very productive, but Boozer just pretty unbelievable when you look at the numbers and compare them to some of the greats of the past. But he doesn't have the explosive, above-the-rim athleticism that Caleb Wilson does. Caleb Wilson might end up being like a Sean Kemp-type dunker at the next level, where it's just, a highlight reel every night. But I will say, you can't get carried away with that. Like, vertical athleticism, I believe, has become extremely overrated in the NBA draft, and the big reason why is because the three-point line has made it so you don't have to play above the rim like you used to. And if you look at the top players in the draft, the guys who win MVPs, the guys that lead their team to the finals, they don't play like Anthony Edwards where it's above the rim. Like, that guy is kind of the exception to the rule. Usually it's SGA, Luka, Tatum, Jokic, like all these guys might not be able to jump over a phone book, but they can make threes, they can get into the paint, and they can get to the free throw line, they can score around the rim. They don't necessarily need to jump above the rim. Take last year in the NBA Finals. It wasn't the best athletes leading their team. It was SGA and Tyrese Halliburton.
That's really interesting, and I hadn't thought about that, but makes a ton of sense. The game has shifted so much. Talking with our friend Chase Hughes here from Monumental Sports Network. You can give him a follow at Chase DC Sports. You should also check out the Off the Bench podcast Chase does with C-Mill, Mr. Chris Miller, voice of the Wizards. That is really interesting, dude. The verticality element. You also tugged at my heartstrings a bit there with Sean Kemp, one of my absolute favorite players of all time. For the idiots that say basketball wasn't athletic in the 90s, please go watch some Sean Kemp.
Right.
But I got one name for you, and this is from the People Who Know Stuff file. The people who know stuff last year loved Con Knipple. The people who know stuff this year are telling me Yaxel Lendenborg out of Michigan. I understand he's 23, I think, but where do you think Yaxel ends up going?
I think he goes like late top 10. I saw him play this year in person. I mean, he's a really impressive athlete. What he could do at his size, the way he moves, his versatility is definitely pretty unique. And he had his way against Duke when I saw him in the first half. I think he had 18 points in the first half at Capital One Arena. So that really, drew my attention. Duke was able to shut him down in the second half. But he's a guy who, as you mentioned, has been in school for a while, played at UAB for a while before transferring to Michigan. It might be a late bloomer. Really good scorer. He can rebound. I think he's got a chance to be a really good defender. I think the question for him will be shot creation. And, one thing that is interesting to keep in mind is people have thrown this comparison out, which is Obi Toppin. And Obi Toppin was a really good college player who, I think was a 4-year guy at Dayton, could do just about everything, but sometimes the shot creation is a big hurdle for guys. So that's what teams are going to have to weigh with Yaxel, but I like his size, his athleticism, his motor, and his skill set on both ends of the floor. So I like him a lot. I just don't think he's going to, creep into close to the top 5.
Dude, you are from here. I am from here. Grew up Bullets fans. We're now Wizards fans. You work there. Like, you're covering the team, so it's a different capacity for you. We know the lottery balls over the years, over the decades, frankly, have not been kind to the Washington organization, to Les Boulets, as Tony Kornheiser calls them. Does that carry anything? Like, does that, or Winger or Dawkins, like, are they thinking about that at all?
No, I mean, I think those guys are pretty practical and pragmatic, and they just look at the odds and understand that the odds in a given year are all that really matters. We, I think, focus on so much the history of a team in the lottery or, who's representing the team on stage. John Wall, it's this year, that's cool. But at the end of the day, it comes down to the percentages. 14% chance to pick first, 13.4 to pick second, on and on and on. That also means you have an 86% chance of not picking first. So they understand what the odds are, and I think are just going to go off of those. But, in terms of lottery luck, I think certainly you're hoping for that this year. But they did get lucky 2 years ago in staying at second and getting Alex Sarr, especially in a draft that wasn't considered very great. You wanted to pick high in that draft. And, hopefully they get luck this year. But I think if you look back at rebuilds that were successful or just teams that went through this process, you don't get 4 number 1 picks. You usually get like 2 top 3 picks, and then you kind of get shafted in the other 2 years. So they got the 8th pick in the lottery 3 years ago, 2nd, 6th last year. So if you're going to go off that, they're due. But again, it goes back to those percentages.
Chase, I mean, you look at this Wizards team, and they're going to be adding a really good player. We just talked about either at the 5th pick, 1st pick, or anywhere in between. What exactly do the Wizards need? Obviously, they need the best player available, and they're not going to draft based on positional value or like stuff like that, like the NFL or anything. But what is it that the Wizards are missing that they're hoping they can get in this draft pick? Whether it's DeBonsa, whether it's Kingston Flemings, Wagler, Caleb Wilson, whoever it is. What exactly do they need? Not just position, but shot creation. What are some of the things they're looking for?
I think high-end scoring talent. They began this rebuild by really focusing on the defensive end with Alex Sarr and Bilal Coulibaly. They feel like they got 2 guys who project as elite defenders, as rim protectors, or as a rim protector and as a wing defender. And then they drafted Trey Johnston last year, who kind of caught them up a little bit on the offensive end. And they've got other guys who can score, but they've yet to draft someone who projects to, win a scoring title someday. So I think it could come in handy, just the talent in this draft, how it is very much offense forward. If I were to, tell you about this draft class at the top, I would say there's star potential, but it's also mostly because of offense. I think this year might actually lack defense in the top 10, but the Wizards already drafted their defense. So if they can get a guy like DeBonsa or Peterson or Boozer, Wilson, he's a two-way talent, but Acuff is a potentially great offensive player. I think it could fit in really well in that respect, where you create a little bit more balance on the roster.
Talking with our buddy Chase Hughes from Monumental Sports Network here. You can follow him at Chase DC Sports on Instagram. Check out the Off the Bench podcast. I just ran the lottery simulator on Tankathon 10 times. The Wiz got 3 twice and 5th every other time. So I don't know what to make of that. I want to get to the actual hoops that's being played right now. Are you like me that you're most excited about a Thunder Spurs Western Conference Finals, or is there something else that is really catching your eye?
I mean, if the Timberwolves were healthier, like if Anthony Edwards was 100%, I'd like to see them get a shot at the Thunder. That'd be cool. But obviously the Spurs and the Thunder have seemed to be on a collision course all year. And the Spurs played really well against the Thunder during the regular season. So as good as the Thunder are, as easy as they're making it look against other teams, they might meet their match if they face the Spurs in the conference finals. So I think it would be really good for the league. I think it would be one of those cases where maybe, the semifinals outshine the finals. Sometimes we see that in sports, if Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen are facing off in the conference championship game.
I think we saw
it could be kind of like
title
that.
Game. Like, I think Rams Seahawks
exactly.
was kind of the game. Right.
So I think we could have a case like that this year. And, both teams are so young that it could just be the start of a rivalry that lasts 5 to 10 years. So I think it would be great for the league, and that's certainly what I expect is going to happen at this point.
How about the Eastern Conference? I mean, right now you've got the Pistons up 2-0, the Knicks up 2-0. Do you think they just cruise on to the conference finals, and who would you take between those two teams?
I do, yeah. I mean, Detroit looked pretty shaky in the first round against Orlando, but they were able to come back. Cade Cunningham's been playing really well. They seem like they're going to perhaps have a sweep or a gentleman's sweep against the Cavaliers unless they can put up a fight. But those guys, James Harden and Evan Mobley, a lot of these guys have really been struggling. So I do think it'll be Knicks, Pistons in the conference finals. And I'll go with the Knicks. I picked them to go to the finals before the season. And, they had a strong regular season, but at times, they didn't look like they would be a team that could make the finals. But I think they finished the season strong. And right now in the playoffs, I think they've done a great job of proving that they're built for the postseason. They're a very physical team. And I've been impressed with the way they've closed out games with getting defensive stops, generating free throws. Obviously, Jalen Brunson's great at that. And then knocking them down. So I think they're a well-oiled machine at the moment. And Detroit is less experienced, I don't think Detroit's physicality will phase the Knicks like it does most teams, and so I'm picking the Knicks to go to the finals.
The Garden will be electric.
By the way, those tickets. By the way, yeah, my wife was like, "How much does it cost to sit courtside at MSG?" And I was looking it up. It's like 40, 50 grand, and that's for the second round.
Dude.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, imagine what that'll be. I mean,
It's 2
Knicks'
hours of entertainment.
last finals appearance was 99, right? The Sprewell Allen Houston team. They got worked. Or did that go 7?
I think so. Yeah, they were the 8
right.
seed. Yeah, and I believe they played the Spurs, right? So maybe a repeat of history.
That'd be crazy. It's funny, man. I feel like Wemby has this real breakout potential. I don't know that SGA has it because his game's kind of herky-jerky, and he's Canadian, and it's Oklahoma City. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I feel like this is an opportunity for Wemby to seize like the number one spotlight in the NBA, and I'm excited to watch it all unfold. Dude, thank you for the time. I know you got a busy weekend ahead of you. Try to be good to your mom and your wife, even though you're going to have to deal with the lottery all day.
I'll do my best. Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, man. That's our guy, Chase Hughes, Monumental Sports Network, Wizards coverage. Check out the Off the Bench podcast or give Chase a follow on social at Chase DC Sports. Since I have Toby Altizer here, I do want to talk some baseball when we return. That's another big win last night.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. The 76ers will donate 500 tickets for each remaining home second-round playoff game to community groups in their area, but they're doing it as an attempt to keep more of their fans in the building and avoiding a takeover by Knicks supporters. Game 3 is tonight with the Knicks up 2-0 in the series, and you've also got Game 3 between the Spurs and Timberwolves this evening. That series is tied. If baseball is more your thing, you're also in luck. The Nationals travel to Miami to face the Marlins at 7:10 p.m. You've got that right here on 106.7 The Fan, where you can listen live. PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on the YouTube stream. Appreciate everybody watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Appreciate everybody in their car, listening on the radio, people listening on the app, the people listening via Alexa, the time travelers that somehow listen in the future to right now via podcast, Spotify, Apple Pods. Did I forget anything?
I think you hit them all.
Good. Speaking of hitting them all, we got Toby here. Bustin' Loose podcast.
Yeah.
How often do you guys record that?
Every series.
Okay, that's a good tempo.
Yeah.
That's doable.
I think you can break down a couple of games at a time.
Yeah. The Nats are playing fun baseball. They put up 15 the other night. Oh, man, my internet dropped. White Brian's going to be mad at me.
Yeah, mine did too.
I'm just going to spill the beans. That happens out here. It'll just drop. It'll come back. I don't know what else to tell you. So they took 2 out of 3 from the Twins?
They did. It's the first series win at home for the Nationals. They've been awful at home.
I know, that's crazy.
They've been awful. They've only won 6 games at home. They've been really, really good on the road. It was good to see. And we were talking about this earlier. Defense was a little bit better in this series, so you felt good about that. The hitting was hot to start the year, JP. They were one of the top teams in baseball scoring runs, which didn't seem right for the guys that they had and the expectations for this team. Didn't seem like that was something that was going to continue, but it was. They were one of the best teams in baseball scoring runs, and then they were also one of the worst teams in baseball giving up runs. And you've seen both start to even out a little bit. I think they're kind of 4th now in runs scored, still 2nd in runs given up because they kind of put themselves in such a deep hole. But they kind of evened out offensively where they weren't getting things going. And then the last 2 games of the Twins series, you put up 22 runs. So it looked much more like the offense we saw at the beginning of the year, which was nice to see. So it's been a fun start to the season through 38 games. This team just 2 games under 500. It's been fun to watch this team.
I agree with that. Now, when the internet was working, I had an article pulled up. Now I'm going to pull it up on my phone. I get the MLB morning email every day, which I enjoy. It's like a good roundup of baseball. Has me up 9-0 on White Brian in our fantasy baseball league right now. I'd like to add. Is your internet back?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Joey, we might be good for Monumental, dude. I don't know. I'll refresh that, perhaps. I don't know why my laptop's not back, but we're working on it. But I got this email today. Which of the surprise contenders have the best playoff chances? Should the Nats be included in a surprise contender conversation?
I don't think so. I think they're doing a lot of work with what they have. I think they're, I guess you could say, overachieving in ways. I mean, their offense being one of the best in the sport isn't something that you expected. But I wouldn't say that you're a surprise contender. But where they're at, I mean, we've seen this team before get into May and be close to 500 and then, kind of fall off a cliff. So I think this year is going to be interesting to see if they can kind of maintain this pace for longer than just getting there through the first week of May.
I'd love to not lose 100 games.
Correct.
And it seems like they're not going to.
I don't think they will. And I think that one thing that they've done this season, and Blake Butera has done a really good job of this season, is putting their guys in the best position possible to be successful. And that's kind of all you can do as a manager, as a coach, is just put your guys in the best position, and ultimately they have to come through and make the play or pitch well or come up with the hit. And I think with putting those guys in the best position possible, you've seen kind of the sum of the parts be better than what you would expect. And the little things have gotten better. Aside from the defense, the little things like the base running has been better. So I think what you've seen them do this season gives you encouragement that as they have more time to work with these guys, they'll be able to get better and better. And I think the most encouraging part about all of this, JP, you're seeing results at the major league level, but down to the minor leagues, you're getting guys that we haven't thought of much at all, that were kind of written off or we were done with, and now they're getting going. So, I mean, even a couple of years ago, Seaver King was a first-round pick, and everyone's kind of written him off. Now this year, he's one of the better hitters in Double-A, and he's going to get bumped up to Triple-A soon. So even down to the minor leagues.
What's Willis doing?
He got off to a slow start, and then he's been rolling recently, probably hitting around 380, OPS up near 900 now. He's getting a couple of home runs the last couple of weeks, so he's getting going and able. I'd expect him to get bumped up soon, too.
Where is he? In
Fredericksburg.
Okay. What is Cruz doing?
He's been up and down. 2 weeks ago, he had a week where he got one hit for the entire week, and then last week he was the player of the homestand, hitting about 400 with 2 homers. So he's kind of up and down, but his numbers overall aren't bad, but you'd like to see them be a little bit better before they call him back
What
up.
is not bad? 230?
No, he's like 260, two somewhere, 250.
Okay. Yeah, man, I'm encouraged. I don't want to be the cold water guy with all Nats conversations, but until there's commitment by ownership to spend, I can't be all in. I think that's, you've got your hardcore Nats fans that are going to see the positives and look at the guys in the minors and think what could be in a couple of years. But I think, the attendance numbers support my theory that until I see, you know what I mean?
100%.
But not that going to a Nats game isn't fun. Like, I'll get out there at some point. I'll bring the girls. We'll have a blast. But
I think
it's great to build this scrappy team, but eventually you're going to need some pitching. You're going to have to pay.
Completely agree. And they just played a team in the Milwaukee Brewers that I think they're trying to build some of their system to look like, where, the Brewers are churning through guys that they drafted in the second, third, fourth round that they're turning into fantastic arms that they maybe trade. And if you can mix that sort of philosophy, JP, where you can develop guys and get the best out of them and then also sign elite talent, that's the best way that you can do it. Is like the Dodgers, obviously everyone looks at them and spending on Ohtani and Freeman and Betts. And
that's not anybody but their model.
No, but they also develop talent too. Like Andy Pages is a big part of, he's been one of the better hitters in baseball to start the year. That's a homegrown guy. Rushing is a homegrown guy. Will Smith is a homegrown guy. So they have their own talent as well.
Okay. I wanted to run through this, though. I want to take a look around baseball. The Yanks and the Braves, I believe, are tied with the best record in baseball now. We're 2 months into the season. It's not nothing. We're almost 40 games in.
Correct,
right?
yeah.
Coming with more hits than the Braves and the Yankees. So no surprise that the Braves and the Yanks are doing so well. The Braves had the weird one-off year last year, but they've built a really good organization. That's an organization you'd like to kind of emulate because it's not all money-driven.
Well, and when they get guys that are good, they sign them early so that they're kept for a couple extra years.
I love that. Washington did that with K-Bear Ruiz.
He was awesome yesterday.
So, MLB, the morning email I get is, which of these surprise contenders have the best playoff chances? They start, so the Yanks have the best record in the AL, 26-12. Half game behind them, Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah.
How real are the Rays?
Very real. Very real. They've got one of the best young hitters.
They develop like crazy.
They got one of the best young hitters in baseball. He's got the fastest swing speed in all of baseball. Junior Caminero is also one of the flattest swings. I think the flattest swing in baseball.
Wasn't he in the World Baseball Classic?
Yeah,
he was awesome.
Awesome to watch. And they've got just 3 guys in the middle of their order that are good for anybody, but especially for a Rays team that doesn't spend a lot of money. They're always going to do some of the little things well. They're a fun team to watch, JP. They got a guy in Chandler Simpson that's probably the fastest guy in the bigs. Doesn't really hit for much power or anything, just puts the ball on the ground and runs. Think of like Billy Hamilton.
Love that.
But maybe a little bit higher in average. So they've got a fun team to watch. I think the Rays are for real, though.
Dude, baseball deserves so much credit for the rule changes. Watching baseball has become so much better, so much faster. The infinite pitching changes and guys adjusting their gloves and everything, it's so much better. So credit to MLB for that. Next on my list, the Pittsburgh Pirates, 21-17. I don't think the Pirates have made the playoffs since Barry Bonds was wearing black and yellow. No, I guess maybe the Andrew McCutcheon.
Yeah, they had some with McCutcheon, but yeah, it's been a while.
How real are the Pirates? Now, they're also 5 games back of a Cubs team that's pretty loaded.
I think that they're pretty for real. They actually have an offense. They spent, so the credit to them, they spent on some offense, made some moves, so they've actually got an offense that can keep up.
The pitching.
Paul Skeens, I watched him the other night, was awesome. Went into the 8th inning with a shutout. shut out the Diamondbacks. So their pitching is for real, and they're going to get back another really good arm too. So I think they're for real. It's just whether the hitting is going to be able to keep up. But they've added a couple of guys, and they're scoring some runs. And that whole NL Central is crazy.
Aren't they all over 500?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
And then a couple of days ago, there was
How
only.
have the Brewers played so fewer games?
I'm not sure about that one.
The Brewers have played 35 games, right? 19 and 16, and the rest of them are like. That seems like maybe. Were the Brewers just in Colorado when they had the snow out, or was that the Mets?
No, I think that might have been the Mets.
I don't know. It's kind of irrelevant. They'll all play the same games eventually. Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Has Skeens ever pitched at Nats Park? I don't think he has.
No, he has not.
If that's ever to occur.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
So
that's something I would. Grant posted to his Instagram the other day. Who's the flamethrower for the Brewers?
Mizorowski.
That he went. I love seeing young flamethrowers and stud
That
pitchers.
dude was unbelievable.
I couldn't have gone that day, but seeing Grant's pictures, I was like, damn, I wish I was there.
103. I couldn't see the ball.
I've attended. I don't want to say every, because I wasn't there for Zimmerman's no-hitter, but every monumental occurrence in Nats history that you can plan for, I've been there. I was there opening day at RFK. I was there opening day at Nats Park. I was there for Strasburg's debut. Strasburg's debut against the Pirates was so electric.
Yeah.
It was just dynamite. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was there for the World Series. I went to 3 World Series games, and the team I root for won the World Series, and I saw 3 losses. There's not many people that can say that.
Yeah.
I was there for Worth's home run. I was there for a lot of the things, but Strasburg's debut was electric, man.
Yeah, I wish I could have been there for that. But to your point about Skeens,
yeah,
there's a chance that this could happen. This is kind of what I'm rooting for. They're here July 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And I can almost guarantee you that if it lined up where Skeens was going to pitch
that 11
the 3rd or something,
o'clock,
could you push me back one day so I can pitch on the 4th of July in D.C.?
That'd be pretty cool. And it's the 250, so there's going to be all sorts of bells and whistles.
Yeah, 11:05 start at Nats Park for the 4th of July. Paul Skeens on the hill will be awesome.
Another team, the number 3 team on the MLB list of Are They For Real, the Athletics. I don't even know what
Sacramento A's.
What aren't they just called?
They're
the
just
Athletics
the
right
Athletics.
now?
But
when is the Vegas Stadium going to open?
Is that next year? I think they also are now wearing a jersey that says Sacramento, which I do not love. But regardless, they're so funny because they have
talent, dude.
They do, and they have a situation where their pitching away from home is really good, and their pitching at home is horrendous because that ballpark is so hard to pitch in. They had a guy pitching yesterday against the Phillies that his road ERA was under 1, his home ERA was over 6.
Jeez.
So I don't know. They got good bats.
I'm going to call my shot on the A's. When they get to Vegas, the dude that owns them will sell, just like Mark Davis is kind of selling right now, and they'll be a power because whoever buys them, the CEO of MGM, whoever buys them, is going to spend.
Yeah.
And Vegas will be a draw. They've got good young talent. Seems like they've got a little bit of a pipeline, like they're developing well in the minors. That team, when they get to Vegas, a lot like the Knights, I think is going to be good.
Yeah, I agree. I think they've got a lot of talent there. They've already got some young hitters that are fun to watch, and then they've got one of the top prospects in all of baseball they got back in the Mason Miller trade that is going to be fun to watch, and he should be coming down the line pretty soon. So, yeah, they're going to be good. It's whether they're going to have pitching or not. It's a question.
I want you to buy pitching. I want to check the fan base. Just a vibe check. Draft lottery's coming.
Mm-hmm.
Let's choose optimism, folks. I know you're not all going to. But let's have a vibe check on where we're at with the NBA draft lottery. Dan Quinn going to speak to the media. Hopefully we'll be able to get that for you. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Get to hang with my man Toby Alberhauser today. Appreciate you hanging out with us, Tobes.
Absolutely.
Now, you have marching orders here in a few minutes.
I do.
What is your plan of attack?
Grab some social media stuff for the fan account. So doing some different stuff. Who knows what it'll look like. But
who all does the social media stuff for the fan account? You?
Me.
The dude Kevin?
Kevin DiDomenico. A bunch of different people. Lou.
Lou Holder?
No. Lou DiPietro.
Lou up in New York.
Yeah. How do you say his name? Sorry, Lou.
I don't know. DePatroni or something? White Brian, you should know that. He's your boss, I think. How you say Lou's last name?
DiPietro.
DiPietro.
Yeah, see? DiPietro.
I was close.
I mean, I'm not the only guy on this show that mispronounces other people's last names. So,
I would like, and you probably wouldn't like, and White Brian may not like this either. I would like a big board at the office ranking who does the best at the social media stuff from the fan account.
I'm fine with that. Let's do it.
Who do we think it is?
Who does the best?
Like, what are you generally doing? Instagram? Twitter? What? Like,
both.
Okay. Whose posts perform best? That's what I'd want to know.
Oh, well, it's not mine because I don't post that often.
For the fan or for your own?
For both. Well, I post for mine all the time, but for the fan account, not all that often.
Toby, left hand up here. Do I follow you on Instagram?
Probably not.
Let's remedy that. What do you post about? Just nonstop sports?
Pretty much. I mean, I don't do anything else, JP.
I mean, I kind of only post about sports. I do follow you.
All right, there you go. See?
Yeah. Everybody give him a follow at Toby Altizer. You know what's stupid? You have an underscore.
So here's the thing, JP.
There's not that many Toby Altizers out there.
I hate the underscore. I was trying to do the same thing as Twitter because Twitter, I tried to do at Toby Altizer and it's suspended. I don't know what the heck an alternate at Toby Altizer did.
But
at Toby Altizer, apparently so, because I have not been able to get at Toby Altizer.
So Toby is at Toby, Tobi underscore Altizer, Altizer.
Not to be mistaken with Toby Alberhauser.
I might just start a Toby Alberhauser account, see if I get that suspended. You know what sucks for those of us in sports media, and probably media in general, I would think like political media too, is Twitter has been our sandbox for so long, and that's where we've built like followings and stuff, and it is by far the least relevant social media engine going. And that's not a political statement at all, but just the changes to it have made it so different and so hard to follow that like it doesn't have the impact it did.
Yeah.
And nothing has replaced it either. Like there is no substitute for it as a news source, but like it's just not the same functionality.
Yeah, its impact has dropped, but nothing else has grown because of it.
Right.
Which sucks.
Right. And the worst part is I've been a very significant Twitter user pretty much since its inception, I would say. Maybe not that early, but I was an early adopter, Tobes. Yeah. And I've used TweetDeck for its entirety here. And they are now trying to charge $40 a month for TweetDeck.
Ugh.
And I paid the $8 because I needed it, and they paid me a little based on my impressions or whatever early on, and that has just ceased. But I can't $40. I mean, that's $500 a year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Can't be doing that.
Like, I would love if a various employer of mine would cover that because it is a legitimate work resource. But, like, I do not understand the vision there. I know they have a vision, and perhaps it'll all work out. But it's just tough in the sports space because Twitter is the dominant force, and it's just like a boat with a little hole is taking on water.
Yeah, I mean, because it's the simplest one where you can just put out like news where,
right.
Instagram, you're not going to make a video every time there's some transaction made about some 7th rounder getting cut or something. Like that's not what you're trying to do. You're just trying to hey, they're moving on from this guy. You don't need to make a video every time. So it kind of sucks.
Little bit of breaking news here. We have a date.
Oh?
Next Thursday. May 14th, NFL schedule
There
release.
we go. So that's what, one day later than we thought initially?
Yep.
There you go. Not bad.
You know what's not great about that?
What?
I'll be in Bandit Dunes. And I'm going to have to do a little bit of work. So I'll figure that. That's for me to figure out. That's a good problem to have. So are we bidding adieu? Are you
I believe so,
off?
yeah. I got to go do some social stuff, so check out 1067 The Fan on Instagram and X, and there should be some content of Sonny Styles running around and Dan Quinn speaking and Sonny Styles and Antonio Williams speaking.
Better get the Fat Man.
Fat Man, Katron Allen.
I will be out there. They'll still be practicing. Should the kid kick, I need videos.
Okay, yeah.
That's your assignment.
Yeah.
Do you speak any foreign languages?
No.
Okay, it's kind of a boring answer.
It's also kind of funny because my cousin's name is Drew Stevens. So Drew Stevens is apparently not my cousin here, but he's kicking for the Commanders.
It'd be wild if it was your cousin.
Yeah, my cousin's not making the league, with all due respect. Drew.
I mean, cousin shrapnel around here. When we come back, phone lines are open. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. I want to take the temperature of the people going into the NBA draft lottery. How we feeling? I choose optimism. I hope you do too. Taking your calls next. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 3 4. Check.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Welcome to 215 Maple Drive. We just put
All right. Jeff texted me this stuff. 3 2. Never having to worry about your home again. No stressful who do I call moments. Just the comfort of knowing it's all taken care of. That's what a Crop Metcalf membership gives you. Year-round peace of mind. Crop Metcalf's expert technicians handle everything from routine maintenance to worry-free repairs, so your home runs exactly the way it should. Stop worrying about home care and start enjoying your home again with memberships starting at just $15 a month. Learn more at serviceexperts.com. All right, I assume that was the longer one. Here comes the shorter one. We all know someone who should do anything to avoid... 3 2. We all know someone who would do anything to avoid home repairs. They say, I could probably fix that, and you know they probably can't. Or they hire a handyman who isn't so handy after all. That's where Crop Metcalf comes in. With certified experts and proactive memberships, they make it easy to keep your home healthy with regular maintenance and repairs. So do every homeowner you know a favor. Tell them to leave it to the experts. Book an HVAC precision tune-up, now only $99 at serviceexperts.com.
Darren Peterson was one of the best players in college basketball this season, but frequent absences from games were a huge talking point. Peterson revealed that he dealt with cramping from taking creatine and had such serious episodes of cramping that it made him fearful of it ever happening again. As Peterson is set to be a top pick in the NBA draft this year, teams are very interested in getting that full story. Draft lottery is on Sunday. The Wizards, Pacers, and Nets all have a 14% chance of earning that number 1 overall pick. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Hope everybody's enjoying responsibly. I'm driving to the beach after what's going to be a very long day here in Ashburn. So by the time I get there, call it 9 o'clock. Might have to pour myself a Scotty's too. Out in Ashburn for Commanders Rookie Minicamp here at BigBear.ai Performance Center. But the biggest event is not Rookie Minicamp. The biggest event in town this weekend will take place on Sunday, the NBA Draft Lottery. The Wizards finished the season with the worst record in the NBA. I believe that's right, which is the task. I'm not knocking them for doing that. That's what they're supposed to do. We've been screaming about a legit rebuild. We're in the throes of it. We'll see if it gets to completion, and I think completion would be the number 1 overall pick getting the draft, A.J. DeBanza. Now, it's the NBA lottery, and it's a weird system. They have a 14% chance of getting the top pick. They have a 47% chance of getting the 5th pick. I'm going to choose optimism, especially in this draft where it's so loaded that I think they can get a stud at 5. I like Acuff a lot. I just don't know how Acuff and Trae Young coexist, and maybe that's a conversation for a different day. There could certainly still be big trades happening. But I'm choosing optimism. I think they're going to get number 1. I think A.J. DeBanza is going to be a Wizard. Jeff, how do you feel going into the draft lottery? Okay, Jeff's working the phones. Why don't I work the phones too? Let's go to our guy, Big G in Sterling. G, how you feeling going into the draft lottery?
I'm optimistic about it. I just want us to get somebody that can continually score. We need somebody that can score inside, outside, go to the basket, shoot 3-pointers, shoot the mid shot. That's somebody that we need. If we can get somebody like that, I'd be great with that. Hey, I got one question for you, Finley.
Okay.
Why don't you go on and let B. Mitch hook you up with the little fire stick so you won't have to go through them problems about switching your channels and stuff, man?
Maybe I should, dude. Maybe you're onto something. I believe I know B's friend that set that up. I'm sure I could call him. That's a fair point, Big G. Thank you. Big G wants a walking bucket. If you look at the players in this draft, I mean, DeBanza averaged 26 a game. Peterson from Kansas averaged 25. Boozer was 24 per game. Caleb Wilson did have the injury, but he was averaging 23 and 11. Acuff is a walking bucket. He averaged 24. The kid at Bama averaged 25 a game. Like, there are buckets to be had in this draft. I know there is some real excitement about the kid Flemings out of Houston, 6'4", 19-year-old. The scoring wasn't there, but I think he's by far the best defender of a lot of these top picks. It's going to be, gosh, I just want them to get the number 1 pick. Let's go to Martin in Portland. What up, Martin?
Hey, what up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. I'm pretty optimistic, just like you. I feel like we've been let down and robbed in the past, handful of drafts. So this is our time. We're due.
I'm with you. Let's choose optimism, Martin in Portland. I like it.
Yeah,
I appreciate you.
Hey, JP, I got a question for you. All right, you're going to Bandon. I know you're getting excited.
I am, yes.
What, are you doing the caddy, or are you walking your bag?
I was under the impression we have no choice but to take a caddy.
Okay, that's good. That'll be fun. And then they don't have Scotties out there, but we do have Crater Lake vodka, so I highly recommend giving that a try while you're out there.
Will do. Consider it done. You'll get a scouting report when I get back.
All right, have a great time. You're going to have a blast.
I appreciate it, dude. Phone lines are open. This is kind of turning into JP anything, which I guess we can do that too. We're here. I'm here by myself. So if you got a random question, so far I've been asked about getting new cable system, and if I'm taking excuse me, and if I'm taking caddies when I go to Bandon. And I know the answer is yes. I don't believe you can do anything without caddies there, but I could be wrong. Let's go to Jack in Leesburg. Jack, what's up, dude?
Oh, man, you guys got me quick. Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously a little pessimistic about the lottery. I mean, like you said, 49% chance we get the fifth pick. Seems to be what the Wizards do. But listen, this Caleb Wilson at UNC, I think everyone's sleeping on this guy a lot. Even if you got the fifth pick, I still think you can get a pretty great player out of this thing. So I think, whatever happens in the lottery is going to happen. The Wizards probably deserve it the way they tanked last year. This was egregious. But yeah, I think it could still end up being pretty good. If you avoid this Darren Peterson, you still get this Caleb Wilson. So I'm going to hang up and listen. Thanks.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it. Yeah, dude, I'm going to choose optimism on this thing. I encourage everyone to. Jeffrey, where do you land? Draft lottery coming.
I really want the Wizards to get the first pick. I am tired of having my hopes up. We've been one of the weakest teams in the NBA. We're losing all for them to just screw us over. Like, come on now. Everyone talk about, the NBA not rigged to the crowd that say it is rigged. How you give up the best player in Dallas and then all of a sudden they win the lottery to get the first pick? That is bull crap, and we need to get it this year. We deserve it. It's not like we tanked. We didn't tank. We were genuinely losing games because of our roster. They're getting better. I'm not downplaying our team, but at this point in time,
tanked late in the year. Like, a lot of guys got shut down with injuries.
Yeah, those were real injuries, JP. Wink, wink. But it's time for us to – we deserve it. We deserve it.
I'm with you, Jeff. We deserve it. 2 number 1 picks, at least in my lifetime that I remember, are Kwame Brown and John Wall. Obviously, Kwame Brown didn't go great. John Wall went better, certainly. There were some great times with John Wall. I remember John Wall, and I know him a little now and love him as a dude. The John Wall era, to me, like, I'm now happily married, 2 beautiful little children, and love my wife. And I can't imagine my life any other way. But, like, I got married when I was 32 or something. Like, I dated other people in the past. And over time, you can remember those fondly, even though they're over. I think John Wall's like a previous girlfriend. You know what I mean? Like, we had a lot of fun. It's over. It ran its course. But I got nothing but love for John Wall. I hope he brings luck to the Wizards. Is the draft lottery still done in New York or like Secaucus or whatever? I assume it is. That's where it's always been. So I just want him to get the number 1 pick. I really do. Toothpick is in studio. Is that accurate?
It is accurate,
Toothpick,
JP. How are you?
I'm good. What the heck's going on? Why are you there and I'm not?
I can't hear.
Well, we've had those issues. I am here, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you know what we've been dealing with the headphone jacks. For some reason, they have all went out in the aquarium. Here you go.
Okay, great. Well, listen, because of that, if you guys are having audio, I want to... Toothpick, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, great. What are you expecting for the Wizards?
I'm expecting for them to wind up with the number 5 pick, but stranger things have happened, and because of the way this organization is going right now, maybe it's time that they shine a little light on us. So 5 is what I'm thinking, but anything better than that is a win for the city.
Yeah, I mean, the odds are that they get 5, right? One thing I don't understand, and thank you, Pick.
Yes, sir.
If they have a 47% chance of 5 and a 14% chance of 1, that gets us to
61, right? 47 plus 14, I think, is 61. So then is that just evenly distributed between 2, 3, and 4? Or are they weighted in certain ways? Like, I don't know how that works. I got a feeling they don't get 5. I got a feeling it's somewhere in the top 4. I want it to be 1. I don't know if it will be. Chris, especially if we're having tech issues, I did just see the Commanders are streaming this Dan Quinn thing. So maybe we pod that up, and I would say start from the beginning rather than jump in the middle if we're able to. And you could we're live, so you can just tell me what the plan is here, or Jeff or White Brian. I know. Okay, great. So we're gonna go to Dan Quinn speaking with the media here in Ashburn. It's going to be really interesting because they got all these new picks. We haven't heard from Dan Quinn really on anybody except for Styles. And obviously when the head coach of the NFL team in town talks, let's listen to him. Dan Quinn.
The 26 rookie class. And then there's others that are trying to be part of the 26 rookie class. And you don't see how it all mixes together until we're out on the field. So it's awesome. For the rookies, there's definitely a sense of excitement. You feel that, but also some nerves and butterflies, as you might expect for them, going into their first practice. So we're pumped to see them do the thing. And for us as coaches, it's awesome too, to get to teach some of our Commander standards. The practice, over this weekend, it's not long. It's really about the intent, not anything near about the intensity, but what we're teaching, the standards, some little bit of philosophy, how we want to go. So it's really nice to see all of you guys, and it's really awesome to be back out here at practice. So why don't we get started and get rolling?
Dan, we haven't been able to talk to you since the first round of the draft. One of the guys you're bringing in, Antonio Williams, I'm just curious how you see his fit in this offense and the usage for him.
Yep. So, man, what a fit, I would say, first off, with Antonio, because this is a player that can play multiple spots at receiver. He's got experience outside. He's got experience playing inside in the slot. That type of versatility, John, that goes a big way. And seeing through the last few years, the film from him at Clemson at both spots, demonstrated route running ability, we're really pumped to have him.
Is there any surprise he's wearing number 14 on my roster? Is there a similar style usage for a guy like that?
No, I just picked it. I don't even know why. It was like, there's no correlation to why. I'm sure he was wanting whatever number, but we'll work all that out later. I do not. Yes, I do not, and I'm hopefully never going to.
What do you like about him in his game?
I like a lot about his game, Nikki. First off, I think as a running back, there's some things that you really look for. First one is vision. In the blocking scheme, sometimes the hole is so small, to know that's the spot, that's the aiming point. Can I make a cut? Can I see a defender that's, further on my backside to go? And that type of knowledge, that type of vision is a big deal. He's got demonstrated power, in the backfield. So there's a lot that I like. I'm really excited to get started with him.
You brought in Drew Stevens. What's kind of your plan there? Is that you expecting a full competition?
Yes. Yep. At a number of spots. It's one of the things I love, just promoting that type of competition and what we'll do. And so there'll be a number of positions that we'll talk about, in the months ahead of where those competitions will be. I honestly feel like that's how we get the best out of one another. Those competitions at positions, different styles and roles, that's how it all kind of comes together. And so whether we're talking about kicker or center or, different spots along the way, we just keep battling for it and we'll see it all the way through.
Dan, as a coach and a coaching staff, what are you looking for this weekend when you see these guys on the grass?
Yeah, the first thing, I guess we're onboarding these guys. Number one, just some of the learning to see, all right, we installed some things with them. Now can we carry it onto the field, some of the movements, but I want to see communication. I want to see their connection, with their other teammates. The individual portions are more important right now than the team parts. None of these guys have worked together, so it's just the first part of the onboarding. So I'd say it's an important part of the process. Have fresh eyes for the guys to go. I'll generally look at as much on some of the guys here on a tryout basis than I will on some that are already signed or in that space. So but looking forward, I'm just looking for the communication, the movement skills. That's first and foremost.
I'm sure the gears are going in your head with Sonny Styles. How do you envision utilizing him in this defense?
Yeah, I think the first part of it, man, like let's get the fundamentals down. The two inside linebacker spots have similarities, but there's also some nuances. During the course of the spring and training camp, we'll work him and some other guys at both of the spots. There's a lot that he can do, and like all the players, we're going to try to do the best we can to put him in the spots to really allow them to do their thing, at full speed and at a high level. And a lot of times that takes all the way in through camp as well. So there's no limits on what I think he can become, but I'm going to let the whole process, really play all the way through because there's a lot to go over.
Dan, this is essentially the start of the run towards the 53 and practice squad, things like that. You guys have preached culture and the internal positive vibes that you've throughout the time you've been here. How much does that get tested when you're going through the evaluation process you just went through after a 5-win season? Does that get tested for you at all?
I think it should get tested, to find where your mettle is when you have a season that goes well and then one that just went terribly. You want to dig in, you want to find answers, you want to make sure you can tweak things that need to be tweaked. But one thing that I know to be a fact, like there's some real competitors in this locker room, and the standards they have as ball players and teammates, those are the things that help you get to where you want to get to.
And obviously, not everybody's a Boy Scout. You probably don't belong all Boy Scouts. How do you evaluate the risk reward of those principles versus, hey, maybe this guy, a player, wherever they might find him throughout the process, there may be some questions. How do you evaluate that aspect of the talent versus maybe the risk?
Yeah, I think the football character is like what you're talking about, and that's demonstrated to know, how we can feature the best things that these guys bring to the team. That's what you look for first. To be a productive NFL player, man, there's got to be one or two traits that you have that's so elite you can do differently than everybody else. You want to find those things, but always within the framework of the team. Yeah, I think you have to have demonstrated communication skills. It doesn't have to be where you've done it your whole life, like where, okay, that's all I've ever done. Like some kids grew up as a quarterback from 8 years old. It doesn't have to be that, David, but what it does have to be, there has to be confidence. There's got to be belief. It's got to be firm because that voice is used in a lot of ways. Sometimes to give the call, sometimes it's to also let somebody know this is not how things are going to go. So there's a number of candidates that we have, but that would be at the top of my list, like demonstrated ability to think under pressure.
I was going to say real-time processing.
Real time. And that ability for those players that have that thinking under pressure, and quite often we try to make here at practice as stressful as you can. Is it like the game? It's not. But if we can create as many training scenarios for them, what happens when the green dot doesn't come off? When it doesn't work. There's plenty of times in practice I would just, don't have a call, so they have to feel the stress of okay, you didn't call anything. What am I going to do? You're at your best when they're already finishing the call, like you're starting to make a call, through the headset, and before you're done, you see the person turning and starting the conversation. So it takes a while to get to that spot where you can be in concert. But the more you do it, the more connected you become with the play caller, and that helps too.
Can you create that atmosphere here? And it's a 3-day camp with a lot of tryout guys, or does that lack of cohesion make it even better?
I think it's too early to test right now. It's the first go around. Let's just see, communication. Is there urgency that goes with it? But as we get into the full team being together beginning on Monday and then through spring ball, that's really when you can kind of test it. This one is more, let's get the function down and get to those skills before we turn up the heat too high. Yeah, just in fact got some, the chance to spend some time with him today after our walkthrough to go in, and it's the football knowledge also that goes with it. Josh has been somebody at Tennessee that's been versatile. He can drop, he can rush. That's why he's here to rush. But I'm excited to have that type of length, get off, demonstrated pass rush ability. I found the more of that you have and develop it. We were talking about traits earlier, how important that is. He has that, and we look forward to developing that trait to see if we can take him from this space into the next one.
That is Commanders head coach Dan Quinn addressing the media before rookie minicamp kicks off here in just minutes. They're slated to start practice at 1:30, probably go till about 3 o'clock or so, and then we'll get to talk to the players after that. So it's an exciting day out here in Ashburn. Also an exciting day on the phones for the B. Mitchell Finley program. We got about a half hour left before Grant and Danny will take over. If folks want to call in and ask me questions, you can. 800-636-1067. We're also going to circle back to Dan Quinn's comments specifically about Sonny Styles and the green dot. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Know it pays retail anymore? Why should you? Less than a month before the most recent collective bargaining agreement between the NFL and the NFL Referees Association was set to expire, the two sides have ratified a new CBA, according to NFL Network's Tom Pelissero. The deal was overwhelmingly approved, and it covers the next 7 years, taking the agreement through the 2032 season, which means no replacement refs will be needed in the NFL. Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you will find the largest selection of Tacori diamond engagement rings and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as exceptionally beautiful as your love. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Bow, bow. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Hope everybody's enjoying responsibly. Scotty's is amazingly smooth, made right here in the DMV. So go enjoy it. Just like me, smooth and from the DMV. Grinding out the end of a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Grant and Danny coming your way in about a half hour. I loved Dan Quinn's answer about the fat man, about Katron Allen, saying, I don't call him that, and I don't intend to call him that. And I think that's the right approach, especially for the head coach. I think players can do that, certainly. But I think if you are Dan Quinn and you're the head coach, calling one of your rookies fat man might not be the easiest way to go about things, perhaps is a kind way to say it. But I'm sure players will. I don't know. Are there any other Penn Staters on this roster? I don't think so. So that'll have to catch on. But it seems like he embraces it very much. And I remember it didn't take long for everybody to start calling Bill. So it'll be interesting to watch that. Bresh, I just sent you an email, so maybe that'll work. As we get closer, I mean, this is pretty exciting. Now we know the NFL schedule release is next Thursday night. I think the headliner for most fans is going to be, when do they go to London? Because I think, like we saw in Spain, a lot of people go, and a lot of people make it like a really fun trip. Jeff, are you planning to go to London? I know you went to Spain. I know you're excited about that.
Yeah, I'm planning on going to London.
Okay. What do you think the chances are it's 2 weeks in London? That they play Jacksonville there as the away team, and then they stick around and play a home game against whoever that may be, the Colts or the Texans.
I don't think that's happening. But if it do, I'll be in London for 2 weeks.
Doug, you know how expensive London is? It's like New York on steroids.
Yo, JP, I can ball on a budget, brother. I went to college for 4 years.
Are you going to do the Airbnb thing again?
No, I am getting a hotel. I learned my lesson.
How far outside of Madrid were you?
We were 35 minutes outside of Madrid.
Dude, what
it was fun though.
doing?
It was fun. We was kind of in like I would say like a hood/college town, because one side of the street it was gangsters saying what's up, and the next side of the street it was people going to school, college students.
All right, that's cool. I'm excited for London. 2 weeks in or like 2 games in London is going to be a lot, and it's a lot for like the media involved. So we'll see. Like B and I did the show from Madrid, and it was 5 hours. It was 6 hours rather ahead. So B and I were doing the show every evening from 4 to 8 p.m. Let's just talk about the schedule. We'll save that for next week. So the schedule release is so interesting because we get so jazzed up about it, even though we know the teams they're playing. Like, we know the road trips: Dallas, New York, Philly, Arizona, Jacksonville, Minnesota, San Fran, Tennessee. of like the big holiday games, I think Thanksgiving in Dallas is on the table. It's always on the table. I wonder what day of the week is Christmas. Do we know that? Friday. Christmas is a Friday. Okay. I have young children. Last year I was really, really hoping we wouldn't go on the road for Christmas, and I kind of talked to my bosses that if it was a road game for Christmas, it may have been the first one I wouldn't attend in quite some time. I would still cover it from home, but for NBC and Monumental, the folks I go on the road for, my youngest daughter last Christmas was 6. And just in case there's any kids in the car, I'm not going to say anything here, but there's something magical with little kids at Christmas that you can never recreate. And I don't know, by Christmas this year, my daughters are going to be 11 and almost 8. And I don't know that we'll get that certain element of Christmas magic. I kind of think, I know with my oldest isn't there, and I think with my little one by then won't be there. It doesn't change how great a holiday it is and everything. But I feel like I lucked out that the Christmas game was at home. So I got to have Christmas Eve, I got to have Christmas morning, I got to do all of the stuff. If they play on Christmas again, and I believe it's just a Netflix doubleheader, so it's only 4 out of 32 teams. I think this year if they play on Christmas, I'll just have to bite the bullet on that. I am curious about the primetime games. Because Christmas Eve is a Thursday night, there will definitely be a game that night. That would be, for a lot of fans, I think they'd enjoy it, but I'd love to not have to work that night. That means you also have New Year's Eve is a Thursday night. I don't know how that works now with the college football playoff, but because of the college football playoff, White Brian, did they play New Year's Eve last year for the college football playoff?
I think it was just New Year's Day, or there was one New Year's Eve game early.
Well, the NFL, Thursday Night Football package is sold, so that thing's going to happen one way or another. New Year's Day is a day I love to just watch football. My wife always makes a big pot of spaghetti. That's like our tradition, so I would hope they don't play that day. It would be great. There's going to be some holidays. Thanksgiving seems like it could happen. The Friday game, the Black Friday game, I think would actually be pretty fun. Most people are off work. I think that could be a lot of fun. Then you kind of get Thanksgiving weekend. Halloween is a Saturday. I did not know that, so that'll be pretty electric. I have heard the London game is October 4th. You want to do some real dumb mock scheduling? So Kevin Sheehan is the godfather of mock scheduling. Anybody that says otherwise is a fool. But to try to take it another level, I tried to do a mock preseason schedule once. I did this. I actually wrote this out, and it was funny. But if you want to look at the preseason, generally it's not going to be a team they play in the regular season, right? And generally they connect with Baltimore as often as they can because it's just easy. It's right up the street. I wonder, however, after – I'm just going to call it how I know it to be true. After the stunt Baltimore pulled last year by reneging on the practice that had been agreed upon about 2 days before it was scheduled and really kind of messing up the Commanders' training camp plans, I wonder what they're going to do preseason-wise with Baltimore. The Ravens also have a new coach in Jesse Minter, so I don't know, good or bad, what that relationship is between Dan Quinn and Minter, but generally it's coaches that set the preseason calendar. I wonder with Mike McCarthy now in Pittsburgh and the Commanders not playing the Steelers in the regular season, I would guess Washington and Pittsburgh will connect in the preseason, and I wonder if that would be a good opportunity for a couple of joint practices. And I think DQ has kind of said that they needed to amp up training camp more last season, and he kind of looked back at that as a mistake. So I'm expecting 2 series of joint practices, but for more days. So far, under the Quinn regime, the joint practices have been 1 day and then a day off and then the game. I think they might try to do 2 practices and then the day off and the game. I think Pittsburgh would make a lot of sense. Not significant travel. Dan has a great relationship with Mike McCarthy. Obviously, they coached together in Dallas. Elsewhere, Baltimore always makes sense. We'll see if kind of cooler heads prevail after last summer. I wonder if, could Carolina make sense? A couple days in Charlotte? Or, I don't know that they would want to do Cleveland. They do play the Bengals, so it's not going to be Cincinnati. They've done preseason games with Cleveland in the past. They also don't play the Jets, and they've already done preseason with the Jets, and they've already done joint practices with the Jets. And the Jets facility up in Florham Park is awesome, and it has the space needed. It really has the bandwidth for joint practices. So that could be a fit. That we've seen them do it with New England before. That was last summer, I think. We were all up in New England, and they did a joint practice and then did the game there. That one could make sense again. Dude, I just saw this on Twitter. Obviously, we're all aware of this Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini stuff, and people are wondering if Vrabel could be forced out. I don't see that at all. I guess never say never in this world, and maybe there could be some family stuff from Mike Vrabel that requires that to change, but that's a never say never for me. I don't think Vrabel's going anywhere. But the schedule release is always going to be a blast. Next Thursday, that'll dominate. Everybody goes through the schedule and counts the wins and the losses, which is kind of silly because you already know who they're playing. But it's more fun once you're able to look at when and how it all falls. I hope they don't get another one of these NFC East juggernaut to finish the season. They have 4 straight division games, 2 in 3 weeks against the Eagles. Hopefully they'll spread that out a little bit more. I do think there'll be less prime time, but my guess is 3. I think B. Mitch said 4. They're going to have the Europe window game, the London game, at least one, so they'll be on nationally there. I think you get a Monday night, a Sunday night, a Thursday night. Maybe not a Sunday night. I could see 2 Monday nights and a Thursday night. But with the flexing, all that stuff can be changed. If they're red hot to close out the year, they could get moved into something. But looking at the opponents they play for potential primetime games at home, obviously all 3 of the division games could be primetime. Television executives love putting NFC East games in primetime. I don't think the Falcons are a big draw. Texans, Colts, I don't think those are big draw games. Frankly, I think Texans or Colts might end up being the game in London. I don't know. It's just a guess. The Bengals, though, I think back to week 3 of the 24 season where it was Jaden versus Burrow, and that Monday nighter in Cincinnati was an electric game. I wouldn't be shocked if that goes to prime time. And then they host the Rams and they host the Seahawks. Both of those are huge teams. Seahawks are defending Super Bowl champs. Rams won a Super Bowl a couple of years ago. We're in the NFC title game last year. Both of those games, I think, could be home primetime games. I think for Washington, the best thing that could happen is if both of those were Sunday 1 o'clock. So everybody knows West Coast teams flying east for a 1 o'clock kick, they tend to not perform as well. Looking at the road games for primetimes, obviously you got the division games. I do think I wonder if Dallas Thanksgiving is on the table. The Cardinals are going to be terrible. I wouldn't expect primetime there. The Jags, maybe. Jags showed some juice last year. The Vikings, that was a down year for them. Kyler, I would think. Here's one thing I hope. Can we go to Minnesota in September and not December, please? That's a personal request. The Niners, that could always be primetime. I don't know if fans know this, but the way the Levi Stadium is situated, it just bakes in the sun. Bakes. It's probably the hottest NFL stadium. Yeah, because all the other really warm weather places are domed. So the league does its best. Go back and look at the Niners schedules over the last 10 years. The league does its best to not give San Francisco day games early in the season. They're either on the road or they play a bunch of primetime games. So that is like an interesting little subplot with that Niners game, depending when it is. I'd also love to not be in California for Christmas 2 years ago, maybe. It was the end of Ron, I think. So 23, we were there they played a Christmas Eve game during the day, and then all the flights got canceled because there was like a crazy storm in the Midwest. That was scheduled talk. I hope you enjoyed it. When we come back, we're going to make some bets. Grant and Danny coming next. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Fun show today. Thanks to Toby for sitting in with us for some time. Follow him at Toby_Altizer, TOBI_Altizer. Hell, follow me while you're at it. JP Finley, MBCS. JP Finley on Substack. Bang. How about that? I'm excited to get out there and watch some ball. I'll be out there in about 5 minutes. Grant and Danny are going to take over here. Been a fun day. Hope everybody enjoyed watching us on Monumental Sports Network from BigBear.ai Performance Center. Back-to-back remote days is always good for the boys. We were out at Rude yesterday. Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley, and we love those guys. Had a blast out there. It's so funny. I always get a kick out of the NFL schedule release becoming this like huge deal. We now know it's going to be next Thursday night. I honestly wonder this. What will get better ratings, you think? The NBA draft lottery getting revealed Sunday afternoon? And that's probably, I don't know this, but my guess is that is a national television audience going into a game. I'm going to look that up real quick. My guess for the NBA Sunday, so Sunday at 3 o'clock is the draft lottery, and that I'm just going to assume that's on ABC because then you have Knicks Sixers on ABC at 3:30. I'll be really curious what gets bigger ratings: the draft lottery on network television, or the NFL schedule release Thursday night. I think just on NFL Network. Now that NFL and ESPN have merged, maybe that'll be on ESPN too, which will give it just that much of a bigger audience. I'm curious, next Thursday, I think the Knicks and the Sixers are scheduled to play. I'm not entirely sure that game's going to get home if they play Sunday. I mean, that could be a sweep by then. In the Pucks, what is scheduled for next Thursday? I don't know. Next Thursday, they're scheduled to have Canadians, Montreal versus Buffalo, and Vegas versus Anaheim. But the Pucks, God bless them. God bless Chris Russell. The Pucks aren't going to slow down the NFL. I know that much. So I think the draft lottery will get the bigger ratings just being on broadcast and being on a weekend and leading into a game. But the NFL is the king, man. Now, I can't tell if the boys can hear me, so I don't know that we can settle up bets. How about tell me if you can hear me, fellas. Can we settle up the bets, White Brian? Can we get to Heard It Here first?
Yeah, I'm wearing the hot dog hat.
Oh, let's go. Go get the hot dog hat and then explain. I think I had a perfect week. I think I went 4-0. So I'm going to pat my own back there. WB, what did you bet on that you're wearing the hot dog hat?
I bet on the Lakers again.
Why? What?
It's disrespectful to LeBron, but LeBron's disrespecting me.
Just because the number's so big?
Yeah.
I don't think it's disrespectful to LeBron. I think the Thunder are just a wagon, and the Lakers don't have the horses, man.
Yeah, they're playing against the refs, too.
Did I go perfect for the week, W?
You did. And yeah,
that?
You won the week, I guess, because B. Mitch had a loss.
Let's get rich, boys. Tonight, we can make some picks. Knicks Sixers, Game 3. This is in Philly. Very narrow line. Sixers are favored by 1.5 points. Do we know what Embiid's status is?
He's questionable, but trending towards playing, I think.
Okay. And then Spurs T-Wolves, the first game in Minnesota. The T-Wolves are home dogs, which is always kind of interesting. You can get 4.5, 5 points there. In the Pucks tonight, you got Montreal and Buffalo, Vegas and Anaheim. The Nats have a new series tonight in Miami, starting a new series against the Marlins. That's a 7-10 start. That's interesting. I feel like around baseball, more teams are going to like 6:30, 6:45 starts, but not in Miami, man. That's a late town, so that's a 7-10 for the Nats tonight. We got any picks for the weekend, fellas? Anything we'd like to happen? Knicks, Sixers, Spurs, Timberwolves, Pucks.
D-backs.
D-backs. Why? Says the dude wearing a hot dog on his head. I think Carolina's going to sweep the Flyers tomorrow. I think they're already up 3-0. I think that one ends. That Wild Avalanche series has just been crazy. Who knows what's going to happen? How about we close out with this, fellas? And I'm going to need a count here. Looks like we're saying goodbye. What pick will the Wizards get? I'm saying number 1.
Number 1, baby.
5.
Christopher?
Number 3.
Toothpick in the building. All right. Heavy Metal Chris guessed 15 seconds. So thank you for the update. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Appreciate Garrett Johnston and Chase Hughes jumping on with us. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Have a great weekend. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. The NFL will release its full 2026 season schedule next Thursday, May 14th, the league announced this morning. The day before, the NFL will announce the remaining international game schedule on Good Morning Football at 9 a.m. As we know, the Commanders will play host in London. And the Nationals travel to Miami to start a 3-game set with the Marlins. 7:10 p.m. is first pitch right here on 106.7 The Fan. Foster Griffin on the mound for Washington, and for the Marlins, Robbie Snelling makes his MLB debut. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Friday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. It means a lot. We're taking you all the way up to 6:30 tonight ahead of Nats baseball. Danny Rouillet is alongside. I'm Grant Paulson. Danny, what's up?
Not much, my friend. I should have done this before the show started. I'm just going to say hello. I'm going to take about a 7-second break to fix the temperature in here. I forgot to do it. Forgot to do it when we walked in the room. Okay, we all shared the studio, the Junks, Mitch and Finley, and then us. None of the other reptiles care. You and I care. We are hot-bodied human beings. That's right, just a couple of hot bodies in here. It's too hot. I'm going to fix it. So back to you, Grant. Excuse me.
Yes, I will give you the time to go work the thermostat over there. Got a sneaky great sports weekend coming up, people. This one's good. This is the fun stuff here. The Nationals are 2 from 500, so they could very well get over 500 on Sunday if they sweep the Marlins. And if that were to happen, we would be having a parade down Half Street as a show on Monday. So fingers are crossed for that. The Commanders are out at rookie minicamp, which we'll be talking a lot about today. But that started this afternoon. I'm seeing all of the pictures and the videos from beat reporters out there as players are walking down to the field in uniform for the first time. It's always amazing to me, but I get it because I get the juices flowing too. How excited people get, like the interactions, the engagements, the retweets on just a 7-second clip of Joshua Josephs walking out of the building, walking down to the field for the first time wearing number 48.
It's literally all that's happening. It's just guys kind of jogging out to a glorified walkthrough. But it's the greatest.
And then I'm burying the lead a little bit, Danny, because the Wizards draft lottery.
Here we go.
Takes place on Sunday. The NBA draft lottery will find out once and for all what pick the Washington Wizards are going to have. So you've got a road series in Miami for a Nats team that's overachieving and playing pretty well. You've got the Commanders at rookie minicamp, which everybody's jacked up about. Brand new draft class just having been delivered by Adam Peters and company a couple of weeks back. And the Wizards possibly getting the number 1 overall pick. Not too shabby for May 9th, 10th, 11th.
We got a little something going. Again, the spring steadily every year makes its case. It falls short of the fall. No pun intended there.
It does everything it can. You just don't have football.
You just don't have it. You have football adjacent. You've got your draft. You've got your mini camps. You got your OTAs. You've got your rounds of free agency. It hustles. The spring is a go-getter. The spring wants to be part of it. It's limited, extremely limited, very limited by stupid weather of lies, by pollen, by a lot of sadness up and down, right? It's like one day it's 80, next day it's 36. We know the score with spring, but it brings it. It tries every year. It falls short, but damn it, I'm pleased with the effort, spring. Good job.
Yeah, I'm always reminded that this is a excellent time of year, and I really thoroughly enjoy it. But it is not going to be able to compete with the fall based both on the chill in the air and the temperature of the fall. The pumpkin patch trips where you get the apple cider donuts. Like last time I checked, I'm not eating apple cider donuts this weekend that I got from a pumpkin patch. So you're also going to have a hard time competing there. But if we're keeping it strictly to sports, are there football games being played? Do I have a Monday night, a Thursday night, a Sunday night, the occasional wacky other game because we're going to be debuting the sport in a brand new country like we like to do? And then college football on the other days. I mean, we're closing in on 7 days a week of football. And so that's just September. That's going to be hard to top.
Got your World Series is. You got the kickoffs, no pun intended again, with the other seasons. We talk about spring. One of the cool things about it is the MLB kickoff. That's nice. You got the season starting. You got multiple seasons to start. The hockey, the basketball, football goes strong. It's the best.
All right, I want to get into rookie minicamp because Dan Quinn spoke with the media today, and I want to get into some of what Dan Quinn had to say about the Commanders' rookie class and the fits of some of these players that are taking to the field for the first time. This is the first glimpse that this coaching staff's going to get of these players doing what they're asking them to do in their schemes. And that's very, very different than watching them in college and trying to project and see how things are going to work out. I got to say, first time getting to see Sonny Styles in a uniform, audibly, you were like, dude, settle down over there.
Yeah.
I had to, yeah. I locked the door and turned
There
off
was a
all
level
the
of
lights.
excitement, yeah.
Sonny Styles looks good. His arms are so much bigger than I thought. He has gigantic biceps. You think of him as this very long, kind of slender, freakish, lengthy dude, and he is some of those things. But he's actually much more physically imposing and just bigger than I thought he was going to be.
He's a little bit yoked. Yeah, I mean, again, but he's not, it's not that puffy yoked. He's not the HB Blades build, you know what I mean? Like the little fire hydrant kind of guy. He is tall and, as you said, like just a lengthy looking elite athlete. Like, look, he looks every inch of 6'4", you know? But there's some muscle up in there. He'll deal with some blockers. He'll come downhill and hit a little bit.
This is what Dan Quinn had to say about easing Sonny Styles into the linebacking position as he got ready to watch practice number 1 for the rookies.
Yeah, I think the first part of it, man, like, let's get the fundamentals down. The two inside linebacker spots have similarities, but there's also some nuances. During the course of the spring and training camp, we'll work him and some other guys at both of the spots. There's a lot that he can do, and like all the players, we're going to try to do the best we can to put them in the spots to really allow them to do their thing, you know, at full speed and at a high level. And a lot of times that takes all the way in through camp as well. So there's no limits on what I think he can become, but I'm going to let the whole process, you know, really play all the way through because there's a lot to go over.
So it's not groundbreaking or any kind of massive development, in my opinion, but Dan Quinn did acknowledge that defensively there will be 2 inside linebacking spots. Remember, this is a new scheme. We don't really know how it's going to look, what they're going to run, what base is, but that is indicative of very likely the 34 defense that a lot of us are anticipating. I guess you could also have 2 linebackers and have an extra safety or something like they've done over the last couple of years too, but that was informative to hear him talking about 2 off-ball linebackers and Styles getting work at both of those positions.
That absolutely was. Now, as you said, part of it is hand tipping. The other part is, okay, well, you think back to the last couple of schemes, it's still your normal, I say normal, put that in quotes. There's some versatility there, but it's 4 down linemen, 4 guys with their hand in the dirt, or maybe 3 with Luvu standing up but acting as an edge. 2 linemen and then a safety kind of in and around the box. So it could still be that, but it's also, I lean more towards your thing, right? Where it's that was revealing, I thought, where there's 2 spots that are very similar, but there are enough subtle differences between the 2 that you kind of have to learn everything to get what you want out of this defense, which is if this guy's going, you got to cover that. If this guy is covering that, you got to go. Whatever it is, they need to be able to work, little symbiosis, little symmetry there. I think that's instructive.
I think we also have the benefit of just seeing what Minnesota's run, what this looks like.
That's right.
And I know that this isn't going to be 100% the Flores defense, nor will the Blau offense be to a T exactly the Ben Johnston offense. I'm aware of the information. Like, these guys are going to have some type of marriage between the schemes that those guys run and some of the other things that they like from their times. In Jones's case, coaching at the collegiate, the high school, the CFL, the NFL levels. And for David Blau, both as a player and as a coach, he was in other places too. So you're going to add and subtract some things schematically. It's going to take on your image. I get that. But you still, until we see it, I think have to assume it could look a little bit like their lead mentors and the offenses that, very frankly, they were hired to run here.
Yep.
David Blau was hired because Washington wants to run something like what Ben Johnston does. The Durante Jones hire was based on the fact that they wanted Flores, who stayed in Minnesota, and they couldn't get Flores, and they said, what's the next best thing? And the next best thing is his right-hand man in sous chef, Durante Jones. And so that's where we are. But I also think that it was pretty clear they were going to run more edges, linebackers, whatever you want to call it, standing up, as pass rushers in like a 34 looking front after their offseason. Where with Armstrong coming off injury, coming back, you spent money on Odafe Owe, you brought in Caleb on Chason, you drafted Joshua Josephs in the 5th round. They added another couple of defensive ends, more traditional like run stuffer types like Dietrich Wise back on a 1-year deal, Charles Omenihu from Kansas City. But if you look at it, Danny, there's a lot of edges. It would make a little less sense if it was a traditional like 4-3 with what they did. It feels like Chason, Owe, those guys are standing up, pinning their ears back.
Yep.
You can use Leo Chenal and Sonny Styles in that way. But that brings me to my next point about what Dan Quinn said. Maybe I'm overthinking it, and maybe I care too much or want to hear more than he's willing to offer. That's probably what this is. I was actually really surprised he just talked about him playing the 2 linebacker spots. And maybe the question was about at rookie minicamp, because there's no reason to ask him to do too much. We're just going to get him used to off ball, like green dot and next to green dot, like those 2 spots. But if he was talking about his role in the defense for the season, the questions weren't mic'd up, so I don't really know what the question was. But I think he can play some edge and should. I think he can play some nickel and should. I think he could play some safety and should. Like, that's part of his superpowers. And if it doesn't all happen in September, October, November in year 1, totally fine with that. But as we go here, if he doesn't evolve into that role, I'll be a little surprised, and that does take away from the ceiling of what he can be. Because I believe he's a positionless freak who everyone's seeking. Normally, it's the safety, it's the Eamon Warries or the
Hamiltons.
Kyle Hamilton's a good example of that in Baltimore. This just is a bigger-bodied linebacker version of it.
Yeah, I think it's intuitive also because it makes the value of the pick a little bit less. Doesn't mean it's a failure. Doesn't mean it's a bust. It's not something that you're going to scream in the streets about. But the reason you do that there is I've seen middle linebackers. Plenty of middle linebackers went in this draft. This ain't that. This is that plus. So the school of thought could be twofold. One, from day one, first instant, you go, all right, buddy, I need you to go to the edge room, the middle linebacker room, the safety room, and go to every meeting and cram it in all in one day. Or let's learn, I think this is what they're doing, let's learn this one position, this anchor spot, which will help you learn what everyone else is doing at all times, getting guys lined up, the why. We're calling certain things at certain times, be able to deal with that part of it. That's probably the most complicated part, to be honest with you. Dan Quinn spoke about, and we'll hear this, but they're going to do something where they cut out the feed so that you don't hear the call. What are you going to do? The play clock's running, the offense is lining up. How are you going to handle it? Those sorts of things that happen in an NFL game. Do that stuff first, then we'll go, okay, on this next play, just go be an athlete. On that play, go be an athlete. Right.
That's one thing I really like, too, about Dan Quinn, as an aside, is I do think guys get really prepared in how thorough they coach things up. When you're talking about in practices, our headsets are out, you call the play, like that type of stuff.
Yep.
They also do way more situational football than previous regimes here that I saw did. I don't know if that's a changing sign of the times in the league. I know at one point last year, maybe it was a couple of years ago, actually, I texted Kirk Cousins and I was asking him about this, and I'm like, hey, how much of this do you guys do? And he's like, the really good teams do that a lot. He's like, but it's still not something that every team does a ton. And he thinks it's kind of underused in terms of the situational elements of just practicing football situation. 3rd and 7. What are we doing? 3rd and 9. How do we get on and off the field for this field goal? I think Dan Quinn's always done a really, really good job of that since he's been here. This was Quinn today when asked about Antonio Williams and how he's going to slide into his role in this offense.
Man, what a fit, I would say, first off, with Antonio, because this is a player that can play multiple spots at receiver. He's got experience outside. He's got experience playing inside in the slot. That type of versatility, John, that goes a big way. And seeing through the last few years, the film from him at Clemson at both spots, demonstrated route running ability, we're really pumped to have him.
They got to be right here. But the further we get away from the draft, where the day after the reaction was, it's a little surprising they didn't take someone who's going to play outside. It's pretty obvious not only do they think Antonio Williams will play outside, in addition to in the slot, where he ran 77% of his routes at Clemson last year, and a lot of teams viewed him as a slot only. But maybe that's what separated him. A lot of the other guys that you and I spent a lot of time talking about, Ted Hurst is just the first name that comes to mind, but there were plenty of others. They're not multiple or versatile enough to do everything, to play all 3 roles in the offense. And I think that is something, whether they're right or wrong,
right,
the football's going to determine that, and the football's coming. But that is something that they used as a separator for Antonio Williams.
I think you said it very well. They have to be right about this. I mean, you could say that about any draft pick or whatever, but just it felt like there was more weight on this one, given what they've done at the position or haven't done over the last several seasons. Remember, their plan year one didn't include Noah Brown. That just happened. Maybe you could give him credit for knowing or thinking he was going to be cut, but the idea that he turned into a bona fide number 2 receiver that caught the Hail Mary, you can't count on that when you're forming the roster here in the springtime. And that fell into their lap. Year 2, I didn't think the plan was particularly good. The guys they drafted weren't ready or were never going to be ready or whatever. So here, this is kind of all right, you're still you acknowledge you're weak at the position. You went $30 million for Pierce and he didn't sign. He went after Dobbs, he didn't sign. You kind of got to nail this one here because you've clearly been searching for it. You tried here this year to do it, and they think a guy that didn't really do this at Clemson is going to do it up here. And that's one of those, okay, you're kind of taking a bit of a risk. When you do that, you chose him over other guys that were available at that spot. You need to be right on that.
Katron Allen, the running back from Penn State, the all-time leading rusher for the Nittany Lions, who was drafted in the late rounds by Washington. Despite an incredible college career, he's bigger. He's kind of the version of Chris Rodriguez from last year's offense that you expect to thump between the tackles, has good vision, but he's never going to win a foot race. Didn't run a 40. Still waiting on his 40 time. He didn't run one leading up to the draft for good reason. You could tell Dan Quinn's a big fan of the player.
I like a lot about his game, Nicky. First off, I think as a running back, there's some things that you really look for. First one is vision. In the blocking scheme, sometimes the hole is so small, to know that's the spot, that's the aiming point. Can I make a cut? Can I see a defender that's, further on my backside to go? And that type of knowledge, that type of vision is a big deal. He's got demonstrated power, in the backfield. So there's a lot that I like. I'm really excited to get started with him.
Allen's going to have a chance to get carries if he has the type of camp and preseason that they want him to. You could slot him right into the Rodriguez role. My hope is that Bill separates himself more, so he gets another, let's just call it 25 to 50 carries, and now you got yourself basically an RB1 who goes for 1,000, 1,100, something like that. And then maybe a little less used than Rodriguez, but in that role, you've got Katron Allen as a rookie. I like that better because I want to try to hit doubles and home runs, and Bill can do that, and Allen's going to do less of that. But I do like this pick, and I do think in this offense, if they run it as much as I think they're going to, you want a David Montgomery to Bill's, I'm not going to call him Jahmyr Gibbs, but speedier, more effective, extra base hit propensity.
It's thunder and kind of heat lightning during the summer. Not the strikes, but the stuff that goes up in the sky that you go, oh, what was that?
Thunder and a strobe light.
Yeah, there you go.
It's not lightning, but...
Thunder and neon.
Right.
In the 6th round, by all means, that's totally fine. By the way, just as a quick side, isn't it amazing he's Penn State's all-time leading rusher? With who they've had there with Barkley and Kajana Carter and a million guys in between.
It helped, I think, that he was there as long as he was, too.
Sure, but
there's a little bit of that.
Get a chance to go from get-go, though. You didn't have to beat anybody out. Just pretty remarkable. But back to the player. Again, this is. I'm not an NFL coach. I'm not qualified to be. I'm not qualified to do much of anything. But you could tell this is the thing that they like, and they are just so enamored with the idea of this power back, this bruiser. Now, to me, what's exciting is when Dan Quinn said pass pro. He said, some of the nuances to step up there. That tells me they can do some things on first down, whereas in years past under Ron and even at times in this offense, it's, all right, certain running back is on the field. That means running play because we don't trust him to be in pass pro, and we're not going to throw it him either because we don't trust him on that. But anyway, good luck to all the rest of the players at this major obvious tell. If you can, give him a little play action on first down, he can hold up in pass pro, that's more exciting to me.
He had 80 more attempts than any back in Penn State history. Playing in 4 seasons and playing a lot in all 4 seasons. Ran for 860, 900, 1100, and 1300 over 4 years, which isn't to take away from him, but that's how you get to be the all-time leading rusher at a program like Penn State where they have had some superstars come through there. You think about Saquon Barkley and what he's become in the NFL as the leader, but there are some other really, really good backs in Penn State's history. Next, we'll get you a life update from the Grant and Danny radio program that you won't want to miss. This is The Fan.
The NFL Referees Association has ratified a new 7-year collective bargaining agreement today, and that means there won't be a work stoppage for the 2026 season. The Green Bay Packers have released veteran kicker Brandon McManus, and the Commanders have signed all 6 of their 2026 draft picks, including linebacker Sonny Styles' 4 years, $37.2 million contract, which is fully guaranteed. Quarterback Taylor Hineki has announced his retirement from the NFL, 7 seasons, including 7 franchises, and he played for 5 of them. Nationals baseball going on the road to Miami after a series win at home. They'll take on the Marlins tonight at 7:10 p.m. Left-hander Foster Griffin against prospect left-hander Robbie Snelling. WNBA Mystics open their 2026 season tonight at Toronto. The Sixers will donate 500 tickets for each remaining home second-round playoff game so they can try to avoid a takeover by New York Knicks supporters. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Show takes you to 6:30 tonight. Nats baseball after that. They're playing the Miami Marlins. We're on social media. Hit us up at Grant Paulson on Twitter, at Grant H. Paulson on Instagram.
At Funny Danny, at Humorous Danny on the gram. Someone took that FD moniker. How dare they?
Got a life update for everybody.
Here we go.
This was a possibility.
Oh, it was a lock.
The fight was scheduled for last week.
I should have worn my Fight Finish t-shirt.
That would have been nice.
I'm sorry. I'm going to stop joning. I'm sorry.
I did everything I could. And I lost. As of yesterday, May 7th, 2026. Hopefully many, many, many years from now, when I officially die, they'll say time of death. It'll be like, June 23rd, hopefully like 2081 or whatever. Just know that the actual time of my death, the proverbial time of my death, was May 7th, 2026, at roughly 1:06 Eastern time, right around when first pitch was being thrown to the Nats game. Because that is when my wife drove off the lot with a brand new minivan.
Oh.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The minivan is the Paulsons, and the kids are fired up. The
kids are into it?
They got songs about it. They're chanting. They're calling me on the phone about how great it is. Everybody's very, very excited. But here we are.
There's one person not excited.
Minivan fan.
No.
It happened. So it's over for me. Any kind of hope that you wake up with in the morning, any kind of thought that I could still be the cool dad. I'm the cool guy.
Cool dad.
My kids' friends will come over and they'll think I'm kind of cool. That's over.
Oh, no.
Minivan.
I
would say generally, too, like I'm more practical dad than cool dad. I have always made, I think, more practical decisions that were pro-family, but also worked for me. Like, got the great deal with Lindsay Chevy, right? So I'm always getting my cars and what I want to drive around in and to be happy in from them, and I get these great rides and whatever else. And even currently, I went with like the Buick Regal. We're going to do something where the kids can hop in, and it's not I'm not in a Corvette. I'm not a single guy.
Not in a Mazda Miata.
Dad, you know what I'm saying? But I'm making a reasonable decision. You do a better job, I think, at like threading the needle between cool dad and whatever I've been as practical dad, where you have cool cars and awesome sunglasses and like you still have the ability to claim you're a cool dad. I don't have any of that.
It's nice of you to say, but respectfully, come on.
You do a little better job, I'd say.
All right. Nice of you.
This, though, was the time.
The nail in the coffin.
Whatever I had left, it is gone. I don't wear a mesh belt and have New Balances, but I might as well. The mesh belt is
Wait, do I have a mesh belt today?
It's just a little generic leather belt. And it's not New Balances, but it's $58 Kizik's.
It's my Nats mesh belt, and I got some discount Nikes on. Yeah, it's pretty similar.
So I think that the Grant and Danny minivan meetup where we get all the dads who have minivans to bring them out to the parking lot one Saturday morning, and we pop our hoods and we eat some donuts and we talk about our minivans, what we like about them, what we don't like about them. I think the ball's going to start rolling on setting that event up at some point in the very near
Well, it can now because you have a minivan. So I'm two minds here.
You're not really. You've loved this since the second I got the minivan.
I promise you, I swear to you, you're not going to believe me, but I promise you, I do feel badly. I do. Because
you got a funny way of showing it so far.
Well, I am aware of that. I know. The piñata is just swinging in front of me, and I got a bat. I got my C-Core 3330 from my senior year, and I'm just hitting bolts on that thing. And I recognize it's fun, but I also legitimately feel bad. The idea of paying a bunch of money for something that you don't want at all,
yeah,
as a fiscally responsible father, breaks my heart. And I don't relish in the fact that you died a little inside on this one.
Oh,
because we all have. Every dad has turned it in. Do you understand? I played Century. I drank 100 beers in 100 minutes, or 100 shots of beer in 100 minutes. You understand that I partied at the Mexican embassy in high school until 6 o'clock in the morning and passed out on the pool cover? Do you understand how cool I was? You understand how awesome I was at one point? Over. Done. As I said, the nail in the coffin. I don't take pleasure in that.
My wife convinced me to ride with her today to go pick up the kids from school because I was a little bit late anyway. I was either leaving like 10 minutes before we were going to pick them up, or I would get to go see them and surprise them because Dad never picks them up from school.
Uh-huh.
So she's like, you want to drive the minivan for the first time? I was like, absolutely not. I don't know if that's better or worse, but I sat shotgun to my wife in the minivan.
Oh, God.
And I was like,
I don't know why they're both worse.
It's bad. But I was sitting there and I didn't want to admit it. It was incredibly comfortable.
Well, comfort's not the issue,
Yes.
buddy.
It was so comfortable.
You got plenty of space.
I could imagine myself falling asleep riding shotgun on a long trip if I'm ever in that situation. And there was so much space for my legs. This is the other thing I would say. What's the opposite of an airplane? Apparently it's a Chrysler Pacifica because I had more room for those knees than you could imagine. But I didn't want to.
Yeah, there are trade-offs.
I didn't want to admit that either.
Yep.
My wife's like, just touch that button right there. Touch the button, the door slides open. The minivan move.
Oh yeah.
And she acted like we cured a illness or
Now,
something.
Can I just offer a quick editorial? Minivan people that intuitively know that, I grew up with minivans in the neighborhood, or friends I knew had minivans. You get that door handle, you open it because it's pulling towards you, and you slide that thing like you're trying to start a hydrogen collider. You know what I mean? Like you gotta put some torque in it. You gotta swivel your hips and use all your power in your chest muscles to close it. Now they go, no, it's automatic. You just sort of gently look at the door handle or kind of massage it in some way, and it just closes. I don't like it as much.
There are wins here, okay? Notably, pilot seats for the kids, because we have currently 3 rows, but it's 2 rows behind us, and so they're climbing over a row to get to another one, and with all the car seats, it's impossible. So there's so much more room to do activities, and there's a little walkway between the pilot seats to the back. That's good. That's ideal.
Walkway.
The fact that you're not going to be slamming into kids getting in and out of cars are incapable of not slamming their door into the car next to them.
Yeah.
So those days are over because the door just slides straight down.
It does slide.
That's nice. So there's wins that my wife is just going. She thinks she's the Atlanta Braves with the New York Yankees right now, playing 680 baseball. And I just keep coming back to, but when you come around that corner, you're in a minivan. Have you considered that part? She doesn't seem to be bothered by that. I know a guy who's a little bit bothered by that. He's sitting in the studio with me right now.
Legitimately, how upset are you?
Upset?
Yeah, like bothered by this.
That's the better word.
Right.
Not upset.
Upset's the wrong word. Your wife's happy.
My wife really wanted it badly. She's very happy and has actually been super nice to me for the last couple days, which I think is because she got the minivan.
Yep.
No, that has to be why. So upset 1 to 10. 10 is the most upset. Probably a 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I had to guess, I would say right around a 10. Because here's what you're not understanding is all of the money that was spent.
I know. That's
if we hit the lottery and my wife was like, I'm just going to get a minivan. Not upset. If someone walked up to me at a Caps game and was like, I got a minivan. Do you want it? I'd be like, my wife's been talking about getting
She's been asking me for one.
No problem. They're like, okay, how about $250? I'm like, great.
Great swerve on the 1 to 10. That got me.
It wasn't a swerve.
That was a swerve. I said, there's wins. There's good things about it. My wife's happy. 1 to 10. 10.
it's unless you've done this, you can't understand. But if paying so much money for something that makes you more sad,
Yeah.
and it's not unnecessary, it's necessary. My wife is happy. That's a win. My kids are thrilled. That's a win. Although one funny moment was my kid, Truman, who's number 2 out of the 4.
Sure.
So he's been going like minivan. So excited for like a week, right? That's all he's talking about.
Why is he so in, by the way?
Not sure. They rode in one time, and they just thought it was the greatest thing of all time. And then I think my wife poisoned the well, where she's talking about how much better they are than cars and everything. So there's been a lot
They're
of...
easily influenced.
Yeah, there's talking about the minivan a couple times.
There's illegal lobbying efforts going on when you're not there.
Seems like.
Yeah.
She spends a lot more time with them when I'm here. And so I'm
like, if she was saying sports car, it would have been sports car for Nooms.
correct.
Yeah.
Exactly. So when we get there and we're getting the minivan, I take my son over to see it while they're like finishing cleaning it, because I got to sign some stuff and leave, whatever. And and my son goes, "This isn't a minivan, is it?" And I said, "Yeah, this is a minivan." He's like, "Oh." And he's just kind of looking at it like, well, maybe I was wrong all this time. And I wanted to be like, "You see?
You were wrong, buddy."
You see what I was saying? Now, it turns out that as soon as the doors slid open and he got to run around, he thought that it was going to be like this big, wide open gymnasium. He just thought it was that wide open.
Like a mobile gymnasium.
Exactly. I think
Okay.
he thought he was going to open the door and it would be like an RV or something. I think that's what he assumed.
Oh, I see.
Because he's like, well, there's seats. Like, I can't play baseball in here.
Like, you thought there'd be a ball pit.
Exactly.
And like the trampoline park kind of thing.
But that was hilarious because, all we've talked about is like how excited he is. And then he saw it and he's like, wait, is this it? And I'm like, now do you get it?
Yeah, this is what Daddy's been railing against, son.
You see what I'm saying, bud?
You want to learn a word? It's called concessions.
Let's go to Rob in Richmond. Hello, Rob. How are you?
Good. So going back a few years, I drove into the car dealership in my Mustang, and I'm walking down the row of cars, and the guy comes out, the sales guy, and he's like, "Hey, congratulations on your second kid." Like, how'd you know I just had a second kid? Yeah, the only reason guys in Mustangs start looking at minivans is because they got a second kid. Can't fit 2 car seats in the back of a Mustang.
You know, the pain, I guess, would be the word. But how about 4 kids? It's not 2.
Yeah,
It's
double
4.
that.
You're still fighting the good fight because you have 2, but can you get them both in your car? I guess you could. You have a sedan.
Yeah. So my middle son, who's 8, is now graduating from car seats.
Can he sit in the front?
No.
So how do you get all 3 in your car?
My oldest can sit in the front.
That's what I'm saying. That's what
Yeah. So my 12-year-old can.
Yeah.
8-year-old is back in one, and then car seat for the 1-year-old is in the
but
is the other way.
that's see, you always talk about the gap in the ages between 1 and 3, but that's actually a brilliant thing because
Sure.
1 can sit up front, so you can have a car.
I have had all 3 in the car several times,
and it worked.
Yeah, I mean it's chaos. They are rabid hyenas going at each other, but yes.
Bowen's in Fredericksburg. What's up, Bowen? How are you? Bowen, you are on the Grant and Danny radio program. You dialed the number to talk on this radio show. It is time to talk. You will get nothing, and you will like it.
I expected more from Stephen Bowen.
Some people just like to call in and then not talk on the radio. That's the activity. It's like, what if I just took my time today to wait, but then I never said anything when they came to me? So here's the question on G&D. This is one of those punt formation moments in a man's life where it's different. It doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it's different for the rest of my time on this planet. There's a hill, and I just kind of went over the side of it.
You crested.
And now we're going down the other side of the hill. What's another example in the adult life where you kind of just call on Tress Way to trot out onto the field, catch that football from Tyler Ott, and boot it as far as he can in the other direction? The punt moments, like getting a minivan. What can you come up with? 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan. My name is Grant Paulson, and I am the proud new owner of a minivan. Fear not, it's not the car I drive. I got my own car. That's a good car.
Will you ever drive it?
I'll have to. I mean, I'm going to be a tough guy and say no, but yeah, I have kids.
There's going to be a moment.
I mean, if I took them to school this morning because my wife was at the dentist or something, I have to use that car. My kids want to go to the movies this weekend. We're going to go see a film where some sheep try to solve a crime. Guess what?
That looks good, by the way.
It looks great.
The Sheep Detective, is that what it's called?
I don't know what it's called. But I know that I'm going to see it, and I'm going to be excited to watch a whodunit, and I'm going to put my detective hat on. You know I love doing that. But you know what I'm going to drive with my detective hat on?
The miniature van?
Probably a minivan as my kids go to the movie theater. So, yeah, I mean, how could I not drive it? I can't fit them all in my car. So that's what we're doing here. Danny, I lined it up in punt formation. Tress Way booted a ball 51 yards. Another sign as a grown man, adult, what have you, that your punting is?
I've had dozens of these. Many of them are physical. I had back spasms picking up my, he's now 8, but he was 6 months when I picked him up, and I was out of commission all weekend. But a lot of those physical ones. The
pain ones are good. Just every morning waking up with back pain is a good one.
Yeah, the first time they played a song that I grew up with on classic rock is just a punt to the specials. I'll tell you when the ultimate was, my nail in the coffin moment. The wife and I went to a string quartet version or string quartet band that played Adele songs. And I liked it. I go, that was actually really good. That's when I knew, goodbye. Goodbye, dude, that I was. I've walked into this new chapter. I cowered a little bit. I hid from it, but this is me. It's who I am now.
You didn't hate it.
No. I go, that was actually pretty good.
The not hating it is the key there.
I went, yeah, that was, I regret, because she knew she had me.
Right.
And I'm sitting there like vibing. She could tell I was having a good time. And I'm like, yeah, that was good.
While you're not drinking.
Yeah.
That's another one. You've given up alcohol.
Well, that was my part two of the story. If it was going to come back around to me, is on a boys' trip, I had a couple of beers and dinner and was out of commission the rest of the weekend. Just every time somebody would have a conversation, I have to stroll back to that restroom. Do we have any more toilet paper? Hope so, because I'm pretty much out in here.
Let's go to Nick in Woodbridge on G&D. What's up, Nick?
Hey, Grant. Hey, boys. First time, long time.
Appreciate you calling in, pal.
I had the pleasure of meeting Grant at the NCAA tournament event. Me and my wife talked to you for like 10 minutes while you're waiting with your pitcher of Coke Zero.
Okay, I love that. Yeah, big Coke Zero guy.
And we were discussing the minivan thing at the time.
Oh boy, did I say I wouldn't be getting one?
Anti you were.
Oh, well, that could have been last night too.
It was worth it.
So you're team minivan?
Reluctantly.
Yeah.
But you're in. I actually remember that conversation. I was doing so much tough guy talk about how I'll never drive a minivan. Let's go to Jimmy in Fairfax. What's up, Jimmy?
Jimmy.
Hey, boys. How you doing?
Very well.
Thank you. So me and my friends, we're all turning 40 this year or have turned 40. We're having a conversation about sitting down with our doctor and the doctor looking over the papers, and they go through and they go, yep, yeah, it's time. And we go, time for what? And like, well, it's time for the blood pressure medication. Yeah, and they're like, oh, and so that's it. And they're like, yeah, that's it for the rest of your life. It's time to go on the meds.
You're going to be on those BP meds.
You are Dalvin.
That's a good sign. How about generally, and I bet you Jimmy can relate to this, it sounds like with his buddies, when you get together with friends or siblings. I had a dinner with my 3 siblings. I've got 2 brothers and a sister. We met at a really nice steakhouse, or awesome place to eat, steakhouse in Fredericksburg called Fahrenheit that I love. And we ate there like 6 weeks ago. And we all sat down and we're like going around the table talking about, what medications are you on? And it's just like,
have you started that one? It's like, oh my God.
How old are we? Like, It is over, Johnny. Derek, what's a sign that you are punting, like me getting my minivan?
Hey, what's up, boys? I'm a little bit older than you. But when I have 4 kids, and when most 3 of them are gone, and the last one is a couple years away. But I mean, when they're all gone, I live for my kids. I mean, I love my wife. Don't get me wrong, but I live for my kids, and when they're gone, I don't know what I'm going to do.
You're going to be all alone in that house. You might pick up some activities. You're going to be golfing or going to daytime movies.
But think of the freedom. You can do so many things.
So much freedom.
So much freedom.
And you and your wife. He said he loves his wife. You guys get to hang out together.
Right?
Won't that be fun?
Huh?
Joe in Alexandria. What's up, Joe?
Yeah, gentlemen, first, I do have a punt, but I'd like to tell Grant that I think you're looking at this from the wrong perspective. You are souping up your special teams here. We've had a minivan in our lives for like 19 years. I'm currently driving back from Longwood, having picked up our number 2. Did a little minivan Tetris, bringing it all back. Minivans are spectacular. It's going to add to your life.
Spectacular.
That seems like that's
Spectacular.
a bold stance, Joe. Spectacular?
Practical, but not spectacular.
But when practical works, it becomes spectacular.
Fair enough.
Anytime you go more than 45 minutes with 3 kids, the ease and the comfort and the quietness that comes with the minivan that's spectacular, I think.
Do you think there's a chance, Joe, that I will, like, if you fast forward in 2 years, God willing, we're doing this radio show, and you call in and you're like, how do you like the minivan? Then I'm just a minivan
I think you're a minivan guy.
I'm evangelizing minivans.
I think he is.
Yeah, I think as long as you keep...
That's a high-pitch answer. He's like, maybe.
As long as you keep your own vehicle, okay, and so you got that freedom. You're not really the driver, okay?
You're a driver.
You're not the captain.
That's right.
Unless it's on vacation. And then on vacation, if you go anywhere more than 2 hours with your kids in a minivan, you're going to be like, oh, my God, this is spectacular.
So maybe what I'm going to do is hit up my guy Danny Dimes over at Lindsay Chevy.
Mm-hmm.
Have a little conversation with my good friends at Lindsay that take good care of me and say, what if Dad did something for Dad? Now,
I see. You go the opposite.
Could. The problem's going to be the funds. Tough to do a couple of these purchases in short order.
Yeah, I was going to say the back-to-back.
Little wait a while, but maybe we'll get it with Danny Dimes and see what's what over there. See
what's available.
Ben in Silver Spring, you're on Grant and Danny. What's good?
Okay, this is going to freak you. The first legal drink you have with your kid, and what's really going to get you is when you realize it ain't their first rodeo.
Oh, yeah. Well, remember the girl who celebrated her 21st birthday at Nats Park? They did this really funny thing. It was like maybe the first series of the season, and the Nats are turning 21.
This was a great bet.
It was so good. They found a girl who was born the day of the Nats' first ever game, basically.
Who's a Nats fan and local and everything, yeah.
And then within 2 weeks, she was at the ballpark, and they had a picture of her with her dad at the ballpark as a brand new newborn at RFK Stadium. Then they had all these images of her growing up a diehard Nats fan with her dad, 1 year old, 3 years old, 7 years old, and then they call her out, and they're like, now, on her 21st birthday, just like the Nationals, here she is to have her first beer sponsored by Budweiser. And she takes this beer and just slams the damn thing. I'm like, I remember my first beer.
Yep.
That's not how you drink your first beer. So I don't know what mom and dad are thinking. They're like, oh, she did okay. She was surprisingly effective. She's had a few of those.
Yeah, great Modern Family bit on that, by the way, where the daughter like slams a shot of tequila and everyone else is still in the middle doing cheers.
Right.
And she was like, yeah, it burns really bad.
So mine was purchasing the minivan. What are the signs that you're punting in your life? 800-636-1067. Plus, I want to get into Taylor Hineki saying he is retiring as we continue on G&D.
This update brought to you by Melwood. The NFL has confirmed that the schedule release will be next Thursday, May 14th. The league already has announced that the 49ers and Rams will meet in Melbourne, Australia, Week 1. The Commanders have signed all 6 of their 2026 draft picks, including Sonny Styles, a 4-year deal worth $37.2 million. The NFL Referees Association has ratified a new 7-year collective bargaining agreement. The Green Bay Packers have released veteran kicker Brandon McManus. The Denver Broncos have extended GM George Payton for 5 years. Nationals baseball against the Miami Marlins tonight at 6:40 with Foster Griffin against prospect Robbie Snelling. The NCAA's Football Oversight Committee has voted to adopt a proposal that conferences could allow the flexibility of using 5 and 7 teams if they have certain academic standards to fill a bowl game opening. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Brought to you today and every day by the law firm Kandori and Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. You got to go to kmlawyers.com and mention us. That's kmlawyers.com. We are Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan. I want to get into Taylor Hineki, who announced his retirement briefly, and then also the Wizards getting ready for the draft lottery, which is just 2 days away on Sunday. But let's go rapid fire here. Let's rip through some of these calls and put a bow on our conversation. I got a minivan officially yesterday, which now means...
God, that sentence, buddy.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, I don't know how to describe it.
I bought a minivan. Say it and smile.
You definitely have to say it. It's like, are you happy? And you nod, but you say no, or you shake your head no.
You scratch your forehead.
You say
I got a minivan. It's pretty practical.
High pitch, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we got a minivan.
That's what we have now.
So we're asking you, other times in your life, you make the right decision, the practical, prudent thing, you do the right thing, but it also is an acknowledgement that it is over for me. Chris in Hyattsville, what's up?
Real quick, by the way, there's an entire bit about minivans in the film Get Shorty you should check out.
Oh, it's been so long. That's right.
So 2 things really quick. Number one, I've always been blessed with fantastic Eagle Hawkeye eyesight until the last year, when I very reluctantly admitted that I needed reading glasses after not being able to read my phone. I spent several hours trying to figure out what was wrong with my phone instead of realizing that I'm just old and can't read
Dude,
anymore.
that's a great one. Are you a big font guy now on the phone?
Well, that's the other thing is you'll see old people that have their font at like 300. You could read their phone from across Nats Park.
Yeah, and you're like, that's tough. By the way, in honor of Chris, quick shout out to the Eleanor Roosevelt Raiders. Huge playoff game tomorrow against the enemy Blair, whatever their nickname is. Let's go, Eleanor Roosevelt.
If we're doing shout out for youth baseball teams,
go for it.
Which I guess is what we're doing now.
I just started it, yeah.
A kid came up to me yesterday named Ezra, and he plays for the South County A's.
Go South County A's.
And he plays all the positions, but he's a huge listener. It was like the cutest thing ever. He came up and he's like, "Are you Grant from the Grant and Danny show?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And this kid was probably, I don't know, 8 or 9 or something.
Target demo for us.
I go to sleep listening to you guys every night. And I was like, really? So I guess he listens to our show, but then he listens to the podcast, but he has some kind of speaker in his room. And he reminded me of me. It was just really cool. His name was Ezra. So anyway, shout out to the A's in South County. Donnie Mitchellville, what's up?
Donnie, how's doing?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Hey, man, I was telling you remind that I've been listening to Grant since he was on the beat, and then now I hear you after the Nats game. I just want to know if you and Danny ready for when Jags or Dave get sick, y'all get called up to the big to call the play. Like, I'm ready for it. I just want to know if y'all ready for it, man, because it's coming. It is coming.
I appreciate you.
We appreciate you. We're ready for it. Yes. Those guys don't miss games, number one.
They're unbelievable,
and
by
then
the way.
the Nats, I don't think they're that interested in that, from what I can get.
So not even I don't know how we got there, but I appreciate teeing us up on a little side tangent. Like, Grant should be in line to do that sort of stuff. And I mean that. I shouldn't be. Like if they wanted to do a totally different direction where they had a play-by-play voice and someone to do some color, like I could do that. I could talk
the
about
Grant
it.
and Danny Booth takeover would be a little silly.
I could do it. I actually think it would be fun, but it's a different broadcast with two sterling play-by-play voices taking turns doing each role. Grant could do the play-by-play part. That is not something I'd be real good at.
I think for us to be in line to do that, I would probably have to like leave the show and go to the minor leagues or something, because it seems like the opportunities often go to like the guys that are working their minor league
the AAA
teams.
Timmies, the AA Darrens.
Which is very cool for them and well deserving for them. So good for them. But that is the dream, to get a play-by-play opportunity, obviously. Let's go to Brian in D.C. What's up, Brian?
Hey, Brian.
Hey, well, first of all, you got to get the lingo right if you're going to own a minivan. It's not pilot's chairs, it's captain's chairs.
Oh, I thought it was pilot seats. So it's captain's seats.
Captain's chairs.
Well, I'm new to this, Brian.
Yeah, he is new. It's only been 2 days.
I've got a lot to learn.
Been there, done that. But look, if the minivan is your number one draft pick, I'm trading back into the first round to say when you spring that first leak and realize you need the pins.
Oh, that's tough.
Oh.
That's hopefully we're talking. That's like the 60s, the 80s, the 70s. Like that's a long ways off. Yeah.
50s.
50s is real tough.
50s. That's less than 4 years.
Danny, there's no way you're gonna wear Depends in your 50s,
Do
right?
how confident are you in that?
I don't know anything about Depends.
What do I know? But one day I'm gonna learn.
You're 2 years from 50.
That's not true.
3 years.
Yeah, I turned 47 in a couple months.
I thought Depends are like when you lose control of your bowels.
I think if you lose command and control and you're Rick King Kill and you can't find the strike zone anymore.
Right. If you're Andre Granillo,
yeah,
you're a Nats. You fit into the Nats bullpen, but you're not wearing Depends on a random day. Like that's an everyday thing because when you got to go, you just got to go.
Yeah, I think you lose stopping power. I think there's no stop sign from the third base coach. You're just going.
50s, yeah. Again, you're almost 50.
I know.
The Junkies, are they wearing Depends sitting in here? Those guys are 56.
I don't know that any of them are, but okay. I also know that it's not unheard of.
So you're saying probably not a common thing in your mid-50s, but also not crazy.
But not unheard of.
I was thinking that was like 80, 90.
I think that's probably when it's more typical.
Okay.
Is you stroll through a nursing home and do a quick show of hands?
I mean, this is going to be a bleak way to put it, but like when a dog is really, really old and on its way out.
Yeah.
A dog can't control anything.
Right.
And people have their dog wear a diaper.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be happening in your 50s.
No, it shouldn't
I mean, Eric Bickle's sitting in here yelling about Sonny Styles. He's wearing Depends. I don't think so.
I don't think he is.
Let's hope not. Text Eric and ask him, Darius, if he wears Depends. Nate's in Silver Spring.
No context, by the way. Just ask him.
Ask him. Just say, have you ever worn Depends? Nate, what's up?
What's up, guys? Man, my only comparison would be, like, if you raise your kids to play football, basketball, or baseball, from 2 to 7 years old, and then they turn 8 and they tell you, man, Dad, I want to do gymnastics or I want to play the violin. And you sitting in these recitals or you sitting in these gymnastics competitions and all your other friends are going to sports you like, football, baseball, basketball. Oh, it's just what can you do? You don't want an unhappy kid that's moping around. You're stuck at that point. Or you can force feed them on the baseball field and they're rolling around in the dirt, embarrassing you. So you're just stuck, man. And you'll be all right, though, Grant. But that minivan, man, those things, it's like a trash dump for kids, man. They put candy under the seats.
This is the thing.
Wrappers, juice boxes.
Oh, everything, man.
Random smells.
It's like a daycare center in there.
Daycare center is great. Yeah, you're just getting in there and you don't know, but something's been under a seat for a week that they didn't clean out. It's that part I'm not looking forward to. It's also huge. Like my wife said to me last night, she's like, feels like it's a tighter fit in the garage. I'm like, yeah.
Why do you think that is?
We just got
surface area?
It's the boat that's in there right now. It's a little bigger than the last thing. Like this is not going to be ideal, this giant thing in this garage.
Oh, God.
Let's go to Eric in Southern Maryland. What's up, Eric?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey, dude.
A couple of things. First off, I just turned 50 today, but we're not doing the Depends thing.
Happy birthday,
right,
buddy. Here we go. Depends free, age 50.
But a couple more years,
100%.
check back in with us.
All right, absolutely. So listen, I got two things on the medical front, though. Definitely can make you feel like you want to punt. All your friends talking about a colonoscopy and an endoscopy.
Mine's scheduled for next month. Go on.
Yep. And okay, guys, I'm a teacher, and I just got, right? I went to spring break because I need to do all my, get my blood work done, all that, right? The doctor looks at me and goes, well, you're coming up on 50. Looks like you're eligible for the shingle shot. What?
Oh, so you get another batch. Like when you're a baby, you get shots, and then you get to a certain age where you need more shots. Like the other ones are wearing off, sir. You need to get your updates.
Yeah, it's been 6 decades since you had the shingle shot, bro.
What's an endoscopy?
I don't know which is which.
Well, colonoscopy.
Well, I know that one. That's what I'm getting, yeah.
I can tell you which one that is. That one you bend over and you face away from the doctor.
Yeah. Moon River.
What's an endoscopy?
That is when the tube is put down through your mouth, as opposed to the other end.
That one doesn't seem as bad.
Oh, that's horrendous. No, thank you.
Well, I mean, which one would you prefer? Yeah, I think you'd rather that one.
They're going to knock me out for mine.
What's the other one? I had to have semi-recent, like a year ago. Where?
What did you have?
You know about this. We talked about it a little bit on the air. It's where they put something in a tube that you normally don't want anything going in.
Right, the wrong way on the one-way street there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they put a little camera in there to look around.
That might be the colonoscopy.
No. This is in the front of the body, Danny. This is another.
Oh, right.
This is another way.
Right, I remember now. Yep, it's all coming back to me. Yeah, that's right.
It all helps you go to the bathroom, but this is the other way to go. To the bathroom.
Yeah.
What's that called?
I don't know.
That's from
the worst.
A urinology? A urology?
Yes.
I'm scared to even look that up.
No,
don't
Google it.
Yeah, I don't want to Google that.
Google uroscopy. That's
not
can't be
it.
right.
That's not it.
But it would be a urologist.
Yeah, that's the guy that's doing it. That's who they're going, here you go. Wait, what? This is the plan? This is the best we got?
There are feelings that are good. That's not
one. That's on that list.
That is not going to make the cut.
Oh, man, horrendous.
All right, good calls, good feedback. We appreciate you. It seems like many people have come to the realizations along the way that they were lining it up in punt formation. We're going to get into Taylor Hineki in the 5 o'clock hour in more detail, but I did just want to pass along that he is retiring. He announced that today. What a career for that guy. What a story, by the way. He plays his college ball at Old Dominion, knowing, despite putting up incredible collegiate numbers in anonymity, that he was not going to get a sniff in the draft. He ends up working out for one offense where one coach likes him, and that was Scott Turner, who really, really loved the player. And at the time, he was in Minnesota, so he brought him in as like an undrafted free agent who could kick the tires on the practice squad or whatever. Ends up that there's a bunch of injuries, and so he's going to get a shot, and he ends up getting seriously hurt in Minnesota, so he can't play there. Eventually, Turner brings him to Carolina. He makes one start there, throws the ball 57 times, I think it was, in that game, but he was like slinging it all over the place. Then, out of the league in 19, this is what you need. You just need one guy that believes in you. Scott Turner brings him to Washington, with him in 2020 when they had the quarterback problems at the end of the year. He plays in one game, goes 12 of 19 in one quarter for a touchdown. And then when Alex Smith isn't able to play a couple weeks later in the playoffs, it's Hineki who gets a stunning start. And he played one of the games of his life on national TV with Mike Tirico on the call, opposite Tom Brady. Nobody was in the stands because it was the 2020 January playoffs,
right?
COVID times. But they only lose by one possession to the Bucs. He makes the pylon diving play. And from that point forward,
the legend.
Fans loved this guy. I've forgotten how much he actually played after that. I said he played for most of one season. He was the starter for a full season.
Yeah.
And then for another full half season. For a year and a half of the next 2 years, Fitzpatrick gets hurt, Wentz gets hurt and supplanted. Hineki was the primary quarterback for Washington in 21 and 22 and was a fan favorite.
He was great in that playoff game. Great. There's no way around that. And that's where this whole thing began. It didn't matter what other sample happened. It didn't matter what else he did. Now everything would, come up Hineki so many different times, throwing balls into triple coverage and two guys bump into each other and then his guy comes down with it.
I called it the Hineki horseshoe.
Yeah.
You would do the thing that you shouldn't do and it would work, and who am I to say stop doing it?
Terry McLaurin climbs over 3 different people to come back to the football for a touchdown against Atlanta and a million different things.
I thought you were talking about the Colts game. That was
that one too.
Yeah.
I think it was Curtis Samuel came down with a pass that 3 guys collided on or whatever.
I was thinking about Terry, the game-winning catch in Indianapolis.
Oh, was that one? It
was like thrown up into the air.
Yeah, for God's sakes.
But in that playoff game, I'm looking up the numbers now. 306 passing yards.
He was legit great. Now, the QB rating and some of the other things don't kind of tell the tale. I mean, that was the Super Bowl champ.
He also ran for like 50 yards.
Yeah.
That was an all-time playoff performance.
It was I don't know how to describe it better than this because, they're similar statures, but it was like the best version of Doug Flutie back in the day. If you know, you know. The run around, make a play. Why are you throwing this ball? How does it get through 17 different defenders' hands, but it gets there for big yards and big points? But we know it's not sustainable. But my God, it was fun.
That was the other part of it, too, I think, when you mentioned Flutie. I think here's the link between the guys I'm going to talk about. I think about Brett Favre in this way. Hineki for sure. There are players where Flutie is a great example. You either lack arm strength, that wasn't the case for Favre, or you're a little undersized, which I think was for Brett Favre, or you are under-talented, which was certainly the case for a guy like Hineki in terms of zip on the ball and just everything that you would want out of an NFL quarterback on a 20/80 scouting scale being 55 or something. He was like a 40 or a 45. And so it looks like you have to do more. There's more effort involved. It's not like superstar quarterbacks who are the most talented in the sport aren't also trying really hard and giving it everything they've got. But it's not as obvious. It looks easier, right? Like everyone always complains that James Wood isn't trying, which is a stupid thing that people that don't know James Wood say. But it's because he's got the longest strides. He's literally got the longest arms in baseball. His wingspan might be the biggest, I don't know, one of the top 5 in the history of the sport or something. So yeah, it's harder to pull the ball. It's harder to get inside of a baseball. It is harder to do things when his legs are, his belt. He wears his belt up at his chest.
His belt's above Jacob Young's head.
I mean, he's got some long limbs and some levers, right? So it's a different kind of cat. But people watch him and they're like, he's not trying, he's not sprinting. And I'm like, but his sprint speed right now is 99th percentile. So what? Maybe it's just what it looks like. And I relate that to this. It always looked like Taylor Hineki was trying the hardest. Colt McCoy is this guy. These little will-over skill quarterbacks, when they're a little bit under-talented arm strength-wise and everything, and it's just more fun to watch them. That's Hineki. He was so fun to watch. It was all shucks. It was like, I'm going to throw this ball over that mountain. It's high school football, Friday night stuff, and people just can't get enough.
Yeah, escaping 2 different tacklers and doing the thing where you point to someone downfield to move around. That's narcotics for fans. They love it so much because that's what it is. It's that backyard spirit. It's that YOLO deal because guys like that can really play with nothing, like there's nothing to lose, because there isn't. The story is he was on his sister's couch.
That was another
everyone knows.
Big part of it is he did play like Shane Falco, there's no tomorrow, because there might not have been.
Right.
Every game could have been the last one. Now, when he became the starter the following season, a little bit different, but when he came in that quarter, I'm getting cut tomorrow anyway. What the hell's the difference?
Right.
When he gets to play in the playoff game, I'm never playing for this team again. Let's go out there and mess around, have some fun, and maybe beat Tom Brady and the Bucks.
I mean, we talked about this. God tells you how long we've been doing the show together. But Colt McCoy had some of this cologne. Because they beat Dallas on Monday Night Football that time, and Colt McCoy was the quarterback, right? Never mind in the first half, receivers were like storming out of the locker room, and Jay had to quell the revolt of a couple different guys because it was so horrendous. But he made a couple of plays, did a couple of runarounds, and it was like, don't underestimate the toughness of a champion. And Colt McCoy had that cologne for a couple of years afterwards. No matter how bad he was, no matter how often he was hurt, no matter how soft that arm strength was on those out routes that were just floating out there, like Todd Collins throwing with his wrong hand that were getting picked off and shrouded the other way. None of that mattered. He beat Dallas that time. Hineki had that same cologne for a way bigger section of the fan base than I think people would admit today.
Yeah, and there is no quitting him, to your point. Like that was the conversation that was always hard to have was, I had fun too. This is awesome. What's the wrestling chant? This is awesome. It's really, really cool that this guy goes out there and does this. But let's try to do better. Let's strive for more. People just want to sign up for it. Same with Sam Howell. You saw this flash, this glimpse. The Ravens preseason game had everybody all excited. But as you watch him a little bit, you go, there are some limitations here. Do we want to try for more? Do we want to do a little bit better than that? And that always didn't go over well with the fan base.
No, they didn't care for you.
Because Hineki was their guy, and they were convinced he was a franchise QB and a starter. But we will take calls later on what made him so popular and just other guys like him who have kind of taken to the fan base as fast as he did and become fan favorites. But let's look ahead to the draft lottery with the Wizards next. It's 2 days away. Here's where I want to go, Danny. I know you like to do the woe is me, pessimist, DC Sports. This is going to go terrible. I like the Wizards, so everything's going to be bad bit.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, I want to take the temperature of the fans. You can weigh in as well. What do you think is going to happen on Sunday? What's your gut say? Is this the time finally where it works out for them and they pick one? Do you realistically think they end up in the top 3 and they get one of the super 3 players in this draft? Or do you think they end up at 4 or worst case scenario 5? And how big of a difference would that be for you, either as a Wizards fan or a casual DC sports fan, in your interest in the team into next year? 800-636-1067, Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. You ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Well, you should wonder, because they're awesome. Other sportsbooks, well, their rewards are just the same old, same old. But FanCash, FanCash, it is the ultimate sports currency. And betting with Fanatics lets you stack FanCash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% FanCash back on your wagers. That's win or lose. Use your FanCash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, and so much more. And if you want value for your bets, Fanatics will simply always have your back. Don't forget about FanCash draws. It's simple. Choose your draw and enter with FanCash for a shot at no-sweat bets, casino credit, premium sports experiences, tickets, and more. Extraordinary prizes await. Did I also mention they're giving away millions in FanCash this year with games like FanCash Drop? Tap in every Friday and see what all the fuss is about. I did it earlier. I won $5 in FanCash today. I did that. Switch to Sportsbook. That will always give you more to play with. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. You must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
The New York Jets and running back Breece Hall have agreed to a deal 3 years and $45.75 million. The Green Bay Packers have released veteran kicker Brandon McManus. The Broncos have extended GM George Payton for 5 years. Washington Commanders have signed all 6 of their 2026 draft picks, including Ohio State linebacker Sonny Styles. That's 4 years and $37.2 million. And that's a fully guaranteed deal. The NFL Referees Association has a 7-year deal, so they're going to be good for next season. And the NFL has confirmed that the schedule release will be next Thursday, May 14th. The Seahawks will begin September 9th. The opponent has not been announced. Nationals baseball on the road tonight, beginning a series against the Miami Marlins at 6:40 on the Fan. The Mystics open their season tonight against expansion Toronto at 7:30. DC Defenders welcome Louisville Kings tomorrow 1:30 at Audi Field. DC United is at first place Nashville SC tomorrow night at 9:15. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
In 2 days, we're going to find out what pick the Wizards have in the NBA draft. The lottery is slated for Sunday at 3 o'clock. We're going to have coverage on the Fan in the afternoon after Nats baseball. They're playing an early game with the Marlins on Mother's Day at noon. Peacock on Sundays has exclusive early start time game, and the Nats happen to have drawn it this weekend with the Marlins in Miami. So the game will end a little sooner than normal. Hopefully post-game's wrapping up around 3:30, and you'll get plenty of coverage on what happens with the draft lottery. Our own Ben Strober will be involved in that, so make sure you check that out right here on the Fan. But, Danny, John Wall is going to represent the Wizards. We didn't get a chance to talk much about this yesterday. We were at Nats Park doing a short show after the ball game. But this is the perfect and easy. There was no other reason to do anything else. We joked about some possibilities a couple days ago. But as we said at the time, why wouldn't it be John Wall? That was the guy everyone was kind of speculating and hoping it would be. He was the 1-1. The last time the Wizards won the lottery, when Abe Pollin, who had passed away, his wife went there and posthumously represented him and watched the balls bounce in the Wizards' favor. They drafted John Wall. So why not come full circle all these years later and have now retired John Wall go there and represent the team?
It is correct. It's awesome. It's good symmetry, and the sort of Wall's sort of graduate role here is kind of a basketball mind with his new role at Howard, and kind of an emeritus player here for the Wizards, and the embrace that he has of it. It just fits, dude.
He's doing a little TV locally, a little TV nationally. He's got his finger in a bunch of pies. The Howard thing we talked about last week is awesome, by the way. He's going to be the president of basketball ops, basically running the show and calling the shots over there, hiring and firing coaches, and I'd imagine in charge of recruiting, which right now is a lot of kids. They grew up watching him play basketball. Everything's coming up John Wall right now. He's on a heater, by the way.
Yes, indeed.
He went from a few years where he was not in the news a whole lot around these parts, which obviously was finishing up his career, kind of laying low after, to you hear about John Wall constantly right now. It was only a couple months ago, me and Dad and a few other people from the show were over at Capital One Arena as John Wall was being honored, and he was getting like the rolling out of the red carpet treatment from the Wizards. So since then, it's been all John Wall all the time, it feels like.
Which is cool. Again, getting his well-deserved flowers. Sometimes you need a little bit of a break as fans and players from kind of the time of your career and how it ends. It's always a little bit uglier, and some time cures those things. And I think there's an appropriate appreciation for how good he was, how hard he played, and the basketball smarts and his acumen, and he's transitioning to his new role really well.
I wonder if we'll get that with Strasburg. This is off the beaten path for a second, but you just said something that made me think about Steven Strasburg. Because you're right, people do forget the end of the John Wall era here was not great. I don't remember all the details or specifics, but I remember there was speculation about ownership being frustrated with him and kind of something he was doing. And it was, there was some report from Chris Miller or something. I don't remember all the details, but I remember it was like, this is not great. And so he left here. And now everything's okay again, and Leontis's and Wall, as you'd imagine, have patched it up. And
Time heals it there.
He's going to be back. with his jersey in the rafters and everyone celebrating him for a long, long time.
You remember the cryptic Bradley Beal everybody eats thing, which was very strange because
that was even before. That was when he was playing.
Yeah, like when he was still playing here. Like Walt was injured. How do you guys do it? Like, well, everybody eats. Like, isn't this great? He's not playing. And you're like, oh my God, is it as bad as I think?
I always thought the relationship between Beal and Wall was a little bit weird. It always felt like two guys that were competing to be the apex predator, like the alpha of the team. And when there isn't really one appointed, or there isn't an obvious Batman and an obvious Robin, it felt like there was just this awkwardness of them both subtly trying to be that guy. And I always thought Wall was that guy, and Beal just like acted like he was that guy in a way. But then John Wall was hurt a lot and not around a lot. And Bradley Beal had to step up and played some great basketball and help them stay afloat with the everybody eats time that you're referencing.
Indeed.
But real quick on Strasburg, what I mean by that is nobody talks about this anymore. But he's just gone and away from the organization. We were supposed to have this Strasburg celebration day that didn't happen. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
There was this weird falling out where the team sent out a press release that they were going to honor Strasburg. Then there was all kinds of odd reporting over how there was a disagreement between, Strauss and the team, and Boris was involved. And so they basically said, never mind, there's no press conference anymore. We're not announcing Steven Strasburg's retirement. And I'm guessing it was over all the money that they owed him, or the team thought maybe they would come to some agreement where they didn't have to pay him everything. I don't really know. What I do know is, to my knowledge, he's not been back at the ballpark. He's not been around the facility. There's not really any working relationship between him and them. And as you said, time normally heals all wounds, but
yeah, he's out in San Diego helping out with his college program.
He seems a little more different than a lot of guys, where I could see him he didn't care that much about the front-facing stuff when he played or being, overly popular with media fans, whatever. He just kind of was a baseball dude who wants to go pitch and go 7 innings and punch out 11. And he won us a World Series as the World Series MVP, and I'll love him forever. Yesterday, you and I, just as a time-passing activity during the Nats game, put together our top 10 Nats of all time, and he finished in my top 5.
Yeah, made both of our lists.
But I do wonder when they'll patch it up. It does feel like that could linger for some time.
Yeah, once the stink of it, I think, is over with because the contract is still ongoing, by the way, still the largest salary cap figure. I know it's not a salary cap, but bear with me. The cap figure on the Nationals payroll is Strasburg by a factor of 5 or 6. I mean, it's still insane.
Well, it's quite literally over half of their payroll.
Yeah.
I mean, their active payroll this year is in the around 90, low 90s, whatever. Maybe it's 96 million or something. And he's at $45 million this year. If you take that away from a 40-man standpoint, so not just the 26 in the big league, but the other 14 players that are eligible to be called up at any moment, they pay less to those players than anybody else. And they're actually, from a payroll standpoint, higher than like 6 or 7 teams because Steven Strasburg takes so much money.
Yeah, I think he makes more than I think their top 5 or 6 or even 7 or 8 players combined, just again against those sort of cap figures. So yeah, I mean, I don't think while that's still happening, the learners are and the organization is all that excited about it. I think if and when they sell, if and when there's kind of a different era, maybe post whatever work stoppage is coming, there'll be some time, and all of a sudden you'll have Steven Strasburg Day, and the place will give him his flowers.
Is this overstated? What I'm about to say, like, would you sign the document I'm about to put in front of you, or no? 7-year, $245 million contract.
It's pretty familiar.
Of which this guy pitched about 30 innings over those 7 years and $245 million. The last 6 of those years, and it's not his fault, his body didn't allow him to, he completely broke down, what have you, but he was not available at all, did not pitch at any point, right?
Right.
For his career, he was paid $351 million when it's all said and done by the Nationals. $351 million. I need you to get over whatever you're bothered by and get your ass back to the park to be honored. Is that too strong? I mean, again, 245, man.
Yep.
351. I got 351 million reasons why. I'm sorry that they annoyed you. I don't know what happened behind the scenes. I'm sure it wasn't great. Also, get over it. 351 million bucks. They did pretty well by you for a long, long time. Get back here, patch it up.
I don't hate that. Honestly, I don't hate it.
That's a hell of a lot of money.
Yeah.
245 million of that.
Well, remember, they took care of you on the front end. They tore up a contract before. They shut you down when you wanted to be shut. Not you personally, but like your agent influence on the whole thing.
Things that you wanted, that the agent wanted. They gave you 7 and 175 initially before they had to. Then they did the 245 on the back end, which in hindsight was one of the worst contracts in the history of baseball.
Ever, yeah.
Well earned because of the World Series championship and the way he threw. But if the numbers I'm looking at are accurate, and he actually made $351 million in his big league career, I'm sure you got some real gripes, and you were personally bothered. There was some kind of an affront at some point. I'm going to need you to get over it a little bit. That's kind of my Steven Strasburg stance.
I don't hate that. I don't hate it, especially because so little was expected. You know what I mean? Like everyone, of course you're not pitching. Can you come jog, do a couple pulls, let them look at your, elbow and forearm and thoracic outlet and shoulder and all the different things. That's all you got to do to earn your $35 million this year. Yeah, I mean, to me, just go through the exercise. But I think that will happen eventually. I also don't think he's terribly interested in any of those sorts of bits of pageantry. I don't think he cares about getting the applause or otherwise. Like, that dude was here to pitch and give us the silent treatment. And I'm not criticizing him for it, by the way. It's not who he was. Wasn't gregarious and outgoing and all these different things. So, but I don't know that he's got the interest in it. Whereas some guys, once their playing career kind of turns off, actually had that gene that they were suppressing.
But it doesn't even have to be for anybody else or for his enjoyment. Like, again, $350 million, you're one of the most important people in franchise history. It would just be nice for the team to be able to call you and have you around every now and then. If they want to bring you in or have you zoom in to talk to a couple pitchers or something, that would be nice. And if you don't want to do that, that's fine too.
Sure.
But it can't be in a situation where like neither are talking to each other. It's that broken. He's too important. And if the Nats aren't making concessions or ownership isn't meeting him in the middle, then I would say the same to them. But they've done a lot for him. I mean, he's made all the money. Anyway, that's a sidetrack thing on John Wall patching it up with the Wizards. But the question I wanted to get into was what's going to happen on Sunday. So, Danny, you go first here. Draft lottery, 3 o'clock. The Wizards get what pick?
Oh, it's pick 5, and everyone knows it. Now, there's a number of reasons for that. Number one, it's the Wizards. Number two, there was no, not even to be flippant about this, there's no tragedy that allowed them to have the basketball gods or whomever on their side where they actually can move up.
You don't actually think that this is nefarious behind the scenes by the NBA. I mean, they've got the Ernst & Young people. Yeah. They got all these grown-ups. There's legality to this. You're not one of the conspiracy theorists who really believes this thing's all rigged.
I don't really believe it, but there's been too many fishy things that have happened that are nonsense for me to ignore the results.
So you kind of believe it.
I mean, again, when pressed, I know it's not true. It's like superstition. I understand it's not true, but at the same time, too many times it's happened where it's like, hey, there's no hitter, base hit to center field. They moved up 3 times in the draft, by the way, in the last 30 plus years. The only other times, the non-John Wall division, were when the drafts were historically terrible. And I mean that, historically terrible. I don't mean, they weren't that strong. The 2013 draft is one of the worst drafts in the history of the NBA. It's Anthony Bennett's year. Where's Anthony Bennett right now this minute? He's at a buffet somewhere just crushing it, just annihilating foodstuffs. That's mean, but that's the case. They moved up and got Otto Porter. Thanks for that. 2001, we know the story.
Otto Porter Jr. helped them sweep the Raptors at one point.
He certainly did.
Third overall pick from the Georgetown University.
Hoya Saxon.
My wife's a Georgetown season ticket holder. Mm-hmm. The only time I've ever had her interested enough to regularly go to Wizards games was when Otto was on the team.
Oh, that's fun.
Other than that, it has to be like that Roy Hibbert or Greg Monroe or somebody was at Cap One.
Yeah.
But when Otto was there, she was always down to go see the Wiz.
He ate right next to me at Metro 29 Diner, had orange juice, was very courteous to and his family, and multiple people that came up to him and said hi. 2001, we know the story that Michael Jordan, executive, greatest basketball player ever, but terrible executive, wouldn't go see Pau Gasol play in Europe and said, I watched Kwame Brown beat Tyson Chandler one-on-one, so he's the pick, and of course that was a disaster. Those are the
Brown
times.
From?
Somewhere in Georgia, high school.
Yes.
Marietta?
Glenn Academy.
Glenn Academy.
Glenn Academy.
Glenn Academy.
So 3 times ever, that's the real stat?
Yeah, over the
30
last
years?
Since there's been a lottery, they moved up 3 times. They moved down countless times.
So I understand the annoyance because it's correct that the Wizards get screwed in the lottery all the time. And as a Caps fan, I feel it too. They just got screwed again the other day, by the way. Worst case scenario would have been picking 16th, and lo and behold, here they are picking 16th. So I've been there and I've done that, and I understand it. But I do think people seem to act like the Wizards have never won the lottery when twice in the 2000s they have. They picked 1 with Kwame Brown. They picked 1 with John Wall. There are a lot of teams that have been in the lottery, maybe not as many times, but close to it, who have never won the lottery. But I think your point is the ratio of 27 times you get screwed and 3 times you actually benefit. How many times have they moved down? Because I'm sure you can stay put a bunch.
Yeah, so they stayed put a bunch. Let me Take a second to count it. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 times they've moved down.
So 11 down, 3 up, and then right around 15 or 16, whatever it is, it's staying put.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 stay puts, 11 downs.
That's true.
3
They're
ups.
not in the lottery.
Not in the lottery every year. There are occasional playoff years.
I was thinking it was 30 times they've been in the lottery.
Yeah, despite Ernie's best
they've
efforts.
made the playoffs a few times, which
Yeah.
is let's clap it up for those Wizards
Playoff
teams
years.
that actually did that.
Count up their 50-win years.
So, Darius, do this for me. Get me a drum roll. I'm going to run a draft simulation. I did this for about 3 innings at the Nats game yesterday. They never got the number 1 overall pick.
You know how many times they got the 5th pick when I was doing it? A lot.
Although I saw you were on a heater at number 2 overall.
I had number 2 overall a bunch, by the
Yes.
way. But 5 obviously won tenfold, but I still got some 2s.
I've still never gotten a 1 or a 2 when I've done this.
Come on. Come on.
It seems like I'm doing a bit. They got the 5th pick.
Yeah, I know.
It is.
Every Wizards fan knows.
One more. Do one more.
We all know. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm going to let you tell everyone.
I can't see it. I have to scan down. Oh, you'll never guess. It's the 5th pick. Every Wizards fan knows.
It's so ridiculous.
Now, you still have a sliver of hope, and you still have that belief in your heart. But the other thing, shtick aside, is it's still the most likely outcome is they get pick 5.
Yeah, but it's 52% above that, 48% that.
I understand that. But it is the most likely landing spot. Wizards history, nonsense, that's so Wizards aside. It's still the most likely thing that they get pick number 5.
Yes.
Right?
The other thing to note on this is that if there are a couple of things along the way that could happen where you don't have to keep watching, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how this works, but I saw Greg Finberg mention this. If the Kings get pick 9, the Wizards automatically get pick 5. Now, someone smarter than me can explain that. I'm not going to waste time trying to figure that out. But if you're watching the lottery and the Kings get pick 9, the Wizards get pick 5, and then as Strobes told us yesterday, if the Pacers get pick 6, the Wizards will automatically get pick 5. So those 2 things happen. Kings at 9, Wizards are 5th. Pacers at 6, Wizards are 5th. Otherwise, open season. Let's get through the commercial break. Let's have a little sweat, and let's see if we can win the lottery.
Yeah, all the different permutations hurt my brain, but I just know that those are bad.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. It is time for a double play driven by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
No free plugs here. I paid for the service, so I want everyone to understand that I'm not just giving anything away. I had a Chip Douglas on my windshield, just driving the car to work.
How'd you get a low miller?
So, yeah, I have no idea what happened to get the low miller. I know this. I'm driving on 395 northbound, headed into Washington, D.C., doing our occupation. And I hear the only thing the way to describe it is a thwack. Like, it's not quite the thwack of a baseball bat, but it's close. You know that sound where a pebble hits plastic or something. And I look up all of a sudden, and there's it's smaller than a dime, but like a circle that doesn't look right on my windshield. And I'm going, oh, it was a really heavy droplet of water or something like that was big enough to make that sound. And it wasn't.
And there was a Kelly right there on your windshield.
It was, damn it, that was where I was going to go next. It was a Chip Kelly, one of the unbalanced line, and Washington had no answer for. And so I'm like, how annoying is that? I tried, once I got out of the car, I tried to scrub it, but there's nothing. It's definitely dented, cracked, whatever you want to call it. But it's not doing that spider crack thing that's like spider two-eye banana. So it's not spreading, but it's definitely a blemish. It's definitely not right. And it's right in the driver's eye line. So it's butt distracting.
And it's a glass that talks in Beauty and the Beast. I get it.
Right.
Frustrating.
You get it. It's frustrating, Fred Smoot style. So my oldest son immediately, when discovering this happens, goes, call SafeLight. First of all, how do you know that?
Wait, who said that?
My oldest. And I was like, what? He goes, SafeLight repairs, SafeLight replace. I'm like, first of all, he knows so many jingles. He's amazing at it. So I go, all right, let me look that up.
That would in no way be intuitive to me. But that's a guy that's listened to a lot of talk radio or something.
I had no idea. So I tried to download the app, and it's for something else. And so anyway, I booked this service. These guys come, they're done in 20 minutes, fix the damn thing. Grown-ups, real men, very affordable. It was awesome. So impressed with that. Because they were like, hey, we can come today. And it's well, I can't do it today. I have stuff going on. I'm like, okay, when do you want to come? And then they gave me a range. They showed up. They were done. They were courteous. Payment was easy. That was a badass, incredible service. That's what I have for you. SafeLight.
It's always good when you get quality service.
Yeah.
You can just after the fact be like, you know what? That was seamless. That was professional. I'm happy about that. You know what you need to do, and I'm not joking? You need to give them a nice review. This is something I've started doing because I am the type of person, something you hate about me, is I always give everyone 5 stars when I'm in the Uber. It doesn't matter if the guy does this incredible job and he's got a bottle of water and he's got this massager that he bought you can put on your neck and you get peppermints before you step out. Or if it's the smelliest, hottest car ever and the dude's screaming into the phone and gets into an accident and runs 3 red lights, they're going to get the same grade from me. I'm just 5-starring them. I'm getting out of their car and I'm never thinking about it again. But what I have started to do is if I get particularly excellent service, it is a big deal for some of these, especially smaller companies. Maybe that's a little bit different. But just a nice review on Google.
That's a great point.
It's worth it. It takes a minute, and to say it changes someone's day is maybe a little overboard, but it's close to it. So you should do that.
It's not a bad point by you. I'm actually going to look into doing that. It never occurred to me, but here's why it stood out, because as you said, it's so rare. Doing other stuff now, it's I am fighting the AI phone agent monster, or I can't find the number to call. I went to a business. I think I told you this. I brought this up on the show. It's all I wanted to talk about for 3 days. I wanted to give a gift for my wife during business hours at 2 p.m. The place is open from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 2 p.m. on a Thursday. Doors locked. No one answers. No one answers the phone. I called 6 different times. I was so mad. I left them a voicemail. I am literally outside your business just trying to give you money. My wife may or may not actually use this. So at a minimum, you could have money for nothing. I'm trying to give you money and I can't. Good luck to you. And I stormed off. That's the opposite of this, where they just called and it was affordable and they did a great job. That ruled.
It's time for your boys. Double play. How planned out do you have Mother's Day for Sunday right now? Because I got to work in the morning from 8 to 10, which is always a gigantic wrench in the whole system. Because what I would love to do is either get the kids up, do breakfast in bed, or go scoop my wife's favorite breakfast from out and about, bring it back to her. But working 8 to 10 makes that really hard. So we'll probably do some kind of brunch or something after that. Kind of hard to find a brunch spot without a resi this late in the game, which I don't have just yet. But I was asking her, I'm like, what do you want to do? She doesn't really have any ideas. She doesn't have a plan. My big idea would be might take the kids to the movies, get them out of the house.
Yep, she could put her feet up.
And then she'll have the baby. but the baby can nap, or you could time it up the right way, put him in the crib, do whatever. You get a little bit of time to yourself, which she just likes to like find a project in the house or clean or do something.
Yep.
Which is crazy to me because I would just take a nap or something. But it's your afternoon. But I said that to my mom today, and she's like, "You have to do." She would want to go with you guys. She'd want to do something. Make sure she's happy doing that. I'm like, I will. I'll make sure that she's content. But what's your big plan? What do you got over there?
We got an 8 a.m. Youth sports soccer situation far away, and I'll be shuttling the kids to and fro. So we don't have a great firmed up plan.
So you also got everybody out of the house except for the baby.
Yeah, I'll do my best. The first game is so early because the kid's got to be there 45 minutes before kickoff. It's the oldest kid now, so it's
Why?
like this is now actually pretty competitive. It's not like game's at 8, so be there at 7:59. This is actually like
What do they do? Stretch?
Yeah, stretch, warm up, get ready, go through tactics, and a million different things. It's a whole pregame thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So now for the younger kids, it doesn't matter as much. It's just like, okay, the field, you got the field at 8, be there at 8.
I thought it was hilarious. The first game, because I'm just learning. This is the first time my kids played stuff. And his game was, let's say it was at 10 a.m. the 1st week. I get there, I roll up at like 9:50, 9:50, and I'm like, we're late, I'm stressed. We're running up toward the field thinking they're already stretching or going over whatever, getting the lineup. No one's there yet.
Yeah, for T-ball, it's just you show and play.
9:59, they just walked out on the field. He happened to be batting first that day. And it was just like out of the car, grab your bat, walk up and bat. And I'm like, okay, this is what we're doing.
Yeah, as they get older. So now for our 8-year-olds, we do 30 minutes before first pitch. But even still, you can't get on the field, but you can do something before the game starts or whatever. But so there's not much we can do. But there's later events that day where I will be taking all of the children, if that's what my wife would like. That's the best I can offer at this point.
That's your move. It's Father's Day. You want everyone away from you.
Yep.
Out of the house. Let me be here.
I want quiet.
Is that normally how she likes it?
It's not normal, but we try to read and react. We try to anticipate the wants and needs, get it wrong, but still do our best.
Yeah. The bottom line is we will get it wrong.
Yep.
Beltway Blitz is next on Grant and Danny.
This update brought to you by Millwood. Commanders have signed all 6 of their 2026 draft picks, including first-round pick Sonny Styles, 4 years, $37.2 million. Rookie minicamp day 1 for head coach Dan Quinn. What the rookies should expect.
There's definitely a sense of excitement. You feel that, but also some nerves and butterflies, as you might expect for them, going into their first practice. So we're pumped to see them do the thing. And for us as coaches, it's awesome too, to get to teach some of our Commander standards.
The Jets and running back Breece Hall have a deal 3 years and $45.75 million. The Packers have released kicker Brandon McManus. The NFL has confirmed the schedule release set for next Thursday, May 14th. Nationals against the Marlins tonight at 6:40 with Foster Griffin against Robbie Snelling. The Mystics open their 2026 season at Expansion Toronto at 7:30. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Millwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit Millwood.org or call 877-MILLWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Curl on the Fan.
Back live on Grant and Danny, taking you up to 6:30 from our Half Street Studios in the Navy Yard.
We're brought to you exclusively by the law firm of Condori and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
A little bit later in the show, we're going to talk Taylor Hineki retiring. The fan favorite with the Commanders had a heck of a run for a guy that came off the couch to go play a game for Washington, play his way into being a favorite within the coaching staff in the Rivera era, and ended up starting for a year and a half. I do still want to get into that. But a couple of other items on the Commanders front that appealed to me before we get to the Beltway Blitz. The Colts cut Kenny Moore yesterday. He was a really good corner not that long ago. This is the type of player that occasionally pops up. He's only 30 years old. He's been in the league since 2017. He's been a full-time starter his entire career almost. Did deal with an injury last year. He's not any longer what he was back in 21 as a Pro Bowler. But they need depth. They need a veteran. This is exactly what I would try to be doing. Sometimes you unearth a gem and it's Charles Leno who starts for you. Sometimes it's Kenny Moore.
Again, take a flyer. Nothing bad there, right? Nothing hurt, because you wouldn't think this would be top of the market premium type dude, but this is a guy that's tackled very well over his career as a corner, kind of telling you there's some physicality there that might work. Yeah, had 100, I think, the year he was a Pro Bowler, along with the sack and fumble force or two with a handful of interceptions. Has had a really nice career. Obviously, as you said, a little longer in the tooth as far as a position built on explosion, quick twitch, and things go, but you could do a lot worse.
The other thing that I saw on the news that was appealing to me from a Commander's standpoint was I'm not settled at kicker yet. I do feel like maybe they've got something in Drew Stevens from Iowa who they brought in here who's a rookie who's got a big leg, but he's completely unproven. And generally, if you're a neophyte at that position, you're going to go through some growing pains. I don't want Moody to be their kicker because I don't think he's got a strong enough leg. Brandon McManus is available again. The 34-year-old, they signed him. Then they cut him because of some off-field transgressions and issues where he was being investigated and suspended by the league and whatever else. All the charges get dropped. He's able to kick for the Packers. He actually had a very strong season 2 years ago. Last year was not quite as good. He was 3 for 7 from 40 to 49 and 3 for 5 from 50+. It was pretty awful, 6 for 12 from 40+ last year and overall 24 for 30. But the year before that, he made 95% of his field goals throughout his career. He's well over 80%. His long in his career regularly was in that 53 to 58 range. He's made field goals over 60 yards. If you want to chalk that up to maybe just one bad season for a 12-year veteran, he's not an age as a kicker. I mean, he's 34, 35, but those guys generally can kick till their upper 30s. I don't hate bringing him in here to compete.
There's no name outside of free agent Freddie or some dude from a high school down the street that you could bring in where I'd be upset. They're not set, so until they are, send them up. Let's see. Is Daniel Carlson still available? He was at one point this offseason, a guy that's in his early 30s who's just kicked in the league. He should already been here, kicking the ball between the uprights for them. I have no qualms about just bringing in body after body to see what sticks.
All right, let's kick off our Beltway Blitz on the diamond. Nats are within 2 of 500. They're heading to Miami. They take on the Marlins. First of 3 games in Florida tonight. First pitch at 7:10. A matchup of lefties. Veteran 30-year-old Foster Griffin on the mound for Washington, and a debuting kid, Robbie Snelling, just 22 years old, who has been dominant in the minor leagues for the Marlins. 6 starts, a 1.86 ERA at AAA, and 44 strikeouts in 29 innings. He was on minors and majors with me.
Oh, is that right?
Which is different than the Grant and Danny radio program, contrary to what I occasionally say on the air.
That has happened before.
He was just on with me a few weeks ago. He is the real deal. But it's Foster Griffin I want to zero in on, Danny. Revelation for the Nats, 3 years in Japan. They sign him for a couple $1 million. He comes over. They were one of the only teams willing to, I don't know if they guaranteed him anything, but tell him you're going to be in our rotation.
Yeah.
How about a 2.27 earned run average right now, top 5 in the National League?
I mean, he's been splendid. There's kind of no way around that. He's been, the best case scenario and then some that you could have possibly imagined. And you were hoping, honestly, to get out of him, what you were going to get maybe out of, Zach Littell or Miles Michaelis. And, hey, give me some innings. And, then we'll kind of see. But he's been just beyond terrific. Leads the pitching staff in WAR by a long shot. As you said, he's been really, really efficient. I'm fascinated to see the second time around the league. Guys are making adjustments now. They got the advanced scouting, got all the trajectory machines and the like. But I want to see what it looks like the second time playing the Braves and the second time playing the Mets and some of these teams that have seen him before. But all you could say is through the starts that he's had, I believe it's 7 of them, he has been outstanding.
Looking at the lineup tonight, James Wood is listed as a designated hitter. To my knowledge, this is just the 4th time this season James Wood is DH'd. They DH'd him a lot more a year ago. I'd like to see that occasionally, not a ton, but just to keep him fresh.
Yep.
Because he obviously played a lot of outfield early last year, never takes a day off. And that frame, that body, just being as big as he is, I think it's hard on him running around out there. So good to get him off his feet for a day, keep that bat in the lineup at the top of the order. That means Joey Wiemer gets a rare start. He didn't play at all in the previous series against the Minnesota Twins. So now you get Wiemer back into the fold in right field. And Keibert Ruiz will start for the second time in as many days. They've been going back and forth, Ian Millis. But after 2 doubles and a homer, 3 extra base hits, they're going to try to get a hot hand going with the switch hitter Ruiz batting 9th.
Yeah, why not, right? They tore the cover off the ball. Give him another start, especially because you had some time in between games there. It wasn't like day-night type piece, or night-day type piece, rather, what I was trying to say. But, yeah, this will be an interesting test against a guy that's got stuff out the you-know-what, who hasn't, nobody's seen before. How do they do it? It's a more right-handed heavy lineup than you're used to seeing for a left-handed dominant team with Curtis Meade hitting second, Brady House hitting third, Jacob Young in the 5-hole. You mentioned Wiemer as well in right field, and a couple switches that'll be batting right.
My pick to click tonight and in this series is Brady House, the third baseman. I like his at-bats the last few days, and I think he's been absolutely scorching the baseball. Had 5 balls hit over 95 miles an hour a couple days ago. Just missed a second home run in a night game.
A little bit too high. I mean, he was there, though.
He was.
Had it, yep.
Warning track. He is starting to see it a little better, so I think he is due. Like to see Dalen Lyle get it going as well. He's moved down to 6th in the order tonight for the Nationals. Let's keep the blitz moving. Big day in Ashburn, rookie mini camp. Our own Toby Altizer works with us here on Grant and Danny. Was actually filling in on B. Mitch and Finley today in middays. Was out there as part of our station coverage. Toby, what'd you see at rookie mini camp?
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can take away from it, but Sonny Styles is a fluid athlete, which we already knew, but seeing it in person, he's impressive. Seeing Antonio Williams be able to move around, he's impressive. And so, you can only take so much away from guys being in shorts and running around in shells, but they looked, the guys looked the part. I'll tell you this, the glossy helmets and the unis look good too.
What did they do today, Tobes? Actually, I know Dan Quinn was sort of talking about sort of trying to minimize what this was in terms of installations and learning about these guys beyond, how they moved around. What did they actually accomplish today? What did they do?
Yeah, they did some individuals, and then they got into an 11-on-11 light period. Then they did a little bit of a 7-on-7 period as well. So they got in some good work, and Matter of fact, Sonny Styles, there would have been some loud collisions today if they were in pads because he was flying all over the field, ready to hit some guys, and had to pull up at the last moment because obviously not hitting day one of rookie minicamp. But, just getting in some solid work, and Styles was talking after practice saying, hey, we're still learning the playbook. Same thing on the offensive side. So there's only so much you can do, but they got in a little bit of a, just kind of showing a little bit of everything, and I think they looked good today.
Toby, the videos I've seen of Antonio Williams are kind of jog through like or just kind of individual work. You mentioned 11s. I mean, was there a time where they kind of lined up in an offensive formation and ran routes against DBs? And was he inside or outside when they did that?
From when I saw it, he was mostly inside, and he would run some different things. It seemed like they were running mostly zone when they were running some of the 11s and 7s and stuff. So it was more so a zone look, and I think you could see immediately that Durante Jones is going to implement a much different-looking defense the way that guys were mugged up at the line of scrimmage, even in just a soft format like this. There were guys moving around and checking in and out, moving all over the place. So you're going to see a different style of defense. But I'd say for the most part today he was inside. Saw him catch a ball sitting down on a curl route. He ran a couple of drags running across the middle of the field. So a little bit of everything, but I'd say primarily inside today. But he did talk about it after practice, saying he can do a little bit of both.
Yeah, so I wanted to expound upon that. I mean, Dan Quinn was like, there's 2 middle linebacker spots, and everyone kind of went, ooh, that's a clue. We know something, right? Just what did you make of that? And then kind of eventually, what is Styles going to start at, and what does he grow into?
Yeah, I don't think that that's a shock that they might line up 2 linebackers because they're going to stand them up and use them all over the place, and they've got you're going to get Luvu on the field. You're going to get Chanel on the field. You're going to get Styles on the field. So I don't think it's all that shocking that he's talking about a couple of middle linebackers. But, I think he ends up being the Mike linebacker of this defense. They're going to be able to use him all over the field. And you can just see with him, he's so fluid. And it's such a stark difference from what you've seen in the past when a ball gets dumped down into the flat and the linebacker's trying to close the last couple of years, and seeing Styles just move around today. It's so different. So I think you could see that immediately they're going to try to create some disillusions and to create some confusion for the quarterback with the way that they're going to line up, and guys mugged up to the line of scrimmage and guys dropping and moving all over the place, because even in just simple drills like today, they were showing some of that stuff. But I think Styles allows them to do a lot of that. But I think he's going to end up being the leader of this defense. Maybe not day one, but I would expect by the end of the year that he's the green dot, and he's making the calls, and he's going to be a pivotal part of what they're doing.
Yeah, it's certainly what the guys at Ohio State said about how he came on as a leader there as well. Toby Altizer works with us here on Grant and Danny, of course, the host of Bustin' Loose Baseball, the very, very popular, Nats podcast.
In fact, Toby and I were walking to the red box the other day, and a dude basically swam moved me right past me, like pushed me aside and goes, Toby, Bustin' Loose Baseball. It was a big moment.
That is a good moment.
It was nice.
It's good to hear. Toby, thank you.
Always great to chat, guys.
See you, buddy.
Let's talk Wizards hoops. 2 days from now, we will finally know where the Wizards will be drafting. Josh Robbins of The Athletic joins us now. Josh, do you have a sneak peek? Can you tell us which pick will the Wizards have?
I wish I knew. Because I wish I knew.
Is there any truth to the rumor they were considering sending you instead of John Wall to sit at the table to try to bring home the number 1 pick for the team that you cover?
Well, they don't have control over me, so they couldn't put me up there if they tried, and they wouldn't want to anyway. So it's a ridiculous question, but it's a funny question.
Thank you.
Props to you for asking it.
I appreciate you.
So who are they going to get when they get pick 5?
If it were the 5th pick, I would have to say that the most likely person would be Darius Acuff Jr.
Which I'd be fine with.
Right, and the hope there would be that he's like another former John Calipari point guard, like Tyrese Maxey. That would be the hope, that he's a 20-plus point a game, 5-plus assist a game scorer, and the best player on a playoff team, like Maxey is for the Philadelphia 76ers. I think that would be the hope, but we're all still very early yet. These teams haven't even gotten the medicals of the players at the combine, and that's one of the elements of the combine that is least talked about, but it's one of the most important parts of the combine too.
Josh Robbins of The Athletic with us here on G&D, covers the Wizards. What's actually at stake, do you think? Like, how big of a deal would it be organizationally, business-wise, to get 1-1 as opposed to picking fifth? Because it is still a generationally impressive, awesome draft class. You're going to get a good player at 5. But what's on the line here, do you think?
Well, you hope you get a good player at 5. There are no guarantees, and there are probably fewer guarantees at 5 than there are at 1 or at 2 in this draft. I put it like this. To be a really great NBA team, you've got to have a truly great player. At least one. You really need 2 sometimes. But you need 1, and preferably get him through the draft, because that means you have him on your roster for 8, maybe 9 years before you really have to worry about him going elsewhere. And I say all this because I just spent a week and a half covering a first-round series, seeing Cade Cunningham up close in a way that even I had not seen him before. And it just goes to show that if you're an NBA team and you have the best player on the court, and that player is truly a great player, you have a massive advantage. And for all the success, or at least what we think is success, that the Wizards have had in drafting Alex Sarr and Keyshawn George at the top of the list, they're not players who are commonly thought of as perennial all-NBA players in their future. The Wizards need one of those. Now, any team needs one of those, and the Wizards need one of them themselves. So if they get the first pick or maybe the second pick, that would be huge for them.
And that's kind of what I was going to get at here, Josh, is the point I've made all season long where they were, losing the games and doing what they were supposed to do is their best player. That would include even if Anthony Davis is here and plays and is healthy, if Trae Young is here and plays and is healthy, their best player isn't on the team yet, thinking it's either via trade one day or hopefully via this draft, kind of to your point. A, do you buy that? And B, what's it going to look like when they tip off next year? Ideally for them, what is their vision? Assuming including Young, Davis, and this player to be drafted.
If we are to exclude Anthony Davis at his best, right? Let's assume that he's fully healthy, that he's fully bought in, that he's happy to be here, and Trae Young is fully healthy. The ideal for them would be that the guy with the best future upside would be the person who they draft right now. And I think you put it best, that entering last season, their assumption probably was that whoever it is they draft in 2026 would be their most talented person on the roster. And Anthony Davis, you remember, he was the number 1 pick in his year, and he's been a great player. He's an all-time, all 75th anniversary player, but he's 33 years old. And the future of the Wizards is not Anthony Davis, not the long-term future. The long-term future of the Wizards isn't even Trae Young. It's whoever they draft this year. It's Alex Sarr, it's Keyshawn George, Trey Johnston. But preferably the person they bring in this draft is the leader, at least in terms of talent and at least in terms of productivity going forward.
Yeah, it'd be huge. Josh, real quick, before we let you go, are you confident that Anthony Davis plays here at the beginning of next year, that he's still on the roster when the season starts?
That's a great question, and the fact that it is a great question shows that I'm starting to have some doubts, because he's just been so clear about wanting to be on a team that's an instant contender. Or maybe he wants to get paid. Maybe he wants another 2 years on his contract, and this is some sort of ploy to that effect. I think that he will be on the roster to begin the year, but no guarantees, and certainly no guarantees that he's on the roster after the 2027 trade deadline.
Josh, thank you, buddy. Have a great weekend.
You bet.
That's Josh Robbins. Check him out in The Athletic. We're Grant and Danny. There was some question about when the NFL schedule would be released. It might not happen next week. It could wait another week because there were some things up in the air. We found out today exactly when that's going to happen. We'll tell you next on The Fan.
Rookie minicamp day one for the Washington Commanders and their number one overall selection. It is Sonny Styles. He agrees to a 4-year deal worth $37.2 million, fully guaranteed. He's thrilled to get started.
Grateful to be here. I know there's a lot of work put in to get here, but it's just the beginning. So like I said, I'm just excited to just keep putting work in and keep getting better. I think I'm gonna give everything I got to this team. When I was at Ohio State, I gave everything I had to Ohio State and the university. I took pride in that. I'm gonna take pride in being commander and getting everything to this team and do whatever I can by any means necessary to help the team win.
Jets and Breece Hall agreed to a 3-year deal worth close to $46 million. The NFL has confirmed that the schedule release will be Thursday, May 14th. Nationals against the Marlins tonight at 6:40 on the Fan. Foster Griffin to the bump. WNBA Mystics open their season tonight at Toronto at 7:30. DC Defenders versus Louisville at home tomorrow 1:30. DC United at Nashville SC tomorrow night 9:15. The Knicks at Philadelphia tonight at 7. Knicks up 2-0. San Antonio at Minnesota at 9:30. Series even at 1. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star Sports Desk, Byron Kerp on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. There was a lot of speculation about the NFL's schedule release and when it was going to go down, because there was some issues that hadn't been resolved and some scheduling up in the air internationally. But after the league was able to come to terms with one of the streaming networks to air the Australia game late on what I think was Wednesday night, yesterday we found out, the league made the announcement that the NFL schedule release is on for next week, Thursday. So we are 6 days away. The 14th of May, I think, is where we're headed for the schedule release. And we'll know once and for all when the Commanders are playing the teams that we already know that they're playing. That's the thing about the schedule. It's a huge day, Danny, for the people that make road trips, that want to go to a road game. It's a massive day for season ticket holders. And it's just fun because you can go through for the first time and kind of visualize the season. But the sneaky thing is we already know the opponents we have since
I got a list right
season.
here. Yeah, we've already known. I mean, it's a big day for radio hosts that want to pick wins and losses in May. It's a big day for people to see how close they were to their mock schedule that they did a couple days before. So it's big for those folks. For the rest of us, you're kind of mapping it out. You're going, where are the bye weeks? Where are the potential trouble spots? Where are the short weeks? Where's the Thursday night football after a Sunday night game, or any kind of pitfalls or things that stand out? How many primetime games? As you mentioned, some of the road cities. We already know, but it's a matter of when. New York in September, that's a lot more fun maybe than New York in December. With the gross slushes on the ground, if you're thinking about that. Or, Arizona in the winter could be amazing because we know they're playing the Cardinals. That sort of stuff.
They lose a home date because of the London game that they're going to be playing.
Yep.
But what I like is we're about to find out when that is. That's the most important date, I think, to get, because that's a marquee event and a lot of people are going to be traveling. So you start to put your affairs in order. You start to get everything lined up so that you can fly out of the country. And we know the general window. Those games are off in October, November. They're not very early in the year. They're not very late in the year. So there's a range. There's about a month to 6 weeks where those London games could be. But generally, it's going to be fall. The only other time they were in London, when they took on the Bengals, when they tied that game because Dustin Hopkins couldn't make an extra point and clanked one off the upright. That was a late October, right around Halloween, during the World Series timeframe. So you could be in order for one of those again, or very early in November. But that'll be well before Thanksgiving. But that's really, scheduling-wise, unless very specifically you're taking a road trip to one of these cities, I think that's probably the gist. Now, if you're wondering where Washington's playing on the road in 2026, so you've obviously got the division rivals, the Dallas Cowboys, New York Giants, Philadelphia Eagles. They're in Arizona to take on the Cardinals. That game is going to be played indoors if it's really hot out, so it doesn't matter. But as a person that might go to that game, you want that game late in the season. I've been to Arizona for the preseason in August.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I have been to Arizona for early September games. I don't know if you remember when it was like an Alex Smith era week 1 game against the Cardinals way out there. That's not a fun trip to Phoenix necessarily.
No.
But if you can get out there on December 9th, if you're out there for like week 15.
Oh, is it delightful?
That's pretty seasonally awesome. So I'm going to say I'd prefer that one back end of the schedule. Cowboys, Eagles, Giants, whatever happens, doesn't matter. Jacksonville. I would tell you late in the season would be good, but I spent a Christmas Day night, so December 25th, probably like 7, 8 p.m., got to the airport when I was on the beat, flew from National, left the family during the day, left Christmas celebrations and whatnot. That's a lonely nighttime in a hotel, by the way.
Yeah.
Landed on Christmas night, but I was excited, went to sleep, going to the game the next day. But on December 26th in Jacksonville, it was kind of gross. It was cold. It was spitting rain, wintry mix with a little bit of snow as well.
It's a sneaky nub city, Jacksonville. I am not a Jacksonville guy. I am not a Jacksonville guy. Now, it's next to Ponte Vedra Beach, which is incredible, and it doesn't make any sense to me. It's you know like the Florida bit about those giant ditch gully things between the roads on the big highways, the storm drain stuff. It's hard to explain unless you see it. So like here we have roads. One lane goes one way, the yellow line, the other lane goes the other way. It's always divided, and it's always like standing water that's been there since like the Mesozoic era, and it's always gross and rainy. It's that strip malls.
Like swampy?
Swampy. And it's nubs, and it's really spread out, and the whole thing's just designed poorly. And then you go to this amazing beach.
I mostly agree with you on Jacksonville. I had a buddy, I'll never forget this, he's like a lawyer type dude. I don't know exactly what he does. It's like super grown up.
I think it's on his business card, lawyer type dude.
He wears like a dress shirt every day, and maybe even a jacket.
Mm-hmm.
But him and his wife were able to like pick up and move one time. And why they did it, I don't really know, but they could move anywhere they wanted to, essentially. And so he had this spreadsheet. So he was one of these guys where he put together this spreadsheet with like pros and cons and all the cities in America and where he wanted to move and different things. And they ended up moving to a suburb of Jacksonville. And I'll just never forget that. I'm like, that is not my perception of Jacksonville. I think of cops and a guy with his shirt off on a bike riding away from a cop.
Right behind the Circle K.
This dude can move anywhere in America. Like this well-to-do, well-off, like couple of kids. They got money to spend. They're going to move wherever. And they ended up basically in Jacksonville proper. I just thought that was wild.
That is wild, by the way.
But there are people that ride hard for it that really like it. I'm pretty sure Jay, when he was down there coaching the Jags, was all about it. And he's a Florida guy anyway.
Sure. If you're Greg the golfer, I'm sure there's like a million courses. But there's an amazing one. I can't remember which is which because all the golf events sound the same. It's like, you don't know the National or the CDC Bank National? I don't. Please leave me alone, golf guy. Anyway, but there's a beautiful course, a Sawgrass, I think maybe it is, where they have the
everything's a Sawgrass.
Is it Sawgrass? I don't know. Where they had a US Open or something. But that's nice. But there's a million. It's the whole state. That whole area is golf courses and strip malls.
When's the right time to be in San Francisco? I would think that is
early fall.
Yeah, I think it's cold at night during the winter probably. But I don't know. California in December is not bad. And by the way, Washington, I feel like always plays. When they're out there, it's always near Christmas.
I want to do
late season San Francisco.
I want Tennessee in December. I want like a Christmas time in Nash Vegas kind of a situation. I want that.
Mini Snowda organization. We went there last year. We're not going back there this year, although I would be perfectly fine doing it.
It's pretty warm, right?
Juicy Lucy's in a great stadium. Yeah, it's about 4 degrees when we were there. But I would love to go there when they got those doors open in that stadium. Because like the garage doors, they don't open up, but they basically go out, and then it's just open air, so you feel like you're outdoors. If it's above 50, they do that. In October, that would be perfect.
I'd be all about that.
So where do you think, we'll look deeper into this when we actually get the schedule. But in terms of the Grant and Danny road trips this year with our boys K&M, Kandori and Murad, the KM Lawyers at kmlawyers.com. We normally make, last year we did 2.
Minnie and who else?
Kansas City and Minnesota.
Kansas City, duh, that's right.
One is kind of what we expect. If there's a bonus one, there's a bonus one. But like normally as a group, we want to do one road trip, right? Kick it, and everyone goes and has fun. Because we did Minnesota last year, I think you probably draw a line through that one. We're not going to double dip on Minnesota.
You wouldn't think.
I would vote for that. I think that stadium is incredible. But you want to see some other things. I'm a Nashville guy. Love Nashville. I got the sense from Waz that he was not much of a Nashville guy when we talked about this. I don't know if he's been to that stadium or not. The artist normally known as LP Field. Darius, you're our stadium guy. What is the Titan Stadium? Is it Nissan?
Nissan.
That is Nissan Stadium.
Nissan.
And the new stadium will also be Nissan Stadium.
The new one looks fire, by the way. They're going to do a great job.
It's not ready this year, is it?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's a few years off.
Yeah, 2028 for that.
So is Tennessee in play, do you think? Like if we did 2, I think that could be a really good second one. Sneaky, I think the London situation we need to consider.
The logistics of getting the boys on air that's not the easiest thing to do in the world.
Why? It's 6 hours ahead, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so
we're doing shows from 6 to midnight?
This is a family show, Danny. Let's relax.
And we'll be on air later.
Right. I think.
Come on!
We would be doing our show from like 6 to 10:30. Just a night show. That's all it is.
Just a night show.
It'd be like, that's not unreasonable. You're acting like it's 2 a.m. to 6 a.m.
I guess you're right.
That's pretty easy to do, I think. Now, the issue therein, and this is very specific to just wanting to live my life, like actually having a good time. I'd like to go eat some dinners, but if we're in London, so there's not good food anyway, right? So we don't need to do that.
A strong disagreement there.
I thought that was the bit.
Allow me. British food stinks. Now, British breakfast, fancy a scone, bit of a croissant, would you like something? Totally fine, passable, good. Coffee situation stinks. London itself is the home to all the food. It's the gateway to all Western civs, so everything east, everything west. It's got the cliff notes for some of the great foods in the world.
Is it one of the places where you could get a dinner resi at 10:30?
Yeah.
No chance.
Yeah, yeah.
They got to shut down.
It's a major metropolitan environment. It's New York plus.
That would be my concern, is if we're doing our show from 6 to 10 every night, you just get off the air and are supposed to just fall asleep. That's hard to do.
Which
the
is
juices
nuts.
Are flowing.
Yeah. I mean, it would be weird lunches. We do a lot of fish and chips or a couple different things
Heavy
like in the afternoon.
lunches?
Yeah.
I don't hate that.
Yeah. I'm great at heavy lunches. Are you good at it?
It's been a while, but yeah, I think I could mess with that.
But I think we could do it.
What's your level of interest, 1 to 10, just first blush, before we have any conversations with anyone about a K&M G&D London trip?
I'm interested. It's a high number. Probably a 7. Right? Again, I'm interested, but then as soon as like an adult that wears like good clothes and like has a job title starts going, have you considered this and this and this and this? And it's like, no, I didn't consider that.
So I'm probably, as far as the actual trip, being there, going to the game, seeing a new country, all that stuff, 9.5.
Does that number come down knowing that I'm going to over talk about stuff?
Yes.
Yeah.
Then now it's a 2.5. Probably.
I'm -7 units?
No, only based on like the scale of how annoying is that going to be is a -7. That's all.
But I'm saying, but then you don't want to go.
No. I'm not at 2.5 overall on the trip. I'm still an 8.5.
Oh, I see.
It accounts for 1.
I see.
But no, what I'm getting at is I have to travel there. I have to fly over the water. I have to do the Europe thing. Remember?
Yeah, of course.
That's a sticking point for me.
Is it?
Well, we've talked about this.
But I thought that was a sticking point, not a sticking point.
No. I didn't go to Madrid, did I?
No, you didn't.
You're right.
But you were. I mean, that we couldn't have. We couldn't go to Madrid.
I'm a grown up. I could do a lot of things.
Well, I mean, right, but we couldn't do it and still do the show. That was what we were told.
I don't remember being told that.
I thought that was the whole point.
No, I never heard that.
Because they're like, could they have Comrexes over there? Could like you plug into this Wi-Fi with a different plug?
Once in a forever trip. Like if my wife kind of wanted to go, if that would be really weird if our boss said, "Hey, you can't do your show from there and add content to what we're doing." But yes, if they decided that, then maybe I would have just taken a couple days off and gone to Madrid because my wife would have wanted to. But it was in Madrid. That was the problem.
Ah, right.
I would have had to have flown there over all that water. But London, I got to workshop the travel part of it.
Right.
I don't know if I can do that. And we got to talk to the powers that be about logistics.
The way it would have to work.
But I am interested.
The way it would have to work, and I'm sure everyone's really interested in this, but we'd have to go after the show one night, do the overnight flight, and just wear it for a day. And have the tired, punch-drunk, weird, listen, we're not great. You know we're not great, but we're in London. We're trying hard for you guys. Then recover, then be ready to go for the rest of the time that we were there.
If we do a domestic trip and we don't end up doing London because a grown-up steps in and says, you guys, London, kick rock.
You horses' asses? No.
Phoenix is high on my list.
That's my 2 seed.
But it depends on when in the year they play in Phoenix. I'm not that interested in a September trip to Phoenix. I would do it.
I think that's most likely, by the way. I think they're going to do an early season
They always play there early.
Yeah.
San Francisco is one of my least favorite cities in the United States of America.
It used to be high on my list. Used to be. Now I'm out.
But this is something you got to think about.
Mm-hmm.
We're not actually going to San Francisco.
Well, it's Santa Clara, an hour and 30 minutes away.
So let's just stay in Santa Clara. We'll act like San Francisco doesn't exist. And we go to that stadium, which I've never been to. Check that off the list. It's one of like 4 I haven't been to.
That would probably be the last item on my list, is going out there for those logistics.
I'm also in on New York. Like a November, December, New York time, Christmas time Me and you doing some romantic stuff around the Rockefeller Center tree.
Sure.
We could go.
Wait,
to that,
what?
We could go to that nice French restaurant.
You'd have to pack a blazer. Can you do it?
You sent me and my wife to
I
that
did.
one time.
I'll help us eat around New York. We could do a move. New York, I'm interested in. Tennessee's my 1 seed. Nash Vegas is my 1 seed there. Arizona's probably 2.
I would say domestically, Nashville 1, Phoenix right time of the year 2, San Francisco 3.
How many away opponents do they have? Is it 9? 8 away.
8.
San Fran's 8.
But if it was San Fran, I agree. If you're going to AT&T Ballpark or whatever downtown, I'm telling you, we're never going to be in San Fran. Like, not for 1 second.
But I think, don't we have to do the bit where we go to San Fran, like broadcast from San Fran? We're in San Fran. And then, like, game day, get up at 5 in the morning and drive in traffic for 2.5 hours.
Why would we do that?
It's like that's where like the Odyssey station out there is. We're on 95.7 the map. Like, isn't that what we have to do?
I'm going to introduce you to this thing called a Comrex unit. You can use it anywhere you want.
Yeah, but are we supposed to go in like a hotel conference room and just do it?
JP does it every Monday after every game all over the country. I don't think he's ever been in a radio station on the road. He's just doing shows on Comrexes from random places. I think we'll be all right.
All right.
For the annual trip.
Annual?
Maybe? I don't know. He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. We will take you up to 6:30 this evening. Still a lot to get into on a busy DC sports weekend. NBA draft lottery set for Sunday. We've got coverage a little after 3 o'clock here on The Fan after Nats baseball. They're in action in Miami. If they sweep the Marlins, we got a parade to plan for Monday as well. And it's rookie mini camp out in Ashburn. Let's get back into that next.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here for my pals, my realtors. If you just had a month to sell your home, what would you do? It's the exact spot that Heather and Matt were in. They had to relocate for work and time was running out. After a frustrating experience with a previous agent, they thought they had an easy way out when an investor made a whole cash offer. But get this, right before closing, the investor dropped that offer by nearly $100,000. Thank goodness they did what I did. They called the Reynolds and Power Home team, Sarah and Debbie Reynolds with Keller Williams. Instead of rushing, Debbie and Sarah and their team put a clear strategy in place. They repositioned the home, created real demand, and in just days, Heather and Matt had multiple offers and sold for over asking price. They went from stressed and uncertain to totally in control, and that is what Reynolds and Power Home team does. They don't just list your home and hope. They create a customized strategy for your unique goals. They ensure your home hits the right buyers at the right time to give you the leverage you need. The approach is why their homes sell twice as fast. And on average, they net their clients 4.27% more. That's over $30,000 in often cases, right? If you're thinking about moving, start with a proven plan and sell with certainty. Your home sold, guaranteed. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, the Power Home team now at 844-654-SOLD. 844-654-SOLD, or DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Yeah, I think the expectations I have for myself are already high enough, so anyone else's expectations can't exceed those. So I think when you look at it like that, it's like why would you feel pressure for anyone else? Like if you have high expectations for yourself and you're always attacking and striving to get better, the outside world, what they think or expect of you, doesn't really faze you.
Sonny Styles, who came off very, very well as you'd expect again today out at minicamp. He just way he conducts himself, nothing like a rookie. You just see him coming on and off the field, interacting with people.
Looks like he's been doing it for 7 years, man.
He is so polished. Old guy saying coming. It's loading, okay? So just everyone forgive me for being 100. His parents did a great job. I mean, that's like my takeaway for Sonny Styles so far. It's like I would love to be his dad or something and just feel the pride beaming. Am I wrong?
No, but that is a great old guy thing. Where it's like, your parents did a wonderful job with you, son. Here's a nickel. Like that's what that is.
Definitely a sign of the times. Because like when I was 24 loving the Redskins, I wasn't saying that about players where I'd be like, your parents did a good job with you, Pierre. Now you're very old and you're looking at this guy who's 16 years younger. But seriously,
yeah,
his parents must be so happy with the man he's become. He's just, a lot of this comes from the couple behind the scenes things I've watched of him where I'm just like, the way he acts is textbook. It's exactly what you're looking for.
Totally.
He explained why he chose the number 52, by the way. We were wondering what number he was going to choose, and also now is he going to stick with that number possibly? This is Styles on that number.
I'm not really a big number guy. Like I wasn't really big in the single digits. Like I like 0. Mikey has 0. So then like I was telling Coach Nort, like when I look in the room, you got like London on the wall, London Fletcher, LeVar, I think it was Ken Harvey and Monty Coleman. It was all like 50 numbers. And I was like, shoot, I'm going to pick a 50 number. And I was thinking about it. I remember growing up watching, like, Patrick Willis, Ray Lewis. I was like, dang, 52 would be cool. And then my dad was like, hey, 5 + 2 is 7. So that's your draft picks. I was like, dang, that's cool. That seems pretty cool. So that's really how I landed on it. I didn't have no, like, special number to pick. So I was kind of just picking anything.
This is going to sound stupid. But the fact that he doesn't care that much what number he wears, I like him so much more. He doesn't, that is not an important thing to worry about. That is not something that should matter a lot. Is my fit right? How do my glasses look? I got to get my sleeve on so it looks cool. Nope, doesn't matter. Let's go hit people. Let's go whoop people's asses, whether you're wearing 52 or 56 or 58 or 2 or 9 or 4 or 30, 18,000. Does not matter.
Yeah, so I'm not critical of people that do care about their number. Remember, like Jaden Daniels came in and we're like, I want 5, and that whole thing with Tress Way, and he got a bunch of tickets and some cool stuff, and it was a nice moment. I don't knock that. I don't care about that as much. But I'm with you. I love I haven't earned anything. I'll just take what they give me, and it's whatever's open, that's fine. I know I can't do certain things. It's not really that important to me. That makes me so happy.
I am critical of when someone asks for a number that is either retired or not being used. Right? We've had that here with, sadly, now tragically.
Yeah, when the late Haskins.
The late Dwayne Haskins called Joe Theismann and was like, I want 7. I hated that.
Yeah. I hate every part of it.
Don't put Joe Theismann in that position, and that's on the team more than it is on anybody else, by the way, because they should either A, have retired the number, or B, said, no, we're not doing that, but they didn't. And so then he wore Theismann's number. But I don't like that actively when a player tries to wear a number that is not used because it's out of respect for someone. If someone contacts you, like let's just say they drafted a player who wore 28 in college, like if they drafted Jeremiah Love or something, and Love wore 28 in college, and Darryl Green was like the biggest Notre Dame Jeremiah Love fan ever, and he's like, dude, I want you to wear my number. Different thing. That's not what's happening.
Yeah, I'm not talking about retired jerseys. That to me is a different combo, yeah.
I would say that the ask of a veteran, Jaden Daniels, Tress Way is different. It's the face of the franchise quarterback versus, with all due respect to the people's punter, and my sweet prince, Tress Way, a punter. So like if Jaden wants that number, Tress is willing to give it to him, let's do that. But yeah, generally, I don't think you should get a number from a veteran. I don't love that. How is it that different in football than like anywhere else, right? If I just showed up here and I rolled up in day 1 here and the Junkies had been here at the time for 16 years or whatever, and I said to the Junkies, hey, you mind if I sit in that seat? You can have another seat, but I want to sit in the one that you've been sitting in. That's super weird.
You want some tickets or something I can give you?
You know what I'm saying?
In exchange,
like,
yeah.
In all honesty, I don't like when players ask veterans for numbers. I don't think it's a great look. But it's not something that changes how I feel about someone. It doesn't like bother me. It's part of the culture, so it happens, whatever, not a problem. I'm not going to subtract for that. I'll only subtract for taking the number from the retired player, the great all-time type player. But you're right. The other way is you can earn the bonus points with the not caring about the number. That makes it seem like he sticks with 50 too. I have been hesitant. I want to get my kid a jersey, but I'm really afraid he's going to change numbers. I got burned by Sean Taylor 37 at rookie minicamp, so I've never done this since. But when he said the thing about the wall, that's also awesome. He's name-checking Monty Coleman and Ken Harvey.
That's fun.
I mean, could I love this guy anymore? Make me a Sonny Styles sounder. Do we have one yet? I think we do have one. I'm smitten. The next thing you know, he's going to be talking about, like, remember in 1999 when the Redskins made the playoffs and played the Lions, and Greg Jones, who was wearing number 56, came around the corner and sacked Gus Frerotte. Number 50, the middle linebacker was Derek Smith. Like, my guy's out here just learning things about my history.
What if he's like, you know what you guys sleep on is Larry Centers caught over 70 passes that year. Do you guys remember that?
I always thought Sean Barber wearing 59 was a little bit underrated. And, remember Mason Foster when they signed him off the street and he led the team in tackles wearing number 54?
You guys remember that?
Sonny Styles, baby.
Here comes the Sonny Styles. Here comes the Sonny Styles. And I say it's alright.
That is my guy. We have one other one too, right? That was the one. I feel like that one's good. What's our other one?
Sonny Styles on my shoulders makes me happy.
This one hit the right tone for today. Sonny's making me happy.
There it is.
So that's the one when you're telling me about all the great linebackers. And he picked numbers in the 50s. Think about that, by the way. Everybody wants this Gen Z, I don't want to work on Saturdays, I just want to play Xbox, like whatever the whole mindset is.
Sure.
I'm going to wear number 0 because it looks cool, though, and I'm allowed to, though, but I don't use GH, it's just THO, though, right? He's like, you know who wore 50s was all the linebackers who were excellent decades ago. I'm going to do that. I couldn't love this guy anymore right now. Sonny Styles, take a bow.
Sonny Styles.
We're in a good place with Sonny Styles. Jawan Jennings will not be coming to D.C. He's a Minnesota Viking. Should the Commanders have been more interested in him? That's next.
Sonny Styles on my shoulders makes me happy.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Rookie minicamp day number 1 for the Washington Commanders. Ohio State linebacker Sonny Styles signing a 4-year, $37.2 million contract fully guaranteed with the Commanders. He says every coach he's had has been great.
I think when I was with Coach Patricia at Ohio State, he was just a great teacher. I think the same with Coach DJ. He's a great teacher. Coach Norton's a great teacher. I think sometimes some coaches do a really good job the way they articulate the game and articulate the way they're describing the playbook. It's easy for everyone to digest.
The NFL has confirmed that the schedule release will be next Thursday, May 14th. Nationals baseball on the road tonight against the Miami Marlins. We'll join the coverage at 6:40 on The Fan. When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis Diamond Importers and Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Tacori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in D.C., visit Mervis. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Curb on The Fan.
Live from D.C. on The Fan, Grant and Danny hanging out with you. Show's brought to you by the law firm, Condori and Murad.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Murad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We should tip our cap to the Commanders, not only for getting the Sonny Styles deal done ahead of minicamp today, but their entire rookie draft class is signed, sealed, and delivered. This is not the accomplishment that it would have been, 10, 12 years ago.
Right.
With the slotted system now, pretty rare that there are any issues. But it is also not completely common that the entire class is under contract this early either. So kudos to the Commanders for getting that done. I think the second round is the round generally where there's some weird terminology and
You'll
verbiage.
hear the term offset language used a bunch in reference to that, where it's not done because of that.
And they have the benefit of not having a second-round pick to worry about that. So if they did, maybe you'd have everyone but that player signed at this juncture because they wait for kind of the other dominoes to fall to see what kind of language they can get in their deal. But I thought that was a big deal today to see that they announced that Sonny Styles is getting $37 million in guarantees, that he is going to be ready with pen already put to paper when he gets on the field in training camp, looking ahead to the start of the season. Dan Quinn spoke today about some of the rookies in this class. He talked about Joshua Josephs. I found his answer on Josephs enlightening. This is the edge defender from Tennessee. Washington drafted him in the 5th round. They very rarely under Adam Peters have made picks where people thought they got someone like a round early, a round later than they should have. Normally, everyone thinks they got him a round early. Let's see Luke McCaffrey or some of the guys that they really liked, like Ben Sinnott. This was wow, that guy was still there? That's quite a find for you. Listen to what Quinn said about Josephs, though.
Chance to spend some time with him today after our walkthrough to go in, and it's the football knowledge also that goes with it. Josh has been somebody at Tennessee that's been versatile. He can drop, he can rush. That's why he's here to rush. But I'm excited to have that type of length, get off, demonstrated pass rush ability. I found the more of that you have and develop it. We were talking about traits earlier, how important that is. He has that, and we look forward to developing that trait to see if we can take him from this space into the next one.
Maybe I should not be surprised by this, but I thought when they drafted Joshua Josephs, he was going to be more of a rundown guy early on in his career, and you bring him along and hopefully eventually get some pass rush out of him. You look at the last couple of years, 15 tackles for loss, was one of the highest graded run defenders on the edge in the SEC at times over the last couple of seasons. That was just the vision I thought they had. He said, we brought him here to rush, and then he talked about him as a pass rusher 2 or 3 different ways during that answer.
It's hard not to notice that, right?
Makes you think they think there's a lot more in the tank. He only had a sack and a half 2 seasons ago as a junior, 4 sacks as a senior. So 5.5 sacks the last 2 years, a total of 9.5 sacks in 4 years isn't a whole lot to write home about. When you watch him, the plays where he does hit the quarterback, it's pretty impressive. I mean, he's got some speed. He blows quarterbacks up. The ball is forced out, like with sack fumbles as well, which was a bit of a calling card for him when he got to the QB. But that seemed way more like they think of him as someone who can help on passing downs pretty quickly than a big body with length who's going to play the run, which is kind of how I was viewing this.
Yeah, it's hard not to notice that, right? I mean, he's got that kind of, the look of a pass rusher, right? I mean, so that's what he looks like getting off the bus, but that wasn't where necessarily where he was more productive. Had 15 tackles for loss over the last couple of years, but that's what they drafted him to do. It was more the opposite maybe of kind of what we anticipated. It was he'll rush the passer for now. Maybe we'll teach him how to do the other stuff eventually. He can become more of an every down guy. But right now, we'll give him one thing to worry about, and that's get upfield. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Here's another telling answer from Dan Quinn today as he spoke to the media during rookie minicamp in Ashburn. He talked about possible competitions, the idea of how much the roster's unsettled came up in a question, and he highlighted 2 positions where he could see camp competitions, which I thought was pretty revealing.
At a number of spots, it's one of the things I love, just promoting that type of competition and what we'll do. And so there'll be a number of positions that we'll talk about, in the months ahead of where those competitions will be. I honestly feel like that's how we get the best out of one another. Those competitions at positions, different styles and roles, that's how it all kind of comes together. And so whether we're talking about kicker or center or, different spots along the way, we just keep battling for it, and we'll see it all the way through.
So those are the 2 front of mind for Dan Quinn, where he doesn't know who his starter is, I guess, his kicker and center. I buy one of those, I sell the other. I think one of those is true. At kicker, Jake Moody earned the job, or this kid, Drew Stevens, will come in and steal it from you. Because he's got a bigger leg. We don't really care who kicks. We have no horse in this race.
Yeah, no affiliation here.
May
no
the best
allegiance.
man win. I think they want to act like there's a competition at center, and I just don't think there is one. They said as soon as they got rid of Biotish, when he was released, and it was a pretty stunning development, externally, we all thought, what was that about? They have no answer here. And when you start making calls or asking people over there, they go, oh, well, there's going to be a competition. They like Allegretti. He'll probably be the starter, but they're going to push him. He's going to have to compete. They're not going to give him anything. But they didn't really bring anyone in that can actually push him. Julian Good-Jones has just been here, part of the fabric, practice squad type, the last few years. I guess it's possible he could supplant him and win that job. That would be pretty shocking. They just drafted a center who was at rookie minicamp today in Matt Golban, who I guess they could claim has a chance to win the job, but he was drafted in the 7th round, so I would say I'm skeptical of that. That's pretty dubious. So I don't believe the competition at center thing. We're going to hear it a million times, I can already tell, but this is Nick Allegretti's job. I will only believe there's a real competition when someone else starts a game. And I'll bet you it's one of those things where they keep saying, yeah, there's a competition at center, yet Allegretti's getting all the first
and he's winging
reps.
it. Yeah,
he's starting in every preseason game. That's not really what a competition is. We talked about this in the past with quarterback.
Yeah, and any chance like sort of a post, June 1st cut tree gets shaken out and they feel like there's going to be a market for it because that's a inexpensive position. The next Tyler Biotish comes free. Any chance of that? Maybe second round of free agency where it's super, super cheap. I don't know, but
possibly, but that's not what he was talking about today.
Me neither, because you're not going to tip your hand that you're going to do that. But it basically sounded to me like I am required to say competition. Wink, but I'm not actually saying the word wink. That's why they did it. That's why they moved on from Biotish.
Actually, could be one at left guard. By the way, I know I'm in the minority here because Chris Paul played really well in the first half of last season, and overall last season I thought he was very solid. In fact, as a in one of the 2 ways that we grade linemen, he was a top 5 lineman in all of positionally in all of football, according to PFF. But pass pro, as a run blocker, they didn't have nearly as favorable a grade for him. But I say that only to say he hit free agency. We were told, wait till you see how much he gets. The market is going to fight over this guy.
I waited.
Weeks went by, and he came crawling back to Washington for pennies. That was pretty telling. In addition to that, you drafted Brandon Coleman in the 3rd round, and it was almost the 2nd round. I think he was like 4 picks out of round 2. Effectively, a late 2nd round pick is just standing here now without a role. If he's a swing tackle, there's value in that. If he's backing up 3 positions, I guess you could tell me it was worth it, taking him where they did. But he played well enough at tackle. I still want to see him more at guard, where he struggled at the beginning of last year before he got benched for Paul. But nobody's really talking about the possibility that Coleman could overtake Paul at left guard. I could definitely see that happening. I bet you he gets a chance, whether it's camp or the preseason at some point, to try to close that gap.
I'd bet on Paul, simply just the recent precedent of they don't seem to really care much for Brandon Coleman, despite every time, again, my rudimentary eyes look and go, okay, he seems to be pretty solid, seems to play well. Like he has to come in for Tunsil when he's banged up, or step in at the guard spot, or the left tackle spot, or move all over the place. Seems to be pretty strong, versatile, and solid. I'm not telling you I've seen the next, the second coming of Anthony Munoz or something like that, but it seems to be pretty good. But they don't really seem that interested in having that guy contend for the job. It was like once he lost it, it's shh, have a seat right over there. You can clap with everyone else.
Going through a couple of Dan Quinn's interesting answers today from minicamp. Started the show with his breakdowns of the fit of Antonio Williams in the passing game, why he loves Katron Allen, what he's going to bring to the offense as a back, and then also how they'll ease Sonny Styles in to the linebacker position. How about what Dan Quinn had to say about just what the rookies would get done at minicamp in the next 3 days?
The first thing, I guess we're onboarding these guys. Number one, just some of the learning to see, all right, we installed some things with them. Now can we carry it onto the field, some of the movements, but I want to see communication. I want to see their connection, with their other teammates. The individual portions are more important right now than the team parts. None of these guys have worked together, so it's just the first part of the onboarding. So I'd say it's an important part of the process. Have fresh eyes for the guys to go. I'll generally look at as much on some of the guys here on a tryout basis than I will on some that are already signed or in that space. So, but looking forward, I'm just looking for the communication, the movement skills. That's first and foremost.
So we got by the way, we got to play a Dan Quinn.
The Dan Quinn
bingo card at some point. We got the to go. The one you sleep on, Danny, and Dara sleeps on is to go. I don't even know. He always
I never catch that one.
It's at the end of a sentence. He always says to go. It's just a tacked on 2 words that don't need to be there. So we got that. In that space is the obvious one, which I don't really know what that means. Again, I think it's one of these phrases that you could just take out and the sentence doesn't change. But I think he means like, I don't know, what does he mean in that space?
Meaning like guys that are in that situation or something like that,
but almost always, I think if you take those words out,
you still have a sentence.
Doesn't change. And there's another one he does all the time that is very noticeable. In that space, to go, I'll think of it. Play that again.
Let's rock and roll. Is it that one?
Well, that's a different thing. But let me let Danny hear to go.
Installed some things with them. Now can we carry it onto the field, some of the movements, but I want to see communication. I want to see their connection, with their other teammates. The individual portions are more important right now than the team parts. None of these guys have worked together, so it's just the first part of the onboarding. So I'd say it's an important part of the process. Have fresh eyes for the guys to go. I'll generally look at as much.
So
some
he
of the
does
guys.
that all the time?
Oh, yeah.
I never noticed that.
No,
one.
to go is a major staple.
Like he never wants to eat here.
He wants takeout.
Every time.
Every single
So
time.
what is that when he said to go right there? What is that about?
That's what I'm trying to explain it.
Was he also ordering and they asked if he wanted for here to go and he said, oh, to go, and then kept answering the question?
I think he had an earpiece in and one of the PR guys was like, Dan, is this for here or? And he goes, no, to go. But it was just mid-sentence. You know what I'm saying?
What was he saying to go about?
It's just what he said. He tacks it on at the end of sentences.
I never notice it. I will.
Now we're going to have a to-go counter.
I think we have to go back and watch the video. I think Charlie Mule leaned over and asked him if he wanted.
He might have.
For here to go.
Yeah.
In that space is the other
In
one.
that space, we know.
But there's a third one. I have 3 on his bingo. I know there's a third one. I just can't pull it right now. Maybe we'll get it in our next answer. I loved what he had to say, though. This is a weird thing, but cut 6 here, bouncing back from a bad season. When you just hear someone acknowledge how bad the year was, it feels good. It just means something. That,
okay, you saw it too, thank God.
Yeah, that you know what we know. And he basically was like, yeah, last year was awful.
Like it should get tested, to find where your mettle is when you have a season that goes well and then one that just went terribly. You want to dig in, you want to find answers, you want to make sure you can tweak things that need to be tweaked. But one thing that I know to be a fact, like there's some real competitors in this locker room, and the standards they have as ball players and teammates, those are the things that help you get to where you want to get to.
He called last season terrible. It went terribly. I've never heard him say that before.
Thank God.
We all know it went terribly.
Yeah, I know.
You know that he knows it went terribly. He had to answer some tough questions.
It's like, okay, there was a fire. Thank God.
Right.
Okay.
And we're far enough removed now where you could do it, whereas the day after the season, it's probably not as good for him to say, yeah, that was terrible. But now we're far enough. It was
because we make fun when Spurrier goes 5-11, and everybody makes fun of that.
Distant future. A distant past, same thing.
Days
right?
of future past, yeah.
Yeah, you can now look back and go, man, who was the coach of that team?
Right?
But I just hearing that in my car today, I was very happy.
I don't know why it does give me that little bit of juice and excitement, because again, we all know it was bad. It doesn't make it better. But when you pretend that it was fine or like don't want me to, the thing I can't be in general is lied to. You know what I mean? Like you can't tell me I didn't see the thing that I saw. And when you try to gloss over it, I go, yeah, you're trying to fool me. Nope, you can't do that. And then I won't let it go. Thanks. Now I can move on. I'm good now.
Bernie in Potomac Falls speaks Quinn. He says he knows what he means when he says to go all the time. Bernie, what's he trying to say?
I think this is what he's trying to say, gentlemen. When you get something in a restaurant, you can have it there and only there, and you're enjoying it in that environment. When you want something to go, you're going to take it to wherever you want and use it in whatever capacity. I think it means flexibility and the ability to use it wherever. So to go is just a cliquish way of saying that skill set, that thing, wherever I can
It's
apply.
portable. It's versatile.
It's portable. It's versatile. I'm taking it to go, meaning I might not even have figured it out. So when you eat in a restaurant, you're eating with their silverware. You're eating in that environment in an hour time. This to go means applicable in a yet to be determined environment. That's my take.
Okay. Well, so he actually thinks he's referencing, in other words, it's synonymous with portable, essentially, where he's like, look, this offense, we're going to run the ball. We're going to be able to play action. We can make big plays. We can win at home. We can win on the road. This offense will be to go. I think you're, frankly, giving way too much credit. I think it's just a saying. It's just words that I have them. We all have them.
I've got a million.
Crutches, catchphrases, things that we say, things that we do. What was the thing you always talked about early on that you said a lot in radio?
Oh, every transition, I'll go, that's good stuff. Then I move to something else. Like when I didn't have anything else to say about it, to the either co-host or to a guest. I didn't realize I was saying it.
You've definitely gotten out of it because I don't hear that very
well. I got shamed. I mean, our old producer AJ put together a montage where I had to stop them after 50 different times of me saying that's good stuff. Good stuff. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. I go, enough of that. I'll never say that again. You know, I thought bad of that one. But I've got a million crutches. I mean, is it Nate, our buddy Nate Elgin, who put together the Great Nanny Bingo? They're all me. You have like 2 of them, and it's like 9 things of me being like, I say this every day.
I got to think of the other Quinnism.
Because we know, as soon as we hear it, we'll know it.
Yeah, Ben Standig's on
to go.
6.
He's to go.
He'll know because he's in all of those press conferences. So we can ask him that. That's 40 minutes from right now on Grant and Danny. I want to talk about Jawan Jennings getting a 1-year deal from the Vikings. Is that a guy Washington should have been more in on? It sounds like they didn't really ever do much due diligence on the wide receiver from the 49ers. They might have their eye on another wide receiver from San Francisco. Good stuff.
Good stuff.
Good stuff, though.
This update brought to you by Reynolds, Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Commanders have signed all 6 of their 2026 draft picks, including first-round pick Sonny Styles, 4 years, $37.2 million. Rookie minicamp day 1 for head coach Dan Quinn, what the rookies should expect.
There's definitely a sense of excitement. You feel that, but also some nerves and butterflies, as you might expect for them, going into their first practice. So we're pumped to see them do their thing. And for us as coaches, it's awesome, too, to get to teach some of our Commander standards.
The Jets and running back Breece Hall have a deal 3 years and $45.75 million. The Packers have released kicker Brandon McManus. The NFL has confirmed the schedule release set for next Thursday, May 14th. Nationals against the Marlins tonight at 6:40 with Foster Griffin against Robbie Snelling. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
It is a blessing to be here with the Lieutenant Commander, Danny Rouillet. I'm Grant Paulson. This is The Fan. Danny, I don't think, was sitting down with his headphones on, so he didn't get to thoroughly enjoy that, Darius, the way that he should have. If you don't mind, can we come back from break one more time? Just because now Danny's sitting here and he can really enjoy this new coat of paint we got for our rejoins.
Ugh.
How is it actually worse than I remember?
We do this bit every so often where all 4 of them are just worse than the other. But each one stinks.
Commander Danny Rouillet.
That's not as bad as the man who commands the funny. That's the worst one. That's the worst one. Yeah. That's it. That's the lowest. That's the lowest thing you guys have ever done. Using the big voice guy as a weapon.
Commands the funny. And you'll love to hear this. CK was in on the bit.
I know. He thinks it's hysterical.
I think he enjoyed sending that one off. Like, he paid actual money. Think about that. We paid real money to someone to take time out of their day to record these.
I mean, we're the command force. We're line iteming everything. Like, we're arguing over printer paper and God knows what around these parts. You can't get a cup for coffee. There's no coffee cups. They're like, nope, not you. On days the sales stat doesn't come in, you got to hunt and open every drawer for one Rogue Keurig just to get my ass through the afternoon show where I crash every day at 3 p.m. But they spent money on that, didn't they? They told the big voice guy, make a few of these.
The lieutenant of the commander force.
Of the command force.
That one might be worse than commanding the funny. I got to be honest with you.
The command force is a real thing, isn't it? Is that what they call those guys?
Commander force, doesn't he? I think it's more of like this made-up fan club thing.
The force of people. Yeah, it's commander force.
It's even worse. It's even worse.
That is worse.
You're the commander force. Like, what is the commander force?
I'm in charge of it.
It's like a group of huge Commander fans.
We just love the name so much.
You guys are like the beer snake guys for the Defenders in full uniform, but you're just in Commander garb.
Just commanding. That's what we're doing.
Jawan Jennings signed a 1-year deal with the Vikings for only $8 million. He could make up to $13 million if he has a strong season with Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Kevin O'Connell, and now Kyler Murray throwing the football in Minnesota. This is a guy who caught 77 balls 2 years ago, 55 for about 650 last year. He ran almost a 4.7 when he came out. This is a tight end like wide receiver. He is 6'3", listed 215. I'll bet he's bigger than that. He is kind of slow in and out of breaks. I think about him like an 18-wheeler, getting up to speed, starting and stopping. But he is effective. He boxes people out. He uses his body. He is a true Z in the sense that he's not running the explosive stuff where McLaurin's on the other side of the offense is an X. You're not moving him all over the place. But He scored 9 touchdowns last year. He's got 15 touchdowns the last 3 years. He's got 3 seasons out of 5 in the league as a former 7th-round pick where he's had at least 5 touchdowns. And even the fact that he was a 7th-round pick, in 2020, 216 guys got drafted before Juwan Jennings. And he has survived, and he has thrived, and he has become a player in the league, which tells you that you don't have to worry about him, that he is a put-in-work guy, that he is a get-there-when-he's-supposed-to-be-there guy. You can't be a 7th-round pick and have this type of career if you're not that caliber of player. Yet Washington, as receiver-needy as they've been, as desperate for another veteran on the outside as they are, we all believe that's the case, John Keim reported they really didn't engage or weren't really in on Jennings, which made sense to me when it was a $20 million price tag.
Right, I got that.
$8 million for this guy, and you don't want to make a phone call or two?
Surprised me, especially given the fact that Peters was there when he was there, and if there's a better perception of or viewpoint of another 49ers receiver who will remain nameless for a moment, that's really surprising because that's, to your point, all he's done is there are years where you're not featured. We don't care about you right now, Juwan Jennings. You are not the number one option. 2023, he's only got 19 catches for a handful of yards and a touchdown. He was buried down the depth chart. But there's a next year, there's a much bigger opportunity with some injuries and a couple guys move on. So you can be featured. So he doesn't complain. I mean, as you said, you don't last in this league. I'm really surprised there wasn't a more robust market for him. I know it's not what people are looking for exactly. They want down the field. They want speed. They want explosion. They want to take the top off. And that's not what he is. Whatever the opposite of that is, he's that. He is a possession Peter. He is a box you out, beat up on smaller corners, handsy, blocking receiver. I think that can be a third down war daddy. To me, they should have been way more interested. I understand not winning the bidding. I understand not going to $13 million or $14 million, $15 million. At that price, if it doesn't work, so what? Right?
$8 million for a year for a team that has the second most cap space remaining in football still is nothing. That's change under the couch cushion. That is what you hand your kid when they're going off to school so they can get some extra Dunkin' sticks from the vending machine between classes. So, yeah, I would have thought that at least you did more due diligence. I don't honestly have a problem not bringing him in if he's not a fit, but I would have thought they talked a bunch. And the Keim report, or just tweet, whatever it was, I don't know how detailed it was, but he essentially said it didn't seem like he was really on their radar or a guy they were that interested in. Because of the Peters familiarity, you referenced this, together in the organization is strange to me. He's the opposite of Brandon Ayuk in a sense. Because in the Brandon Ayuk way, drafted much earlier, had a contract given to him and kind of laughed in its face and decided that wasn't good enough for him or whatever when he had signed the 5th highest contract in the league at the time at wide receiver. Juwan Jennings is self-made, has had to earn everything as a 7th-round pick at age 28, a little younger, by the way, than Brandon Ayuk, or maybe comparable in age at least. Ayuk is 28 and 52 days, so I guess he is a little bit younger, but not by much, a couple months younger than Juwan Jennings. But of the two guys, Jennings is a very high floor, lower ceiling player. Ayuk, I guess you could say, is still a super high ceiling player, but I don't know how you can feel confident in that. He hasn't played in 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, if you line him up non-injury division a couple of years ago, of course. I mean, Ayuk put together a season that Jennings will never have.
Yeah, where's my time machine?
Right.
Right now, if you sign Juwan Jennings, you know he can help you in the fall. If you sign Brandon Ayuk, it's a complete crapshoot.
So there are two moves. You asked me the other day, and I didn't have a good answer for you, and I actually thought about it, and I came up with one I should have said in real time. We're talking about the second receiver position, not Antonio Williams, if you believe he's a slot guy like I do, but right, whatever. So what should they have done? And I was like, I don't have a great answer for that. There are two names, Juwan Jennings at that price and the Michael Pittman trade from the Steelers. That was basically a swap of a 6th and 7th rounder, and that's it for a guy that's kind of a rich man's Juwan Jennings. Pittman is not a downfield threat. He's not a 4-3 guy that's taking the top off. It's not who he is, but it's been pretty damn productive over recent years, and kind of, to me, slots in as a perfect number 2. Again, not the explosion you're going for, but there aren't that many of those guys that just are available all the time. Not just 4-3 guys, but 4-3 guys with a track record of doing anything. There's plenty of Xavier Worthies and John Rosses that have littered the league for a little while where people give them chances because they can fly, but there's way fewer Jameson Williamses and Tyreek Hills and guys that are hyper-productive at that speed.
I just would have thought by now they would have brought in a veteran, and it tells me that they're definitely going to bring in Brandon Ayuk. There's no path that doesn't happen.
Is there any chance, because I agree with you, This is me devil's advocating. Is there any chance they like this room so much more than we think they do? That they go, we got it, dudes. Wait till you see Treylon Burks and De'Ami Brown 2.0.
I'm positive they like this room more than we do or we think they do or whatever, but I'm also pretty sure that Ayuk's still coming in here. If you're asking, is there any chance they don't add another receiver, some veteran, at some point to help compete, I would say no.
Yeah, that's what I bet on.
But I've been talking about this Burks thing going back a month or so.
Mm-hmm.
I remember bringing it up with you then. I mean, I know they really think he could still be a helpful, good football player. Do they think there's a world where he's there too? When they're in 11 personnel and they kick Antonio Williams inside? Maybe. But I think they're going to sign Ayuk. I think this is all part of it. The question is, if Ayuk wasn't available, what would have happened differently? Because their fallback plan, him being there, made everything easier for them. The fact that they know you're supposed to not talk to agents of other teams' players and not talk to players, but if you have a player who's buddies with a guy, they could have a conversation. That's not illegal. I wonder if Brandon Ayuk has any friends on the team here in Washington. We'll have to look that up.
Got to be some way to be able to figure that out, right?
But you could get some intel. You could get some, reconnaissance work done to say, hey, if he's available, how much does it take? Is he willing to be here? Also, remember, teams are actually allowed to contact him in this case because the Niners are trying to trade him, and they're willing to allow his agent, I think it's a new agent from what we were told a couple weeks ago. Maybe his agent left him, the one that we're familiar with. But regardless, teams are allowed to contact him. Now, the Schefter report is he doesn't really answer when teams contact him. But you can do your reconnaissance to get info, and I'm assuming they knew a while ago, one way or the other. And my guess is that means, yeah, they're going to get rid of me. You're the place I want to be. It's going to take about this much money. We'll get it done. And they're going, yeah, we got all the money, so no problem. We'll figure it out then. And that informed what you did with Juwan Jennings and what you didn't do with Juwan Jennings. Or whether that's Pittman that far back, I don't know. But like Stephon Diggs right now. My point is, what if Ayuk was not a thing? If just today...
Would they have acted differently?
Yeah, today the Niners said, he's signed to a new deal and he's not going anywhere. Or he retired or whatever. Does Stephon Diggs get signed in a week? I think he probably does, or somebody like him.
Yeah.
Did Juwan Jennings get a call and come in here to work out when he was on his cycle of workouts? Probably.
Because here, and this was my frustration with the offensive coordinator process. Again, it landed on a guy I like. So, I guess complaints are all relative. But I go, how could you not show an interest? Like, you're not interested in Juwan Jennings at $1 million, at 2, at 3. Now, if he tells you I'm going to get way more than that, okay, man, fair thing. Well, good luck to you. Let me know if you need a recommendation or any restaurants in the new city that you end up in. You know what I mean? Like, to show no interest at all. That's what I don't get. Is maybe it's one of those things where they obviously know better than I do, but you don't want to waste someone's time or whatever. But like, there was no interest, like none at any price. Because again, if you get outbid, by all means get outbid. I'm not going to the mat for Juwan Jennings. I'm not going, what a mistake. They didn't sign Juwan Jennings at $18 million a year. Stupid. I'm not doing that at all. But nobody's signing him. Where after the draft, he's just floating out there. You're not intrigued at all? At a few $1 million? See if he says no. They're going to get more, and that's fine. But the no interest, no phone call thing is just strange to me about how this front office operates at times.
We can ask this of Commanders beat reporter Ben Standig, who's joining the show in 20 minutes when he stops by right here on Grant and Danny. Taylor Hineki is retiring. Want to look back at how he played a couple of games and had this fan base fall in love with him on The Fan.
Hineki in trouble again. He's able to escape. Keeps the play alive. Runs for the first down. Dives to the pylon. Is he in? Is he in? Yes! Touchdown! What a play by Hineki!
And with that pylon dive, Taylor Hineki reached legend status. And he had a fan base behind him as long as he was going to be in D.C. Didn't matter what happened. He was there, sweet little Taylor Hineki. There is something about the will over skill, kind of under-talented, leave everything on the field, play with the exuberance of a high school football star player. Just operating in a way that fans enjoy and are inspired by because it reminds you of how much joy you had when you played a sport. That's what Taylor Hineki did, I think. He announced today that he's retiring.
Yeah, there's a lot to that, right? Where there's something special. It's more special when Steph Curry dominates an NBA game than when the 7-footer does. You know, like we've seen the 7-footer. We've seen the impossibly big, tall, strong, credible athlete that can jump out of the gym. All right, that doesn't look like Steph Curry looks like you could just bump into him at a local grocery store. Like he's at Whole Foods trying to figure out which steak he wants. Like just looks like a regular in-shape dude that changed basketball forever. There's something more fun about that. Taylor Hineki looks like an Arlington dude, bro, that just happens to be slinging it at the NFL level. You know what I mean? It's like he's one of us that got plucked out. Like every weekend warrior, every softball player, every guy that's, you know, playing pickup with his boys with 10 knee pads on and like shin splints is like, he looks just like us. He's just a regular looking dude.
He did have a few of those games too where it was like, damn. I mean, Sam Howell did as well.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that's what fools people a little bit into thinking maybe you got a franchise quarterback. Maybe you got a guy that could be a long-term solution. But if you remember, so week 1, Ryan Fitzpatrick was brought in to start over him. Hineki was going to be his backup. That was your quarterback room. Fitzpatrick gets hurt literally in the first half against the Chargers. His time as the quarterback in Washington lasted 9 seconds. Heineke's back out on the field, and it's the old Reed Dowdy corollary. Don't be mad at him. This wasn't the plan. He's just here to try to save your bacon. Well, the next week, he throws it almost 50 times. They win a shootout with the Giants, 30-29. Throws a couple touchdowns and a pick. The following win for Washington 2 weeks later, in Atlanta, 34-30. He goes 23 of 33 for 290-3.
Yeah.
So this is on the heels. He has that crazy January playoff game. They know they don't really want him to start, so they're going to bring in a real starter. Everyone's upset. A lot of fans are like, this guy never got a shot. And then within a month of getting back on the field, they've won twice. They've scored 30 points multiple times. And he's got 3 games with 2 or more touchdowns, including 3 touchdowns against Atlanta. He had a 127 rating. He was great that day. And that was when he did that emotional interview after the game. When he was fighting back tears about, I was sleeping on my sister's couch.
Yep.
She came to watch me today. I'm back in my home area. This was Fox after the game.
We have talked so much about your story. Last time you were in Atlanta, about 45 minutes from here, sleeping on your sister's couch, thinking this football dream was over. I talked to you about how important it was to have all your friends and family here who didn't give up on you when you